I should say, I guess, a little bit about myself, since this has sort of, over the years, turned into a kind of a one-man band. I grew up in a small town in Colorado under extraordinarily ordinary circumstances. And for some reason, I don't know, genetic or something in the water or something, I was always very prone to obsession. And one obsession gave way to another, so that rock collecting gave way to butterflies, which gave way to rocketry, which gave way to girls, which gave way to drugs, which gave way to politics, on and on and on. Fascinated with the world, and as a rock hunter and butterfly collector, it was fairly aesthetically driven and irrational. What interested me was the iridescence in certain agates, certain pyrites, certain tropical butterflies, certain kinds of reef fish, something about the light, the visual thrill of the world. And this took me through many places by the time I was 14 years old, and read Aldous Huxley's book, The Doors of Perception, where he gives a very restrained and gentlemanly description of a mescaline experience. And I took it at face value and said, you know, if this is even partially true, it's immensely important. And I began to pursue this vast area of interlocking disciplines that really has no name, but we can name the disciplines, and you know what I'm talking about. Botany, ethnography, chemistry, DNA function, cultural dynamics, shamanism, linguistics, theories of natural magic, relationship of man to the environment, so forth and so on. The nexus of concerns that clusters around the question, what are we? Where did we come from? And where are we going? And as a 14-year-old, 16-year-old, when these questions first form in your mind, a reasonable response is to seek the cultural database. Surely there are answers to these questions. Who are we? Where did we come from? And where are we going? Well, if you have any kind of intellectual filter at all, you quickly can satisfy yourself that our best efforts are nothing more than half-completed stories told around the campfire. We don't actually know what our predicament is. I mean, we are up against a phenomenon which we can barely bring into focus in our cognitive sphere, and it's the phenomenon of our own existence. You know, what does it mean? What does it mean, first of all, to be a biological creature, to be as an animal? What is that? And then, what is it to be that embedded then in a culture with histories and languages and aesthetic canons and literatures and scientific hypotheses about the cosmos and so forth and so on? And my personal journey, if you want to put it that way, lay through a successive series of, I almost said disappointments, but awakenings could be another word, as I realized that nobody has their finger on what's going on. These religions that are so freighted with their own pomposity are no better than inspired guesses. And science works its miracles by turning its enterprise into a kind of parlor game confined to the category matter and energy. So you can live and die inside these intellectual structures if you choose to. But people of curiosity, people of unusual or traveled circumstance, usually find themselves unsatisfied with the conventional answers. And then, on top of all that, you can add the fact that over the last 100 years, what has come into the toolbox of thinking Westerners is a whole array of consciousness-altering substances that were not there before. And they accelerate, accentuate the dissolution of sanctioned paradigms, basically. In other words, all these things you might cling to, Catholicism, democratic ideals, Hasidism, Marxism, Freudianism, all of these things are exposed as simply quaint cultural artifacts, painted masks and rattles assembled by people of good intent, but clearly not great grasp of the situation. Well, I thought that process of deconstruction of cultural reality would end in a kind of liberation of cynicism, where you become sort of really street smart. Nobody can put anything over on you. You've been there. You've done that. It turns out that existential phase, which I reached at about age 18, is itself simply a place along the way. And that persisting then with pushing into altered states of mind and alien cultures, I began to see that there was a landscape of meaning, but it was not the meaning that I had ever been told. And this was fairly shocking to me, because part of my intellectual journey had been through the psychology of Carl Jung. So I was very prepared for the idea that all dreams, all religious mythologies are seamlessly connected to each other under the surface. And liberalism takes the generous position that everybody has a piece of the action. The Buddhists understand something, the Taoists understand something, the Kabbalists understand something. I was getting a different message. I was getting the message that nobody understands anything, that the entire cultural enterprise is 180 degrees cockamamie to the truth, that we have it absolutely ass backwards, that to date the enterprise of thinking has moved us radically away from understanding anything. And over the years I've tried to make room for this alternative explanation. And I suppose this is the proper place in all this to make my standard disclaimer against squirreliness. There's a lot of squirreliness in this world, a rising tide of it. Some of it has been fomented not far from where we sit this evening. And I represent to myself, and I hope to convince you of this, radical ideas, innovative ideas, even peculiar ideas, but not loose or preposterous ideas. And it's sort of like, as Supreme Court Justice Douglas said of pornography, it's hard to define, but you know it when you see it. And that's So as sanctioned paradigms break down, science and religion, which certainly are breaking down, into that vacuum rushes an incredibly exotic menagerie of intellectual freakery of all sorts. And so what you have to call into being to deal with that situation are rules of evidence, tools for telling shit from shinola, in other words. And though what I will say here may sound peculiar, none of it is beyond the realm of testability. And none of it is riddled, I hope, with contradiction. So these weekends serve different functions for different people. Just in the course of doing what I've done with my scene, I know a lot about plants and anthropological use of psychoactives and chemistry and anecdotal stuff, and I'm very happy to share all that with you, right down to recipes and how to do it, because that's very important to empower people's personal toolkits and technology. At first I had great enthusiasm for that part of the teaching process because I felt I was alone in trying to get people to take high doses of psychedelics and pay attention, that this was not a party experience. This was something at the edge of metaphysical profundity. It now appears that psychedelic exploration is alive and well, enshrined in the culture as a 3% minority to be tolerated approximately with the same level of toleration granted to advanced S&M practitioners. So that has been taken care of. And so what interests me more now is, for me, what all these years of psychedelic taking came to was a new model of how reality works, a new model of what the world is. And several people in Going Around the Circle referred to it tonight as the time wave, or talk about time and the I Ching. I represent remember when we were kids, or it still continues today, but there is a genre of cartoon of the bearded, corpulent man in the robe carrying a sign which says something, usually "the end is near and repent." Well, how a rationalist, a Platonist, and an admirer of all kinds of evidentiary veracity could find their way into that position, I don't know, but that is the position I'm in. I really am quite convinced, I wouldn't say 100%, but that what we are experiencing here at the end of the 20th century, which we call chaos or cultural speed up or globalization or just the concatenation of multiple social crises, is in fact something far more profound than a mere crisis in our politics or our management styles or something like that. That it is that the cultural world, the world of human culture and history, is reaching some kind of climax at the same moment that the biological evolutionary process, which has been working on this planet for 4 billion years, is also reaching a climax. And both of these simultaneous trajectories toward breakthrough are occurring in a yet larger context where the very laws of physics itself are undergoing some kind of a local phase shift or transformation. And I am completely aware of how nutty this sounds at first. I mean, any problem you have with this, I had in spades. First of all apocalyptic theory always centers on a moment not far in the future. There's never been any percentage in saying the Earth is going to end in 50,000 years. There's just no juice in that. Nevertheless, when you begin comparing ontologies, you've got to always remember this is not a free-for-all. There are only a certain number of intellectual products on the market. What is science selling? Science is selling the idea that some time ago, for no reason, the Earth sprang from nothing in a single moment. Well, now, whatever you may think about that idea, notice that it's the limit case for credulity. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, whether it's true or not, it's the most outlandish explanation for reality possible for the human mind to conceive of. And that's step one with science. So, what does this do? What is the consequence of this scientific worldview? A progressive marginalization and de-emphasis on what it means to be a human being. Because the universe is enormous in space and time. Our galaxy is utterly ordinary, one of billions. Our star is utterly ordinary, one of trillions. Our planet is presumed to be of an ordinary type, and biology is presumed to be a necessary consequence of certain chemical regimes at certain temperatures, and on and on and on. So what you get then as the human role in this scientific scheme is virtually nothing more than to witness, to carry out certain measurements that cause the collapse of the state vector, and to witness. And the universe is an accident, and all subsequent processes are accidents, and we are an accident, and value is conferred, and meaning is an illusion of the naive, and on and on and on. This is the legacy of positivism, materialism, the thinking that has gone on in the last 200 years in Europe and now dominates the planet. The problem is that it runs completely counter to the primary datum, to use a philosophical buzzword, the primary datum. And what is the primary datum? It's the felt presence of immediate experience. In other words, being here now is the primary datum. And it doesn't tell you that this is a series of accidents, and that you are irrelevant, and that your pain is not pain, and that your hope is not hope. It tells you something else. It tells you this counts. Somehow it matters. I matter. My life matters, my family, culture, the human enterprise, this planet, its biota, this matters. It all matters. Meaning is intrinsic as a primary datum, and yet it's denied by the philosophy which rules this planet and sets its agenda. How this happened, we can talk about tomorrow. It's an interesting story of historical malapropisms and bad calls and lost opportunities and just bonehead stupidity at critical junctures. But this evening what I want to evoke for you is what are its consequences. We need a metaphor that can contain the demon of the future that we have conjured into being. Fine-tuning the institutions built by powdered-wigged guys 200 years ago is a long shot at holding the whole thing together. The world is entering into a phase of progressively more chaotic oscillation. this is not a consequence of what human beings have done. It's part of the dynamics of the human biological, geological matrix that represents the planet. Biology never stands still. It moved from the unicellular phase into the multicellular phase. It occupied all niches. It left the oceans. It occupied the land. It then entered into linguistic phase space. It entered into the domain of meaning, and there it erected conscious, reflecting societies and individuals. Now, through the catalytic interaction with technology, the human species is getting set to redefine itself. And these phase transitions are major. In the life of this planet, which is 4 billion years, we can probably look back to no more than half a dozen of these kinds of phase transitions. Well, now I want to return to a point, which was the unlikelihood of apocalyptic transformation in our own time, using a kind of reductionist argument that there is so much time and a life is so short that the odds that your life would fall on the golden moment is very slight. But that's not true if the dice are loaded. And the dice are loaded. This melting together of technology, this globalization of culture, this creation of an electromagnetic sea of information, these are phenomena that only happen in the terminal moments of the planetary breakthrough. History itself is the shockwave of eschatology. This is the slogan that I've been building to deliver to you. History is the shockwave of eschatology. If you don't know what eschatology is, it's a good old theological word. It means the final things, the last things. And what I have learned from psychedelics, and I'm convinced of this to the bone, whether my own mathematics can stand the test or not, but time is not necessarily driven from the past. Time is not like an unfolding avalanche of causal consequences. Time is more like a process drawn toward an attractor. And the reason evolution happened on this planet in such a short amount of time, the reason the emergence of consciousness happened without following all the blind alleys that were open to primate evolution, is because it isn't a random walk toward nowhere. It is, in fact, a trajectory defined by the field through which we are moving. And the way to think of this is like a topological surface, that time is not featureless. It is not invariant, as Newton insisted and assumed in order to build his calculus. I mean, it may appear invariant when you're calculating the orbits of the planets, but anyone who has ever gone through a bankruptcy, a divorce, a love affair, the death of a loved one, something like that, knows that, these things are unique phenomena. Millions of people have died, and nobody has ever died the same way twice and left the people standing there feeling the same way. The things that matter are imbued with uniqueness, and that uniqueness is imparted by this invisible medium that science, in order to function, has had to deny. That's what it basically comes down to. And as we unpack this weekend, we'll talk some about the I Ching, talk about how cultures become obsessed with certain aspects of nature, and then in the act of exploring that obsession very creatively, Other aspects of nature are completely overlooked or forgotten. For instance, in the West, we are the masters of matter and energy. I mean, when you think that 100,000 years ago we were chipping flint, and that we can trigger fusion, the process which lights the stars themselves, that we can trigger fusion in our laboratories as an experimental process, that's absolutely hair-raising. I mean, that is a long, long journey into the heart of matter to be able to pull off a trick like that. Meanwhile, our understanding of time is infantile. We have no theory of time. We say that it is, in most cases, to be treated as invariant, and if you're working with special relativity, then in the presence of massive gravitational objects, you impart a very slight curvature to the space-time continuum, and that's it for time. And yet time is the dimension that hammers at us most persistently, because, you know, it's upon the back of time that you ride into the world, and it's grasping for more of it that you sink into the blackness of death itself. Somebody had a question? Yeah.
My English is very poor, so I have to ask. Do you believe in evolution or development?
Oh yeah, one of the words that hasn't escaped my lips tonight by accident is novelty. Novelty is the concept that I've elaborated over the years, taking it from Alfred North Whitehead. But as I see it, being, the cosmos, whatever you want to call it, is a struggle between two implacable forces. Novelty on the one side, and habit on the other side. And let me describe them for a moment, and then you can see that this is true, I think. What is habit? Habit is doing things the way you've always done them. Habit is tradition. Habit is circular behavior. Habit is following the creodes that have already been laid down by past activity. It's what Sheldrake calls the morphogenetic field. What is novelty? Novelty is self-explanatory. It's what breaks the pattern. New connections, new possibilities. And the universe is in a state of dynamic tension between these two tendencies. Novelty surges forward. New art movements, new technologies, new inventions, new social mores, new classes. And then habit reasserts itself. Close the theaters, kill the Jews, reestablish the old order. And this goes on over and over and over again. But the good news is, this is not a Manichaean struggle. This is not an eternal struggle. Novelty is winning. Novelty is winning, inch by inch, iota by iota. Over millions and billions of years, the universe grows more novel, more connected, different temperature regimes, new forms of physical, new domains of physical law. Because at first the universe was very hot. You couldn't have organic chemistry. You couldn't have societies. Well, now, if novelty is, in a sense, what I've described to you is what we could call a novelty-conserving engine. The universe is a novelty-conserving engine. It produces novelty, and then it acts to hang on to it. And it uses that novelty to build the next level of novelty. So upon matter, it builds long-chain polymers, DNA molecule. It builds organic molecular structure. Upon that, animal life is organized. Upon that, complex, sentient, higher animals. Upon that, technology using humans. And upon that, the global society that we live in. Well, now, notice, something interesting has happened by making novelty our value to be conserved. Suddenly, the human enterprise is not peripheral. Suddenly, the human enterprise is what it's all about. The cosmos has been moving its eggs closer and closer to one basket for eons. You know, the action is not now in the bryophytes or the coelacanths or the reptiles. The action now is in a single species of primate. All of nature has halted its activity to turn and watch as Homo sapiens sapien, the double-thinking monkey, takes the stage and begins to work with novelty on a scale like nothing that has ever been seen before. And this tool-building function, and I use the word tool in the broadest possible sense. Language is a tool. Social organization is a tool. But this is what we do. We build tools. And McLuhan very wisely observed these tools are extensions of who we are. They are only distinct from us in our opinion. But in fact, they represent extensions of our humanness. And now, well, for some time, let's say obviously for about 10,000 years, something really weird has been going on. Because before that, time had an entirely different character. Even in an era when there were people using fire and practicing rituals and chipping stone, my God, the monotony of it. I mean, try to imagine 10,000 years where what happens is you go from flaking on one side to flaking on both sides, and this is hailed in the archaeological record as a staggering cultural advance. I mean, we're talking major boredom on one level. About 10,000 years ago, it began to quicken, and people moved into cities, and they began to elaborate specialized and social forms, so forth and so on. Well, then, about 100 years ago, this went through an order of magnitude of acceleration. And about 15 years ago, it underwent another order of magnitude of acceleration. So we are now living in an entirely different kind of time. Our cultural toolkit is being replaced approximately every 18 months. There was a time when it was not replaced every 18,000 years.
What do you mean our cultural toolkit?
The tools by which we make our way into the world. For instance, in August, I was told, the earth has moved. Mosaic is the most powerful tool ever created for moving human minds around on the web. 3 weeks ago, I was told, junk mosaic, who needs it? Netscape is the most powerful tool ever created. And you play with Netscape and you compare it to Mosaic, and you have to admit, yep, it's better, orders of magnitude better. But the rate at which these tools are being replaced is phenomenal. The other thing which is going on is that all kinds of specialties are making breakthroughs that are not being integrated to other specialties. The cultural enterprise is not being managed. It's out of control, which is good news, I think, because if it were under control, it would probably be under the control of someone with plans not terribly pleasant for the rest of us. I think the great good news is that the cultural process is expressing its own dynamic. I'm absolutely phobic of conspiracy theory. I just think it's a silly way to think about reality. God help anybody who tries to seize control of this tiger, because, yeah.
I don't understand why you believe in development. Or this is a premise of you that there is time, that there's a development for and evolution. Why you believe in that?
Well, because I think the historical record shows a progressive movement from simpler to more complex form. And then the question is, how does it happen? And there are different theories about that. But to my mind, it's pretty clear that as you go back in time, the universe becomes a simpler and simpler place.
Yeah, but I think we should make clear if you're thinking if there's time or if there's not time. We should make it clear.
Well, this is sort of the question of, is there absolute time, or is time defined by the systems embedded in it? It's a philosophical question. I suppose if I were pressed, I would say it's defined by the systems embedded in it. But I am saying, you see, for science, time is not exactly a thing. It becomes somewhat thing-like in relativity because it's mated with space, which is more thing-like than time. But I'm suggesting that time is a real thing, as real as electricity or electromagnetic fields, that time, well, I didn't really intend to get off into this, but briefly, here's the bit. Science uses probability theory. That's actually what science is. It's a kind of expansion of probability theory. And probability theory says that the first thing you learn when you study probability is that chance has no memory. They drum this into you. So they say to you, if you flip a coin 50 times and it comes up heads 50 times, what are the odds it will come up heads the 51st time? And the correct answer in probability class is 50-50. The odds are always 50-50. But a gambler who had flipped that coin 50 times and seen it come up heads would bet heads and win, because there's something funny about that coin. If the odds were really 50-50 of a coin coming up heads or tails, then the most common outcome of a coin toss would be for the coin to land on its edge. And that's the rarest outcome there is in a coin toss. You can hang out in bars your entire life and never see a coin toss land on its edge. So probability theory is flawed, but the flaws are of such a nature that once you accept probability theory, you will never be able to detect the flaw, because in a sense the theory has preceded the observation. And what I'm saying is that complex systems, human systems, biological systems, do not operate probabilistically. They operate according to a different rule, which up until recently, the best description we had came from Chinese philosophy. It was called the Tao. And the idea there is that there is this invisible force which builds things up, empires, powerful families, you name it, and it tears these things down according to laws which are very, very mysterious and part of the Tao. Well, this time wave thing that I've developed is essentially the Tao without mystery. It strips away all that metaphysical baffle garb and says, here's an algorithm, entirely formal and explicit, that meets all the criteria of Tao. And the point that I want to leave you with tonight is that the entertaining, you don't even have to accept these ideas, just the entertaining of these ideas is an empowering experience, because it places our historical era and each of us individually at a very critical juncture in the alchemical process of cosmic salvation, if you want to put it that way. In other words, a lot is riding on how this all comes out. Yeah.
Well, you talked about primary experience, one of the things you mentioned, and one of my primary experiences has been, I guess, what I would call communing with nature, that which is not cultural. And I'm wondering how the way you see development and how you see globalization and all that ties into what I assume is similar to that experience that I had that you've mentioned, which is the archaic revival. It seems that there's some kind of opposites going on there to me, and I want to know how you tie them together.
Well, yes. I mean, what's happening is that we are headed into a kind of super technology, a global information society, so forth and so on. But strangely enough, and you have to go back to McLuhan for this, the sensory ratios that are being reinforced by the new electronic technology are like the sensory ratios that were in place 15,000 years ago. In other words, if print is in fact a cultural disease, or I don't want to, no, a condition, print imposes a condition on the human mind which is now lifting. And as the cloud of print-created conditioning and institutions is lifted, we discover that we are not Victorian ladies and gentlemen, model citizens in the Jeffersonian state, but that we like to trance dance and mess around sexually and get down and dirty and all. In other words, there is an archaic impulse that comes into this as we reclaim our senses. Some of you may have read Morris Berman's wonderful book called Coming to Our Senses. Well, I've never met Morris Berman, but I absolutely subscribe to everything said there. History was an incredibly damaging experience, and now it's over, in a sense. And we're like the victims of a very long and prolonged bombardment of some sort. And now it's over, and we can begin to pick up the pieces and say, well, what Christianity did to our sexuality, what monotheism did to our gender relationships, so forth and so on. Now we can fix all of this. But it takes it is this paradoxical enterprise of a neo-archaism taking place in a psychedelic, hyper-global society. That's why body piercing, tattooing, trance dance, drug experience, drumming experiences, all of these things are, I take to be very healthy signs of this archaic impulse coming out in society. I mean, what was created by the era of the proper gentleman was, excellent table manners and genocide over most of the surface of the planet. However, all of these changes that are going on, each one must give way for the next. Like, we are never going to reach any kind of equilibrium between here and the concrescence, this point ahead of us some 18 years in the future, where all these biological, cultural, and physical vectors move into phase and create a phase transition. Because, in a sense, history is being forced to repeat itself at an incredibly accelerated rate. And I mean this not as a metaphor, as is ordinarily said. I mean literally, that as we approach the omega point, there are a series of recursive reflections, almost like passing through shock waves, where we reiterate past historical episodes. Right now, I take us to be somewhere in the late 800s. Rome has fallen, and the hard claw of the Christian church is just about to close itself over our jugular for about 6 years or so. If you're of our persuasion, your best bet now is to probably move to Tartary till the Renaissance, which comes in 2004. The point being that we are living through a kind of mini dark age that is actually related to the dark ages that descended over Europe at the fall of Rome. We could not have one without the other. Time is speeding up, but nevertheless we have to live through these resonances. Yeah.
I won't let you go with the time. Do you think that we can change history or what we call the past?
If you couldn't change history, then you would have a determinism. The problem with determinism is that it makes philosophy impossible. Because if the universe is determined, then you think what you think because you can't think anything else. And that makes the notion of truth rather curious. For truth to exist, there must be the possibility of error. So but I think that the future is more determined than most people think. What is determined in the future is the levels of habit and novelty. They are already set out there ahead of us. What is not set are the events, the people, the inventions, the catastrophes that will fulfill those abstract levels of novelty and habit. In other words, the future has not yet undergone the formality of actually occurring, but the surface on which whatever occurs must be laid over already exists. That's why when we look at the time wave, you'll see people say you're trying to predict the future. Not exactly. We're trying to predict where in the future the novelty should be expected. But we understand that you can never predict what the novelty will actually be. But if you could predict where to expect it, you could remove a lot of the anxiety from people's experience of the unfolding of history. Right now, history is an incredibly anxiety-producing process. I mean, people are just in despair over where we go from here. Yes?
I might be getting a little ahead because I know you're going to talk about the time wave tomorrow night, but it occurred to me that when you devise the time wave, what it says is when, basically.
What it says is when. Yes, it answers the when question. I've recently gone through a kind of funny change. I mean, this is more addressed to the people who are fairly familiar with this material, but we've put a huge amount of emphasis when we talk about the time wave into the end point, which will occur on December 22nd, 2012 AD. And we always discuss, what will happen at the end point and so forth and so on. But I've noticed that the curious thing about the time wave is that it will put itself out of business at that moment. That regardless of what happens then, the time wave will be, I hate to use the word, history at that point. So in a sense, we misuse the time wave if we stand around waiting for 2012, because where the time wave is useful is between here and there, because it gives us an accurate map of what I guarantee you is going to be the craziest 18 years this planet has ever seen. And if you don't have a map of some sort through what is about to begin to unpack itself on our doorstep, you will think that it's the last days, because I think everything that is presently in place will be swept away, and then whatever replaces that will be swept away. So part of my motivation in all this is to put the time wave in front of people and say, look, it's worked for thousands and thousands of years, and it only has 18 years to go. So what intellectual justification is there for denying its efficacy in the next 18 years when it has 4+ billion years of success under its belt? And, this will all be thrashed out in the cultural marketplace of ideas. And I'm completely convinced that best ideas win. Because novelty, God is betting on novelty. And so if you bet on novelty, you'll be carried along in that process, yeah.
Am I correct that you predicted the Republican win in the House?
Well, I said it looked like a good time. Yeah. As far as the election is concerned, I don't know. Hawaii gives one a different perspective. I'm living out there now. Suddenly we all discovered that we were born-again Democrats just because they all got kicked out. Before that, a lot of time was spent lashing the Democratic Party as a bunch of jerks. I think probably both impulses were good. I think the election just proves that the world corporate state has made national governments irrelevant because, while everybody's yakking about the election, the real news is lowest unemployment in 4 years, continuous growth into, the 27th month. Lloyd Benson retired 3 days ago and said if he could write the numbers, they wouldn't be any different than the numbers he's able to retire on. The economists are going berserk. And I think that what has happened very quietly over the past 10 years with chaos theory and fractal mathematics and this sort of thing is that economics has come out of the woodshed. It is not voodoo anymore. And the world corporate state is running a very tight ship. And look at the changes that have gone on just in the past 5 years. Marxism has been liquidated. Apartheid has been liquidated. The people in the Middle East have been told to get their stupid act together. The Irish question comes up for review. World trade barriers are dropping everywhere. These are all things on the agenda of the world corporate state. Because the world corporate state likes happy, well-paid consumers. War, an instrument of policy by nation states, it is abhorrent to the world corporate state because it busts up assets and requires reinvestment. So I think, if you have a United States senator threatening the life of the president, this tells you that these people are a bunch of irrelevant yahoos. It's like the Parliament of Tonga or something. It means they can get up and say anything they damn well please. The president doesn't matter. The Senate doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's a road show, and we're all incredibly focused on it. And why is that? Because an instrumentality of the world corporate state called the media makes very sure that we speak of nothing else. Meanwhile, in the background, large changes are being put in place. And I'm not doctrinaire on this. What we need to find out at this point is not what the Republican Party wants. We need to find out, what does the world corporate state believe? Is it simply a slash and burn operation, and we're going to peddle ourselves into toxic environmental chaos? Or are there smarter heads in there somewhere who realize that the whole thing has to be managed, otherwise it will turn on itself and be inoperable? But this is what happened a few hundred years ago. The church lost its steam, and nationalism arose with a whole new vision of the world and politics and polity and power, and now the world corporate state. And the most exciting thing going on at the moment, and to my mind extremely psychedelic, is the creation of the web and the net. This is potentially what can change the culture, and yet the web and the net is a wholly owned asset of the world corporate state. However, the net was created by a Cold War mentality and designed to be indestructible. That's why it is indestructible. Otherwise, they would have destroyed it. You may bet your bottom dollar. But in the era of thermonuclear warfare, they designed it to be indestructible, and now no one can stop it. And I'm in favor of all these runaway processes. I think wherever management is enslaved to ideology, human values are just stomped on. I mean, that's what happened with Marxism. It's what happens with piratical capitalism, so forth and so on. But I think the psychedelic position to take on all this is that it's one hell of a show. And, don't get your heart set on anybody, because they'll be swept away as fast as you can say Jack Robinson. We are not going right or left or any place so conventional. Processes have been set in motion that no political theory can come to terms with, I think. Well, we could go.
Last question.
Yeah, last question.
You went past it a little bit. So what is your theory? Is it chaos or a smarter mind?
Oh, I think probably there's a real war going on inside the world corporate state, that it hasn't actually gotten itself together yet. Victory came with unexpected swiftness, and very few people, even inside the Fortune 500 or the World Bank or the IMF, actually understand the degree to which the corporate mentality is now in charge of the planet. I imagine that what it is it's a struggle between dinosaurs and a more ecologically recycle-minded kind of mentality. I'm not a Marxist, but I know enough of Marx to know that in classical capitalistic theory, you can't have capitalism unless you have unlimited exploitable natural resources. And, 15 years ago, I would have said capitalism's salvation is space-based resources. Apparently, the people who manage the money decided not to put money into that, and now there is no infrastructure for the delivery of space-based resources. So apparently, we're going to try what is called closed cycle capitalism. And that may be morally dubious because, as far as I can understand, it requires a permanent underclass somewhere. You can't raise everybody to the level of first world consumers because somewhere there has to be somebody working for peanuts manufacturing all this junk. Anyway, these are issues. To me, none of this is far afield. I mean, to me, the psychedelic experience is the experience of trying to make sense of reality. And it used to be, although I can't remember when, that psychedelic self-exploration was presented as a kind of do-it-yourself, courageous psychotherapy. It was a personal voyage. It is only if you don't take it seriously. If you take it seriously, then this is not your personal stuff. This is the stuff. And that's how shamans approach it. They wouldn't be able to conceive of what you mean by a personal vision. I mean, there are only visions. And if if psychedelics are on any level to be taken seriously as catalyzers or expanders of consciousness, then we need them, because it's an absence of consciousness that is making this historical transition so excruciating. And to the degree that we can raise consciousness, our own and other people's, we can go through this without a lot of yelling and hollering. But people who do not understand what's going on, and their numbers will multiply as the chaos spreads, are going to require a great deal of reassurance. Well, on that thought, I'll send you to bed. Let's get together tomorrow morning here at 10 a.m. Thank you all very much. It's a good group. I'm happy to be here. I'm not very keen on the whole abduction shtick. I think that one of the symptoms of cultural disintegration is simply that people lose the ability to distinguish between dream and memory. And that somehow one's past, one's real past and one's dream past, simply become one's past. And then, under certain circumstances, you know, what was basically dream material is presented as reality. You know, just because you have a nut theory, it doesn't mean that you agree with other nut theories. In fact, it often makes you very hostile to them. After all, there's a limited pool there that we're all... My idea with psychedelics, throughout my whole career with them, was that the purpose was to go out into mind space and hunt ideas and bring something back to show the folks around the campfire, something that would astonish and amaze us all. Well, you know, it's a narrow keyhole, the mind. You can't bring back a flower like the time traveler does in Wells' story. So I found the only thing I could bring back, not being graphically endowed, was ideas. It's a very mysterious business, the revelation of to mind of the world. Since the last time I talked to any audience, I finally understood an argument of my enemies that I had never understood before. Enemies in the friendly, collegial, ideological sense. In other words, enemies. The countervailing theory to the evolution of consciousness, how it came to be so rapidly, as opposed to the idea that it was stimulated by psychedelic compounds in the early human diet, was, and I've ridiculed this idea to you before, the idea that human beings throw things. And because we were small and weak and we hunted very large animals, we learned to hurl rocks with great accuracy. And that this is a behavior not observed in the animal world. I mean, monkeys hurl feces in a generally downward direction to indicate displeasure, but their aim is lousy, which is a very fortunate thing if you're an Amazon explorer. But human beings can hit with considerable force an object up to 120 feet away. And evolutionary biologists have fastened on this as requiring so much coordination of neural material that there would be enough left over to invent Western civilization and explore the planets once you had this thing down. Well, it always seemed somewhat preposterous to me. And I pointed out that it would make the big league baseball pitcher the paradigm of evolutionary accomplishment in the human world if that standard were accepted. But now I understand the argument a little better. And it's slightly deeper than I thought, because here's what they were trying to say the first time. It isn't this neural coordination which is going on is really about planning. That it is an extraordinary thing to look at a rock in your hand and to make the calculation into the forward vector of the future. Aha, if I hurl back and impart a certain energy in a certain direction with a certain intensity, this thing will follow a path through space and will land somewhere with benign consequences to me and my side. And it's the key concept in here is plan. This is a plan. And animals don't do this. There are no plans in the animal world. Their consciousness is of the moment and doesn't involve this complex triangulation out of the moment toward future consequences in quite this way. Because you see, what happens when you let go of the rock is that you can no longer control it. It isn't like hunting or beating something to death with a stick where the strategy is being readjusted moment to moment. No, once the projectile is released from your hand, that's all the planning you get to do. So it represents a concrescence of intent. And this building toward a concrescence of intent, this plan making, then is the tiny flutter of the butterfly's wing that ripples out through the chaotic universe, and the next thing you know, the kings of Babylon are issuing their codes of law, and slaves under the lash are erecting cities, and the stars are being brought into a mathematical model, so forth and so on. Well, I just wanted to mention that I'm also working on a second book at the moment where we're going to go back into the psilocybin theory of the origin of consciousness and actually attempt to make a case that will demand attack. In other words, to actually marshal all of the anatomical, paleontological, primate data, because the more we research, the more it appears true that by looking at the psychedelics, in fact, they become a kind of key to understanding the entire phenomenon of human emergence by looking at the larger issue of food as an environmental dimension. In other words, our food has shaped us. As omnivores, we have exposed ourselves to a very high input of mutagenic material over the course of our omnivorous behavior. And this has accelerated the rate of mutation in our species. This is why there are so many cancers. Those cancers are maladaptive mutations. Most mutations are non-productive. But by being a creature of the jungle canopy, who underwent a forced migration to an entirely different nutritional environment, the grassland, we opened ourselves up to this mutagenic influence. And it's only the spectacular effect of the psychoactive compounds impacting on neural organization, cognition, and social organization that I focused on originally. But now the realization is beginning to ripple out through the evolutionary community that yes, this is the hidden factor, the mutagenic diet and the forced shift in environment. There are also ideologically unexpected twists and turns in all this. I've recently met a very interesting person. He's going to be my co-author on this evolution book, Philippe de Vaugelet. Some of you may know him. And he is a lover of animals. This guy has made a fortune in publishing books on reptile care. And if you have a broken iguana, he's the man to see. But he pointed out something to me very, very interesting, which goes against prevailing political correctness for sure, which is that browsing ungulate animals have absolutely no interest in the behavior of other animals. They couldn't give a hoot. Who's interested in the behavior of other animals are hunting animals. And that in order to successfully hunt an animal, you must, in a sense, be able to become it. You must be able to transfer your consciousness into it and imagine its motivations, its behaviors, so forth and so on. And so Philippe has convinced me that on one level, the earliest human consciousness was not human consciousness at all. It was primate ability to enter into the behavior patterns and psychologies of other mammals in the grassland environment that it was predating upon, following vultures as a basis for the beginning of nomadism and this sort of thing. Obviously, predator animals are aware, and their evolutionary success is based on environmental awareness and being able to act based on inputting the behavior of other animals. This is a very complex mental world compared to the world of the fruitarian, leaf-eating canopy browser that we came from. And then it appears, that in a series of coalescing involutions of culture and neural organization, driven by the spatial coincidence of human beings, cattle, mushrooms, our original primate programming was restructured. And I've talked a great deal about this. I think this is the key to understanding at least our sexual politics. All primates have what are called dominance hierarchies. And this is where the hard-bodied, sharp-fanged males, young males, arrange everybody else to suit themselves. The elderly, the sexually available females, the young, homosexuals, the sick, everybody gets told where to stand and what to do. This is how primates operate. This is how we operate. However, I think that for a long period in human beings, this was interrupted by nutritional factors and drug factors in the environment. That in a sense, a human society that is using psilocybin on even a lunar cycle of use is suppressing the ordinary pattern of male dominance, hierarchical dominance. It's not genetically touching it. It's still there, but in the same way that if you give a population of aggressive people a lot of opium, aggression disappears. If you give a population of people a kind of psychedelic boundary-dissolving aphrodisiac that promotes group bonding and erodes monogamy and so forth, then you get a different social ambiance than if that weren't present. And I think the secret to understanding our curious relationship to the angelic and animal worlds has to do with the fact that under the influence of this hormone/enzyme, which was suppressing ordinary patterns of male dominance, consciousness underwent an extraordinary series of bifurcations. And language, theater, poetry, magic, religion, dance, music, ethical values, altruism, everything emerged, sometime between 35,000 and 10,000 years ago, the Paleolithic, the pre-agricultural era, an extraordinary period of novelty being expressed and conserved in the biological world. The primate species, the hominids, suddenly just take the stage, and through an amazing series of cultural transformations become a planet-ruling species by 10,000 years ago. And then, not content with that, the process doesn't slow down, it accelerates. And this has to do with the fact that we have somehow created, through language, a kind of adaptive strategy that is so flexible that, unlike most adaptive strategies, which sooner or later run into a blind box canyon and are just simply trapped there, butting their heads against the wall, you see it everywhere, the mussels down on the rocks, and most evolutionary developmental lines are dead ends. But somehow we broke free of that by ceasing to be defined by the physical body, which is the stuff upon which evolution works, and placing between ourselves and our environment a new thing called culture. We began to mediate evolution. Evolution says the infirm, the idiot, the lame must die. Culture says we have different values about this. Maybe yes, maybe no, but we will decide. Evolution says, you must be a scattered species, nomadic, and moving across the surface of the planet like an animal. Culture says, no, we have strategies for food sequestration and common defense, and we will build cities, and so forth and so on. And so, since about, pick a number, 10,000 years ago, evolution has not been the dominating factor, biological evolution. Instead, there is something else, which the word epigenetic has been suggested, meaning change not driven by genes. Our genes are the same. If you were to be with a group of people active 10 to 15,000 years ago, they would look and just like you and I. We haven't changed that much. We've mixed the genes, but we haven't particularly added new ones or lost genes. But in the epigenetic realm, how many languages have been generated over the past 10,000 years? How many world religions have come and gone? How many systems of government? How many theories of polity and society? We just furiously cast these things off. And beginning about 500 years ago, this phenomenon was embraced as a permanent aspect of human existence in Western Europe, and the concept of progress became enshrined. And progress is the idea that this process must go on, be extended, and accelerated everywhere. And now it seems to be happening. I think, and as a consequence of this acceleration of process, all the contradictions in the old system, and I mean reaching back to Egypt, all the contradictions in the old system are now on the surface. And because I believe psychedelics are a kind of higher dimensional sectioning of reality, I think they give the kind of stereoscopic vision necessary to hold the entire hologram of what's happening in your mind. The old paradigm is gone. I mean, we can talk about how different parts of it died. You know, maybe not everybody knows the story of how physics, the paradigmatic science of reason, turned into a place where nothing makes any sense at all, you know, and where stories are told so wild that a surrealist painter would flee from the gathering just shaking his head. That's physics. The very bedrock of the whole Western shtick has turned into a place of utter psychedelic contradiction and chaos. And the news hasn't reached biology and psychology. They're still operating under different paradigms. But what is keeping science alive at this point is the fact that it is able to whore itself to the marketplace. But in terms of the old program, which was providing some kind of metaphysical recitation of the nature of the universe, it's pretty clearly out of reach at this point. I mean, the universe has been discovered to be stranger than you can suppose. And what this means to the troops, which is you and me, the citizens of these linear, print-created, scientism-ruled, democratic, industrial states, what it means to us is that you get your mind back. They have no need of it anymore. It's actually become a burden to them. I mean, yes, they struggled like hell to take it, but then they discovered that it really wasn't worth all that much anyhow. The great thing about living in the twilight of an imperial decline is the permission that exists. You know, incredible resources lay before us, and very few people are looking over your shoulder and telling you what to do. I mean, the fact that this community has been able to persist and exist, I mean, this is the Orphic community. This is the tradition of descent, ecstasis, sexual ambiguity, so forth and so on, that reaches right back to Chalcolithic Greece and beyond. And shamanism is about shape-shifting. Shamanism is about doing phenomenology with a toolkit that works. And no religion, no philosophy, I think, has ever gone very far down the road of understanding. Understanding is not really a collective enterprise. Understanding is an individual enterprise. And, you know, you can read Husserl, and you can become a Hasid, or you can assimilate these group understandings that are forms of wisdom. But ultimately, those are platforms for intrepid exploration. And now, at the end, I think, of this entire enterprise, I mean, I don't know whether I'm changing or the world is changing or both, but it has gotten so rich recently that it's like an enormous meal at some over-reviewed restaurant where you just have to push yourself away and say, you know, the spectacle is endless and amazing, and apparently it's all going to come true. And my impulse is to distance myself from it all. I mean, it is... well, the mushroom said to me once, it said, this is what it's like when a species prepares to depart for the stars. This is not unusual. I mean, the earth quakes, the oceans boil, the planet came into existence for this. All life for over 1 billion years has been pointed toward taking this step. You know, leaving the oceans for the land was dress rehearsal for what will now be done. And, you know, it's chilling because it's so huge. I mean, you don't even know, well, it's just enormous. And yet, apparently, when you look back through the history of the universe, this is how it proceeds. Incredibly gradually, over staggering scales of time, but then every once in a while you come around the corner, and there it is. A continent sinks, an asteroid impacts, a star explodes, two intelligent species meet somewhere out in the cosmos. And these things then, set ripples going for eons. Yeah.
I'm curious what this has to do with psychedelics, because it seems to me that, when you use psychedelics to break down perceptual barriers, that's one thing. But there's such momentum going on in the world today that things are breaking down without psychedelics, although it may appear psychedelic in terms of the way you see it. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do.
So at this juncture, have we transcended psychedelics?
Well, my idea is, that the psychedelic recapitulates on the personal scale this universal meltdown that is going on without the need of psychedelics. But this universal meltdown is very frightening to people. Most people are pattern-oriented and nostalgic, and it scares them. And I think psychedelics are a way it's sort of like doing calisthenics in preparation for the marathon at the end of time. People who have taken psychedelics should be in a better position to reassure everybody else. They'll just say, well, people will say, the laws of physics are breaking down. You said, look, I've seen it before. So, and in a way, this event which wants to emerge, we think of it as quantized in a single moment where the shift will happen, and it's like the glory or something. But in a way, our job, if we have a job, and I'm not sure we do, but if we have a job, then our job is to anticipate this and to live it out before it happens. Somebody very dear to me said to me 25 years ago, my God, I don't know how they... Actually, it was in the same conversation where they said, history is the shock wave of eschatology. How anybody could say that in 1975, I do not understand. Anyway, he also said we should live as though the apocalypse has already occurred. That's the only way to transcend the historical hysteria. Because the historical hysteria is about this thing which it might happen, it won't happen, it will happen. No, you say, it did happen. It did happen. So enough about that already. And we are building, each thing that we do anticipates this deeper fall inward into the dream. The dream is what awaits us at the end of history. The dream, and you can call it hyperspace or cyberspace or the trans-death realm, but what it really is it's a going into the dream. And what is the dream? Well, the dream is a place where the laws are set by the imagination. The imagination is God in the dream. And if there is a way for us to mirror our highest aspirations, in other words, to inculcate the God image in ourselves, then it's by becoming the masters of our dream and then creating through drugs, technology, magic, who cares, the details come later, creating a way to share that so that we each then are a God with an open office doorway to all the other gods who wander through looking at the cosmogonies that we produce as art. I was thinking about this morning because I was thinking, what am I going to say to these folks? And I was thinking about the Platonic triad of the good, the true, and the beautiful. And sometimes people have dissed me and my obsession with hallucination because they say, well, LSD doesn't really cause hallucination. It causes insight and complex thoughts. But why are you so focused on visual hallucination, which I am? I mean, if it doesn't do that, I'm not interested. And then I thought the way into it is Plato talks about the good, the true, and the beautiful. But the key concept is beautiful, because good, it's abstract. True, it's abstract. But beauty is felt, perceived with the senses, as music, as painting, whatever it is. And so the bridge to the metaphysical absolutes of truth and the good is through the palpable realm of the beautiful. And to my mind, this is what these psychedelics achieve. They, as Huxley said, they dial open the valve of consciousness, or as Blake implied, the window of perception is cleansed, and then you see through into an infinite, holographic, recursive world of mind and affectionate intelligence. And somehow this mystery is in the body, and therefore outside of time, and therefore beyond, in some sense, the reach of culture. Sex is like this to some degree. Sex is in the body and outside of time, and culture spends a huge amount of its energy trying to reach sex, trying to contort it, push it one way or another, and has produced some pretty bizarre themes and variations, but generally speaking has failed. I mean, no society certainly has ever gotten rid of sex, even though, there have been societies ruled for 1,000 years by men wearing dresses, but it gave us some of the most ribald minstrelsy around. So there is this mystery in the body. I'm now returning to the subject of psychedelics, beyond the reach of cultural manipulation. And discovering this and exploring it is somehow the frontier of maturity. Culture is a form of enforced infantilism. It's the last nursery, and most people never leave it. And they are perfectly happy to interpret the world through the reassuring nonsense of their cultural values, whatever they may happen to be. The reason psychedelics are so politically dynamite is because they cast doubt on this final cultural envelope of insulation. And they do it very democratically. It doesn't matter what your cultural conditioning is. It falls into question under the influence of the psychedelic. And then, for most people, that's frightening. Frightening enough that they not only don't want to do it, but they are also keen to see that other people don't do it, because they realize this is some kind of a doorway through which demons come. Disruptive ideologies, strange forms of music, bizarre behaviors, unpleasant fashions. It's all coming from this place where these people are messing around. And so there is an impulse to close it off. And so there is, a tradition 50,000 years old of shamanism / bohemianism. People who are deputized to be weird and are told, okay, you be weird. We'll give you a hut at the edge of the village. You be weird, and if we need you, we'll call. That's basically the role. No, don't buy, we'll call you, you know. I mean, the political position of shamans is fascinating in these societies because they share it, but they are not of it, you know, and they're only asked in when things are really desperate. And I think, you know, bohemianism, this Orphic tradition I've talked about, this that goes back, way, way back, is the continuation of that. And so we here represent, to some degree, a self-selected group of these Orphic eccentrics, who carry this charge of otherness. In many languages, the word shaman means go-between. Go-between. Shaman moves between levels, and the mythologies differ, you know, either into a spirit world or an ancestor world or an animal world, but the go-between. And now let me see if I can tie this all up. Oh, I know. I wanted to follow this thing out about the suppression of male dominance through chemicals and diet and psilocybin and all that. The reason that is fascinating to me, aside from the fact that it answers some real conundrums in hominid evolutionary arguments, is that it then has an implication for the present, because we are the damaged heirs of a damaged cultural style which has been practiced now for about 7,000 years. And, you know, there have been various corrective measures, all failures, I think. Christianity, Christ, a corrective measure, somebody who comes who says, you know, don't do it that way, you know, and they get rid of him, and within 50 years the church he founded is dealing real estate. And, you know, then you get it in Islam, another corrective effort. But these things have not worked. The cultural style has been too toxic. And with the rise of modern science and the acceleration of the toxic consequences of bad ideology, we now come to the 20th century. And throughout the 20th century, there has been an impulse,
What means bad ideology?
Ideology that has consequences that are bad for the environment and the gene pool.
Who knows what is bad for the environment?
Well, nobody knows absolutely, but when you think about things like plutonium and nuclear weapons stockpile, I mean, I agree with you that in the largest picture, moral relativism makes it impossible to say anything about good and bad. But I'm not that morally relativistic. I think biology should be preferred over its absence, and that intelligence should be preferred over its absence. So I'm and because I think the universe wants to preserve novelty. I mean, that could actually be the basis of a kind of ethic. Bad is that which destroys novelty, and good is that which promotes it. It sounds awfully progressive. I remember the first time I was in Pakistan and I caught this rickshaw into Lahore, and this guy was being pulled by a human being, you know, muscle power. And this guy said, oh, you're an American, this and that. And he said, you know, he said, this country is screwed up. This country is really screwed up. And I said, well, what's wrong with it? And he said, you want to know what's wrong with it? Progress. Too much progress. And this was a man who made his living pulling people around in a rickshaw. So, you know, it's a relativistic thing. But what I wanted to say was, there is an intelligence in the species that is deeper than the societies and the systems that we erect to rule us. And this wisdom of the species can make enormous changes in the evolution of the mass psyche, such as the Renaissance, for example. And in the 20th century, this has taken the form of what I call the archaic revival. And one of my books is called The Archaic Revival. The 20th century, which is a vast stage crowded with different kinds of competing social phenomena, art movements, so forth and so on. Nevertheless, I think the entire thing is illuminated by the notion that what it is about is an impulse toward archaism. That in the sciences, the arts, everywhere, the archaic ideal is raising its protean head. And it begins with Freud in the early years of the 20th century, discovering by interviewing these Viennese bourgeois housewives that, human beings were brutes, and that, incest, rape, all the stuff was right below the surface. The rediscovery of the beast. And, certainly Germany developed that theme up into the 40s. Meanwhile, people were bringing African masks to Paris, and Cubism was basing its early theory on the deconstruction of primitive art. Meanwhile, people like Eric Satie were abandoning the canons of classical composition in music, and the 12-tone row was being experimented. Jazz was being given new attention, and for its primitiveness, its rhythm, its sense of something beyond the reach of civilization. Meanwhile, the deconstruction of painting that had begun with Impressionism, which, Impressionism is simply 20 minutes into LSD, had gone deeper, had developed first of all into the deconstructive spirit of Dada, where people tore up telephone directories and rang bells while they, did something else. In other words, the absurd appears for the first time, an enormous theme in 20th century life, just the incoherent idiocy of it all. And then surrealism, taking up the Freudian tune, begins to portray these worlds of distorted association and so forth and so on. Well, all this is about boundary dissolution. It was happening on the Bohemian left. It was happening on the fascist right. The rise of Marxism is a collectivist theory of society, very concerned with collectivism, so forth and so on. And then, enormous changes. Auschwitz, the atom bomb, space flight. And now where we are is, for 10, 15 years, there has been this awareness that it is about direct experience of the numinous, and it's been hideously marketed and raped by the entrepreneurial instinct, and peddled back to us as dozens of New Age cults diced up and presented as different from each other. But the impulse toward this authentic dissolving experience is real. It was there in Theosophy. It was there in the Beats. It came up through the hippies. It survived the trivialization of the New Age. And it has now found its way into the youth culture, into rave and house music and that whole thing, and it's healthier than it ever was. Well, the central figure in all of this, when you get it down to the idea that a culture must have a culture hero, meaning a paradigmatic ideal to constellate around, the central figure, it has been realized, is the shaman, who is, this person of indeterminate depth. Everyone else has a determinable depth. They are the linear cardboard people walking around. But the shaman is of indeterminate depth. That's why that's the secret of Carlos Castaneda's magic. He creates a literary character that in any other culture would be deemed mythical, but because of our attitude toward the depth of the shaman, we can't tell. We can't tell. And we deputize this kind of depth in rock stars, in culture heroes of various sorts, and worshipped that for the past 20 years or so. Well, then slowly it has dawned that the position of worshiper is not the most satisfying position. The only position that satisfies is to be that thing. And then at that point you're at the psychedelic crossroads, I think, because you will either make a how can I put it? Well, a conservative decision and seek a guru of some sort and be lost in that, which is a whole shell game, or you will simply cut through the human domain and make a pact with a plant, a substance, and then you will, at that moment, be at the threshold of your adulthood. You know, that's leaving home. Home is culture. Home is this fabric of imaginary values that have been created and maintained by a pathological culture. And so, you know, it's a personal thing, ultimately. Very controversial, not easy to do. And then once done, you know, it has to be integrated, dealt with, thought about. And that, as far as I can tell, is a task that extends well beyond the yawning grave.
When you talked about the dream, it reminded me of the Aboriginal culture, and that's kind of how they live their lives in the dream time. Is that what you're talking about, living in the dream, being in touch with?
Yeah, to some degree. I don't know that much about Aboriginals. I'm interested. I read Bruce Chatwin's book, Songlines, and I found it absolutely fascinating. And if you want an example, I mean, I'll talk about it for a minute because it bears on something I'm very interested in. Part of the transformation that I think is going to happen to us lies in the way we deal with language neurologically. Because under the influence of psychedelics, especially short-acting tryptamines like DMT, you experience phenomena which seem to be transformations of the language modality. And I've described this stuff as visible language, that you can actually sing meaning into visible existence. And I've seen this on ayahuasca. This is what ayahuasca is about, the famous group states of mind that anthropologists talk about. What they really are three-dimensional acoustical sculptures that are made by groups of people who are loaded. And it's an extraordinary thing. It's an experience you can't have any other way. And it's not quite telepathy, or perhaps more than telepathy. And the key concept in communications is bandwidth. Bandwidth. The more bandwidth you have, the more detail, color, tone you can impart to your signal. Well, a very low bandwidth channel is the small mouth noise channel. I mean, this is about as primitive as it gets. I mean, short of doing it in Morse code, doing it by voice is it's amazing that we understand each other at all. And in fact, you may have noticed one of the most uncool things you can do is ask somebody, would you explain to me what I just said? And they say, oh, well, oh dear, I'm afraid I was, generally, you know, and a lot of floundering around. In these ayahuasca states, what you see are group-generated acoustical hallucinations. And because ayahuasca is composed of psychedelic compounds which occur in normal brain chemistry, in other words, nothing exotic to human brain tissue is present, it raises the question, well, how close is normal metabolic chemistry to be having an ability to do this? And the answer is, nobody knows, but very, very close. The pineal gland produces adenoroglumerotropane, which is a beta-carboline. 6-methoxytetrahydroharmalan occurs, or maybe it is adenylagramotropane, I can't remember. Anyway, there are active beta-carbolines produced in brain metabolism. And language is such an odd phenomenon anyway in our species. I mean, notice that you have to have two people to do it, which raises a real question about how you get that coordinated the first time out. And it's a behavior. It isn't an organ. It isn't like my arm, my nose. It's a behavior. And a learned behavior. And yet a behavior so much more complex than any other behavior you ever learn. I mean, if the average person could walk like the average person could talk, they would be a prima ballerina of the Russian ballet. It's very interesting that we have such facility for the linguistic enterprise, and how it evolves. It's changing all the time. And well, is it just changing in a kind of forward lateral direction, or is there some kind of vertical gain here? I mean, can we actually describe things better to each other than the ancient Greeks could describe things to each other? Can we say things which they couldn't say, or anything of consequence? And I maintain yes. I maintain that culture, freeways, international airports, and so forth and so on, that's just the trailing edge of evolving language. Well, so here's a story which relates to this, that is in Bruce Chatwin's book, Songlines. There are these things called songlines which cross Australia, and they can be thousands of miles long. And if you're a shaman and one of these things crosses your territory, then you are the keeper of the song, of that part of the line. You must learn and keep this song. There are 137 Aboriginal languages in Australia. So these people did the following thing. They went to a place near one end of the song line, and they recorded a shaman singing his song of that place. And then they went 2,000 miles to another part of the same song line, and they found the songkeeper of that place. And they played the guy's song for him. And it was in a language he didn't speak, and he had never been away from his own home. He had never been to this place. So he listened to the song, and after a while, he began to sing with it. Not the words, but the melody. And he sang with it. The way you could sing with green sleeves if you didn't know the words, but you heard the melody. And then, after it was over, he said, the man who sang this song, his place is a butte with 3 mountains and eucalyptus filling the valley and a red rock like a lizard over here. So then they tried to analyze, what is happening here? Is this telepathy? Is it magic? What is it? And I think the key to understanding it lies in, I've recently seen, you can actually buy for about $600 a piece of software where you glue electrodes to your head and sit down in front of your computer, and you see an undulating landscape of neural readouts that look, lo and behold, like mountains, valleys, escarpments. It's like a visit to Utah. And I am convinced that what's happening is that when the shaman listens to the first shaman's song, he does not process the sound the way we do. He processes it the way this computer is processing this neurological input, and what he's seeing is an acoustical environment of sound, and he can see the place. The song is the way it is because the song is not a song. The song is a hologrammatic acoustogram of the topology of the land through which the song line passes. These people are called the most primitive people in the world, remember? So I just recently became aware of this. It's very exciting to me. I'm interested in this software, but this is the kind of thing that lies out there. Because you see, the world arrives at the surface of your skin as one thing, but the senses bifurcate the incoming signal. The light goes to the eyes, the acoustical signal goes to the ears, the tactile signal is conveyed through the skin, and so then when we reconstruct the world, the wells are showing rather prominently in the model. And what happens with the psychedelics is, it seems as though somewhere deep in the brain there is an organ or a program that can take all of the incoming sensory data and actually recombine it into a synesthetic whole, which is neither seen nor felt nor heard, but which is, hologrocked or something, a sense which unites all of the other senses. And that's what I call going into this informational superspace. That's what the psychedelic experience is. It reunifies the sensory datum of the world. And I might add, the whole world, not the surface of the world, which is what is conveyed to us by light, but the internal dimension of transcendence, which is in the world, is also present. Yeah.
It's very interesting that you mentioned that binding together of the senses. I attended a conference earlier this year called Toward a Scientific Basis for Consciousness in Arizona, and a number of the presentations focused on the way in which the brain operates when this binding takes place. And it turns out that different cortical groups start to talk to one another by oscillating together in phase.
Right.
And when they're phase locked like that, then they bind this information into a whole. And I'm reminded of the researcher Michael Persinger up at Laurentian University in Canada, who has been focusing on the electromagnetic field of the Earth and its effect on the brain. In particular, he's been interested in the correlation between earthquake activity and ghost sightings and such like. But he's pointed out that the Earth's magnetic field is ringing like a bell, and that the main power of oscillation is around 10 hertz, which is happens to be the alpha rhythm in the human brain. And he's postulated that in some cases brains can phase lock to the geomagnetic field, and that the geomagnetic field oscillations can serve as a kind of a carrier frequency to bind these cortical resonances basically together for brief periods of time, and has speculated that this might be the source for ESP-like activity. Are you familiar with that theory?
Yeah, he wrote a wonderful book called Space-Time Transience and Unusual Events. He's been very creative with using the electromagnetic field as an explanation for all kinds of things, and I'm totally open-minded to that. His work is very interesting. It does seem to be true that along earthquake faults you do get piezoelectric buildup and release, and the world is full of bizarre phenomena. Some of you may have seen in Science News last week, for the first time they have confirmed these enormous blue and red lights above 75,000 feet in the atmosphere. Airline pilots have been seeing these things for years. There was no theory, nobody knew what they were. Now NASA dedicated an expedition, one of their aircraft, to looking at this, and they got thousands of images of these things, and it's an electrical phenomenon theory doesn't account for, and nobody knows what it means. I'm on one level I'm sympathetic to Persinger and that approach to explaining some of these things, and I do think the place has been overlooked in importance. On another level, this is a very hard thing to talk about, but there is like what I call linguistic viruses, which infect the effort to communicate. And they're very hard to catch at work. So, and it has to do with how can people believe things which are absurd. And it's very interesting to spend time with people who believe that things are something which is absurd. And a lot of people bring raps to me that they want confirmation or disconfirmation on. And I passed this way last night when I talked about the rules of evidence. The standard of discourse has decayed to the point where it's very hard to get any kind of consensus about anything, because most people participating don't know how the game is played. And linguistic viruses really are responsible for much more of reality than we suppose. I suppose I can't really talk about this without stepping on somebody's toes. So let me pick. Well, for example, crop circles. Crop circles are important, and what was going on at the England end was these things were absurd. I mean, you had only to see one to understand what was going on, and to see that a confluence of British eccentricity, ripe grain, a certain ambiance in the air was allowing these things to come into being, and then the media was fanning it into existence. Well, now, how does this work? Talking of coupled oscillators and Persinger and all that. Pardon me?
Repeat that law.
Oh, that the paranormal phenomenon has an impact in an inverse square relationship to the distance you are from the event. You see? Because here's how it works. The media is reporting the onrushing phenomenon of existence, stock markets, wars, diplomatic meetings, gangster killings, so forth and so on. Then something weird happens. Now, I have a job, you have a job, we note that something weird has happened. But it doesn't affect us. But scattered through the society, there are people who, when they open their paper and say, strange pattern in Wheatfield near Wiltshire, they look and say, aha, I knew it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the sign. And they jump in their car and they drive to Wiltshire to look at the crop circle. And they get there first. Well, then comes the press. And they say, well, what is this? Say, well, the farmer doesn't know. And everybody's standing around. And finally, the weird person takes courage and says, well, actually, I've been studying a peculiar form of biological energy for some 30 years, and my theory, and you're off and running at that point. And so weirdness attracts weirdos, who then interpret the weirdness very weirdly, because they came with sharpened axes to grind, you see. And the crop circle thing was a test case for this. This is why I spend so much time on it. It did no credit to anybody. The occult just went sailing over the edge. And science hardly behaved any better, because there was this guy, if any of you are interested in this, there's a wonderful book called Around in Circles by Jim Schnabel that goes into all this. But there was a fellow named Terence McKenna who was a meteorologist. And when the first crop circles appeared and the weirdos began talking about telluric forces, messages from Atlantis, and so forth and so on, he jumped into the fray and said, nonsense, nonsense. This is a meteorological phenomenon. In the warm days of summer on the lee side of these certain kinds of hills, a kind of circular low-pressure wind can get going, and this is nothing to get excited about, and we've got the statistics and so forth and so on. And the press loved him. They loved him as much as the screwballs. And they would put him on, and first they would interview the mad people, and then Terence McKenna would come on and poo-poo it away. So that was the first year of the crop circles. The next year, the crop circles became considerably more elaborate, with arrows coming off of them and zigzags and so forth and so on. Bring Terence McKenna on to the scene. And he says, well, you know, the new field of dynamic instability indicates that the mathematical solutions to these breakdown states are very complicated and unusual patterns. And so then the next year, it was inconceivably complex, the crop circles. Meanwhile, you know, crop circle time is in the springtime. It's dead in the winter because the fields are empty. So Meaden had used the winter time to go to the Institute of Electrostatic Physics in Nagoya and came back full of talk about roving plasmic fields and this sort of thing. And armed with the roving plasmic fields, no crop circle was too bizarre to not be proclaimed the product of natural forces. And this went on. And finally, BBC Two, and you know, you can think about this what you like, but they made a crop circle in frustration with this whole thing. They made a crop circle. And among the crop circle cognoscenti, there are certain moves that are the favorite moves, that are the authenticating moves, the no human being could possibly do it moves. And so the BBC Two people made a very good crop circle. And they brought Terence McKenna out and said, you know, Terence, we've just spotted one over here, and we'll get you right to the scene before the tourists get there. And they toured with him, and he pointed out, you know, the distinguishing characteristics, no doubt about it. And then they sat him down in the center of this field, and they said, Terence, we made it. And, you know, it's a horrible thing, actually, to see a grown man cry. Because, you know, I mean, he is devastated. And then, you know, and this is just one of moments. You know, Rupert, my comrade in arms, Sheldrake, was one of the people who sponsored the contest that basically put the crop circles out of business, because the claims were fantastic, you know. No person could do this, so forth and so on. So what they did is they got farmers to donate 10-acre tracts of English corn, which is wheat, and for £50 you could enter. And everybody had to make the same crop circle, which was one chosen to have all the difficult little schmiggies in it. And you could use no lights. You had to go into the field at 10 p.m. and be out by 4 a.m. And at dawn, you know, the helicopters flew over with the video crews, and then crop circles were toured on the ground and awards were made. And this guy, Jim Schnabel, who wrote this book I mentioned, by himself, in total darkness, in 2.5 hours, made the winning entry. And it was a very close tie between him and a helicopter crew from a nearby air base who also made one. So, and yet, and this is to some degree the whole point of the story, and yet there are people whose eyes fill with tears when I do this rap because they haven't heard. And it will never die now, I'm convinced. It's an informational virus loose in the world, and crop circles will occasionally appear, and but it was really a breakout that was so predictable from the unconscious that it amazed me while it was going on how many friendships were strained over this thing.
Isn't that kind of also a recapitulation of the history of the Catholic Church?
And the fall of the Ming Dynasty, I believe. Yes.
But I think there's like a virus embedded within the virus here, because part of what happens when these sorts of things erupt onto the media scene, and this is true for UFO, whenever one of those outbursts take place, is that there's this incredible elaboration and complexity that emerges in the kinds of stories that people are telling. The abduction thing would be the latest. By the way, Persinger is involved in that too, by showing that electromagnetic fields to the brain can induce these weird, out-of-the-body experiences. But in the case of crop circles, they've been reported for many decades, but they've not received much attention. They're just little circles that have a spiral pattern in them, and they've been seen around the world. And my personal view is that there's probably a series of different phenomena that have been shoveled into one category, but when the media gets a hold of them, all crop circles are the same. And when fractal design starts showing up outside the university campus there, the Mandelbrot set, which is one of the most ridiculous of the crop circle patterns, the media presents the image that these are all the same. They're all the same phenomena. And so consequently, probably, I wouldn't be surprised that Meaden might be right at some level that there are dust devil-like phenomena.
No, I agree with you completely. I mean, they tracked down a 1733 account of something called the Devil's Mower. And, I grew up in western Colorado, and part of my rite of initiation into manhood was enforced elk hunting on horseback every autumn. And we would come upon these places in the forest that had been whirled down. And the explanation was just these are deadfalls from whirlwinds. But it always seemed to me, had anybody ever seen one of these things occur? It was a very odd explanation. Yes, it's about informational distortion and decay. You're quite right. I went to a flying saucer convention against my better judgment. And I learned more, my opinion about flying saucers evolved more over that weekend than in the previous 30 years of being interested in flying saucers. And I was, read all the books, all the special cases, I knew the data and all that, but I had never hung out with flying saucer people. And it was so obviously a private Idaho that I just couldn't wait to get away. And I think, I don't know, there are two impulses in the human psyche, I mean, at least two in this case, and I just don't resonate with believers in anything. I mean, I get insulting to Buddhists, for God's sake. I mean, it's just something about their smugness and their whole bit that just brings, I just want to squash it. So you can imagine how I behave in the presence of Scientologists and the rest of it. Belief is it's a form of infantilism. There is no grounds for believing anything. And the flying saucer thing, I went to this conference imagining that what I would meet would be a whole bunch of really interesting, sincere people who wanted to discuss the phenomenon of unexplained things in the sky and contacting human beings. And what I found was booth after booth of people who had all the answers. All the answers. Learn how a nearby planet reduced crime by 500%. I got news for you. Not even God can reduce crime by 500%. Once you've reduced it 100%, you've got it. So I said, this was the quality of thinking that was going on. And then there were a lot of really scary people in brown leather shoes with thin smiles and cheap suits who were clearly third-rate semi-retired intelligence hacks who were there to keep the flock headed in the right direction. And, people wanted to talk about experiments on human fetal tissue that go on in underground laboratories out in Arizona through the connivance of the CIA and the Palladian High Command. And you just think, well, I've got to call my broker. I'll get back to you on that. I mean, I don't know. To me, if you can't, well, it's an aesthetic thing. It's an aesthetic thing. I believe that great weirdness stalks the universe. That's not the issue with me. But it's not tacky. It is not tacky. And people who wear low-cut gowns with a lot of sequins on them and tiaras and pass out flying saucer-shaped business cards, that's tacky. And so it can't be so. I know this. I've never been wrong. If intelligence fails, aesthetics will pull you through. This is, and people don't like this part of me. I don't make it comfortable for other squirrels. I don't share the branch very generously. A place where I've gotten into lots of trouble is with the face on Mars. I mean, I just have not got enough unpleasant things to say about the face on Mars, everybody connected with it, the very idea. I mean, talk about something which should never have been let out of the box. That's it. I mean, the idea of a tchotchke 17 by 11 miles in size just gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't want to know those aliens. They should go back where they came from and take their tchotchke with them. We need people who can build in light and balance planetary ecologies and do really cool things. Massive Earth-moving projects we've been there, we've done that.
We never went to the moon either. Books will appear on these subjects. One of the interesting things about UFO experience, though, and the other kinds of phenomena that you're talking about is the potential for the manipulation of belief systems. And this is something Jacques Vallée talks about in his books, that there's a kind of a sinister undertone that the military is bringing people in who are UFO diehards and saying, look at these documents, we can prove that there's this majestic group, and then snatching them back, and the UFO enthusiasts go out and tell the world about it, and launch stories about aliens under the desert in Nevada collaborating with the military, and the newspapers pick it up. They're completely poo-pooed. Meanwhile, there's tests of a new spy plane called Project Aurora that travels 6 times the speed of sound, and it leaves this blue, it's like a traveling blue ball of light that's clearly a UFO. And if anybody sees it traveling over the desert and picks up the phone and calls the paper, nobody will report it. They manage to...
No, it's clear that those black projects, and Aurora is the one, is being run out there, and that's very exciting. I mean, a plane that can fly to orbit. Yeah.
Terence, what is your opinion on the biosphere? Did you get into that at all, and John Allen and the whole stick there?
I didn't. I knew those people in the early 80s.
Yeah, I knew all of them.
83, 81 in the Amazon. They said they were headed for Mars. I don't know. They are derivative of J.G. Bennett's school of Gurdjieff. And I have a rule, which is I'm against any group that keeps secrets. And Gurdjieffians keep secrets. I'm not against Gurdjieffians per se. In fact, it's kind of too bad they get into the category. But secret keeping is a bad habit. And if you tell me a secret, I'll probably tell it. Nobody ever told me not to say anything. So I've followed them with interest over the years. It's too bad it's another thing led by a middle-aged white guy, but they seem to have the pull. But I want to return to something you said. I mean, this can be the last thing about flying saucers, but let me give you my conclusion from this weekend of how the whole flying saucer thing worked. I mean, this is just one person's opinion, but this is how I explain it to myself. As you know, in 1947, the Rainier Lights appeared, and if you that was the first big modern flying saucer sighting and set off the whole modern flying saucer phenomenon. Well, cast your mind back to the ambiance of 1947. The atom bomb was in 45, the defeat of Germany, the H-bomb was under development, Einstein was advising Truman. I mean, people were on the brink of things they could not understand. Nobody knew what the H-bomb really meant. What does it mean that we can do this? And they said, well, we don't know. Maybe the universe is monitored. And what we're doing is so outrageous that maybe it will bring those who do the monitoring. And then they began to get these reports of these things in the sky. And they said, my God, this must be it. And there were very high-level government secret commissions set up. And they began to study the flying saucers furiously. And they penetrated all those groups. And they penetrated this flying saucer thing from one end to the other. And I'm talking 47 to, say, 54. And they studied it, and they studied it, and Carl Jung was brought in, and all kinds of people were brought in. And at the end of that period, they concluded that what it was, they actually understood it. They concluded that it was the cosmic giggle. They concluded that it was that unreducible nub of nuttiness that haunts reality, and that it was not a threat to the security of North American air defenses. That was their question. Is this a military problem for us? And by 54 or so, they had decided whatever this is, a linguistic virus, a mass hallucination, or whatever it is not a problem for the military defense of North America. But they had spent millions infiltrating and completely taking over the weirdest group of screwballs you can imagine. The flying saucer, hardcore cultists. And they said, well, these people will believe anything. We know that because we've been to their meetings, we've read their publications. What should we do with them? Should we just withdraw all our agents and let them go back to whatever they were doing? And the answer was no. These people will become a pool for experiments in manipulation of information, control of belief systems, response to propaganda. A whole bunch of black box psychological and programming and informational kinds of research will be done on this pool of people because they're so weird. If they start telling their relatives that they're hearing voices in the head or something like that, their relatives and friends are just going to say, so what else is new? You've been talking like this for years. And I think it was kept like that right up until the present moment. But I think it's very low budget. This is not high priority for the CIA. They're sending, as I said, semi-retired guys in scuffed brown shoes who are definitely over the hill, but they shepherd the group along, and as you said, they release these outlandish documents and then they pull them back, and some guy comes forward and says it's all a fraud, and I know because I was on the inside and I was the one paid to tell you all these things, and then somebody else comes forward and says no, he's a walk-in and has an implant and it wasn't that way at all. And it's sort of like the JFK assassination. There is no bedrock there. There is no ground zero. And I find these things sort of spooky. I think it's bad mental hygiene to spend too much time with squirrels, and that yeah, you don't know, put down that groundhog, baby Elizabeth, you don't know where it's been.
What is truth, Terence?
Oh, that's an easier question. What one is sure of? Very little, I would think. Well, I'm getting ready to say nothing. I guess that's what it is. Everything is provisional. What I believe in is what I called, and I mentioned it last night, the felt presence of immediate experience, the primary datum. I'm very aware that everything else is a construct moving out from that. And so the primary datum is the first level of being. But to say I believe in it, in Western philosophy, Descartes, and that would be in 1625, said, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. And that seemed to make sense for 200 years. It was an effort to get back to the most basic statement you could make. I, the given, think, the datum of immediate experience. But then the therefore is an enormous abyss of assumption that may have made sense to Descartes, but it does not make sense to modern people. I think what we can say is, I think. If you're not thinking, then you are no more than the onrush of your metabolism and not greatly different from your cat or your dog. Well, thinking, we're not making here a distinction between thinking and feeling. What I mean when I say thinking, or the felt presence of immediate experience, is more like what most people call feeling. It's the awareness of being, in its most simple sense. Now, then there is this curious congruency, which is not well understood by anybody, between mathematics and nature. So we have now a couple more things to play with. We have the felt presence of immediate experience, the I which feels, and then we have as mental objects in the given datum of experience both mathematical structures and the given natural world. And there is some deep and profound congruence between these two, and the relationship is not understood by anybody. To me, this is really the question. Why does mathematics describe nature? That's a deeper question than most. And so I live by questions. I don't see how you can live any other way. You have to remember we're animals, we're meat, we're specks of replicating organic chemistry on the surface of a planet. If we can make a model of our environment that seems to us a sufficiently clear mirror, that is probably about as far as you can go. The idea that we can actually cognize the dynamic of being is it's a noble hope. I try to do it. I actually try to create a complete explanation, but I always call them models because you have to throw them away. You have to keep adding to the model and then throwing it away. The real justification for psychedelics is that they feed new data into your model. You know, what we're doing is triangulating points in some kind of phase space. And if you go to Paris, you know more about reality than people who don't. And if you smoke DMT, you know more about reality than people who don't. And so the idea is to triangulate a sufficiently large number of data points in your set of experience that you can make a model of the world that is not imprisoning. That's why, second to psychedelics, I think travel is the most boundary-dissolving educational enterprise that you can get mixed up in. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think one problem is with everything we experience in outside or with psychedelics is that we're experiencing only more or less what we are believing with some variabilities. So maybe we can see, yeah, there's a possible other world. There is something more, and maybe that's all. Maybe I can understand the experience in my personal life, but I can't take it for real. It's in some way real, but I have to check out if I'm producing this. If I believe that, for example, the world is bad, then I will experience a bad other world, something like this. So I never can be sure of this because of my belief system. I'm producing this.
Well, in what you say, there's a strongly expressed dichotomy between self and world. I mean, this question of reality, non-reality, but you can perform a kind of philosophical reduction and satisfy yourself that the self and world distinction is not primary. You know, that who looks through your eyes is the world. Yeah, I would probably buy into that. That it shows us that there is something else. Although I do think that the way ideas emerge into culture, which happens naturally without psychedelics, is probably accelerated by psychedelics. I think the experience over the past 1,000 years is that ideology is poisonous. You have two kinds of ideologies that we've experimented with over the past 1,000 years. Unsuccessful ones, where I would nominate I suppose Christianity, and successful ones like science. And it turns out whether they're successful or unsuccessful, the consequences for the rest of us are pretty horrendous. The world seen through the lens of ideology is a very limited world, and the great catastrophes of the past 1,000 years have been brought on by ideological errors. That's why, you know, I'm very suspicious of this thing I talked about last night that I called the world corporate state. But on the other hand, the world corporate state seems to be less ideological than any organizing entity that we've seen in a long time. It has no real ideology other than it wants to do business, which is hardly, you know, a cosmic vision. Yeah,
we've had a major shift as far as this corporate state is concerned in the last 10, 20, 30 years. And that is the shareholder is wanting more than dividends now. The shareholder, who is also the consumer, wants responsibility of the corporate state. So the management of these corporate states are having to adapt themselves to provide what their shareholders and consumers want.
Yeah, well, so what you're saying is it's being modified from the bottom up.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I think we should, that what electronic culture permits is incredible diversity, and that what the print-created world demanded and created was tremendous suppression of diversity. Print created concepts like the citizen. That's a print-created notion. It created concepts like the public There was no public before print. That idea didn't even exist. So we now define ourselves as, I'm a member of the public. I'm a citizen. These are very curious categories where you discover yourself a member of very large organizations that you never remember joining. You just sort of were born into it. What the electronic culture empowers is diversity, eccentricity, and a pluralistic kind of mix. And that's very threatening to the print mind, because the print mind is all about controlling through having groups of people that you can deal with. That's why, in a sense, print or television served a print agenda for the first 20 years of its existence, because it was used in the network form, which is only one way to do TV. In that form, the real impact of television could be masked for a long time, because by having millions of people watch the same TV programs, there is a tendency to overcome the deconstructural impulse in TV, and it begins to act like print. Now, of course, that's breaking down, and the only people who watch network TV live in trailer courts. But there was a time when, you see, that's what happened. What was everybody's media 25 years ago has become the media of the lower middle class, and then everybody else, the lower class, has fallen into its own media, underground radio stations, boom boxes, and this. And then the upper echelons of society have gone to computer networks, email, fiber optics, and view-on-demand TV. Television, is, to my mind, the most insidious drug that the 20th century has had to deal with. And, it is a drug. It's the first of the electronic drugs, and its impact, if it were heroin, people would be alarmed. That people are, on average, watching 6 hours a day of TV, and I don't even think it's a content problem. I think television itself is toxic. It's not how many murders you witness. It's the actual This is what McLuhan was always trying to say, that people couldn't understand what he meant when he said that the medium was the message. The message is not the message. The medium was the message. And the effects it had, we have millions of people who are warehoused in almost a larval state in their apartments, watching TV, paying for their medical plans, and glued to this mindless opera of cultural decay that is recited day after day in front of them. It's horrible to imagine. And this is, a creation to some degree of the world corporate state that probably has to be addressed. Yeah.
There's a wonderful book that's just come out called Media Virus by Douglas Rushkoff that addresses this problem really very well. Have you read that?
I haven't read that. I know Doug. His other book, Siberia, is a nice look at cyber culture. Interesting.
What do you think is going to happen with this video, TV, whatever?
I think that the most important cultural event happening right now is the explosive growth of the internet and the web. The idea that with my $1,200 PowerBook, I can access 3,000 computers around the planet by just plugging into a telephone jack is staggering. This is a revolution of orders of magnitude, and that has happened completely invisibly. nobody's windows had to be rocked out, and no camps had to be nothing appears to have changed. The people who are not switched on don't even know anything has happened. To them, the world looks exactly like it looked 5 years ago. To the people who are switched on, Earth is becoming a distant memory of the internet.
Yes.
Well, the internet is the global brain, the cyber-spatially connected, telepathic, collective domain that we've all been hungering for. I mean, it is so powerful, and it has arisen with incredible speed and by a very insidious fashion. I mean, first of all, as I mentioned last night, the internet was originally called ARPANET. It was the Advanced Research Projects Agency. It was this super secret military industrial thing that they wanted to survive a thermonuclear attack. And so they designed it to be unkillable. It has no central switching zone. If you blow up a part of it, it just flows around the part you blow up. It is unkillable. So that was ARPA. And now it's become public domain, and it's incredibly empowering for any minority because you can find your peers. It doesn't matter what you're into. You know, you can play the Shania and join the Shania playing society. So no matter how eccentric your interest, you can find common ground out there. Then the other thing is information that, I'm not kidding you, 10 years ago, the director of the CIA sitting at his desk in Langley, Virginia, didn't have the information processing capacity that you now have plugging into your PowerBook at any phone jack in the world, because these databases are there. And if you know how to surf the net, if you know how to program your no-bots so that while you're sleeping they're sorting through and visiting various sites and downloading and looking, you cannot believe what's out there. I mean, the entire planet has been turned into a local telephone call. And not only, not to talk to people, but to talk... When you go on to the NCSA main page in Batavia, Illinois, it says available resources. You click on that, and 1,500 computers come on, the names of them, and you just point and click, and now you're talking to that computer. And it tells you that the really interesting thing is being stored on another computer, not in Madrid, but in Singapore. And you point and click. Now you're talking to the main menu in Singapore. You go out onto the net. In the course of an hour of moving on the net, you may circle the planet 10 times and talk to 50 computers all over the world. And you're downloading files, and you're tracing your path so that you can go back. And this is happening. It's been happening for quite some time. 30 million people are out there. And because it requires literacy and technology and money, those 30 million people probably are probably only 10% of the people who rule the planet are not on that net. And it's where the cultural architecture is being put in place now. And it's this invisible space, which is where we should have been building all the time. So I think this is the doorway into the new dimension into which we're going, and that these technologies, put in place for no reason other than to facilitate bank transfers and do incredibly mundane things, are turning out to be the seeds of our electromagnetic body in hyperspace. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on your understanding of virtual cities being designed using computer nets?
Well, it's simply that you want to create an interface with a bunch of data And a very crude way to do it is to have a page with a list of computers, and you click and you go to the computer. That works, but it's not very sexy. Well, but what if we made a three-dimensional landscape and put buildings in that landscape so that the large red rectangle is the AT&T database, the low violet group of integrated triangles is the National Medical Database. In other words, you simply make the icons three-dimensional and analogous to buildings, and then you can build Data Town, where, you know, instead of a list of computers, they appear to be a long line of skyscrapers lining a broad avenue in which you're driving down in a Ferrari or something. All this will come. I mean, the engineers will do it. How it looks is immaterial. It's that it can be done anyway. Yeah.
Well, from what you're saying, it feels like this is going to be a very intellectual, snobbish, it's going to be elitism. Because there's only going to be for a long time, a certain level of intellectual capacity, illiteracy, illiterate, educational. So it's going to absolutely pull apart and make the class system even more.
No, I think you're absolutely right that this is happening. This is part of the problem, that what is happening, you see, part of the illusion of the political history of the past 40 years was the illusion that we were all Presbyterians, we all ate white bread, and we all lived in the suburbs, and we all were white folks. And now the society is fragmenting. You're right. There are people who can't read by the millions in this society. Meanwhile, other people are reaching for informational technologies so powerful that they can barely be conceived of. And this is the consequence of political mismanagement. I think the American Union is flying to pieces because the notion of polity was betrayed in the 1960s. And that since the middle of the 1960s, this has been a police state of some sort. You see, after World War II, and they kicked Hitler's ass and all that, then everybody came back full of idealism to raise families, to build America. They'd been through the New Deal. There was a modicum of social responsibility and consciousness hammered into the middle class. And everybody came back, and then the American political system went haywire. And basically because we lost our nerve. My generation, I'm 48, I went to the University of California at Berkeley in 1965. My generation was the beneficiary of the idea that you should give a universal education to everybody. And they discovered that if you do that, if you take everybody and make them read Plato and John Stuart Mill and Voltaire and Hobbes, as we did, that, you can't rule such people. They take it too seriously. They become ungovernable. They pour into the streets screaming about their rights. And so in the aftermath of the suppression of the counterculture of the 60s, it was decided that the goal of universal public education and the building of a population intelligent enough to run a democracy, that would all be abandoned. And the universities would be turned into trade schools, and people would be given MBAs and incorporated into the corporate state. But no more John Stuart Mill, no more of that. And the consequences of this have been to create a historyless and illiterate lower middle class, where before The lower middle class was the pool of our intellectual creativity. That's where John Steinbeck came from, and Henry Miller, and all of the people who drove the evolution of cultural values. So, and, you know, we could talk endlessly about what went wrong in the 60s or why we were turned into a police state. But now, the impulse of those kinds of repressive states is to forestall change. And change has been forestalled in America to the point where now, when it comes, it's going to be explosive, uncontrollable, revolutionary. You know, we will be lucky to get through this political cycle ahead of us without having to hang some of these people.
Well, isn't this part of the whole point of what's going on right now?
You mean that there is this tremendous, now we're going to have the change. Yeah, the change which should have been spread out over 30 years is now going to come in the next 5, no matter who it hurts, no matter how chaotic it is. Well, I don't know how we got off on that. The role of psychedelics in all of this is that it erodes loyalty to the models of the tribe. And so we are the people who can see, and there may be others, I'm not claiming exclusivity for the psychedelic community, but the psychedelic community loudly proclaims that the emperor has no clothes. This is all a con game. That this junk-dealing, hyper-media-obsessed, nitwit society is an unfit environment for delinquent 14-year-olds, let alone for the rest of us. And this is news they don't like to hear. Well, I think these things are always more interesting if they're driven by the agendas of the people here. You got a fairly long hit of me this morning. If there are any areas that you want to bring into focus, this is a good time to suggest it. Otherwise, I'll just launch into another meandering diatribe, and like that. Yes?
I'm interested in more on ayahuasca.
There's a book, which I'm not sure it's been published yet, but you should all watch for it. I hope will make a revolution in ayahuasca awareness. It's called The 3 Halves of Imomosho, and it was translated by a good friend of many people in this room. Ken Symington translated it, and it's by the Peruvian poet Cesar Calvo. And it is a book about ayahuasca that could easily win the Nobel Prize for Literature. It's not some panting anthropological reportage. It's art and incredibly rich. And if you get a chance, you should read it. If you're interested in this subject, another book about ayahuasca that is no easy read is a book with the unlikely title of Shamanism, Colonialism, and the Wild Man by Michael Taussig. And it is an intellectual journey to places you never thought you'd pass through.
Could you spell the title of the first one, The 3 Halves of what?
Imomosho, I-M-O space M-O-X-O. The 3 Halves of Imomosho. So, I don't know how much more there is to say about ayahuasca. From a phenomenological point of view, what's interesting is that it seems to hover on the edge of being a telepathic drug of some sort. And in fact, for the first 30 years of the 20th century, the active principle was actually called telepathine. And these German chemists and Theodor Koch-Grünberg and people like that were very interested in this. And then it was realized that it was actually harming a previously discovered substance. But it isn't the kind of telepathy where you see what other people are thinking. Or hear what they're thinking. It's more that you actually see what is meant. You have an experience of meaning related to seeing that is like wisdom. I mean, it's hard to explain, but whole societies are guided by people who are intoxicated by this material. Yeah.
Can Terence, have any experiments been published that actually demonstrated those telepathic powers, or was it purely subjective?
Well, no, I think it's slightly in a different realm. I don't think it will show up on like a card turning test or something like that. It is not telepathy. It's a different modality of mind is what it is. Through song and sound, the boundaries are dissolved. But I don't know if you can set up a scientific scale that can detect this.
Seems more like taking on the mind of nature rather than something.
That's right. It's that there is a shared state of mind, but it is not a sharing of states of mind.
I think I understand.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
Have you done any comparative studying on other substances in different other cultures? For example, the Haitians and the voodoo and the substances that they work with, and I suppose other people all over the globe?
Well, see, it's a very complicated question because cultural values enter into the definition of what is an acceptable or desirable intoxication. And there's a whole smorgasbord of possibilities offered by nature, from things which are incredibly pleasant and, oh, I don't know, aphrodisiac and so forth, through a range of things which nobody would ever do more than once. But then there's a kind of an intermediate range. I mean, if you can recall your first shot of scotch, you know, this is a shocking thing to your system. I mean, your body does not readily take to that. And voodoo is operating on these substances called tetrodotoxins that come from puffer fish that are much closer to being poisons than to being psychedelics, where people are taken out in the bushes and given something, and their stomach cramps and everything turns yellow, and they fall down on the ground and they twitch and they vomit and they beg to die and they want to die, and then 10 hours later they're fine. And they're brought down to the river and slapped around and washed off and given a piece of white cloth and told, now you're a full-fledged member of society. That's an ordeal poison. And it acts, in some ways, very much like a psychedelic. Because if the purpose of a psychedelic trip is to get you back to your foundation, thinking you're going to die like a dog in the ditch is also wonderful for doing that. But see, I think different cultures have made use of whatever was available to them. And we, as a global culture, can look over the entire set of options and say, well, here's a plant which makes you see visions but also sterilizes you for 5 years, and here's something else which does something else, and we can actually choose the best of these tools. This is the great leg up that we have on the Aboriginal cultures. We are, as it were, a kind of clearinghouse for all of that information, and out of all of those many, many options, it turns out there are easy ways in. Not totally easy, but easier ways in. And so you have to learn which are the easy ways in, the paths which can be followed at all. Yeah, Jesse.
I have, you had said something to me over lunch about ayahuasca and vomiting, and it made the idea of vomiting more tolerable. So, I don't know what it was, but I have a lot of resistance to ayahuasca because as a child I vomited every day when my mother forced orange juice down me.
Well, I think what I said was it gets easier. As you take, like the second ayahuasca trip is easier than the first generally, and what that implies is that this vomiting that you're doing is actually a shedding of toxins. And this is certainly how they view it. They call it la purga, the purge, and they culturally value and encourage vomiting. Another interesting thing about ayahuasca is that there's nothing in it that doesn't occur in the ordinary human brain. There's just more of ordinary brain chemistry there. So that implies that these extraordinary states of mind, group-mindedness, three-dimensional hallucinations and so forth, are nevertheless not that far removed from ordinary states of brain chemistry. And in an enlightened environment of medical research, these things would be studied. As it is, it's all very messed up by politics.
What's about the tradition? I know that in these cultures they have mythologies and they have a tradition. So if you transform or transfer these things to, for example, the States or Western Europe, there isn't any mythology, a common mythology.
No, well, you can never escape your own identity. I mean, you can never experience what they experience. Conversely, they can never experience what you experience. I mean, I've been up against this, where you're sitting around in a hut on your haunches, covered with pig grease, and waiting for something to come on. And inevitably, my mind would drift to Husserl's general phenomenology of ideas. And I would try to perform the eidetic reduction. And then it would just make me burst out laughing. The idea that, I wonder how many people in the room are performing the eidetic reduction at this moment. Not many. So people have criticized me because I don't ally myself with anthropology. I'm really interested in these things as tools for understanding experience. The cultures that have discovered them often have very narrow interpretations of them. Another thing is, some cultures are afraid of the unconscious and encourage going only a very short distance in, And I think once you get the idea that it can't really kill you, and sometimes it's hard to talk yourself into this, but if you can convince yourself of that, then just the thrill of it. And in a way, that's possible because we are deprogrammed from ideology. Anyone else except a secular late 20th century person would take a look at this and assume it was God Almighty and behave appropriately. We look at it and say, well, it can't be God Almighty, it must be something else, and then, explore it in an experiential fashion. Yeah.
So you talk about ayahuasca as almost like a joyride on some level, like it's a... One of the question I have is, what are when you take ayahuasca and psilocybin and acid, those three things, what does each one specifically, if you can take in a nutshell what direction each one goes, what could you say if you made a sentence for each one of those to understand the difference?
Well, a sentence, a boundary I may not be able to tolerate. Well, just roughly, the feeling with ayahuasca is that it's Gaian, it's earth-oriented. You feel the river, you feel the jungle, you feel the drama and pain and nobility of life and death, and it's visceral, it's about the meat and the jungle, and it's feminine. And then the character of the hallucinations is, it's as though it's like a camera eye. It's largely silent, but it's just an eye that is moving through a vast matrix of visual information. And after a good ayahuasca trip, you just feel like you want to rub your eyes. You say, I've just been looking and looking. It's like a trip to Madison Avenue with money in your pocket. You've just been looking and looking and looking and looking for hours at this stuff. And it's almost invariably beautiful in a jeweled, filigreed, multi-leveled, transparent, glittering, flowing kind of way. And it almost always takes place against a black background for some reason. It goes on against a black background. Okay, then psilocybin, which is just an atom's twist away, is a very different creature. The most astonishing thing about psilocybin, and you're hearing this from, a materialist of some sort, is that it speaks. It has a voice. And if you don't think this is confounding to the rational mind, to come upon this in the detritus of your mind's attic, it can talk to you and astound you with its insight, humor, ability to connect and make insightful inclusions and so forth and so on. And the whole thing, the whole psilocybin experience is imbued with this eerie energy, which has different names, but elfin, gnomic, extraterrestrial, they're shiny-eyed and small, and there's chattering. And the other thing is there are machines. The psilocybin visions have a tendency to drift toward technoscapes, enormous machines in orbit around alien planets and strange architectonic forms where you don't know whether you're wandering around inside somebody's cathedral or their television set. And the whole thing has this off-world, we are the Galactarian civilization, we hold the key to the history of this sector of the Kiliocosm, it's this kind of thing, almost blast of trumpets and the ringing up of cosmic curtains. It's very, very dramatic, Wagnerian, and forward-looking. It's about the destiny of the race and why planets are put in place and what it's all for. Could hardly be different from ayahuasca, and yet, an atom's twist away. Then DMT, rests in some even weirder domain of triangulation. DMT, you don't only hear the voice, but if you get a sufficiently heroic dose, it's like you break through into the control room where all the secrets are being run from and built, and there's this unbelievable sense of finding out beyond your wildest dreams of ever finding out. And it's an inhabited mind space of some sort that is so unexpected and so convincingly real that you actually, I think, a person who doesn't fear for their sanity has already lost it at that point. Because it is without a doubt, absolutely the last thing you ever expected to have happen to you, that you would burst into some place somewhere where there would be these chattering, self-transforming, linguistic creatures that are made out of light and punning intentionality and are trying to get you to perform some unimaginable task that is somehow caught up with the unravelment of the space-time continuum and the destiny of the species and so forth and so on. And, this is at 30 seconds into a trip that lasts a minute and a half, and then you're returned to, you and your friends and your concerns. LSD is not animated in this way. It is more like the classical expectation people have, I think, who have not taken these things, of what a psychedelic drug should be. In other words, you think clearer, you see connections, you can hold very complex ideas in your mind and rotate them and look at them from many angles. You experience emotional abreactions, you recover childhood memories, you are able to straighten your karma out with people, you are undergoing rapid psychological growth under the influence of LSD, but it doesn't. The reason I am not so keen on LSD is that I'm really a plant guy, not a drug guy. And it's something about these substances that have been carried along in the genomes of these plants for, in some cases, hundreds of millions of years. And why? You know, what are these things doing for the plants? And then how can a molecule so simple, this is another puzzle in all of this, these molecules are planar. That means they're flat, they're simple, sometimes 20, 30 atoms. And yet they totally transform your entire consciousness. This is the equivalent of a red ant who can rip down the Empire State Building in an hour and a half. I mean, why is mind so delicately poised that such a tiny amount of pharmaceutical material can create such vast changes? And then another puzzle, as long as I'm listing my favorite mysteries, and this is the one that really got me into this in the beginning, because my early inclination was toward art history, and that is a very simple question. Where do the images come from? Where does this stuff come from? I mean, it is so unreferent to the ocean of commercially produced imagery in which we swim. You know, we are constantly bombarded by the images of television and Hollywood and so forth and so on. And yet the psychedelic species of visual beauty is not, we don't see it in our furniture styles and our architecture. It seems to be coming in literally from another dimension. And yet it is undeniably moving. It's beautiful. And I am puzzled why I, as an ordinary person, under the influence of, let us say, 30 milligrams of psilocybin, can see more art in an hour than Western civilization has produced in the past 1,000 years. And that tells you how little of we're getting from the art river back to the village where we can drink it. Niagaras of beauty are flowing by, untapped by ordinary consciousness. And, you know, would that we could send robots who could film these psychedelic realities. Perhaps, you know, virtual reality will develop into a technology where we are able finally to reconstruct and agree upon the content of the psychedelic experience. But to me, that's almost like the metaphysical stamp of approval on the psychedelic experience. Beauty is the presence of so much beauty is an argument to me that truth cannot be far away. Yeah.
Are you aware of any spontaneous trips without the plants?
Well, you know, there's a whole vast area of human endeavor called mystical religion, and there's a whole other vast area of human endeavor called madness. And many stories abound and come out of these areas. I think that what we're talking about here, whether we're talking about madness, mysticism, or psychedelics, is a brain state. For the schizophrenic, it is uninvited and terrifying. For the mystic, it's achieved by excruciating acts of asceticism in most cases, which certainly have profound physiological consequences on the neuroecology of the brain. And for the smart money, I think, you use a shamanic technology. I think religion, organized religion of the high classical sort, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, and so forth, is very anxious about this whole issue, precisely because religion is always anxious about the issue of direct revelation. That was what shattered religious consensus in Europe. That's what the Protestant Reformation was about, doctrinally. I mean, there were many things going on, but the doctrinal argument was, is it the job of specialists called theologians to study Scripture called revelation in order to tell the rest of us what God's plan is? Or is it better for each of us to look within the confines of our own souls and have our own dialogue with God and figure it out? And that was basically the Protestant position, and it went against hierarchical theology. Yeah.
I recently read about a mushroom called fly agaric, and can you comment on its role in history?
Oh, these are amazingly complicated questions, or either that or I've overeducated myself. Could be, huh? Well, there is a whole domain of controversy and discourse about the role of mushrooms in human culture, because it was noticed by Gordon Wasson in the 1950s that there are two kinds, invariably, there are two kinds of cultural attitudes toward mushrooms. One is called mycophilic, and if you want to know what mycophilism is, go to Russia, go to Poland, go to Czechoslovakia, where people have hundreds of words for mushrooms. Several holidays a year are set aside to collect mushrooms. Children are named after mushrooms, so forth and so on. The Slavs are into mushrooms. Well, then if you want to know what a mycophobic culture is, go to rural England, where there are no mushrooms. There are only toadstools, and don't touch them, please. They're highly poisonous. That's the general English attitude toward mushrooms. So Gordon Wasson wrote about this all through the 50s and 60s, and he decided that you all probably have seen, if not the real thing, a plaster cast or depicted in schmaltzig European illustrative style, the famous mushroom of fairy tales, the red mushroom with the white dots. Well, that is Amanita muscaria, and it grows in a symbiotic mycorrhizal relationship to spruce and birch trees, and is used by the shaman of the Irkut language group and the Amur River basin. And now it just happens that those people in the Amur River basin were the first people studied by the new science of anthropology when it wanted to study shamanism. By chance, this was. And so ever since, the science of shamanism, whether we're talking about the shamans of the Amazon basin, central China, South India, or Tierra del Fuego, has had to labor within the categories created by the people who studied the shamanism of the Amur River basin. And the use of the Amanita muscaria was tremendously overstressed by Wasson, I think. He wrote a book called Soma, the Divine Mushroom of Immortality, in which he argued that Amanita muscaria was the Soma of the Rig Vedas. You may not know it, but the Rig Vedas are largely these hymns composed in the Vedic phase of the Hindu religion to a mysterious intoxicant, Soma. Nobody knows what Soma is, but much scholarly ink and blood has been shed on the question. And Gordon Wasson argued that it had to be Amanita muscaria, and made a case which impressed some people and not others. The most damaging evidence against him was, it's hard as hell to get off on this stuff. And when you finally do get off, the experience is extremely ambiguous. I mean, shivering and salivating and thinking you're losing your marbles is not my idea of the ecstatic ascent to the presence of the pleroma. And a lot of other people thought so too. So then there was lots of hassle about, well then, it did seem that Wasson had secured the case that the Vedic hymns were about a mushroom. That was his breakthrough. But his mistake was he got the mushroom wrong and then created an entire false cultural history based on this error. And, you know, this, I'm not interested in flaying you with my theory, but if you're interested, it's told in the book Food of the Gods. Because, as I mentioned this morning, I think psilocybin was the catalyst that triggered the emergence of self-reflecting consciousness in human beings. And so my mushroom story is not a story of a subarctic toxic mushroom cult that carried itself into India along with the Indo-European invasions. My story is an older story about a mushroom that contained psilocybin and flourished in the grasslands of Africa and was present as nomadism slowly evolved into the domestication of cattle and, as we talked about this morning, the suppression of gender dominance with the addition of psilocybin in the diet created a partnership society that existed up until the invention of agriculture, and climatological change made the mushroom difficult to obtain. And at that very critical juncture, after perhaps 50,000 years of mushroom-induced suppression of hierarchical dominance patterns, the withdrawal of the mushroom from the human diet allowed the old pattern to reassert itself. But at this point, you know, we had language, we had agriculture, and what did we do? We quickly organized monotheistic religions, city-states, warrior castes, god kingship, the world of the lash and the god king, basically. And we are the unhappy inheritors of that circumstance to the present day. And that's why our situation is so bizarre and why we are so neurotic, if you will. It's because human consciousness evolved in an entirely different cultural milieu than we now exist in. It evolved in a world in which the Gaian logos was absolutely real to every man, woman, and child in the society. And I believe that the tendency in the hominoids to form monogamous pair bonding was eroded by the presence of psilocybin because it promoted an orgiastic sexual style. And the social consequences of that were that men could not trace lines of male paternity. And so you have an intense impetus toward collective bonding in a group like that, because the children are our children, the children of the group. The nuclear family is, I think, a somewhat maladaptive fragmentation from all of this. And this is important for us to understand because we have practiced a neurotic style of culture for a long, long time. It has permitted the conquest of matter, but that now is done. I mean, once, you know, hydrogen fusion, you can put it in a bottle at Yale, well, then you've been there, done that. And now we have to swing the thing back into balance. The tools that we acquired on the journey of the prodigal son through the world of matter, you cannot redeem the moral cost of that unless those tools are brought to bear to now redeem the planet. I mean, if there is any justification for history at all, it must be that it secured a longer evolutionary life for intelligence on the planet. And as far as how the psychedelics fit into this in the individual scheme, psychedelics are not flashlights into the chaos of the Freudian unconscious. They are tools for mathematically unpacking your mind into a higher dimensional space. In the Newtonian and print-created social space that we're walking around it, you are like a self-extracting archive that hasn't self-extracted itself yet. And then you take psilocybin and you self-extract and unfold. And because think about it, I mean, I'm very serious about this. Think about what the shaman's functions are in the classical Paleolithic model. The shaman's functions are to predict weather, to anticipate the movement of game and enemies, and to heal disease. Well, now, how could you do those three things? Well, the answer is, if you could see into next week, that would be helpful. That would allow you to do all three of those things. Predict the weather, see the movement of game and enemies, and make very astute choices about who you accepted as your patients. You see? And so what we see here is that there's a kind of selection going on for an ability to triangulate complex systems into the future. And I think that now the reason the psychedelic experience is so compelling to me is because I took psychedelics for years with the question, what is it? And then I never could understand what it was. And people said, this is the wrong question, and on and on. But finally I realized, I see what it is. It's everything. It's, that piece of doggerel, I saw eternity the other night, an endless golden ring. Well, that's it. You just rise out of the Newtonian spatial plane and you look back and there is eternity hanging in space like a galaxy. And that's what the psychedelic experience is a sectioning of. Yeah.
I'm trying to phrase the right question. It essentially goes, do you manufacture this stuff out of whole cloth in your mind? Is it there in the beginning? Or is it something you've taken in? Is it new information or something that the brain is remarkable? It could be processing and creating images. What is going on there?
See, my original bent was I wanted to be an art historian. And so the job of an art historian is to understand the evolution of motifs and how styles are transformed at the hands of certain artists and over time and in different places. So it's this kind of specialized thing with a visual vocabulary. And I thought, you could go into the psychedelic experience and you could perform an art historical reduction on it and say, aha, well, that's a Tibetan treatment of a line and that's a Maori way of portrait. And it was not like that. It was like the art that is made on another planet, art that arose completely in the absence of human conventions or values. And that convinced me that it wasn't being generated from myself. And, and then I read Jung and I realized that there was a way to define the self that would allow it to produce that kind of thing. But it's really accomplished by a rhetorical trick because the word self means that which is most familiar to me. Well, if that which is most familiar to me can generate something completely unrecognizable to me, to call it the self is to betray the notion of the self. So what I've called it over the years from the very, very beginning, I can't even remember how long ago we incorporated this nomenclature, is I called it the other. And, you know, the German historian of religion, Rudolf Otto, defined God as the wholly other. The wholly and totally other, he said. This is somewhat like Nicholas Cusanus's theology of the late, of the 14th century, where he said God can only be defined by negative statements. God is not this, God is not that. The wholly other. And the experience of DMT seems to be that. And I don't know if it's just that we are neurologically set up, that there's a button in us, the equivalent of a reset button, that just clears all the registers, and that's why it's wholly other. It's wholly other because you just dumped your entire memory load off your disk, and you're now looking at a clean disk for the first time in your life, and you don't have the faintest idea what it could possibly be. It's something like that. Language fails. Anticipation fails. And naturally, because we have this sort of metaphysical openness in our ideological systems, we identify this wholly otherness with God, with the transcendent force in our lives. And so it seems to be. In fact, you and then you, Ron. Yeah.
I'm interested in the idea of an other that talks to you. And you've talked before about the fact that the mushroom talks. So I have two questions. One is your experience only with the mushroom talking, or are there other psychedelics that have had that effect? And secondly, can you remember some things that it said?
Can I remember some things that it said?
Or your favorites or something?
Well, first of all, yes, this idea of an other that you can relate to. It's interesting, it's fascinating how if you really go to bedrock with these things, there's some really interesting Christian theology that relates to all this. You know, the existential theology of Soren Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard said the defining relationship in life is an I-thou relationship to Christ. And the I-thou relationship, and Martin Buber made a great deal of this as well. So it's a profound thing to relate to an other, even if that other is an other human being. It's still, you know, an abyss of ambiguity. I don't know who you are, where you came from, what your agenda is, what your plans are for me, whether they're casual or intense, and so forth and so on. So then, meeting an other that is not a human being, that is somebody who sits up in your mind and says, "Hey, big boy, what's cooking?" It opens up the possibility for a relationship, and it can be explored. And I always thought, you know, that you could somehow trap it, that it was sort of like a game in a fairy tale, that if you were clever enough, you could ask a series of questions where you would then have trapped it into revealing, aha, so you are my amygdala, so forth and so on, this kind of thing. I have never, in the presence of the thing, been able to do that. As far as what it has said, basically it's told me everything I know. As far as boiling it down to the aphoristic level, you've heard these all through the years. Well, you know, death by astonishment. All the best lines come from the thing itself. I mean, my talent seems to be that I'm able to relax and allow this very ingratiating logos to take over. It's a kind of low-key demonic possession from the point of view of my critics. To speak about this other way of looking at things. In terms of what it has said to me, it's this revelation about the nature of time. And it's a puzzling revelation because It's mathematical, it's formal, it will either be proven spectacularly true or spectacularly false. There is no escaping this incredible definitive test built into it. It's not something I would ever have thought up. And it's just something I was given. And I was sort of at a dead end. I mean, I was a good person to give it to. I didn't really have a job in life. And it's like a talisman or a key. You meet people who are into astrology, and for them, it opens up all doorways. Everything can be explained, and I'm not belittling it. I'm making an example of it. The time wave is like that for me, and I would maintain for anybody who sufficiently involves themselves in it. It's a Rosetta Stone into the structure of reality that has an uncanny correctness about it. And I'm more aware than most of my critics of where the weaknesses lie. But nevertheless, I'm also more aware than most of my critics of where the weaknesses lie in the competition as well. And the whole thing is pretty provisional. Robert, did you ever get to say what you wanted? There you are.
When you were talking about the holy other,
right.
You were talking about entities and messages. One of the things that happened to me in my early experiences with DMT was that I was totally in awe. I was flabbergasted. And until I stopped being flabbergasted and paid attention, I didn't get that they were signaling me to do something.
Oh, yeah.
They wanted me to participate in what was happening rather than just sit there and go, wow, wasn't this incredible?
No, they say to you, or they say to me, do not abandon yourself to amazement. Don't give way to astonishment. I mean, try to hold it together, fella, which is a strange thing to be being told by an alien entity inside a hallucinogenic flash. It's not encouraging you to let it all go. It's saying, pay attention. And then, in my case, what they're trying to do is they can make things out of sound, or their words are three-dimensional modalities. They're operating in a linguistic domain where words are sculptural entities made of light, and they're singing objects into existence, which are like puns or mathematical formula or small machines that are cycling through various kinds of changes, and they're singing this stuff into existence and insisting that you attempt to do the same, And, this is so startling because you have to understand these trips only last 3 to 5 minutes. So there's not a lot of time to get used to this. I mean, there you are, sitting in a room with your friends talking about consciousness exploration or whatever rhetoric you use to get yourself to the edge of these things. You fire up the pipe, you take one enormous hit, and the next thing you're surrounded by screaming elves, by the hundreds that are speaking in this alien language that is causing objects to hang in the air and ricochet off the walls. And these things come, it's a scene of wild confusion. It's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon running backwards. And these things come bounding up, and they say, look at this. And out of the air, out of their guts, out of nowhere, they pull objects, which are the most astonishing things you can imagine. Literally the most astonishing things you can imagine. Jeweled, filigreed, machined, turning things. And you look at it, and you say, my God, anybody from my planet looking at this would not have to be told what this is. This is an alien artifact. And you're looking at it, and they say, forget that. Look at this one. And then here's another one. And they're tossing them up, and meanwhile, the objects themselves are able to sing other objects into existence. And there is this aura. The word zany comes to mind. It's like a Max Sennett comedy or a Marx Brothers cartoon. I mean, it's a land of explosions and falling anvils, and surprises are popping out of everywhere, and you're just trying to hang on. You say, now we're at, we're a minute and a half into it at this point, and this intense effort to communicate something. And, we have talked in the past, we can talk now if you want, about Celtic fairyland and tradition, worldwide tradition of gnomes and elves, but when you're there, it doesn't look like that. It's much more pointed ears, shining eyes, strange machine. It's much more off-planet. I mean, we're not seeing leather jerkins and pointed-toed little boots and the plucking of fairy harps. It's not quite like that. No. Yeah?
What about children who seem to experience the phenomena that you're talking about, these people who come into their bedrooms and in the middle of the night and communicate with them? Children who aren't,
Well, I think this is where the abduction thing is coming from, that I don't know what these entities are. When you burst into the DMT place, there is an incredible sense of place, and yet the things that you're witnessing, matter is not capable of. Any matter. I mean, aliens can be one thing. They can have tentacles, they can do this and that and the other thing. But when there's no defined form, then you say, you are like an idea, I say to the entity. You are like an idea. You have no defined form. You're continuously amorphous. And, it then replies, yes, I am who am, or something like that. It's the face of the abyss. I mean, I've had conversations with it where after, a more zany episode, where you then begin to feel a little confidence with it, and then you say, well, show me what you are for yourself. What are you really? I can tell that you're coming to me through a series of filters and presentations and masks. What are you really? And it's like the temperature falls 10 degrees in the room and a black curtain begins to rise, and there's an organ note like that thing in the Bach B minor Mass, and after about 15 seconds you just say, call it off. I'm not ready for it. Let's go back to the little fuzzy bunnies and the alien invasion scenario, but I'm not ready. And then it's very obliging. It says, okay, you asked for it. But so there is the sense, of what is this? I don't know. I think that that this is the most important fact about our situation on this planet. And it's discovered over and over again over the past 100,000 years that there's somebody else, something else, somewhere else here. And anybody who says they understand it is bullshitting. The Theosophists don't understand it, the Catholics, the Kabbalists, nobody understands it. But it is real. And I don't know what it means to find this out. You see, the amazing thing about psychedelics is it doesn't depend on a state of grace. It doesn't depend on allegiance to a leader. It doesn't even depend on a special diet or theological predilection. The astonishing news about these psychedelic experiences is you don't have to go to India for 10 years. You don't have to be chosen by Babaji. This works for most people and would probably work for you. And if you think the world has no surprises, if you think that you've got it all figured out and you haven't ever had an intense boundary-dissolving psychedelic, then you're absolutely out to lunch. You don't know what's going on. It's like the opinions of 11-year-old boys about sexuality. What do they know that they should hold such opinions? And, sexuality provides a good metaphor. We cannot forestall our sexuality. You know, eventually the roar of hormones through the bloodstream pushes most people over the edge, some sooner than others. This capacity for the psychedelic experience, which is built into our soma, our body, as well, you can actually go from birth to the grave and never experience it. If you are sufficiently sold out to a sufficiently idiotic culture, then it's possible to evade this experience of maturation. It's like having a Mercedes and there's a certain button on the dashboard and you never pushed it. You don't know, what it did. And yet it's as profound as sexuality, it's as profound as the forming of relationships, the birthing of children, birth, death. This is the thing. And many, many religions have come to the conclusion that life somehow needs to be a preparation for a passing on to some other place. And the metaphor of light vehicle is used in many different traditions. And I think that there is some truth to the notion that the reason we are alive is to learn the path out of the labyrinth, and that shamanism is a rehearsal for death. All this talk about hyperspace and other dimensions and eternity, what we're really talking about here is the cultural and personal enterprise of leaving the body behind.
Terence, you started talking about abductions and children, and you never really got back to that.
Let me do that. Well, it's simply that we share this planet with some other kind of entity, and culture is a way of sealing us off from this fact, which children are not fully acculturated. Children are barbarians of some sort. And then as they become acculturated, their invisible companions fade away and they become as dreary as the rest of us. The abduction phenomenon, I think, is simply an inability to tell the difference between dream and memory. Dream is the fascinating dimension, and I don't demean these experiences by associating them with dream. I think that probably when we fully understand DMT, we will realize that every night in deep sleep, most people go to the meltdown place and actually experience a DMT trip. But the essence of the core of the DMT trip is you cannot remember it. A really good DMT trip has a part always in the center where you do not lose consciousness. You are conscious while it's happening, but you can never, ever talk about that part of the trip, because within 20 seconds of its ceasing to be the present, it's gone. It lays down no memory trace. And that's the moment where you really find out what's going on. They show you, you get the hyper-Masonic initiation of the local Galactarian lodge at that point. But then you come out of it and you have no trace of it. You have the sense of having been in the presence of the pleroma, but what that means, you haven't the faintest notion. Yeah.
I'm curious about common elements from person to person that are repeatable in some way in a particular trip. For example, you've talked a lot in past lectures about your experience with these self-replicating machine elves.
Right.
And I've never met them myself under DMT. I go to a vast crystal cave, but there's some experiences that repeat with mushrooms for me, like a crystal ball coming down from the left, and if I can tune it in just right, I pass into another dimension. I'm wondering if you have, in speaking to lots of people, found common elements that show up in entities or whatever.
Well, my approach to that is sort of Jungian, and I've talked to a lot of people who've done DMT and tried to build up a composite image of what is happening. And a great deal, it has a lot to do with what you bring to it, your past education and experience, obviously, and it has a great deal to do with just your descriptive powers and your ability to stay calm. I mean, some people just go nuts and yell for it to end and carry on. From talking to a lot of people, the archetype that rules DMT, I would say, is the archetype of the circus. And think for a moment. The circus is about a focus on a well-lit central area filled with chaotic activity. First of all, the clowns. And the clowns are the self-transforming machine elves. They arrive in their tiny car, and 15 of them get out, and they have big noses and rubber shoes, and they dance around. Clowns. But in the DMT thing, there is a weird and very strong erotic component. And I believe from my own work on myself that I became aware of eros. I wouldn't say had my first erection, but maybe the first one I was ever conscious of or something like that, in the presence of a lady acrobat at a circus wearing a tiny spangled costume and hanging by her teeth way up in the... And I got it. Death and eros and this incredible dynamic. So you have the clowns, the death and eros thing at the circus, and then you have this kinky undercurrent, which is the sideshows. You know, the rat-faced boy and the thing in the bottle and the two-headed lady and all that. It just off the main ring, folks, the hoochie-coochie dancers and all that. And then, when you think about the concept of the circus generally, you realize it's a perfect metaphor for DMT, because I grew up in a small town in Colorado where every 1st of July, the carnival would come to town. And we were told we couldn't stay out after 9:30 at night playing when the carnival was in town, because these carny people, they were just a different stripe, you know. Some of them probably drank heavy. They were of racially questionable origins and so forth. And they brought immense excitement to this little town, unpacked their wonders, built their Ferris wheels and rides, bilked all the rubes of their cash, and packed it all up and went away. And of course, every kid worth his salt wants to run off with the circus. And, you know, Ray Bradbury in his book, The Circus of Dr. Lao, used these motifs. Fellini in his films, over and over again, the circus is a motif for the unconscious. So over time, and I've had people say, you know, very interesting things. I saw a woman do a subthreshold trip on DMT, and unprompted and never having heard this rap, when she came down, she said, it was the saddest carnival I've ever been to. She said all the rides were closed and there were just those little square ice cream papers blowing in the wind and getting caught up, and I was the only person there. Well, that's about as down a DMT trip as you can have, and basically as you do more of it, you just dial it up until, you know, it becomes Barnum and Bailey, Ringling Brothers, and then it goes on to become the Star Wars bar, and then it goes on to become something from which English cannot even begin to wrap itself around. But I think that's the archetype. Yeah.
What do you consider the importance of venue or place when you're ingesting psychedelics? Do you pick up the energy that has been left in that place? Is that an important component?
I think the main thing is to be in a situation where you're not interrupted and where you are confident. I do not take psychedelics outside very much because I've noticed that the synchronicity thing is uncontrollable. I mean, if you want to have adventures, you know, take 200 micrograms of LSD and step out into, say, the Lower East Side of Manhattan. And it's just terrifying. So, and I learned that lesson very early. So I unplug the phone, bolt the doors, tell everybody I've left town, and then do it. Sometimes I do it outside, like in the jungle and stuff like that. But the main thing is I have a real horror of interruption. I guess since you brought this up, I should say, you know, there is a technique for doing these things correctly. I mean, the way to do them is on an empty stomach in silent darkness. And then also do a good stiff hit. Don't piddle around with it. It won't hurt you. Yeah.
Have you ever heard about Monroe Institute in Virginia?
The out-of-body people, yeah. Yeah.
And they're exploring these worlds. So what you're describing, you can read it in the descriptions of their journeys. But for me, I prefer this way. With an intoxication, I haven't any control about it.
No, you're absolutely right.
But for example, it's the same like lucid dreaming. From lucid dreaming, you can easily go into an astral journey. The way to get into this subject is to need to control yourself, feelings, thoughts. For example, to be able to be playful in your life, you have to change totally to get prosperity in this area. So, have you ever seen the connections between your work?
Yes, I mean, I read the Monroe Institute books. I was not sure what the connection was exactly because many of the worlds that they describe are very much like this world, except just slight details have been changed. The psychedelics seem to land you in much more radically transformed places. This is a big controversy, the can you do it on the natch controversy. And my position is that I wouldn't wish to, simply because to me, the ultimate control is the decision, yes or no, to take the substance. That you really have control. I mean, everybody here has so much control over the psychedelic experience that you could have one this evening if you wanted, for sure. So that's control. But where there isn't control is once you start down the chute, then that you have, and I associate this control issue with the boundary dissolution. The boundary dissolution is alarming to the ego. It doesn't like that feeling, and it tells you that you're dying. And psychedelic voyagers have to learn to just, when that red switch goes on, you just reach out and turn it off and say, oh no, it's set wrong, we're not dying. But it tells you that you're dying because the ego very strongly identifies with the equilibrium of the physical body. And as the physical body begins to slide into the intoxication, the ego is saying, what's happening here? Wait a minute, I'm losing coherency. This is not good. You made a mistake, Joe. We need help, Joe. It's coming upon. They say, chill. It's going to be all right. And so you have to discipline yourself that way. The dissolving of the ego, that is the dissolving of this maladaptive behavior pattern that has made our sexual and social politics so complicated. In other words, the ego is not a good thing. It is a its existence in each one of us in so expressed a form is a symptom of neurosis, a cultural neurosis. And the psychedelic dissolves the ego, but the ego protests noisily while this is going on. And then people who are very ego dependent, if they have a psychedelic experience, they usually only have one, and then they say, well, that was like going nuts. I hated it. I just hated it. It was awful, because they are very strongly identified with the ego. Another person who isn't so strongly identified with the ego could look at the identical experience and say it was a wonderful liberation. It was just the quintessence of freedom and light and openness. So when I say we are pathological and that we need to take strong medicine to fix ourselves, I don't mean the kind of medicine where you can't feel it working. I mean the kind of medicine where you can feel it working. And the suppression of ego has basically was permitted by monotheistic religions and promoted by the phonetic alphabet. And there were just a whole bunch of cultural decisions that had the unfortunate effect of reinforcing the ego. And this is why we have such a problem now, because intellectually we're united if we're, enlightened liberals or whatever. But we can't feel the agony of each other. If we could feel what we were doing, we wouldn't do it, And yet, because each one of us identifies with our own body very strongly and checks no further, so the attitude is basically, well, I'm all right, and if you're not, too bad. And it's a very abstract case to move people off of that. But in these early nomadic societies, which probably every new and full moon were taking psilocybin, and everybody who was capable was having sex in a heap with everybody else, and then the children were being reared in this environment under the sky with no material possessions, it was what we were meant for. It's when we were happiest. It's when our poetry was at its peak, and our dance was at its peak, and our drama, and perhaps our philosophy, and certainly our storytelling, and all of those things were at prime, 14,000 years ago. And, yeah.
You mentioned the great attractor earlier in the conversation. I've been observing that there's a lot of interest in society, again, it seems, in popular science and so on, in hyperdimensionality, the superstring theories. Michio Kaku's book on hyperspace became a bestseller. And what these new theories seem to be predicting is that this universe that we're embedded in is actually just a cross-section in some sort of a hyperdimensional structure that may have originated with the Big Bang or whatever. And there's this proliferation of these hyperdimensional theories. And of course, in quantum mechanics, there's this many worlds hypothesis that's been floating around. So my question is this attractor that you're perceiving embedded in this space or in a hyperdimensional space, in which case that particular attractor might only be one outcome? We're steering our way towards or away from that attractor depending on what's happening from moment to moment.
Well, I've always, before I adopted the vocabulary of chaos dynamics, which uses this term attractor, I always called it the concrescence, following out of Alfred North Whitehead's philosophy. And he said, a concrescence is a nexus of events, or he also called it a nexus of actual occasions. And so I regard the temporal surface as a kind of undulating topology, and you could think of the attractor as the lowest point in the temporal landscape. So then if you think of historical systems as marbles rolling across that landscape, where are they all going to end up? They're all going to end up in the low point, because that's where the attractor lies, and they're all concentrated in this. What I'm suggesting is that the space-time continuum has an attractor for novelty, and that for a very long time the universe of process has been circling around the rim of this attractor, and then, you know, several 100 million years ago it began to make its ever more rapid descent toward the dwell point, and now novelty is extraordinarily concentrated, and the collapse of the state vector that moves us into hyperspace is sort of this umbilical point in the historical process. See, the most evident fact in nature that science has overlooked, totally overlooked, is that nature is speeding up. It always has been, and yet you will never hear this discussed. The early life of the universe, there were no stars, no planets, there weren't even complex elements. There was only helium and hydrogen. And, you know, talk about dull, it was dull. And over time, helium and hydrogen aggregated together and formed masses of such size that the temperatures at the center of those masses triggered fusion, and then outcooked iron, sulfur, carbon, and the process of star formation began. The point being, the further back in time you go, the less events there are. And as I said last night, I think, we are the inheritors of this process. If nature loves novelty, then nature loves us above all else in the cosmos. Because there's more novelty in our domain than anywhere else. And we work around the clock to elaborate novelty. Human society is almost a pure novelty production process. And what all this novelty, one way of thinking of novelty, and Whitehead suggested this, is density of connectedness. Well, then, if you define novelty as density of connectedness, then you can predict what the ultimate novelty would be. The ultimate novelty is when every point is connected to every other point. That is a mathematical definition of a superspace, where all points are cotangent. You have a superspace. So apparently culture, not only culture, but biology, and perhaps even simpler systems, seem to be imbued with a strategy, the result of which is the conquest of dimensionality. The earliest organic life was fixed on clays. It was like lichen-like. It was lichen-like and fixed. And then the whole history of the evolution of animal life is the history of the evolution of better senses and better organs of locomotion. What are we talking about? The conquest of dimensionality. And in the human world, this reaches a whole new level because we are advanced animals, no doubt about it. Our binocular vision, our grasping hand, our running speed, we're a very advanced animal. But we then add on to that language. And what is the purpose of language? I would submit to you that in evolutionary terms, the purpose of language is to talk about the past. That the past ceases to be what it was when you have language, because you can pull it back. Memory. Memory does something to time. It causes the past to remain in the present as a residuum. And as your memory storage technology advances from storytelling to writing to optical discs, the percentage of the past that you're able to hold on to increases. And now with virtual reality and all that, we dream of holding on to as much of the past as we want. So culture has become the servant of this conquest of dimensionality. And I think that inevitably this leads to a bifurcation, because dimensions occur in quantized form. In other words, there is a cusp and then a phase transition. And so what has been going on this planet for the past 10,000 years is an edging toward the cusp. And the vector that is being sought is greater novelty. So the system keeps automatically correcting itself to seek ever greater novelty. The end result of this will be a kind of instantaneous phase transition where everything passes into another modality. And exactly how this will occur is not a problem at this point, because we're too far in the past. Ask me that after 2005, and I should have an answer for you. But at this point in the historical continuum, nobody knows. Is it going to be nanotechnological? Are we going to all become pissant size and go live in stratocumulus clouds somewhere over South America? Are we going to, invent the Banducci spin-dizzy engine and build ships the size of Manitoba and set out for NGC 354 or something like that? That's a possibility. I mean, technology has held surprises before. Or, are we going to do something very unexpected and discover that plants are doorways into dimensions as alien as other planets and as nearby as the grass growing at your feet? We don't know, but our best people are working on it, and long before we get to 2012, it will all be made clear. Did that answer the...
Sort of.
Good. I'd hate to think that we... What happens after 2012? Well, that's an interesting question. I'm thinking about it in a different way than I have before. In the past, we've spent a great deal of time talking about what happens at and after 2012. Yet, strangely, my theory only addresses what happens before 2012. After 2012, the time wave is kaput, and you're back to existentialism again. I think that, well, it depends on how loaded I am, what I think will happen in 2012. Because I can imagine it all the way from that the laws of physics fail, that the entire universe rolls up like a window shade. It's unlikely, or it appears unlikely, but on the other hand, who's estimating the odds, and what do they know? It could be, I've noticed that what the time wave seems to track best is the tool-making process. And so one way I think about concrescence and this enterprise that we're involved in is we are trying to make a tool. Not just any tool. We are trying to make the tool. Now, what is a tool? A tool is something that lets you do something. What, therefore, would be the ultimate tool? It would let you do anything. And as William Burroughs says, anything. That's what it would let you do. The flying saucer comes into the discussion at this point. The flying saucer, I believe, is an image of this tool that haunts the human experience of historical concrescence. It haunts the psyche of human beings and the skies of Earth, because like the bar ball spinning in the club, it is a precursive reflection of the tool at the end of time. The people who got this right are the alchemists of the 15th and 16th century, who believed that out of matter you could coax a universal substance that would be a perfect panacea. It would be all things to all people. It would cure all diseases, confer immortality, change lead to gold. The blind would see, the halt would walk, the dead would rise. And this ideal was immediately in place before the birth of modern science as the goal of the exploration of matter. And I think that we are possibly looking at a technology which the newspapers will call time travel, but which the people who create it will explain, well, it's not that at all. You see, it's actually a reductive doubling of hyperspatial feedback in a heteroclinic situation. But it comes off as time travel. Because one way that I can imagine linear history ending is by it just simply ending. Linear history depends on the past staying what it is. If you have time travel, it's possible to imagine a cultural domain where the past is constantly being changed, in which case you can't describe the ebb and flow of novelty with a simple Cartesian graph. So it could be something like that. Or it could be something somewhat of a metaphysical type. I mean, here's the Stephen King version of what it could be. Imagine if on the day of concrescence the sun exploded. Well, now that would certainly put rainforest activism in a quandary. The explosion of the sun would kill all life instantly on the earth. We don't know what death is. Our secular materialists cheerfully assure us that it's a big nothing, but that's just their guess. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But a mass die-off like that would instantaneously propel the entire biota of the planet into death, whatever that is. And that might be part of the dynamics of the solar system. I don't like that idea. It's rather morbid. But there are some problems with the sun. There are some curious disjunctures between measurement of solar radiation and nuclear theory that suggest that the sun may not be as healthy as we would like it to be. Yeah. Psychedelics catalyze the imagination, inform the population, and allow people to entertain larger perspectives than the completely pissant perspectives which they're being given by the popular media. I mean, the popular media exhibits no imagination at all. That's why we have no space program. That's why we have no advanced research project agency, no commitment to explore the solar system, and so forth and so on. It turns out that really was all being done to beat the Russians. All that fine talk about space flight and the outward urge, that was just Pentagonese horse shit so they could dig into our genes and build intercontinental ballistic missiles. We who believed that we were headed out into the starry universe were, as usual, shafted. Well, that's a little coda on that. I see it's time to knock off for a while. We have time for one more question, though. Is this working for people? I mean, I wander one way and then another.
Just to lead from what you just... Oh, sorry.
No, you...
What you just said about all this, the space program stuff. Why all the... There seemed to be this incredible influx of sci-fi in the media, as far as like programming and television, films. What's your comment on that? I mean,
well, I think that virtual reality, the entertainment industry, I mean, if you look at the figures, if we spent as much money trying to save the planet as we are spending trying to develop advanced systems of electronic entertainment, hell, we'd fix it overnight. That would just be a done deal. I'm suspicious. I'm a techno fan, and I use technology, and I'm into it. But I was with Howard Rheingold one night, actually here at Esalen, when we achieved a kind of apotheosis together. And he said to me, he said, "My God, I've just realized what virtual reality is for." And I said, "What's it for, Howard?" And he said, "It's to keep us from ever leaving the planet." And I see in the game design and in the website design and in the look and feel of the net how it's to be a simulacrum of the great frontier. You know, it's going to all be virtual, the trip to Pluto and the conquest of Mars and the journey out to Andromeda. I think that I don't fault technology. You just have to be very aware. But, it's like heroin. And we must not consume, we must produce. As a community, the psychedelic community must produce art, not consume it. If they get it flowing the other way and we begin to consume it, then we are depotentiated. So what I've said, the millennial program is to put the art pedal to the floor. In virtual reality, the difference between a 10-story building and a 100-story building is 1 0. Enter the 0, and it's now a 100-story building. We can build with light. The constraints of material and the constraints of capital investment that have limited us in three-dimensional space are not going to be present in VR. And I think we're going to be able to build those castles in the sky. And that what I've said this many times, as I see the late 20th century cultural enterprise, what we're trying to do here is turn the human body inside out. We want to take the mind, which is this invisible hyperspatial organ with its teeming imagination, and we want to make it literal or virtual. We want to bring it into existence. Meanwhile, the body has become, because there are so many bodies, a real drag on the political system. So the body wants to become something freely commanded in the imagination. And it's literally like we are turning ourselves inside out. And this is an alchemical process. So now I've spoken of the alchemical process as something happening to the body, as a cultural enterprise building a tool, as an irresistible motion toward an attractor, which can be glimpsed through the hyperdimensional vision conferred by psychedelics. And then it merely remains to unpack and download these ideas into the popular and mass culture, because I think they assuage anxiety. People feel better about themselves and the fate and direction of the world. But, we have painted ourselves into a hell of a situation here. The momentum of our past mistakes is staggering. The good news is we primates love a good fight, and we don't really get our dander up until the last possible moment. This is it. This is the last possible moment. As old pilots like to say, I think we're turning final here. These weekends tear past with amazing rapidity. And I was lying in bed last night thinking of everything that was not said, and it seemed like hardly anything was said. I don't know what that means. In myself personally, I've noticed in the last year or so a sense that the vision or the thinking about our circumstance has become almost for me like a full-time job. I really don't want to go anywhere, and I don't want to do anything. I just want to hold the understanding in my mind. And I don't know exactly where this is leading. It's probably leading to writing more books and doing less traveling. In terms of launching various memes, I think they're pretty well launched. The idea that the psychedelic experience needs to be given a place in the social toolkit, the idea that we need to seriously revision our relationship to nature and the future. I think all these things have come a distance. Yeah.
I'm real curious about one thing. Why is it important for you to do this?
I wonder myself. You mean, am I the alien ambassador, whether I like it or not? Well, I often, when asked this question, I've said, it beats honest work. I mean, my brother is a PhD in 3 subjects and works in hard science, and I don't think it's brought him immense happiness, not that he's despondent, but I was always kind of a slider, and certainly when I reached La Chirera in 1971, I had a price on my head by the FBI. I was running out of money. I was at the end of my rope. And then they recruited me and said, with a mouth like yours, there's a place for you in our organization. And, I've worked in deep background positions about which the less said, the better. And then, about 15 years ago, they shifted me into public relations, and I've been there to the present. I think ideas get me high, and I like the feeling of understanding, and I love diversity to the point of weirdness. I mean,
There's more to it than that for you, because, being tuned into ideas and turned on by ideas is one thing, but you can keep it just to yourself. The sharing of it is something else. I think that's what I'm getting at. Why do you do that?
Well, one thing is, I'm really fascinated. I think of myself as a pretty savvy person, and not easily led into false dogma. And yet, this is such a strange idea. And so it's basically a plea for help. It's not a cult. It's not that I want you to join me in believing in this. It's that this is so outlandish that join me as a scientist would join a research team, and let's cut it to pieces and show that it was simply a misunderstanding of information theory coupled with bad mathematics spliced onto a weak ontology or something like that, because this idea, I could live with the time wave if I only had to read about it in Time magazine and that it was being developed by Negroponte and Prigozhin. The thing that sets up the cognitive dissonance for me is that I, from the point of view of most people, thought it up. And I am so aware of my limitations that to me that's the strongest argument there is, that it's malarkey, and yet that's not a fair argument against an idea. In rhetoric, that's called the ad hominem argument, the argument to the man. That's when you get up and say, well, we shouldn't follow Jesse Helms because he's short and ugly. That's not allowed. That's a below-the-belt move. And then I read books like Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and it says, this is how it happens. Some guy, marginal, not at the center of the field, and somewhat at loose ends, but usually with a broad education, gets it, I mean, it happened to Einstein. He was a telegrapher. It happened to Alfred Russel Wallace. He was a surveyor who couldn't make a living, and so he went to Indonesia to collect butterflies for the British Museum. And we could multiply these examples. ad infinitum. So, but I have spent a lot of time educating myself about what it would mean if this were true. In other words, how big a revolution is it? And it's an enormous revolution. The implications are staggering. For example, if it's true that time is a fluctuating variable, as this so strongly argues, then science as practiced for the past 500 years is out the window, because that kind of science is based on the concept of experiment. And experiment has built into it the concept of what's called a restoration of initial conditions. That means you can go back to the start and run the experiment again. This is saying, as Heraclitus said, you never step into the same river twice. And consequently, the idea of repetitive experiment is shown to be intellectually bankrupt. You could almost say, pardon me?
Scientists have already have recognized that.
Well, some have and some haven't. The idea that you would specify in a physics experiment that it should be done only when the moon is in Scorpio to obtain the correct results would get you...
But those experiments are primarily Newtonian in orientation, are they not? I mean,
well, give me an example of a time-dependent physical experiment recognized by science.
I mean, dropping a ball out of the Tower of Pisa.
Well, it doesn't matter what time you do it.
Precisely.
That's my point. That's my point. That we could almost say of science that it is the study of those phenomena so crude that the time in which they occur does not affect them. And so falling balls, gas diffusion, simple things, it doesn't matter where in time they occur. But things like the building of an empire, the waging of a war, the evolution of a species, the conquest of a biome by a new set of genes, these things, timing is everything and dictates success or failure. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, because the Greek anthropic cosmological principle argues that life evolved at about the right time. If things had started up a little bit later, a little bit sooner, at least around this sun, it wouldn't necessarily have gotten a kickstart. The conditions were no longer quite right. The incubator was set to just the right temperature when the gases were at just the right concentrations and so on. And Stephen Gould has pointed out that we couldn't even play the tape over again if you started off with life at one of the early conditions 3.5 billion years ago and then ran it forward again. We wouldn't have ended up with people, and we wouldn't have ended up with the kinds of species we have. There are too many bifurcation points that can take place along the line. So there's actually 2 points there.
Yes, well, this is essentially what this is saying. Ordinary science says that evolution proceeds by the random mixing of genes, then subject to natural selection dictated by environmental parameters. And out of that you do get a creative advance, or an advance into morphological complexity, but very slowly. And I think that what the time wave shows is that the deck, the cosmic deck, is stacked in favor of novelty, so that it isn't a 50-50 every time you throw the dice, that it's going to go toward entropy or order. Actually, order is favored, and so order emerges and is conserved over time, or novelty. I prefer the term novelty because to me chaos doesn't signify disorder. I view it in the new way. Well, anyway, maybe that's enough about that. I didn't intend such a long opening statement. It must be this coffee.
What you were saying sounds like, I think it was just recently, a couple months ago, the Hubble constant, the Hubble telescope was throwing things in question, and I think, have you pursued that?
Yes, I follow all that very carefully. I touched on it in my lecture by implication last night. It was in my mind when I said how so much of science recently has been about answering the question, when? When? There is huge controversy raging at this moment in astrophysics because, well, here's the background. In the 1920s, Edwin Hubble studied variable stars, and in an effort to establish what are called absolute or reliable candles for measuring cosmic distance, knowing that if he could very accurately calibrate the radiance of this certain type of star, that then he could calculate how that radiance would diminish at distance. And there is a number involved with Hubble's name called the Hubble constant. And if you set it high, the universe is young. Did I get it right? And if you set it low, the universe is old. And furious battles are now raging because there is data coming in both from the Hubble telescope, ironically, named after Edwin Hubble. There is data coming in there that is supporting the idea, I believe, that using standard mathematics, the universe is young. In fact, paradoxically, younger than some of the oldest stars in it, which doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Conversely, from a different set of instruments, looking at a different part of the radio or electromagnetic universe, low Hubble constants values are coming in, implying that the universe is 18 to 22 billion years old rather than 6 to 8 or 8 to 10. And as far as the time wave is concerned, I was looking at this and I realized I should issue a press release and make a prediction and say that according to my calculations, the age of the universe is precisely X, and then see where these other people come down. I think the time wave favors the idea that the universe is about 17.5 billion years old. And that is in agreement with the data that does not contain an internal contradiction. I find the idea of a universe 8 billion years old almost as unlikely as a universe 4,306 years old. I feel real cramped in a 10 billion year old universe. That is not enough.
Well, I was just thinking that if the Hubble constant had a variation in time, that would probably describe it. Maybe your formulas might point to how it might vary in time. Or we have a locally varying Hubble constant.
Well, yes, you raise a whole bunch of interesting issues here. Look at how presumptuous science is. First of all of modern physics is based around the concept of constants. The central, and some of these are non-dimensional constants, but some are not, like the speed of light. Well, the speed of light has been measured on this planet since 1906. Less than 100, just under 100 years of measurement in a multi-billion-year-old universe carried out on one planet. And from this, you make the grand statement that the speed of light in all times and all places will obey this law of velocity? Give me a break. It's just a kind of a joke. And yet, to admit that there is a problem here would seriously undermine the premises of science. Things are worse than that. Throughout the 20th century, of course, the speed of light has been measured many, many times. Now, the same value is rarely obtained. Now, all of physics depends upon this being a universal constant. So when you point out to them that the same value is rarely obtained, they wave their hands and say, well, this has to do with the limits of the instrumentality, a term which will not be further defined. This has to do with the limits of the instrumentality, and they're just hitting around it, right? So at first you, the uneducated layman, you think, well, that makes sense. I suppose they're just hitting around it. But then you go back and you look at these measurements of the speed of light, and you know what? They don't cluster around a point. Since 1906, successive measurements of the speed of light seem to imply that it's incrementally going slightly faster. The set of data points is drifting slightly across the thing. Well, now, how, if it's at the limits of the instrumentality, can you possibly explain that? Well, this became such an issue in the astrophysics community, and check this out, that what they did is in 1972, they defined the speed of light. and they said, this is the speed of light. And all future calculations should use this number regardless of what the instruments are telling you. A momentous turning point in the evolution of scientific thought. At last, nature itself is deemed no longer necessary for the study of nature, and in fact it just gets in the way. Anyway, I can go on at great length about the foibles of science, but it's just fun to rib them. Yeah.
We're back to scholasticism, I guess. But by the same argument, couldn't you say how long is a year, especially when you're talking about births of universes in which Earths revolving around suns haven't yet evolved to measure the year, that we're now measuring the whole schmear in?
Well, you mean why... I'm not sure I understand you. Do you mean why do we place so much emphasis on the year count in the theory?
Well, how can you, in a way, because...
Well, it doesn't, really. What it depends on is a 384-day cycle, and which, if you were to press me, and I guess you are, as to why is it a 384-day cycle, well, it's 13 lunations, yes, but there's something mysterious going on there, and probably a good Newtonian could explain it to us. They do these studies, these geochronological studies using coral fossils, and they believe that the year length, that the year is slowly shrinking, and that about a billion years ago, the year length would have been about 384 days. And I suspect that the evolution of DNA, that there must have been, that the fact that the DNA runs on 64 and the I Ching runs on 64 and this number 384 keeps coming up in relationship to the lunation and the possible solar year length, I think that essentially the DNA must have frozen in itself a kind of picture of the various orbital and geomagnetic resonances that existed in the solar system or in the terrestrial environment at the time it came into existence. I mean, that's just my guess, but it would fit. Do you see what I mean? And then the fact that it's 13 lunations, the moon is despun, tidally despun. That's why we always see one face locked on the Earth, because it makes one revolution in the time that it makes one orbit. And that's the consequence of that. And it may be that, well, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, but that there was a coupling of some sort between the Sun-Earth-Moon system a billion years ago that made a 384-day year possible.
But my point is, before that, when we're talking about the time between
I see what you're
the
asking.
Big Bang and planets, how long is a year?
Well, my assumption is that the real formative cycles are quantum mechanical in dimension. In other words, we talk about a 384-day cycle, then we talk about a 6-day cycle, then an hour and 35-minute cycle, and then a minute and a half or something. But it's the cycles below, say, 10 to the minus 12 seconds. In other words, the whole universe, I assume, is some kind of amplification of quantum mechanical instability. And you and I have talked about how biology seems to be a chemical strategy for amplifying quantum mechanical indeterminacy so that it leaves the subatomic realm and can be present, in a 145-pound block of meat. I mean, that is what it is. The phenomenon of free will is quantum mechanically amplified determinacy in this complex chemical system that we call organic life. So the year thing isn't important. What's important is probably something down in the realm of Planck's constant, some slip in the cosmic machinery at a very basic level that was then exploded and amplified out into the phenomenal universe. I mean, the real question is why there is anything at all. Why this state was preferred over a state of pure nothingness, which would appear to be the bottom of the energy well. Yeah.
You've done a lot of thinking about morphological resonances of different sorts, and there's one that I've encountered that I really can't shake loose. I wonder if you have a comment on it. Reading about the brain, the estimates of the total number of neurons is about 100 billion. And as you read about cosmology, you read that the average spiral galaxy is thought to have 100 billion suns in it, and the total number of galaxies in the universe is estimated to be around 100 billion. And I recently encountered the estimate that the total number of biomolecules in a cell is about 100 billion. And it seems like this coincidence keeps coming up, and maybe it's related to Paul Dirac's idea of the large number.
Well, I think it is true that emergent properties come out of large aggregations. Always the textbook example is, if you have two H2O molecules, that's water, but you don't have wetness. Wetness doesn't emerge until you have thousands of H2O molecules. And so the wetness of water is a property which only emerges when you have millions of these molecules together. And it does appear that complex neural nets have to be above 9 billion operating subunits. And so, it may be that, definitely we are pushing toward criticality in any area of measurement. For example, if you look at the curve of energy release, or the population curve, or the curve of information production, or the curve of advancing velocity, you see that many of these curves will become asymptotic in the near future. And that's what I mean when I say we're headed into this domain of boundary dissolution and hyper-novel inflationary evolution, you could almost call it. Yeah.
Find asymptotic.
Isn't that, asymptotic is when it's not doubling every time you measure it. It's being squared, isn't that it? Each time. Mm-hmm. So it goes logarithmic, asymptotic, and then there's another term for an even more rapid expansion. Yeah.
When I read futurist books on futurists, I've been to several things like that, they talk very similar to what you're saying, the radical changes that are coming, but they're looking at all the denominators of what they feel would cause this. And their sense of chaos is what you're talking about in a different way. Economic chaos, health chaos. Our earth is headed for a tremendous upheaval in the cities, the concentration
right.
of so many people together in these megalithic centers of humanity and are so disconnected with what man is, that they're saying the same thing that you're saying in a different way. I mean, they are saying the same thing.
Yes, well, as you see, they feel that they own the planet, and so they're very alarmed. I mean, wouldn't you be if it were your property? And you say, my God, what is going on? We have to get hold of the neighborhood. But my faith is that the horse knows where it wants to go, and we're all being carried along for the ride. And, you know, Mitsubishi, the Catholic Church, whoever wants to try and control it is welcome to try. But it's a perverse thing. I mean, we who think of ourselves as little people imagine that owning the earth must be a great pleasure. But actually, you know, the number of ulcer tablets being consumed in the chancelleries, bourses, and embassies of this planet seems to argue that thinking you own the world is an enormous headache and aggravation. The chaos is roving through the system and able to undo at any point the best laid plans. All kinds of things are happening. First of all, there are all these fields of research ranging from cryogenics, nanotechnology, psychedelic pharmacology, disease control, machine-human interfacing. You know, you could just list these things endlessly. And at any moment, one of these fields could make a breakthrough so fundamental that everything would be changed. And we have, you know, 50 of these irons going in the fire all the time. At the same time, because the planetary culture is becoming ever more closely knitted together, all its parts are becoming codependent. So, for instance, an earthquake which destroys central Tokyo would ruin the economy of Belgium, because the retraction of Japanese capital from world markets would set up reverberations that would be felt everywhere. The system is being slaved ever more tightly to various portions of itself. Crop failure in Russia causes, you know, strikes in Argentina and so forth and so on. And this will accelerate. Well, then the task of management somehow is to bring this coalescing system through this transition period without the whole thing getting so much vibration built up into it that it falls apart. And so it's very alarming to see barbarism uncontrolled in the world, to see, you know, people being pushed into boxcars on their way to extermination camps and all this. This means that that the global control systems are in danger of breaking down. And I think that the world corporate state is running hard to keep up. National governments do not understand what is going on. National governments are underpaid, understaffed, and under-talented. World corporate divisions of various sorts do understand what is going on, but they are in the process of taking power from the national states as rapidly as possible in order to use that power to manage the planet in a somewhat less ideologically hysterical fashion. I mean, they want to make money, you know, but that's a different thing than wanting to convert everybody to Islam, Marxism, or National Socialism, or something like that. I'm fascinated by management because it's the large-scale understanding and integration of human systems. And that's the real challenge. I mean, it's all very fine to take these mathematical models and write and describe the behavior of the dripping faucet, as was done very creatively. But the purpose of all this modeling is to eventually take control of our own relationships to each other and to the world and to the future and to, to the future generations.
It's somewhat paradoxical, though, because management would appear to be key, yet what we're talking about managing can't be managed.
No, but what can be managed is our anxiety about it. In other words, I think of it as though what we're in is an aircraft, a cultural airfoil moving through history. And the challenge is change your Sopwith Camel into an F-18 in flight, because we're going faster and faster and faster, and Q forces, vibration, are beginning to build up on all the airfoils. And so what we have to do is transform the cultural engine, or the forward acceleration into the temporal medium will burn the wings off and rip the airfoil apart.
What you're talking about is metamorphosis. Would you comment on examples of metamorphosis in nature to what's going on there?
Well, the perfect example is, of course, insect metamorphosis, which if you read my book, The True Hallucinations, and I think it's mentioned in The Invisible Landscape, there was a great deal of talk about insect metamorphosis at La Chorrera. I've always, and I've never received a satisfactory answer to the question put to evolutionary biologists, how do you account for the metamorphosis of insects, where, like in the case of butterflies, hundreds, if not thousands of genes have to be coordinated perfectly to take a caterpillar, dissolve all its body tissue, and have it completely reconstruct itself as another kind of organism. I'm trying to imagine an evolutionary scenario of gradual mutation that would give you that. I can't do it. It must have happened largely instantaneously in a single massive rearrangement of hundreds and hundreds of genes. And we don't see that much in animal life. We see large-scale polyploidy in plants, so maybe this happened in animal tissue only once or twice in the life of the planet, but it gave this insect adaptation, which is astonishing, And in a way, what we're doing is repeating that metamorphosis on a metaphorical as well as physical plane. I mean, we are rather like worms, and we have built a society that is somewhat, might ungenerously be described as a carrion pile. But there is apparently in us the capacity to evolve to this other form. And there is, as long as we're roving through exotic biological metaphors here, there is a phenomenon in biology called neoteny. Neoteny is the preservation of juvenile characteristics into adulthood. And we, as a primate species, exhibit advanced forms of neoteny. This is why we are hairless to adulthood. This is why our skull-to-body ratio remains infantile compared to other primates throughout life. It's why we require such a long period of physical upbringing. Well, there are certain animals that will remain in the juvenile stage their entire lifetime unless certain environmental parameters shift. And what I mean by that is, say you have a kind of salamander. Well, it exists as a kind of a tadpole its entire life, and for generations it can do this, living as a tadpole. But if the pool dries up, the organisms in the pool at that time suddenly discover that they have the capacity to develop lungs and crawl out onto the land. And they do, even though perhaps this hasn't been done in that neighborhood for generations. And I think we are sort of in that position. We have a capacity inside ourselves that we have not yet unfolded. and we may not for a while. When things really get nutty, part of the getting nutty is that we will discover present in our human population all the time were mutants of certain types that had no evolutionary advantage as long as bourgeois society and Judeo-Christian ethics were in place. But when that begins to shake and shimmer, then these mutant types will emerge to the fore. This is how evolution works, by the way, in animal populations. The mutants are always present, but they have no consequence unless the environmental parameters shift and give them then a special advantage. And I think being able to see hyperspatially is the special adaptive advantage that psychedelic plants confer upon the people who use them. It is literally, you see the world with different eyes, and it's going to make it possible for you to find your way through the future in a way that will be very difficult for people who are looking at the situation through the eyes of materialism, Newtonianism, positivism, and so forth. Yeah.
That's the question, I guess, that keeps coming up to me was, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, I keep thinking that too.
Well, I keep saying, de-emphasize anxiety. Reassure people. You meet people who say, I'm really scared. I'm scared about my job. I'm scared about my relay. I'm scared. The answer is, don't worry. You don't know enough to worry. That's God's truth. Who do you think you are that you should worry, for crying out loud? It's a total waste of time. It presupposes such a knowledge of the situation that it is in fact a form of hubris. No, what you do is just pay your bills and, pack heat if you need to, and don't worry. That's all. Yes.
Joe told me, don't worry, don't take it so seriously because none of us are going to get out of it alive.
Well, no, that's a more dismal conclusion. Worry is praying to the devil. That's great. Worry is betting against yourself. Wi Po Yang, a great Chinese Taoist who wrote many, many commentaries on the I Ching, he was asked at the end of his life what was his conclusion of a life of studying the I Ching. And he said, worry is preposterous. That was it. If we are serious about who we are and not ashamed of our dreams, then we have to build on the scale of solar systems. We have the imaginative power to be a galactarian civilization. It's just that we have a pissant control of energy at the moment. But if there's somebody out there who needs consulting, somebody who does have hyperlight drive and time travel but just doesn't know what to do with it, ask us. We are very creative. And I've tracked this very closely in the literature. And up until about 5 years ago, time travel definitely, if you were writing about that, you were a squirrel. Nobody was talking about that. And since then, Scientific American has devoted an entire issue to it. Nick Herbert, who I do not consider a squirrel, wrote an excellent book about it. There have been articles in Physical Review, and it's gone from it's completely impossible, don't even think of it, to, well, certain thought experiments can be imagined which do seem to imply. Well, that's how relativity got started, talking about trains passing each other at the speed of light and what would happen if. It's so hard to make people understand because we're in this new age environment of fishy thinking. But the entities inside the DMT trance are real entities. I mean, they're as real as you and I are. You would have trouble proving your own ontological validity if pressed by a skilled philosopher. So they're as real as we are. Well, this then has to be taken seriously. Questions like, where are they? Who are they? What do they know? Because they're intelligent. And we're intelligent, and we've been yapping about space people and all this malarkey. You know, they are here. If flying saucers landed on the south lawn of the White House tomorrow, it wouldn't be as weird as what happens to you when you smoke DMT. It would just be a news story, something for NASA to take over. Chomsky would explain it to us, the linguistic side, I mean. But you personally can meet the alien anytime you want, and the culture can meet the alien anytime they want. Well, are these things here for no reason? Are we just sort of there on their trip and we're on our trip? Or have they come for us? Is there a message? Is there a purpose? And why does this seem so drenched in super technologies and intimations of time travel? I mean, are these things dead souls? Are they a future state of humanity that's come back 100 million years to the dawn ages of intelligence to observe, the discovery of starflight? Or what is happening? It needs to be looked at, and I went into this very deeply with shamanism, but shamanism is a set of culturally sanctioned explanations for people who didn't know how to ask the kinds of questions we ask, and so you can only go so far with that, and eventually you realize, Jung won't help you, or Mircea Eliade, or no. You have to make sense of this on your own terms. It's very unexpected that this would happen. I always assumed I would be a aeronautical engineer or something like that. I never thought that the culture would turn 90 degrees and discover in, the biology of the planet an alien intelligence. I mean, that's what the 20th century will probably be remembered for, and very few of us can even articulate it to ourselves. In the way that the 15th century discovered the New World, the 20th century discovered the parallel continuum. It begins with Freud and noticing something about the fantasies of these Viennese housewives, and then Jung splicing in the myths, and then the surrealists and Iliad, and then the drug people come along, and Huxley, and so forth, until finally people say, as that wonderful line in Rosemary's Baby, "My God, this is really happening." Yes, what did you think? Over here.
I have a question. Lecture, from what I understand, and I'm not a mathematician, but they're using formulas based on double pyramids and tetrahedric.
Yeah. Well, I think, that these kinds of occult calculations, this is a legitimate way to proceed. This is how Kepler modeled the solar system, was by putting the Greek perfect mathematical forms inside each other. But I am really aware, from having worked 20 years on the time wave, how woolly it gets out there in the numbers as when you're looking for correlations, and there are a whole bunch of these things. There are the people in New Zealand with the world grid system. There's the whole Jose Arguelles cosmology. There's Ouspensky was an early one, In Search of the Miraculous. Yeats' book of Vision is a complex mathematical thing explaining the cosmos. And there seems to be something in us that we are systematizers. We produce systems, and these are integrated systems of means. And the only thing you can do is lay them before your fellow monkeys and see what goes on. And I usually am a reluctant participant. I'm not much fun when it comes to weird ideas because I just pour cold water on them. For instance, right now my mail is running pretty heavily toward people who want to inform me about and convert me to the works of Zecharia Sitchin, who, and this is a, do you know who I'm talking about? Well, this is a complex cosmology. It involves 5 or 6 books. It involves a lost planet which comes into the inner solar system every 35,000 years or so, which was responsible for Jesus and it's a whole thing. And people who I up to that point had considered sane found it very interesting, and I was just, it was, you know, so I think the only thing you can, I am in this same position. I mean, someone could certainly react phobically to my thing. So I think what you have to say about these ideas is they just have to be dropped out of the nest, and you see what can fly and what can't. However, then here's a piece of advice which you may not need or want to hear, but this has worked for me, and it's not an orthodox piece of advice, but if you hear a claim that fascinates you or interests you, like a claim, well, just as an example, the face on Mars or the time wave or Zecharia Sitchin's thing, yes, you should read the person's book and you should think about it on that level. But what you should also do is try to find out as much about this person as possible. It's very hard for people to hide their pasts. And if it turns out that your particular revelator did some time in Tennessee for auto theft, or was last seen fleeing Germany with a valise of cash, then you know. And this was very effective for me with the crop circles. An investigation of the histories of the major personalities was a journey into, well, I can't even find words to describe it, but that's the thing to look at. Look at the people. Look at their lives, their credit histories, their bank accounts, and then judge their cosmogonic visions. Some people would probably say that's unfair, but in a sense it goes back to what I said a couple of days ago about aesthetics. You know, the revelation of the mystery, one thing is for sure, it will not be tacky. It won't be tasteless. You know, it won't be wearing sequins, for God's sake. It won't pass out 10% discount coupons. Sorry.
Will it charge at all?
Will it charge at all? Where I pulled out is I was at one of these expos, you know, that are around. And I toured the thing, and if you ever go to one of those things, they are horrendous. I mean, Moldavite suppositories and just the damnedest stuff. And I was making my way through the booths, the various therapies, channelings, and revelations, and this young woman in a short skirt rushed out and took me by the elbow, and she said, "Excuse me, sir, could I interest you in elective cosmetic surgery?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, how about the drawing for the Camaro?" I said, "No." But that's all right. The marketplace has always been a noisy place. Yeah.
This is just sort of to illustrate an example of this time stuff we're talking about. 2 years ago, I was driving a city bus. And when you drive a city bus, you have a computer printout that tells you exactly what minute to be where. Now, there's not many jobs like that. So you always have to be aware of time. I had driven this route for 3 months, and I left the terminus at the same time I'd always left. This is a trolley bus. It has a speed governor on it and goes on wires. You can't go more than 60 clicks. It always takes within 30 seconds to get to the next timing point. One day, I was meditating at work. My mother told me not to do this. And I left on time, and I got to the timing point 6 minutes early, and I picked up 10 people. Now, I don't know how that happened or what happened, but it seemed to me it was a slip in time. The next day, I'm sitting in the cafeteria. I have to go up to this bus, inspect it, and leave at a certain time. I'm eating a sandwich. I think, oh, I've got 15 minutes, and I look at the clock. It's 5 minutes after I'm supposed to leave. So I freak out, run out, get on the bus, leave 10 minutes later than I ever have, and get to where I'm going 10 minutes earlier than him. Now, at the same time, I thought this was peculiar, so I started asking everybody I knew, and I found 4 people who had a routine such that they knew what time things happened. Wow. One guy always took an hour and 20 minutes to get to work, for example. He left one morning, and he got there 45 minutes early. And I just offer this as an example of the fact that this idea of physics being constant has to do whether you believe it or not and pay attention to it. And if you change your own relationship to time and space, well, I took a whole busload of people with me.
Call Hollywood.
It's an example that something is slipping.
No, there are,
as people's minds open up.
I think there are roving discontinuities called cosmic giggles that are definitely there. Yeah.
Same thing happened to me twice. I gained once 20 minutes that I couldn't have possibly gained, and another time an hour and 15 minutes. To go
Well,
from
that's very interesting. Too bad this is a population with such a high incidence of drug abuse.
Terence, is there a parallel to the concept of the Eastern concept of the big mind and the network system? It seems to me to be one.
Well, yeah, one of the things I think that's happening,
going on there that may be relative to all this?
the engineering mentality, the male engineering mentality, always is trying to duplicate in technology what already exists in nature. So, you know, back 15,000 years ago, when the partnership society was in place and everybody was rigged out with psilocybin, they were participating in what I call the Gaian mind, the flow of energy and information between the human population and the rest of the animal and plant and natural world. Well, then we fell away from that into the existential condition of history, but it's always stuck with us. And our desire, you know, to string wires, to talk to each other over distances and send pictures and be integrated in our faith that data is somehow important, is all part of this effort to mirror in our technology the Gaian mind. It's sort of like, you know, they say men always seek in their mates the image of their mother. Well, this was sort of happening for us on a cultural scale. In our technology, we're always trying to create a path back into nature. And many people think of the internet or think of computers as masculine and so forth. They are not at all. It's an incredible feminizing influence. McLuhan understood this very well. He believed that the worldwide rise of electrical networks could be correlated to the descent of the Holy Ghost. He thought we were living in the age of the Holy Spirit, that electricity is the Holy Spirit. And that's abstract when you're talking about telegraphs and that sort of thing. But when you're talking about the internet, you realize, you know, we really are mental creatures. And And so we are apparently creating a shamanic dimension that is culturally sanctioned because we say we don't have to take a drug because we're so phobic of drugs. But the smart people know, the pharmacologists and the nanotechnological engineers know that the difference between a drug and a computer is that you can swallow one and you can't swallow the other one. And that's the only difference. And they're working to correct that problem. The drugs of the future will be computers. The computers of the future will be drugs, They'll be patches that you paste on your forehead or the back of your thumbnail. So really, and the other thing is that keeps us calm is that we can see the electronic infrastructure. We can see the phone lines, we can see the boxes and the keyboards, but that's all about to disappear. A very active frontier now is mind-machine interfacing, where, basically by wrinkling your brow and squinting and squirming, you run your software. And the boxes can disappear and will disappear. And we've talked in these gatherings many times about a very obvious future coalescence of technology where what you have when you're 8 years old or something is you have a very small operation which puts something like a contact lens not on your eye but on the inside of your eyelid. It's like a black contact lens, so that when you close your eyes there are menus hanging in space. That's your interface. That's your doorway to the internet. And then you just take off from your jump site out into cyberspace. This is not out of reach. Believe me, if it mattered as much as blowing up little brown people somewhere, we would have it in our hands today. It's just a matter of committing capital investment and resources to do. The keyboard is run by looking at the screen, and the thing is tracking your eye movements. There is no keyboard. Huh?
It's like biofeedback, basically.
Yeah, it's a biofeedback control of machines, but not little PCs, but world-spanning data networks that are in 3 dimensions and with graphically rendered environments that are extremely high-density data that cannot, in fact, be told from reality, except that it's been put through such an outlandish design process that you could never mistake it for reality unless you were raised in international airport arrival concourses.
The advertising world has equipment in place that they can monitor where you look at certain products on a screen.
Mm-hmm.
So certainly that would be easy to do.
Oh yeah, this is all coming. And so then the question is, as the internet fades away in terms of boxes and flickering screens and becomes more and more transparent implants in your body, then your identification will be total with this global environment. And you will think of yourself as a person with 2 minds. The individual mind and the collective mind, previously called the unconscious, and previously inaccessible except through psychotherapy, dreams, or drug use, but suddenly put online as a 24-hour-a-day utility for those who need to use it. Bizarre, yes, but what isn't?
I just wanted to mention that if anyone wants to get further into these ideas, there's William Gibson's novels are a good place to begin. Neuromancer, for example.
Yeah, and I noticed there's a new virtual reality novel out called Rim that I haven't read, but it's published by my publisher, Harper, so I'll plug it anyway. But yeah, and so what I see really is that there was a bifurcation, almost a gender-based bifurcation, and this male-dominant thing which is all about controlling matter and energy and mathematically formal descriptions of nature and so forth, what it's going to do is it's going to deliver us back to the high Paleolithic. But it will be a totally established and hardwired technology. And so then you see history will be revealed to have been, of all things, a Viconian recirculation, a return back to our origins. That's why I say Western man, the parable for Western civilization is the parable of the prodigal son. That's who we are. We left the family fold, the flocks, and the filial obligations, and we descended into matter and made a long, long journey of understanding, which is meaningless unless we return to our origins. And then, it can be used to enrich and broaden the human experience. Something so extraordinary is happening on this planet. I mean, for hundreds of millions of years, biology flowed across the surface and species advanced and retreated and sensory organs were refined and redefined and so forth and so on. But about 35, 50,000 years ago, language broke loose. And language is the sheer will of information itself to transform itself. I mean, we are, our medium is meat, but we are made of information, and that information could be fed into a computer, crystallized into a virus. What we are is a long message that is being typed out in proteins by thousands of ribosomes, coordinated over time. We are sort of like a phonograph record. And when you're young, certain enzyme systems, certain genes are turned on. And then you pass into midlife, other genes are turned on, certain genes are turned off. It's like a melody, theme and variation being brought back, the theme being enriched and worked, and then finally the whole thing builds to a crescendo, and then one by one the genes are turned off and the audience tugs on its overcoats and cabs are hailed and people go home for the evening. But that's what you are. You're a story, a piece of code being run in the great computer of the world. And like the self-transforming machine elves in the DMT trance who can make things with language, so too we can make things with language. We can coax ideas into matter and make engines and dynamos and transmitters and oscillators and all these things,
Would you relate, you haven't mentioned at all about relating all this in terms of health, of medicine. I mean, because there's so much of that going on now with Chopra's work and so much, and I don't know if that's, you consider that hoochie-coochie.
No, that's different.
But, you know what I'm saying? There's so much now going into the holistic, or not just, I'm not talking about systems. I'm talking about the cell, like Chopra talks about the cell and its ability to hear.
Well, I think there's a general spreading awareness of awareness in biology. And the old ideas of a system of integrated organs has given way to, a holistic model. And so much can just be done with information in terms of, like, if you eat right, if you behave right, if you monitor yourself, if you exercise, we can know a great deal more about ourselves than we ever could before. The whole thrust of novelty is toward a kind of Platonic perfection, and it means perfection of the body as well. How this will look, I'm not sure. Maybe the body can become superconducting. That's a claim I would have to see before I believed. I'm sure we'll have people coming down the pike who claim they're superconducting. Essentially, breatharians claim that, but then they were cornered down at Baskin-Robbins. And,
well, that's also how long the human body can live. I mean, they're talking about in Chopra's view that their age is limitless. There should be no real death.
Well, I think that that's quite within reach, but I'm puzzled by the ethics of it.
That's what
I'm
saying.
I think that if you don't die, you miss the point. So, we can live for a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, well,
that's
that's true.
Tongue in cheek when you hear him talk. He says that.
Well, but there certainly are immortalists running around, people who have wild hopes. To me, that's an incredibly egomaniacal wish, because death is nature's way of getting rid of worn out. I mean, part of what's wrong with our society is that people aren't retiring and moving on. We're becoming a society ruled by octogenarians and older, because medicine has made that possible. And it's paradoxical that in an age when there is so much impetus for change, people hang on so long
and they were hanging
at the
on
top.
longer and longer and longer. So.
Yeah, which frustrates more and more generations building up behind. I mean, it's called the Charles Windsor problem.
Some of the immortalists that I've talked to plan on ascending the body in 2012. Or thereabouts, as opposed to dying.
Yes, one thing that's going to happen that my theory predicts, but that doesn't make my job any easier, is that as we get closer and closer to 2012, hysteria will build and claims will multiply, and it's just going to become a circus. I've already in my life realized that apparently I've become involved with or set in motion something that will probably outlast me, and I'm looking for high ground. I am very happy to be a cultural commentator from the side of my volcano in Hawaii, but I don't want to move among the seething masses preaching the approaching apocalypse and, anointing bishops and that sort of thing. I think that's absolutely nuts. For me, I want to treat it as a kind of event in the world of physics, sort of to say, well, the Earth is on a collision course. Not with an asteroid, not with a black hole, but with a very large question mark. And this will impact in December 2012. But I can tell that probably my ideas and these kinds of ideas are in fact going to get more than a fair hearing. They're probably going to become the kernels of obsession for many delicately balanced people. And that's why I stress, the scientific approach, evidence, what can you show me? Everybody stay calm, no wild claims. And then if it turns out to be all malarkey, nevertheless, we will have navigated one of the most narrow necks in the history of consciousness, and perhaps these faiths are like crutches. Once you are able to hobble forward without their use, you can fling them away and think no more about it. But, even the most rational among us can hardly fail to notice that we have backed ourselves into one hell of a position. And how are we going to get through this and maintain our human dignity? I mean, are we going to allow millions, billions of people to slip into starvation and disease? Are we going to practice triage on entire sectors of the planet and withdraw resources so that the white industrial democracies can ride through the waves of chaos. I mean, it's very important that we not only preserve the human genome, it's important that we preserve human values through all of this. And I think realizing that we are caught in a process of metamorphosis and transformation, not of our responsibility, is the basis for the attitudes of confidence and anticipation that will be necessary and that will allow us to be exemplars for the society. And then, at the core of all of this is, of course, the evidence, which lies, to my mind, in the psychedelic experience. I mean, you know, people can say we're bananas or misguided or whatever, but if they haven't been there, it's hard to understand the basis of their criticism, because to explore our mystery, you don't have to sweep up around the ashram for 12 years or kiss the feet of some beady-eyed weasel in a dhoti. None of that. Our thing is accessible. You know, you make the decision, you take it, you shut your mouth, and it happens. And anybody who criticizes that without having the experience is in a curiously unbalanced position, I think. This is a dependable mystery. This is what I sought my entire life. I mean, this was not in the church. This was not in India. This was not to be found until I was willing to submit myself to the experience of eating something which grows in dung. And then it was there. That's the humbling that has to take place. And the huge emphasis in the New Age on doing it on the natch, you know, is a form of spiritual materialism. I mean, what is the center?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Naturally. Say, I don't need to take drugs. I do. Well, this is a form of spiritual materialism, because what is the central faith of the New Age? There is no inside and no outside. Well, until you mention drugs, and then suddenly this distinction has the dovecote all in a flutter.
This state's not possible to reach through a meditation process, breathing process.
I don't think so. If I were able to reach it by any other means than pharmacology, I would check myself in somewhere. You do not want these states to be... We're not talking about... I don't think people understand how entirely radical the psychedelic flash is. It is not something you want spontaneously hanging around as a consequence of your good works and clean diet. I don't think so.
What about the age-old, problem? We always come down. We get high, we have that great experience, and then we come back to reality.
Well, sex is like that. Youth is like that. Going to Venice is like that. The law of unfolding seems to be, good times, bad times, ebb and flow. Nothing lasts. I mean, if you want a piece of psychedelic truth that is somewhat sobering, I mean, this is what I have taken away, and I guess I should leave you with this thought. I think you apply it in your life, and I also think that you look back on it and you understand. Proust said nothing is understood until it is remembered, and that's certainly true of psychedelic experiences. But nothing lasts. Not your friends, not your enemies, nothing lasts. And we deny this. And yet that's the great psychedelic truth. And if you can face it in every moment and live it, you will have a very, very complete experience of existence. You will ride the Tao toward the concrescence and be able to live in the light of its anticipation. And this, I believe, makes for a healthy life full of lots of laughs. What was touched on last night, and which is sort of one of the centerpiece themes of this point of view, is the felt presence of some kind of alien intelligence that is somehow cotangent to the human experience for different people in different ways, with varying degrees of intensity in different times and places. And though, you know, at the bedrock of my take on things is the notion that there is really finally a mystery wrapped in an enigma, that there is no resolution. Nevertheless, as you close distance with this mystery, there are a series of analogical metaphors that don't really suggest themselves, but that are communicated to you by the other. And one of these analogical metaphors is the presence of this alien intellecty, this organized other that is folklorically present in tradition as fairies, gnomes, elves, jinns, afrits, sprites, tree spirits, that sort of thing, and anecdotally present in rural cultures throughout the world as the poltergeist and the milk-souring fairy, and the thing seems to reside in a curious area that is not epistemically clearly defined for the culture. In other words, the question of is it real or not is thought to be sort of tasteless. I mean, you would intuitively sense if you were drinking in an Irish pub, I think, and people began to spin leprechaun stories, that the question, is it real, is a real bring down. You know, it isn't really like that, because the question, is it real, is ultimately can be shown to be infantile in any situation. I mean, is the Bank of America real? What are, you know, immediately you realize that there are just assumptions skating over the mystery. But this felt presence of the other, I choose to talk about so much because it was for me such an astonishing personal surprise. I was raised Roman Catholic and indulged in the kind of theological fiddle-faddle that involves, and then grew out of that into atheism, into agnosticism, and by the time I got to college I was reading Jean-Paul Sartre and Husserl and these people, and pretty much the main had followed my intellectual ontogeny had followed historical phylogeny, and I had arrived in the 20th century. And then, having thought I had absorbed the lessons of LSD, which seemed to me to be to reinforce and confirm the theories of Freud concerning the dynamics of the psyche, that it was about repressed memory, repressed desire, sexual neurosis, parental, foul-ups in the projection of the parental energy patterns and this kind of thing. And then someone came to me one rainy February evening in 1967, and really a mad person, a kind of a social menace, an intellectual criminal. This guy had said to me only months before, "We must live as if the apocalypse has already happened." And here he was on my doorstep, and he wore these little black suits that he buttoned up to the throat. Anyway, he came in and he said, "Something that you might be interested in," and brought out a sample of dimethyltryptamine that he had somehow come into contact with. And I said, "Well, what is it?" And he said, "Well, it's this short-acting, it's a flash," he said. And I said, how long does it last? That was my first mistake. They said, oh, it doesn't last long. And so I said, okay, we'll do it. And we did it. And I discovered I had, I guess it's called a peak experience or a core revelation or being born again or having your third eye opened or something, which was, it was a revelation of an alien dimension, of a brightly lit, inhabited, non-three-dimensional, self-contorting, sustained, organic, linguistically intending modality that couldn't be stopped or held back or denied. I mean, I sank to the floor. I couldn't move, and this disystolic hallucination of tumbling forward into these fractal geometric spaces made of light. And then I found myself in the sort of auric equivalent of the Pope's private chapel. And there were insect elf machines proffering strange little tablets with strange writing on them. And I was aghast, completely appalled, because the transition had been a matter of seconds. And my entire expectation of the nature of the world was just being shredded in front of me. I've never actually gotten over it. It all went on. I mean, they were speaking in some kind of, there were these self-transforming machine elf creatures were speaking in some kind of colored language, which condensed into these rotating machines that were like Fabergé eggs, but crafted out of luminescent superconducting ceramics and liquid crystal gels, and all this stuff was just so weird and so alien and so un-Englishable that I felt like it was a complete shock. I mean, the literal turning inside out of the intellectual universe. And I had come to this, I thought, fairly intellectually prepared. A kid, but nevertheless, double Scorpio, art history major, Hieronymus Bosch fan, Moby Dick, William Burroughs, And it was, as I came down, and this went on for like 2 or 3 minutes, this situation of discontinent orthogonal dimensions to reality just engulfing me. And then as I came out of it, and the room sort of reassembled itself, I said, I can't believe it. It's impossible. It's impossible. To call that a drug is ridiculous. It just means that you just don't know, you just don't have a word for it, and so you putter around and you come upon this very sloppy concept of something goes into your body and there's a chain. It's not like that. It's like being struck by noetic lightning. And the other thing about it, which astonished me, was there is no clue in this world. In the carpets of Central Asia, in the myths of the Maya, in the visions of an Arcembalo or a Fra Angelico or a Bosch, there is not a hint, not a clue, not an atom of the presence of this thing. And when you look at the religious hierophanies of the human species, it doesn't have the same vibe. It doesn't have the same charge. Religion is all about dissolving into unitary states of love and translinguistic oceanic unity and this sort of thing. This was not like that. This was more multiplistic than the universe that we share with each other. It was almost like the victory of Neoplatonic metaphysics. Everything had become made out of a fourth dimensional tesseractural mosaic of energy. So I was just quite knocked off my feet and set myself the goal of understanding this. There was really no choice, you see, and I don't know how it hits other people. I mean, there are many things that can be said about introducing a chemical into your body. They've shown that certain people are 50,000 times more sensitive to the odor of certain compounds than other people. And part of the unique genetic heritage of each of us are our complement of synaptic receptors for psychoactive alkaloids. So that, there may be something to the notion that the Celts tend to be poets, certain peoples tend to be expressive in certain artistic modes, or certain senses seem to be accentuated for certain human subgroups. But whatever the explanation for how it hit me, I felt that it was like a call. There was no turning back from trying to understand that, because there is no place for it in our world. And yet it is overwhelmingly, existentially real, you see, and easily accessed. I'm not peddling that you have to go to some place in India with poor sanitation and put yourself at somebody's feet for a dozen years or something like that. The enunciation of the presence of this dimension should inspire some kind of coming to terms with it. I mean, it's preposterous that we can entertain in our popular journalism the titillation of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence and prop up all these reductionist guys and trot them out to give the statistics on the distribution of G-type stars and all this sort of thing. Because the fact is, what blinds us to the presence of alien intelligence is linguistic and cultural bias operating on ourselves. The world which we perceive is a tiny fraction of the world which we can perceive, which is a tiny fraction of the perceivable world, you see. So we operate on a very narrow slice based on cultural conventions. So the important thing, if synergizing progress is the notion to be maximized, and I think it's the notion to be maximized, is to try and locate the blind spot in the culture, the place where the culture isn't looking because it dare not, because if it were to look there, its previous values would dissolve, you see. And I think that place is the psychedelic experience as it emerges out of nature. And as human societies interact with the psychedelic experience in nature, they inevitably secrete the institution of shamanism, like a pearl around this umbilicus or this nexus point or this loci of interdimensional data flow, which is really what it is. It's that under certain conditions, which have to do with these molecules that have evolved in these species, which have this weirdly quasi-symbiotic relationship to our species, you punch through the veil. You know, Melville said if you would strike through the mask. And that's what's done. You strike through the mask of the coordinates of apparent reality. And then this thing is there, which to me is a miracle. It transcended any miracle I could ever ask for, because it not only had the quality of a miracle as I imagined it. It had the quality of a miracle as I could not have imagined it. It was entirely charged with the energy of the other. It had the ambiguity of a pun, a kind of zany, impossible, improbable, hysterical revelation of the joke, the self-contradiction, the provisional nature of it all, that it really is a Marx Brothers movie in some sense. So I pursued it first to Nepal and involvement with pre-Buddhist shamanism in Tibet, because the thing that puzzled me most, I guess because I was an art historian, was this absence of the theme in the artistic productions of humankind. And I felt that maybe there was a trace of it in the artistic conceptions of the old pantheon of Tibetan shamanism, and that Central Asian Tibetan shamanism had actually created astronauts of inner space that had gotten good recon on this same area. The Dharmapalas, the guardians of the Dharma, are not Buddhist deities per se. They are autochthonous Tibetan folk demons that protect the Dharma by virtue of the fact of having been overcome in magical battles by great Buddhist saints who came to Tibet. In fact, there are, or were before the Chinese occupation, monasteries in Tibet where the vow of fealty to the Dharma on the part of the Dharmapala had to be renewed by the monks every 24 hours, or the thing would run amok and be on its own and bust up the countryside. I'm just telling you what they told me. So it seemed to me that this raw sense of the shamanically accessed demonic realm was there. And I also saw traces in Hellenistic Gnosticism and alchemy, but such thin traces. So I went to Nepal, immersed myself in that, and decided ultimately that it was inaccessible. I wasn't sure whether it was there or not. And then I placed myself in the context of nature by moving my sphere of operations to eastern Indonesia, to the climaxed continental rainforests of the ancient continent of Sundaland. You see, Indonesia was a continent until as recently as 120,000 years ago, and then with the melting of the glaciers and the subsidence of this continent, it became a vast group of islands. And I think that it was my good fortune, or the fortune of my fate, because it was prudent for me at that time in the late 60s to remain outside the United States. And so I sort of had to become the hero I had pretended to my friends that I was, which I wasn't. I had an around-the-world air ticket and was entirely a preppy poseur. But suddenly, return was not a possibility. And so I became, and my apologies to Buddhists in the audience, a professional butterfly collector. And I pursued this blood sport for many months in these remote montane jungles of eastern Indonesia. And that was where the missing link in the quest for the resolution of the meaning of DMT and spirit fell into place, because I saw what most of us only see on National Geographic specials, which is the real fact of the rainforest, the real fact of organic nature, and how nature is communication. Not only are the species that comprise the biota linked by pheromones and acoustical signals and color signals and all of these various methods by which communication is seeping around. In fact, nature ultimately resolves itself into a self-reflecting syntactical metasystem. And you can pursue this right down to the DNA. DNA working as it does with nucleotide sequences that code, right? That means arbitrarily assigned code for certain amino acids. It means that organic objects are essentially utterances in three-dimensional space of some kind of universally distributed linguistic intent. This is what it means when it says, in the beginning was the Word. Nature is that Word, this infinitely self-adumbrating, fractal, syntactical hallucination that has an infinite number of facets for potential regarding and self-regarding. And then, might invoke here Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which, as I'm sure many of you know, was Kurt Gödel's brilliant contribution to theoretical mathematics, where he showed that the possible set of true formal statements generated by any formal system was exceeded the possible set of true formal statements which the rules of that system allowed. He showed this for simple arithmetic. And what this means, friends, is that what was called truth up until the beginning of the 20th century is absolutely impossible. That's what Gödel's incompleteness theorem secures. It shows that there is no ultimate closure in an effort to describe. And so, in a way, my take on nature and culture and man is that human language is a meta-linguistic system generated out of the necessary formal incompleteness of nature. You see? It's that nature is a self-describing genetic language, and yet out of it arises something which is not formally predicted by its constraints and rules. There's a symmetry break there, and a so-called emergent property comes into view. And this emergent property is our unique ability to provisionally code sound to meaning, so that we then can freely command and reconstruct the world. We imagine that we do this for our own purposes of communication. The analysis that I'm suggesting would seem to indicate that actually we do it because we are complicated enzyme systems that are moving linguistic charge around inside some kind of metasystem, very important for the emergence of new order out of nature, you see. And I talked about this a little last night. The fact that it is contrived, provisional, is very interesting. It doesn't arise out of the gene structure. Rather, it is agreed upon by individuals who are living at the time that the linguistic structure, whatever it is, emerges into consciousness. Well, since individuals are replaced, the thing is much more in flux than the genome. you see. The genetic component of an organism is a physical structure stabilized by atomic bonds, possibly stabilized by a phenomenon like room temperature superconductivity. In the way nature works is to conserve the genes. And so molecular machinery has been created to do that. But there is no mechanism in nature with the same kind of binding force that conserves meaning. Meaning is some kind of freely commandable, open-ended, self-evolving system. The rules are that there are no rules. Meaning consequently addresses itself to a much larger potential modality of expression than the genes. The genes basically repeat themselves over and over, almost like Homeric poetry, where the idea is that it be memorized and repeated. And that's what sexuality is about, is memorizing and repeating gene structures, handing on parts of the story. But the epigenetic, the creation of linguistic systems where meaning can be freely commanded allows very rapid evolution of cultural norms. And what I suggested last night and want to say more about tonight is that this process is mediated by plants. It is synergized in human beings by plants of all sorts. I mean, we are obsessed with drugs and short-term spectacular effects. But think about the effect on a culture of the presence or absence of, say, sugar, or the presence or absence of coffee. What human culture can essentially be seen to be is a series of plant-established developmental creodes for a higher mammal. The fact that we are omnivorous lays us open for the formation of these weird relationships to things in our food chain. Everybody is taught in school that the Renaissance, the close of the Middle Ages, the rise of urban culture, all had to do with the search for spices, right? Bringing spices back to Europe. Well, why was it so important, you know, that a drive to simply broaden the palate of Europe is given credit for the redefining of post-medieval civilization? Very strange. Hoffman and Ruck and Wasson showed that the Eleusinian mysteries, which were the philosophical and experiential linchpin of the ancient world's cosmology, the Hellenistic cosmology, was a cult of ergotized beer. There, every September at Eleusis, this mystery was carried out, and everyone who was anyone participated in it, and you only got to do it once in your life, so you had only one take. The point is clear. As you look at human culture in all times and places, the way in which our cultural institutions have been molded by these so-called tertiary compounds in plants is very suggestive. It seems to me that the felt presence of the other, the alien intelligence, the being from outer space, is actually co-present with us on this earth, and that the problem is not the finding of it, but the recognizing of it when it is seen. In the same way that I think in the present cultural crisis, everyone is crying answers, answers. We have to have answers. The fact is we have the answers. The question is to face the answers. You know, the answer to self-empowerment lies in the psychedelic experience. The answer to dissolving the hierarchically imposed set of mythical conventions that disempower us lies in the psychedelic experience. Because what is really happening is a return to the primacy of feeling. And feeling is not something you can convey to people the way you convey facts to them. Facts can be handed down every week through Time magazine and the latest issue of Science News and Nature. But feelings will not lend themselves to that marketable, hierarchically distributed system. And consequently, feelings represent a backwash against that. Yet feeling is the modality in which we all operate. So as long as we are under the umbrella of the print-created linear post-medieval institutions that promote the myth of the public, the notion of the atomic individual, the notion that we are all alike, basically, then we are going to be unempowered. The amazing thing to me about the psychedelic experience is that it can be kept under wraps, that people don't insist, that somehow we're leaving it to experts to figure it out. But did you know that the experts are not allowed to work it out? That in this particular area, the entire human race has been relegated to an infantile status. It is not professionally possible to do work with these things. Nevertheless, our cultural crisis is deepening mainly because we have very poor connections between our fragmented and autonomous psychic structures within ourselves as individuals and within ourselves as a society. Our whole problem is that we can't communicate with each other, we can't express intention. And the psychedelics are sitting there waiting to unify us, to introduce us to the translinguistic intention, to carry us forward into a realm of appropriate cultural activity, which is, to my mind, the realm beyond history. Beyond history lies effortless and appropriate cultural activity. And nature has preceded us, as it always does, by laying out models that can be followed to realize this. As an example, and by request, I'll point out that the 19th century had a titular animal. Its titular animal was the horse, idealized as the steam engine, the iron horse. And Marx talked about the locomotive of history, and there was this whole focusing on the horse archetype, which in the 20th century gave way to the titulary animal, the raptor, the bird of prey, as exemplified by high-performance fighter aircraft, as the kind of ultimate union of man and machine in some kind of glorification of the completion of a certain set of cultural ideals, you see. Well, in thinking about this and in thinking about how language is the cultural frontier of our species, I went to nature looking for models of how we might move beyond the bird of prey, which when you think about it, it is the American symbol. It was also the symbol of the Third Reich. And a lot of creepy scenes have actually been into birds of prey. When Alaric the not even birds of prey, when Alaric the Visigoth burned Eleusis, it was the crow fluttered on his battle standard as the greasy smoke swept by. So these dark birds have been with us. Anyway, in looking for a new titulary animal and drawing the conclusion of what it would mean, I was drawn to look, strangely enough, at cephalopods, octopi, because I felt that, first of all, they are extremely alien. The break between our line of development in the phylogenetic tree and the mollusca, which is what a cephalopod is about 700 million years ago. Nevertheless, and many of you who are students of evolution know that when they talk about parallel evolution, they always drag out the example of the optical system of the octopi, because isn't this astonishing? It's very much like the human eye, and yet it developed entirely independently, and this shows how the same set of external factors impinging on a raw gene pool will inevitably sculpt the same organ to the same end, and so forth and so on. Well, the optical capacity of octopi is one thing. What interested me was their linguistic organization. They are virtually entirely nervous system. First of all, they have 8 arms in the case of the octopods, and 10 arms in the case of the squid, the decapods. And so coordinating all these organs of manipulation has given them a very evolved nervous system. Then they have this highly evolved ocular system. But what is really interesting about them is that they communicate with each other by changing the color and texture of their skin and their physical shape. You may have known that octopi could change colors, but you may have thought it was camouflage or something very passive like that. It isn't that at all. They have a vast repertoire of traveling bars, dots, blushes, merging pastels, herringbone patterns, tweeds, mottled this and that, can blush from apricot through puce into dove gray and on to olive. Do all of these things communicating to each other. That is what this large optical system is for, is to be able to see each other. The other thing which they can do, besides having these chromatophores on the surface of their skin, is they can change the texture of the skin surface, can make it rugose, papillate, smooth, lobed, rubbery, runneled, so forth and so on. And then, of course, being shell-less mollusks, they can hide arms and display certain parts of themselves and carry on a dance. Well, when you analyze what is going on here, what at first seems like merely fascinating facts from natural history begins to take on a more profound aspect, because it is an ontological transformation of language that is going on in front of you. Note that by being able to communicate visually, they have no need of a conventionalized, culturally reinforced dictionary. Rather, they experience pure intent of each other without ambiguity, because each octopod can see what is meant. This is very important, can see what is meant. And I think that this heralds, or could be made to herald, a transformation in our own definitions of language and communication. What we need is to see what we mean. It's not without consequence or implication that when we try to communicate the notion of clarity of speech, we always shift into visual metaphors. I see what you mean. He painted a picture. His description was very colorful. It means that when we intend to indicate a lack of ambiguity in communication, we shift to visual analogies. This can, in fact, be actualized. And, in fact, this is what is happening in the psychedelic experience. is that we discover just under the surface of human biological organization the next level in the organization of language. It's the ability to generate some kind of acoustical hologram that is manipulated by linguistic intent. Now, don't ask me how this happens, because nobody knows how it happens. At this point, it's magic. Nevertheless, the fact is it does happen. You can have this experience. It represents a synesthesia in the presence of ongoing communication. It is, in fact, telepathy. It is not what we thought telepathy would be, which I suppose if you're like me, you imagine telepathy would be hearing what other people think. It isn't that. It's seeing what other people mean, and them also seeing what they mean, so that once something has been communicated, both parties can walk around it and look at it the way you study a Brancusi or a Giacometti in an art gallery. By eliminating the ambiguity of the audio signal and substituting the concreteness of the visual image, the membrane of separation that allows the fiction of our individuality can be temporarily overcome, you see. And the temporary overcoming of the illusion of individuality is a much richer notion of ego death than the kind of white light, null states that it has imagined to be. Because the overcoming of the illusion of individuality has a political consequence. Political consequences. The political consequences are that one can love one's neighbor, you see, because the commonality of being is felt, not reasoned toward or propagandized into or behaviorally reinforced, but felt. This is why there is this persistent notion which tracks these psychedelic compounds of a new political order based on love, which is, it was a hard thing to say in the Panhandle in 1965. It's not easy to say in heavy metal LA in 1987. But it seems to be the fact of the matter that love, which poets have celebrated for eons as ineffable, may in fact have certain ineffable dimensions attached to it. But it may in fact be more effable than we had previously cared to imagine. And it's the invoking of the effability of love has to do with discovering the shared birthright, the atemporal dimension that is co-present with this reality, and that is a vast reservoir of anchoring, existential anchoring for each and all of us in our lives. So my response to feeling the political pull of this, feeling the power to transform language that resided in these things, was to go to the people who I thought would know most about it, the shamans, for whom hallucinogenic shamanism has never been an issue, for whom the notion that you're supposed to do it on the natch is a patent absurdity. I mean, if you're serious about doing it on the natch, I suggest you eliminate all food, because this notion of the pristine self somehow riding above the muck of the world, carrying on a spiritual evolution, is absolute foolishness. I mean, we are made of the stuff of the world. People who do not confront the presence of the hallucinogenic possibility are turning their back on their birthright, in the same way that if you do not experience sex throughout your life, you are turning your back on your birthright. I mean, after all, we could argue that to allow another person to touch you is to not do it on the natch, right? But, dear friends, we're slicing too close to the bone here to take that approach. It's much better, I think, to open to the world. The world is communication. Nature is the great teacher. All human gurus are simply distillations of the wave of nature that is coming at you. So you can just short-circuit the whole human boil down and go straight to the executive suite by putting yourself under a tree in the wilderness. I mean, they all have said this, but they need to be taken more seriously on the subject of their own expendability. Me too. Going to the Amazon with these kinds of notions and looking at what had been achieved there, I came to have a vision then of the future that could be. That we are sort of hurling ourselves into a new Stone Age where the fruits of the prodigal wandering that I discussed in such detail last night can be used to infuse new meaning into that paradise. The imagination of man and woman is so incomparably rich and exerts such an attraction on us as the builder monkey that we have to honor that. We cannot demonize that and preach a kind of naturalism that, if actually put in place, would cause the starvation of tens of millions of people. We have passed the point where some kind of Luddite reform can save us. It's only, I think, very self-indulgent elites that can preach voluntary simplicity, because a lot of people are experiencing involuntary simplicity. And unless you're one of them, it rings rather hollow to be told that Zen values are best. So I think that reinserting ourselves into nature is inspiration for cultural design. That's what it is. It's not flight from the design process, but a reinvigoration of it. And some of you may be aware of the concept of nanotechnology, where everything is built at the molecular level. We, by studying the mechanisms of the cell and the immune system and DNA, we begin to have a picture of how molecules and atoms are the machine parts of a microcosmic world that, if we were elf chemists, we could make our way into and create anything that we could imagine. I mean, I can foresee a world where all machines will be made by DNA-like polymers that will code base materials into larger and larger aggregates. The miniaturization of our world is a great frontier. As culture becomes more enveloping, its physical manifestation should become less material, you see. So the ultimate notion is of the world turned back to the form it held, let's say, 35,000 years ago, where people live in an environment of entirely climaxed natural perfection. However, behind their eyelids lies a culturally and consensually validated data phase space that is culture, civilization. Turn each of us into a telepathic aquarium that has a direct pipeline to the general ocean of mind and being. This is possible. In fact, it's not only possible, it may be the only decent solution to download ourselves into another dimension. And I want to note in passing the collapse of Max Headroom, and what a tragedy I think that is, that his last show was last night. This was a weird force for cultural transformation, but to be applauded. If anybody here tonight has anything to do with it, I wish them luck. But this sort of notion, people, the Max Headroom people and the William Gibson people have a very high-tech take on this because they're interested in accentuating this tight blue jeans, cyberpunk kind of notion. But in fact, the worlds that they describe will have many, many different social subgroups and social ecosystems forming in them. What the future really means is a choice to become who we are, to flower out, to find our own way. McLuhan saw this 20 years ago. He said that the rise of global electronic feudalism would create an atomistic fragmentation of culture. It may well be that within 50 years the largest organizational entity on the planet will be corporations with a few million loyal employees, and all larger social institutions will have disappeared because they don't command loyalty in a social environment where direct experience has become empowered. And this empowering of direct experience, this return to the feminine, this legitimizing of the presence of the vaster regions of the unconscious, these are all aspects of this emerging paradigm of the spirit. Understanding and imagination in the light of nature, which is what this two-night party has been called, is a definition of the spirit. Understanding and imagination in the light of nature. In other words, true understanding, poetic imagination, standing as a mirror before nature as object, will cause the hologrammatic presence of the spirit to magically appear. It will be then seen to be a kind of emergent quality of the situation that was previously masked simply because the elements had not fallen into the correct arrangement. And I think, as we move forward through time over the next 25 years, there will be many prophets of the transcendental object at the end of time, many takes. The important thing, I think, is to recall Gödel's incompleteness theorem and to always recognize the provisional nature of the metaphysical goods that you're going to be sold. Nobody has the faintest notion of what's going on. It's important to keep that in mind. If you have that in mind, everything else, then the game proceeds much more cleanly. What is ahead of us is true high adventure. The essence of it is its unknowability. Its promise is transformation. Its theater of occurrence is the here and now. We are not waiting for it to begin. It has already happened for us, and our job is to understand how that can be so. Plato said time is the moving image of eternity. My notion of shamanism is it is that state of mind which accrues to those who have seen the end. By cultivating this notion of closure with hyperspace, imaged as the archaic return to the world of the pre-cultural ambiance, we can have an anticipation of the transcendental object. It is still in Eden. It is we who have undergone the fall and the recurso, and now the laden prodigal returns to beat at the doors of the manorial home, the birthright. And within, I think, lies the beginnings of true civilization. We are the forerunners of a truly moral and ethical human society. The deepest aspirations, however badly mangled and mishandled by our traditions, nevertheless still have the potential for archetypal fruition within them. The torch that has been passed from generation to generation ad infinitum back into the distant past is alive. And by some strange quirk of the metaphysical machinery, it's our great privilege to live through this symmetry break, this revelation of the next level of the open-ended mystery. And I think that the real thrill lies in relating to it with an open mind, a sense of caring, a sense of wonder, and a sense of real, grounded, intellectually firm hope. So that's all I want to say this evening. I think we'll break for about 15 minutes and then we'll have questions. Thank you very much. Okay, well now comes my favorite part of these things, which is the period where there's interaction, because I think, you know, this is really a group process. Every one of you, to some degree, has taken upon yourself the role of the Magellan in the living room, and probably everyone in this room has at some time or another gazed upon things no other human eye has ever beheld. And, you know, the psychedelic dimension is not yet a science. We're more like explorers, comparing our crudely drawn maps and hastily scrawled journal notes to try and together get a picture of this new continent in the imagination. So, I'm yours, sir.
You have said in your book about that the mushroom was genetically engineered for producing psilocybin by alien intelligence. What do you think now about the possibility of us making that again, putting those genes producing psilocybin in other kind of organisms like fungi or plants, or I don't know, about animals?
Oh, well, interesting question. I think it's the question was, I've described the mushroom as genetically engineered by some other agency for the production of psilocybin. What do I think about the possibility of human beings being able to genetically manipulate organisms to produce psychedelic compounds? I think that the technology and theory has reached the stage where if there's an enterprising graduate student within the sound of my voice, the way to go is to locate the gene for psilocybin in the mushroom genome and to translate it via standard techniques to E. coli, to Escherichia coli, and then you would have a easily grown bacterium, which would be a chemical factory for pouring out psilocybin. So, if any of you are aspiring genetic pharmacologists, this would be a fine thing. I might elaborate on the answer, some of you who are not familiar with the premise. The reason I suggested that the mushroom might have been engineered and be in fact an artifact of an alien intelligence was, number one, of course, the informational content of the trip, but number two, the fact that psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy-N-dimethyltryptamine, the only 4-phosphorylated indole known to occur in nature, you know. Out of thousands and thousands of compounds and organisms, only one 4-phosphorylated compound is known. So this suggests that it is artificial, or at least highly unusual. You know, every week the science magazines are full of talk of strategies for locating and identifying extraterrestrial life. Well, a very obvious, practical, and scientifically reasonable way to proceed would be to look at the DNA of various life forms on Earth and see if there are any where there is a wild statistical departure from the norm. And whenever you get an organism which is producing or has genes that no other organism has, this is highly suggestive, you know, because evolutionary types evolve incrementally out of each other. So you would expect that there would be a relative smoothness in the expression of genetic products, that one fungus would be rather like its taxonomic near relatives. One menosperm or member of the Rubiaceae would be chemically similar to another. In fact, of course, we do find subtle chemical variations, but the presence of a 4-phosphorylated indole in a fungus like that is very suggestive. And there's an interesting book by Cyril Punampurama called Perspectives on the Problem of Extraterrestrial Communication. And he outlines there what he believes would be a general strategy for extraterrestrial contact that any kind of species would have to operate against if it were to seriously conduct a search through space. And the model has a ship which, at a certain distance from its origin planet, it must replicate itself. And then at a certain distance replicate again. And then again, in order to keep the density of ships constant as the sphere of the area being explored expands, there have to be more and more of these ships. And these ships could be as small as a animal cell. They don't have to be thought of as Star Trek type ships. But the point is, this ship contains a message that you have to read and call in, because there are so many planets and star systems to be surveyed that the only way such a survey could be conducted is if there were a message in the ship qua organism, such that in the gene swarm of an alien planet, it would eventually be read by an organism on this planet, and that organism would act to do the things necessary to call the central switchboard, and then they would say, aha, we have contact in sector alpha sub n 362, and they would concentrate all their attention there. The biological world that we assume to be natural may in fact be the artifacts of a much higher intelligence. Here.
Yes, would you speak on the timeline a little?
Oh, what a kind questioner. To lead me to my favorite subject. Well, It has to do with why, people do this for different reasons, why people take psychedelic plants and what lies behind it always. And what always lay behind it for me, from that very first DMT trip that I described to you at the beginning, was the notion, my God, this stuff has historical significance. It's really important, or nobody knows about this. Carrying with it the notion we are discovering it. If we could bring it back somehow, it would change the world. Perhaps people are bringing it back by designing buildings and creating fashions or fashioning mathematical descriptions of reality. I never had that aspiration. I just simply defined myself as more humbly than that, as a consumer of ideology, as an intellectual who would learn what has been said and done and proposed. But after the DMT experience, I realized that there is unclaimed stuff out in those dimensions. James Joyce says in Finnegan's Wake, up nient prospector, you sprout all your worth and woof your wings. Well, the key word is prospector. A prospector is a rock hunter. I wanted to prospect for the alchemical stone, for the lapis philosophorum, and I conceived it as an idea. And the timeline, I think it would come differently for each of us. For me, it was this incredibly formal, aesthetically symmetrical, and therefore satisfying idea about what time is. That the Tao is something which could be mathematically described as a flux of a quality in time, a quality that I named novelty. And once I had enunciated it for myself, I saw that that was the part of the world that we have no description for. Science gives us descriptions for what is possible, but we have no descriptions for what, out of the set of the possible, undergoes the actual formality of occurring. Why are certain things selected to come to be? And I saw then the notion of the Tao, which is generally presented as a kind of intuitive notion. You're not supposed to demand too much hard-edged clarity. You say, just flow with it, man, flow with it. Well, when someone says flow to me, I think of equations which would describe flow as a dynamical system, which therefore can be mathematically modeled. And what the timeline is a seeing that the very largest patterns which describe the whole birth, evolution, and death of the universe are repeated at successively shorter and shorter spans of time, and down into the quantum mechanically and microelectronically cognizable realms of time, the realm of the nano and the picoseconds. And studying the I Ching, which I saw then as a kind of phenomenological description of time produced by the Oriental mind, completely unencumbered by our particular set of cultural conventions. Certainly having its own set of peculiar conventions, but not ours, that there is a pattern in nature, not in three-dimensional space, but in time, a pattern in time on many levels that reproduces itself and can be known, can be formally described, and once known, can be seen to control the ebb and flow of connectedness, or the forward and backward surge of novelty. And I thought that this was a great insight since it was the only one I had, I could hardly sell it short. And what pleased me most about it was, a wrap is a wrap. It's as good as the wrapper. But here was a mathematically formal idea that could stand on its own, be examined in the absence of the wrapper, be examined by critics who were as hostile as they cared to be. It's a tool. It's in a long line of tools that stretches back toward the first chipped flint and stretches forward toward the soul made manifest as starship and alchemical transformation. But it was the tool that I came upon, and what is always put against the psychedelic experiences, they say, well, big deal, what's ever come out of it, So I was pleased that here was a concrete notion that came out of it. Richard?
Yes, along the line of this time wave, can you give us a reading of our current time in the not too distant future?
I would be only too happy to. The question is, would I care to prophesy based on this timeline? Yes, one of the assumptions built into the theory is that time is a series of nested resonances, and that each time is composed of resonance with previous and future times on varying levels. The time we are living through, I call the Roman twilight, simply because we are living through a period that is in resonance with the time of the last Roman emperors. And I think if you look at it carefully, you can begin to see the way this theory proposes to be analogical and yet formal at the same time. What was happening in the decades immediately preceding the fall of Rome? A progressively weakened series of self-indulgent propagandists ruled the greatest empire on earth with a more and more shaky hand as they succumb to gonorrhea, mercuric poisoning, various occult pursuits, millenarian obsessions, and so forth. Meanwhile, in the East, in Byzantium, a new civilization was unleashing itself. And if you think of those events which unfolded over a few hundred years as telescoped into a few years in our own era, you see that with the rise of Gorbachev and the continued mismanagement of the American empire under the crypto-fascist series of rotating bimbos and buffoons that we have suffered through, that what is happening is an empire is being betrayed into eclipse by self-indulgence and stupidity and bad management, and its cultural adversary is in ascendancy. Now, Byzantium never conquered Rome. It doesn't happen like that. But what ended was the Roman world of indulgent, cohesive imperialism. And what it was replaced with was a rise in religious fundamentalism, a stricter and more Puritan kind of morality, the rise of epidemic diseases, and a vast economic retrenchment, which initiated what we call the Dark Ages. Now, in the present situation of the 20th century, these themes are being recapitulated at an extremely rapid rate. So their dark age is for us a tough 3 or 4 years, fortunately. You know, it's said history occurs first as tragedy, then as farce. We are the heirs of the vast tragedy of extended history who live through the curiously mediaized and dehumanized farce of the recapitulation of these themes, so that, because the very notion that the last 10 Roman emperors could be symbolized by someone like the present chief executive cannot fail to bring a small smile to any open mind, I think. So what I see happening between, or over the next 24 years, really, is first this retrenchment, which, hell, it may be upon us, judging by the market's performance Thursday and Friday. I may not be doing prophecy at all. This may be recap at this point. But whether that is a technical move or the actual beginning of the unraveling of the overbought Western capitalistic system, I can't say. But I will say that by 1989, by mid-1989, by the time the next presidential ritual has been enacted, it will be clear, I think, that we have entered into a whole new kind of temporal domain, a kind of temporal domain that will appear superficially to be fairly bleak, because what it will be highly chaotic, highly novel, and tending to oscillate wildly around a mean. So in other words, there will be no clear trend visible. There will appear to be progressive surges and then losing of ground, and then progressive surges and losing of ground. And this will go on through till the mid-90s. Around 1996, 97, the resonance pattern will have shifted, and we will be occupying a relationship to the late high Middle Ages and the emergence of the new social forms created by the emergence of the mercantile class and the bourgeois. In other words, private wealth, cities, end of cultural insularity, a restarting of the economic machinery, and a kind of new flowering, but still under the shadow of these fundamentalist forces that will have come into ascendancy in the previous Dark Age. Then, in 1998, we come into that area which is in resonance with the period of the discovery of the New World, 1492, in other words, and the exploration of the New World and its subjugation over about 150 years, which followed from that, will be what will be going on as we close out the millennium. What the discovery of the New World will mean in terms of our reenactment of these great themes is anybody's guess. It could be the vindication of my style of rap, a nearby inhabited dimension filled with alien intelligence. Or it may be the vindication of a more orthodox sort of expectation of extraterrestrial contact, or perhaps ultimately the launching of large telescopes into orbit, which will confirm for us the existence of oxygen-rich, water-heavy worlds around nearby stars. I mean, that alone would make an intellectual revolution that would leave our world unrecognizable to itself. We have to recall that as recently as 500 years ago, the continent that we're inhabiting was unknown. It was something talked of by wild-eyed dreamers. You know, it was an impossibility, a psychedelic dimension. Everyone knew that when you sailed west far enough, there'd be monsters, and that was the end of it. It was literally the unconscious. Now, you know, we deal in the real estate of that unconscious, and there is no reason why our children should not deal in the real estate of the psychedelic of the psychedelic dimension that we are discovering and confirming over the next 10 years or so. Let me carry this through to the end, because the good part comes at the end. After the turn of the century, the acceleration of the unfolding of these resonances becomes more and more intense, and eventually we reach the supercompression of modern times. This is why I proposed to you last night the term compressionist for this school of thought that myself and Sheldrake and Frank Barr and Ralph Abraham represent, because we all are talking about the dense nesting of concrescent systems, and ultimately, in my own point of view, the emergence of a transcendental object at the end of time. And the end of time is not far off. As Joyce says in The Wake, it may not be as far off as ye wish to be congealed. It is, I think, within the lifetimes of all of us, there will be an ontological transformation of the human mode. So I think the transcendental object is emerging. Once it has emerged, there will be no big deal about it, in the same way that we look back at the emergence of language, and nobody jumps around or gets excited about it, or only a few philosophers do. And yet the fact that we possess language is the thumbprint of God upon our species. It's an impossible break with previous animal organization. I mean, you can talk all you want about Coco the talking gorilla and this and that. I mean, but then you turn to a poem by Andrew Marvell and you realize, there is an ontological break here. There is not an even progress. So as we anticipate this thing, it could be anything. It could be the visible language that I indicated as a possibility earlier this evening. It could be emergence in an extraterrestrial mind. It could be the transcendental emergence of all and everything, the Tao made flesh, the actual collapse of the state vector into some kind of mysterious completion. But it's much more rational to place this kind of singularity at the end of a complex evolutionary process like the life of the universe than at the beginning, which is the scientific approach, to just say, well, everything sprang from nothing for no reason in a single instant, and please don't ask questions about that because our map begins 1/10 trillionth of a picosecond after that happened. We don't talk about that. Well, isn't this somewhat begging the question for an intellectual enterprise that purports to offer an explanation of how things came to be? So the transcendental object, which suggests to me a negative casuistry, a purpose in the universe that is focusing and drawing everything toward it. And in fact, I've said, history is the shock wave of eschatology. History, which lasts 10,000 years, is this microsecond of ultra-complex experience where the penetration of the natural world by the transcendental object each exists cotemporaneous with the other for a historical or geological microsecond, and then the two terms are merged and all opposites are dissolved, and somehow the gift is claimed, the pearl is restored, and the project is ended. We are living through that moment, a 10,000-year rush from chipping of stone flint to walking through the violet doorway of a self-generated hyperdimensional vehicle that carries us to our true home. No wonder it leaves an explosive set of eddies in its wake. I said last night, this is what happens when a culture prepares to depart for the stars. This is not business as usual. This is something else entirely. And it's the intellectual adventure and challenge of our time for each of us to understand this in terms relevant to ourselves and the people immediately around us. And so this is the inspiration for Time Wave Zero. This is what it maps. This is the odd thing in the map, that when the time map came through, it wasn't only a map of historical process, but there was the transcendental object mapped into it, and all of its sub-reflections could be seen. This is what Christ was about. This is what Buddha was about. This is what your most enlightened moment was about. You, each of you, and me. It is, the hyperdimensional, particulate reflection of Godhead scattered back through the flatter plane of this lower dimensional slice of experience. I mean, it's hard to say it any clearer than that. Here. Something is happening. The way I got into all of this, and it seems to me it's worth talking about because it's psychedelic, the word has in a sense been too narrow. It's a kind of secret faith having to do with perception of the world, I think. I mean, I feel that I was psychedelic long before I knew anything about psychedelics, because what I was interested in as a child was nature and complexity, but not simply nature and complexity, but a certain visual suggestiveness of mystery. So I was like a beetle collector and a butterfly collector, and it was this pursuit of iridescence was actually what it was. And then years later, when I studied psychology and the brain, I read Sherrington's definition of consciousness as an iridescence upon matter, meaning an effect, but when you shift the point of regarding slightly, the iridescence disappears. And I was, it's hard to even explain to myself, let alone to a room full of people, how much I cared about this kind of thing. I mean, how is it possible for a 9-year-old child to hold the image of one insect continuously in their mind for months as in almost a mystical epiphany because of how it looks, something about how it looks. And then, as I broadened my interest as a pre-adolescent child, I got into science fiction. And as I look back on it now, I see it was simply that it broke down barriers, conceptual barriers about what was possible, and that it was setting me up for this position vis-a-vis the input of the world, which was that I would entertain any idea but believe in nothing. And this is, I think, a very if we're trying to actually talk about a psychedelic canon, this is a very central part of the psychedelic attitude toward the world, to entertain all possibilities, but to never commit to belief. Belief always being seen as a kind of trap. Because if you believe something, you're forever precluded from believing its opposite. So you have run a line down the center of the cognitive universe and divided things into the believable and the unbelievable. Well, if you know how a child lives in fantasy, and how fantasy then gives way, and gave way in my case, to science fiction. This is a kind of pre-psychedelic mindset that many, many people of my generation were experiencing as they came up through the Eisenhower years, which were spiritually a complete desert. But in these pulp magazines, beneath the surface of consciousness, notice throughout this month how much of what is important to what we're talking about goes on in the non-sanctioned corners of the culture. Pulp literature, cults, unsanctioned gatherings of friends, rock and roll, all of these areas where the emotional content of the culture is allowed to come to rest are somewhat off limits. Into adolescence, this cognition-breaking, iridescence-pursuing thing came directly up against Eros, which was, a complete new dimension for the goggle-eyed terror of the science fairs to be plunged into, which was myself. And, women, sexuality, social signaling, intense emotion, all of this, and everyone experiences this. In a sense, sexuality is the built-in psychedelic experience that only a very few people manage to evade. Because, we may like to think that we are rational animals, but for purposes of biology, a whole set of completely irrational programs have been built in that just can take, a professor of Indo-European grammar and turn him into a haunted figure pursuing chorus girls, or any of the other 50,000 variations on that theme. So, Eros is an ego-overwhelming, boundary-dissolving, breakthrough-creating force scripted into human life that is pretty intrinsically psychedelic. And I think that, I don't really understand how all this works at all. But when you get very deep in, especially on some of these tryptamines, you brush up against some kind of, it's hard to even put words to it, but it's erotic. It's a potential within the concept of Eros that is almost too much to bear. And it almost seems to imply that what we call erotic sensibility is a kind of lower dimensional slice of some higher dimensional reality that our feelings are trying to carry us into. This is sort of an aside on that, but one of the interesting things about psychedelics, and I now speak of the compounds themselves, is, especially the plants, is they have a certain fascination with where the genes go and will pair people across great lines of improbability. In other words, it's almost as though the biological control which is exerted on this mammalian species by the mushroom is actually, at the materialistic level, a control of who has children by whom, which means the control of the evolution of gene lines. I maintain this is why the place most people feel magic in their own lives, even the most humdrum people feel magic in their lives, is in the matter of mate selection. Because, I was just down in the baths and heard a story this morning where a man said, I had a happy marriage for 7 years. It was perfect, and I run some kind of a company, and one day I got a telephone call. Someone wanted to sell me a new line of nails. And I knew when I heard the voice on the other end that my marriage was ruined and that I would follow this voice and possess this woman and so forth and so on, which he had done, for better or worse. Well, this kind of thing, where the most staid lives can be skewed off in other directions, is, in the old style of talking about it, it's an eruption of the unconscious. But where psychedelics are involved, it seems to be more a winnowing of the genes. So sex obviously has this deep, complex, multi-meaninged kind of feel about it that pretty much the rest of reality for most people doesn't, I think. The next step in my own evolution, and I feel like I am simply the fortunate beneficiary of a series of random events which were very fortuitous from my own point of view. In other words, that without having a whole lot of sense and with very little foresight, I very fortunately found myself in a lot of right places at a lot of right times. And the place I went after adolescence was political awareness and the discovery of what it meant. You know, the goggle-eyed kid had conquered, or at least had had a brush with the feminine, but then the next great item on the agenda was the community. And I was in Berkeley for the street uprising in 1968 and learned what a revolution is, not what it is from the point of view of the history books or the 11 o'clock news, but what it feels like, what it actually feels like to take and hold a place that's been denied you against the state. And what I learned from that, I think, is that one of the core elements of this psychedelic thing is freedom on the broadest scale. I mean, it truly is, and you will hear me use this phrase over and over again, boundary dissolving. And that's almost, for me, synonymous with freedom. This is what we want to do. We want to dissolve boundaries between the rich and the poor, the feminine and the masculine, the living and the dead. All boundaries do dissolve in a psychedelic experience. And the social metaphor that captures this is revolution. Revolution is an eruption from the unconscious. It is not a reasonable thing. It has a logic of its own. It's as though the overmind reaches down into the mechanics of political process and says, no, it won't be that way. It will be this way. And, as you watch this thing in China unfold, the revolution that I went through was child's play. But the revolution going on in China is about consciousness. I mean, God, the notion that, people were selling John Stuart Mill in translation in Tiananmen Square like hotcakes brings a tear to your eye. I mean, it's incredible. And as I said on Friday, the psychedelic dimension lies directly ahead of us. It is permission for cognition, permission for revolution and resolution of the contradictions that have emerged out of 500 years, 1,000 years of practicing culture in this particular way that we've been doing. It just doesn't work. Well, Abby Hoffman said that the first duty of a revolutionary is to survive. And so my political career reached a point where I had to choose between exile and martyrdom. Hope that you should be so lucky, because both choices are heroic, you see. But I chose exile, which brings me to the next of these psychedelic metaphors, or these psychedelic styles that have nothing to do with the compounds, and that is travel. Travel. Some of you are traveling, I know, because you have accents from far away. So you probably know what I mean. But the people who don't go anywhere are in danger of missing a major point about what is going on. So my traveling began very tentatively, and I went to Israel, and then I went to the Seychelles Islands, and then I went to India, and then I got in trouble, and then I couldn't come back. So then I had to be who I said I was, because I had essentially been making a tour in order to return to Berkeley and slay women with my tales of daring do. But I got caught out there halfway around and had to stay not the planned 3 months, but years and years and years. And India and Indonesia and the Amazon and Tokyo and just, a series of scenes where my life seemed, I used to say I never sleep in the same bed twice. I also came to realize then that what happened to me in 10 days was more than happened to my friends back at home in a year. Because I would see, 3 countries, 5 cities, 18 ecosystems, 5 cuisines, so forth and so on, in 2 weeks. And for them, they were living out some kind of machine-like existence. Nothing is as boundary dissolving as, except psychedelic compounds, as travel. Travel is really up there. I mean, go to these places. There are many, many places, and they are not to be taken at face value. They are parts of your own psyche. They are syntactical intersections of intentionality and cognition. The fact that you have to fly there on KLM is only incidental, you see. Because what you come up against in these other places is cultural relativity. And the deep coming to awareness of cultural relativity is finally permission to look at who you are, not who they say you should be, Because you see that in this tribe, you're an SOB if you fail to eat your uncle at a certain critical time in the situation. And in this society, you're an SOB if you don't own a condo in Carmel. So, how seriously are we to take all this? There's a great saying, an alchemist of the 15th century, Athanasius Kirchner, said, the highest mountains, the oldest books, the strangest people, there you will find the stone. And this idea that there is something to be found, first of all, this is very important for the psychedelic life. Again, I was very lucky. I read Carl Jung very early, before the Jungians really got a hold of him and ruined it. And what Jung is saying about conceiving your life as a quest is absolutely true. Psyche is some kind of semi-malleable medium. And if you set yourself up as a loser, if you image yourself as a loser, you will be a loser, and so forth. This is not big news. But what's big news is that if you set your life up as a quest, you will actually find something transcendental and unimaginable. I mean, I am living proof of this because I set my life up as a quest for a perverse reason, to prove that there was no mystery. In other words, to debunk it, to say, I will follow the ancient formulae and show that it's baloney by doing it perfectly and achieving nothing. That's the kind of guy I am. However, what I discovered was that the model of the world that we inherit, that it's three-dimensional space and very humdrum and you're caught in its laws and like that, it's just not so. I mean, I don't have all the answers, but this is where we need to put pressure, is the world is some kind of thing which can be taken apart and shown to be something else, many other things. And nobody's saying this. I mean, these physicists are just sober as can be. And all this argument that goes back and forth about this paradigm and that paradigm and whether the world is made of anti-mu mesons or the world is obviously made of mind and intention. And I don't mean this in some airy-fairy, can't get a grip on it way. I mean, if the world is made of cognition and intention, then let's get a technology together that allows us to use that principle to make it the way we want it to be. My mother said to me when I was at her knee, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. And I think, the political implication of that is beggars should ride. And therefore, turning wishes into horses is a reasonable political agenda. And the psychedelics show, the way it is to be done. It's somehow, I don't know. I don't know. My intuition is very strong that with people with sufficient intelligence and sufficient courage could at any time break through and make this somehow happen. I mean, it's a fantasy of two people having a conversation which ends with the abolition of language, basically. In other words, turn the tools upon themselves and unscrew everything and lay it out and look at it and then rebuild it the way we want to. Now, this could not even be talked about if there were not evidence that it is possible. And the evidence lies in this weird dimension, this psychedelic thing. And I would be utterly despairing of the state of this planet and ourselves if it weren't for the existence of these compounds. I think we would not have the chance of a snowball in hell, not a chance, because everything on the surface spells ruin. We are murderous monkeys. We have looted the future. We have eaten the food of our own children. This is the kind of crowd we are. And yet, there is this shining, transcendent thing that is real. And this is what I hold against all the priests and gurus and rishis and roshis and geishas and babajis around, is they don't explain that what they're talking about is real. I don't even think they know that it's real. Perhaps they're just, parasites on an idea. But it is real, and it is possible to manifest it. The problem is that we are so perversely committed in the way we invest energy. I mean, a modern, well-equipped fighter plane costs $75 million. The United States government orders them in lots of 500 at a time. Do you know what $75 million would do to consciousness research in California? The cost of one fighter plane? I and the people I know and the people they know could deliver the millennium for that kind of money if, the law stood back. Because what we're talking about is a correlation of data that has gone on now for 400 or 500 years. Botanical data, chemical data, human data, anthropological data, data about language, data about complex systems generally, mathematical models, dynamics, chaos theory, so forth and so on. These are the tools out of which an understanding of the dynamics of mind can be created. And creating an understanding of the dynamics of mind is the way out of the political logjam. No amount of haranguing and preaching is going to do it. It requires a breakthrough to the mechanics of ourselves. That's what it basically comes down to. That we must see ourselves as potentially salvageable, reprogrammable, and worth saving. And I think that because the psychedelic experience is not bound in history, but in a way is a morphogenetic field amplifier of our species. I mean, if you think of the Sheldrakean model of morphogenetic fields, and then imagine that they cannot be detected by radio, they cannot be detected by any electronic means, the field is too subtle. But if you imagine that mind is a quantum mechanically indeterminate and delicately balanced enough system that it can actually resonate to the presence of the morphogenetic field, then you begin to have a theory of what the psychedelic experience is. It's the experience of the transcendent dimension of every object. And every object has a transcendent dimension, more than one. I mean, it has a dimension which extends into the past, it has a dimension which extends into the future, and it has a dimension which is orthogonal to any of these, that is the internal horizon of its own transcendence. Now, this kind of talk is Whiteheadian talk. Whitehead, in the 20s and 30s, actually created a philosophy, a rigorous metaphysic, entirely capable of working in a psychedelic environment. Had he written it in Sanskrit, he probably would have had a wider audience. But he wrote in plain English. So if you're interested in a metaphysic of the psychedelic experience, where you actually take it seriously and say these things which we perceive, the dissolution of boundaries, the recombining of form, the transience of form, the transience of meaning, the coming together of actual events in a real world, and the dissolution of those events into a world of potentiality. This is all Whitehead type stuff. Some of you may know the notion of memes. A meme is the smallest unit of an idea. It's to ideas what genes are to biology. And memes compete in the same way that genes are competitive in an environment. A meme can be copied. I can tell you something and you can tell someone else. The meme has been copied. A meme can be repeated. I can say the same thing over and over again to different people who then copy it and take it away. But in the same sense as a gene is only effective if it remains faithful to its original, the meme must remain faithful to its original. And the only way we can correctly copy these memes and pass them among ourselves is through clarity of understanding. So it's always this pressure on clarity. Nothing should be ambiguous. I don't believe in it. You know, I believe that understanding passes everywhere, and that a thing is not existentially apprehended in some sense until it is understood. And as far as what understanding is, it's simple. It's nothing more than the perception of connecting pattern. So that here is a data field. Could be a beach full of people or a great corporation or the history of England. A data field. What patterns do you perceive in it? The more patterns you perceive in it, the more you understand it. And there is no bottom to this. I mean, understanding just falls through the phenomena of the world endlessly. Essentially, it's about communication. That most of what we say and do, even though we may define ourselves as wide-ranging intellectuals, most of what we say to each other is incredibly animalistic and low-grade data exchange, because we're not used to pouring the energies of cognition into articulate speech. We just tend not to do that. But actually, it's at this stage of things the closest we can get to hardwired telepathy. Honest, straight talk that draws from as deep as it can, and a search for. Blake said this thing. Let's see if I can get it right. He said, "The truth, if it is told so that it is understood, must be believed." In other words, if you hear it and you understand it and it's so, you will automatically give allegiance to it. This is because we resonate with some kind of ground of being that is below the speakable and yet supporting it. So the idea here will be to try and communicate between ourselves to create a slightly different kind of reality than everybody else is hanging out in. Mostly, I hope, our reality will have more hope than the generic reality that's going on outside. Because I think that there's a lot of data on the table now, more information than ever before. And we can actually begin to figure out what's going on, not in terms of the first 3 milliseconds of the universe, but actually, what is going on this planet? What is human history? What is a cognizing species doing, running around by the billions on the surface of this planet, obsessed with religions and driven by vice and hatred and visionary longing? This is not what they talk about in the biology books. Still less is it what they talk about in the physical chemistry books. And something has torn loose on the surface of this planet, and we are embedded in it, and we are it, and it is sweeping us and all life on this planet into some kind of apotheosis, some kind of shit-hit-the-fan situation where all the hopes and dreams and fears and obsessions are going to be held up to some kind of transcendental inspection. Nothing can stop this. Perhaps, it could have been stopped in the 12th century or the 6th century, but now technical processes, population growth, information transfer, destruction of the environment, the great dying is well underway. And the question is, does this make sense? And an even more cogent question, can it be made to make sense? In other words, can we come to, in the situation of a planet sinking into chaos, and somehow run around and punch some buttons and close off some areas and salvage something? Can meaning be salvaged? Or is the process that has gone on over the last, you pick a number, but it's in the billions of years, essentially meaningless, dumb show and absurdity? The really freaky thing about this, I think, is that it's not clear, that it seems to rest in the domain of human decision, that the universe is not at all what we suppose it to be, and that we are in effect presented with a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, 11-dimensional koan, a labyrinth, a puzzle, a kind of conundrum which has to be cut through. And it's all done in the mind. The whole apparent world is actually syntactical in nature. This is what they don't tell you in the philosophy departments or the physics departments, that the universe is made of words, and that there has to be a speaker and there has to be a hearer. Photons, quarks, anti-mu, that's not what it's about. That is a linguistic model that floats above the bedrock of syntactical connectedness that mind travels through to create networks that it interprets meaningfully. That's what's really going on. So, looking at this situation years and years ago, knowing and feeling what I've essentially just said to you 25 years ago, I've always been a skeptic. I mean, I've always been sort of on a downer, cynical even, and take things apart and belittle them and see how they tick. It's just it's a male, rational style, scientific style. And the assumption behind that is that you can reduce the whole world to something which is non-threatening and neutral somehow. But a weird thing happened on the way to completing this program, which was I discovered something which it is my intention to try and share with you. I don't know, many people have made this discovery, but I can only speak for myself. So for me it had a very intense and kind of transformative immediacy. And this was, I discovered that in the realm of the so-called transcendental. I was raised Roman Catholic, and in the process of cutting that loose, switched to Latin for Sanskrit for a while, and I've had a lifelong interest in the transcendental, but basically from a debunking point of view. In other words, not for me sweeping up at the ashram, not for me the ambiguities of Babaji. I mean, and in India, the tack which I always took with these people was, what can you show me? Anything. Because talk is cheap. God, if I don't know that, who does? So a line of patter is completely non-convincing. Well, it's not to be found in those traditions. What I'm trying to say is that when I put pressure on the spiritual domain, the only people who could deliver were shamans with a history of use of hallucinogenic plants. And an awareness of this came to me, say, as early as 1967, and I began to pursue it. At first I pursued a pharmacological basis behind Tibetan shamanism. The pre-Buddhist shamanism of Tibet is called Punpo, and I went there thinking that their art could not possibly be what it is unless they had access to hallucinogenic plants and were using them. Well, I was, 22 years, I didn't know anything. I didn't speak these languages. I had no notion of the task that I was setting up for myself. But later I went to the Amazon basin, and there is extant and thriving a rich shamanic tradition of hallucinogenic plant use, and they can just convey you into astonishing dimensions. And it's those astonishing dimensions that will form inevitably the focus of what we do this month, because we need to run it as a headline. It goes something like this. Scientists discover nearby hyperobject in alternative continuum. It's that sort of thing. It's that by pushing the psychedelic experience, we can satisfy, and let me define pushing there. I mean putting a great deal of research pressure on the tryptamines. By pushing the hallucinogenic psychedelic experience, I think we could fairly quickly satisfy ourselves, if the legal climate were different, that the Freudian model won't do, the Jungian model won't do, and that in fact all psychological models will fail, and that what we're dealing with is something quite of another order. And I am not one to reach for, the metaphors of spirit with the connotation of moral opprobrium and all that. But there is a dimension which is accessible to each and every one of us. This is the primary thing about it. It's accessible, that is so appallingly, titanically, and bizarrely different than the continuum that we're currently residing in, that it seems to throw doubt on the entire effort to understand the world as it's been carried out over the past 1,500 years. In other words, there is an object in this mental space which, as culture-creating creatures, we are attempting to colonize and invade this cultural space through the concrescence of language. In other words, through exteriorizing our ideas as tools, we are invading this cultural domain, and the psychedelic tryptamines, and very recently discovered, by the way. I'm doing a book for Bantam, and I have to go through the whole history of these things, and to my amazement, the indole hallucinogens actually were never studied. LSD was invented in 1938. They put it on the shelf for 5 years. Then the guy took it, Hoffman. He said it's a hallucinogen, but the war was raging. That was 1943. It didn't actually make its way into the journals until 1947. Then, from 47 to roughly 65, there was a great deal of interest in LSD and research on it. Then that ended with it becoming illegal. Meantime, psilocybin, DMT, and the beta-carbolines, the number of articles and papers published on these things numbers in the dozens. In the case of DMT, it's under 10. We're talking now human experiments, not rat slicing and physical chemistry, but actual human data. So what we inherit out of the 60s, one of the ways which we have been disempowered that we didn't even know, isn't this fun to learn a new way that you were disempowered that you didn't even know, is that the LSD experience was made the paradigm of the psychedelic experience. And it was placed at the center of the phenomenological mandala. And then all these other compounds were sort of related into it in terms of doesn't last as long as, lasts twice as long as, that sort of thing. When you think about this alternative reality and the exploration by drugs with psychedelic drugs, and then the pervasive problem with other sorts of drugs in the society, and it cuts very close to the core of ourselves as creatures. I mean, we are addictive animals. We addict to everything. We addict to each other and glorify it as our most noble outpouring of sentiment in the phenomenon of romantic love. I mean, when a pair of lovers are parted, the withdrawal symptoms are indistinguishable from heroin. I mean, vomiting, shaking, uncontrollable emotional outbursts, sleeplessness, short temper, hysteria. This is real. It is what romantic love is a pheromonal bonding, an exchange of chemical messengers, which takes these two autonomous organisms and welds them into one galaxy of need and intention and understanding and expectation. Well, then you just tear that apart and people are, shook up. We addict to political ideals, all kinds. I mean, it's wonderful what's happening in Peking, but several decades ago, the same thing was happening in Berlin to a different beat. People find an idea and it works, and all barriers appear to be movable and all goals attainable. We addict to things. This is like magpies, but then through media trained to propel ourselves into ever more extensive relationships with objects. We invent money, which is kind of a multi-transformable drug. It stands for everything, everything you ever wanted, and you can addict to money. Nevertheless, what I will argue during this month is that that this is not a bad thing, that we have a secret history that I will try to convince you of, and you should try to convince me that I'm wrong, and we will argue over the secret history of the human race and why it is, therefore, that we are as we are, and why it is that these psychedelics are not some peripheral issue of screwballs who can see God in a cabbage, but that, in fact, the issue of psychedelics is directly on the tracks of the onrushing locomotive of rationalist, paternalist, schlockoless society, and that it ain't going to go away, because what we're talking about here is a nude part of the human mind. What we're talking about here is something which takes its place in the great unfolding of the defining of human freedom that characterizes the entire adventure of global civilization. In other words, we've got the Pope under control. That happened in the Middle Ages. Slavery has now been generally embraced as a bad thing to be into, and we've gotten that on the books as a bad idea. Women have been suddenly recognized to be human beings, and so forth. So this swelling bubble of aha and perception of the real nature of the universe should also include the sudden realization that governments have no business telling people what foods and spices they should prefer, that this is an absurd role for government, and that, like slavery, like the subjugation of women, the legal persecution of dietary habits has just got to take its place with the high-button shoe. And we will talk a lot about the consequences of this. What does it mean? Because you see, what the government would have us believe, and perhaps believes itself, although I doubt it, is that we would return to the beast. That's all. We would just shoot junk and toot blow and flop around in ruinous orgies until hell froze over. And they, wiser, sterner, more disciplined than ourselves, represent the edifice of moral authority. This is a I'm doing it for your own good trip, see? And actually, this is all hypocrisy, and we will talk about that, the roles of governments in the promulgation of drugs and drug cartels, and how, this is what I learned doing this book for Bantam, is that drugs have always been there and have always been manipulated by governments. I mean, this is almost what money was invented for, was to do dope deals. And, I'll show you what I mean as we get into it. But I want to return for a minute to the transcendental object, because that's the part which gets me off the most. It's taken me a long time to believe what was actually happening, in that I always said I could believe it if I read it in the newspaper, but I can't believe it because it's happening to me, or it's happening so near to me. But I just, it hardly now seems to matter. And what we just have to do is to try and talk frankly based on the experience which each of us brings to this about, the thing. How much of it have you seen? Well, what do you think? How does it cast its shadow into your life? What is it? Because I talk on these subjects, I am a sort of a nexus point for information, and I gather stories, and I see that, science and rational philosophy and all that stuff is going on over here quite to its heart's content, while hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of people, exactly like ourselves, are logging in these experiences which are, absolutely off the scale. And I just don't, there are a lot of people having problems. People abducted by UFOs, people visited by Whitley Strieber's triangle face. That's not where I'm coming from. I have nothing but scorn for all weird ideas other than my own. And the reason I tolerate my own weird ideas is basically because of what I've gone through. I would never believe it if I hadn't seen it. There's a wonderful story, and I have no love for Christianity either, but I'll tell a Christian story. This is what I got out of the Gospels. Christ appeared several times in the upper room after the crucifixion to the apostles. The first time he appeared, the apostle Thomas was not there. And so then Thomas came after the visitation, and they said, the Master was here. He was with us. And Thomas said, bullshit. And they said, no, he was here. And he said, unless I put my hand into the wound, I will not believe it. So time passed, and Christ came again to the upper room. And Thomas was there among the other apostles. And Christ said, Thomas, come forward. Put your hand into the wound. And he did. And he did. Now, the conclusion that I draw from this story is, alone of all human beings in human history, Thomas the doubter touched the incorporeal resurrected body of Christ. Only the doubter was allowed that privilege. For everybody else, the show. And I just take that absolutely seriously. I think that God, or he, she, or it, loves the doubter and prepares treasures in paradise for the doubter that eclipse anything. And the method has worked for me. And I have seen absolutely astonishing things. I'm sure many of you have too. I have seen things where I had perfect confidence that no human being had ever laid eyes on these places before. And I'm sure you have too, because that's how big it is in there. It is, the further in you go, the bigger it gets. We are like monkeys sitting in the presence of a flying saucer whose doorway has just been flung open. This is what we need to become conscious of. We need to dissolve the assumptions of the culture. And this is why LSD was so terrifying, because I firmly believe that one of the things psychedelics do is they dissolve cultural assumptions. It doesn't matter whether you're a member of the Politburo or a go-go dancer in Berlin or a professor of agronomy in Kansas. You will doubt your beliefs and your world if you take psychedelics. This is good. We need to dissolve our cultural conditioning and try to get down to brass tacks, because I'm convinced that reality is a tinker toy set that we can learn to take apart and put together in completely different ways. And we're going to have to pull some real rabbits out of the hat, or the planet is just going to pour over the edge into chaos. And before they were called psychedelics, they were called consciousness-expanding drugs. Well, if there's any possibility that that's true, let's put our best people on it, because consciousness is what we're dying for. We don't have enough of it. We can't feed the hungry. We can't manage a global economy. We can't hold down guerrilla warfare. We can't cure AIDS. We need to get smart. And if this stuff has anything to do with getting smart on any level, even for 1 in 1,000 of those who use it, pour it on. We can't stand around like a bunch of nitwits just watching the planet burn down around us. Now, it's very touchy, this whole thing, because it is literally and perhaps metaphorically as well illegal, forbidden territory. We're like South Pacific Islanders. We have taboos, Bring this plant into your house and you must go away to the big slammer for a while. This is a taboo. My position, which I don't suppose I should say I advocate it, because as I understand it, that's one higher level of federal crime. So here is my position, but I don't advocate it, is that people should be able to do whatever they damn well please. That government is for the convenience of people. And in particular, in the United States, we already have in place a clause which says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are inalienable rights. Inalienable. That means government cannot interfere with these rights. Well, pursuit of happiness, I don't think you have to be a shyster to believe that pursuit of happiness covers experimenting with psychedelic substances. Seems to me perfectly clear. I think that, part of what I do as I speak around, and I suppose I should say it here because I imagine some of you will end up psychotherapists or are psychotherapists, is that, without an understanding and a familiarity of the psychedelic experience, you should be sued for fraud if you're practicing psychotherapy, because the dynamics of the mind, isn't that what psychotherapy is about? Well, you know this much unless you have had a variety of psychedelic experiences. That's where the confirmation of all this theory is, and that's where you find out what you're running from. It isn't that it is a psychotomimetic, as the government researchers hoped it would turn out to be. It's simply that it plays all the changes. It pulls out the stops and it plays in the major and the minor keys, and you see it all. This is indispensable for psychotherapy. And if you look at the cure statistics on alcoholism with LSD, it's phenomenal. before LSD was made illegal. Now, I understand, I don't believe these are chemical cures to drug dependency. That isn't how it works. It works like this. You take LSD, you're an alcoholic or a junkie, you take LSD, all your illusions and defenses are dissolved. You see that you're killing yourself and that you're a pathetic wretch and that you're destroying yourself and the people around you. And then you come down. And out of that experience, you existentially draw, in some cases, the power, the self-will, and the motivation to change your behavior. Well, I believe that as a culture, we could do this. And this comes perilously close to sounding like everyone should take LSD. I don't believe that. I think that it's a calling. It's a kind of a profession. It's, shamanism is the best model. And I think that the rebirth of shamanic awareness is part of a much larger cultural phenomenon which I call the archaic revival. I hate the term New Age. I think it's just, 11 o'clock news stuff. But the archaic revival is a notion of a series of integrated trends that have been going on for over 100 years that are the actual turning belly up of Victorian Christian scientific male-dominated materialist civilization. It begins with phenomena like metaphysics in the 1880s in France, and surrealism, and Freud, and Jung, and abstract expressionism, and even the Nazis had a piece of the action because of their understanding of how ritual and propaganda, and Goebbels was the architect of the German archaic revival, and LSD has a part of it, and what it is it's an intuition that to save ourselves from what we have done, we must reach far, far back in time for a stabilizing metaphor, not as the Renaissance did back to classical Greece and Rome to create classicism, which of course all happened in the 15th century, but further back to prehistory, to a time when people and nature lived in a kind of balance. I don't mean just any time in prehistory. I mean essentially the post-glacial period called the Magdalenian, about 19,000 years ago, when the glaciers began to melt and the Sahara turned green again, and the cave paintings were done at Lascaux and Altamira. Bone antler technology was invented. It was the great springtime of our people, and the last springtime of our people. And then we came down through. But in that time, in a partnership society, and this is Rian Eisler's term, and I will talk about that through the month, in a partnership society, there was no oscillation between a matriarchy and a patriarchy. There are dominator societies, and there are partnership societies. And gender has nothing to do with it. We can entirely overcome the bullshit about gender in talking about cultural forms. It's dominator versus partnership. And the partnership society that existed in those times was the quintessential expression of a symbiotic relationship. And this is a new idea that I want to get across during this month, which is our anxiety, our angst, our wandering in the wasteland is because there's something wrong with us that we don't know about. What it is this. We are symbiotic creatures. We require a relationship with a certain plant. And if we don't have this, we go slightly bananas. And this symbiotic relationship was disturbed about 12,000 years ago. It has to do, and I will go over it in more detail downstream, but it has to do with periods of drought in the African continent that forced people into the Middle East and to where they were no longer able to access this plant. Then begins what we call human history at the 11,000 BP point at places like Jericho and Çatalhöyük in southern Anatolia. What's happening with human history is a perhaps not even articulated, but nevertheless restless, driving search for substitutes. Substitutes for the lost partnership ambiance, substitutes for the plant symbiote which held that in stasis. And these substitutes work their way over the millennia through the opium cults of Anatolia, the hemp cults of the Scythians, the Eleusinian mysteries. And these are the great acceptable substitutes for the mystery. You see, what religion is a contact with the tremendum, with the numinosum at the beginning of history in this context of plant hallucinogenesis. And then the fall, literally, the fall is the telescoping stages that moved us away from the original purity of this numinous image. And it ends in crack addiction. It's all about substances. This is why we frantically search the universe for what my friend Leo Zeff used to call the perfect high. That's what we're looking for. We can't help ourselves. Whole cultures are doing it. And they don't think of it as a drug. They think of it as an epiphany, a religious system, a set of sacramental buildings, or a city organized on a divine plan. But what they're trying to do is restore order. And they can't do it because, like the romantic lovers parted, the partner is not present. The completing anima image is simply not there. And so we are restless, violent, neurotic, repressive, migratory, destructive, self-negating, so forth and so on. I think that we're coming to the place where we can actually begin to take an idea, like what I just said, and amass evidence for and against it, and try to then cure ourselves. In a way, I'm trying to carry out a kind of Jungian analysis where we realize that we are all the children of some kind of very damaging thing which happened in prehistory. And it's plain as the nose on your face. It's just that we are so traumatized we do not see it. I mean, look at the story of Eden, which is the central datum, the central mythologium of our culture. It's a story of substance abuse and the consequent punishment that follows upon that, because Eve eats of the fruit of the tree of life. And it says in Genesis, if they eat of this fruit, they will be as we are. In other words, it was specifically the issue of consciousness expansion, and Yahweh, the jealous god, the volcano god of a paternal, of a dominator culture, and said, no, you're not coming into that inner sanctum. But she had eaten of it anyway. So there was a parting of the ways. Well, this parting of the ways, I believe, is a metaphorical description of the breakup of this symbiosis in Africa and the fall into profane time, the withdrawal of the bride, really. I mean, in alchemical terms, or in terms of the Jungian marriage of the anima and the animus. And we are now, I think, in a position to at least talk about this as a possibility, because this thing which was driving these religions on the plains of Africa was a tryptamine hallucinogen. It was specifically a mushroom which was occurring in the dung of the early cattle that were just at that stage being domesticated. Well, the experience which that mushroom induces in us is no less overwhelming and transcendental and incomprehensible than it was to those people 15,000 years ago. We have nothing up on them. In fact, we may be in a worse position to understand it because our language is now carrying a millennia-long legacy of paternalistic, egocentric, materialistic, and empirical biases. They may have possessed languages that far better commanded the true modalities of the transcendental object than do our languages. So the archaic revival is an invitation to historical humanity to view itself as a kind of prodigal son and to abandon the wandering in history, the peregrination in history, and to return to the archaic fold with what has been learned. And what I will suggest to you that has been learned is the purification and rational analysis of the sine qua non of the whole shtick, which is the hallucinogenic compounds. In other words, human history is a dipping into matter, a kind of Faustian pact to come away with what the shamans of archaic times were approaching by a natural means. Well, let's see. It means I've talked for about an hour. Are there questions?
Yes, I'd like to hear you talk a little bit more about language and words. I read somewhere, I can't remember exactly where, if silence is the reality, then all words as intrusions lie. And when you said that reality is made up of words, and yet it seems to me, aren't you talking about rather than you talking about it? Yeah.
Yes, well, that's a good question. My brother said a funny thing one time. He said, has anybody noticed that as you expand the sphere of understanding, the surface area of ignorance necessarily grows larger? So there is this paradox that as we understand, there becomes more and more that we don't know. What I am interested in, and it may not be the highest value, I'm perfectly willing to agree that it perhaps isn't, is communication. So I can't do much with silence. But I do, I think, grant it primacy. What we're trying to do, but also, I have to say, and I suppose it's good to say it in the early phases, I try to be rational and analytical about what I'm dealing with, and I don't even know if I would agree that the psychedelic dimension is a spiritual dimension. In other words, all I'm willing to say at this point is it's another dimension. Trying to turn it into something which would make us better people or worse people, it doesn't seem to operate like that. William Burroughs had the notion that he said language is a virus from outer space. It's possible that language is some kind of higher order organizing principle. It only arises in the most highly organized higher mammal on the planet. And to those of you whose hearts leap to the defense of dolphins, magpies, and honeybees, good luck. But, because it ain't King Lear, that's the point. you see. It isn't Milton. It's something, but it isn't. I mean, language has a force and a dynamic of its own. Perhaps it is a virus from outer space, inhabiting us, using us to articulate sound. I'm fascinated by the mystery of language because it's very central to understanding what psychedelics are. Why do I say that? Because, and I will refer again and again to DMT, dimethyltryptamine, as the most interesting for many reasons of these psychedelics. But today I just want to mention one aspect of it. In the trance that overwhelms you when you experience this hallucinogen, it only lasts for a few hundred seconds. And in that place, there are entities that are making sounds which visibly condense before you. In other words, language has the potential, I swear to you, in other words, this settles a question. Language has the potential to be seen rather than beheld. Well, I saw this years ago in DMT flashes, and lo and behold, a thorough inspection of Philo-Judaeus, who lived contemporary with Jesus Christ and was an Alexandrine Jew who wrote volumes of commentary on the religions of his era. Philo-Judaeus talks about what he calls the Logos. The Logos was an interiorized teaching voice which Greek ecstatics sought to contact. And Philo says, he sets up a little dialogue, and the first speaker says, what would be a more perfect logos? A more perfect logos than the informing teaching voice. And Philo answers, the more perfect logos would go from being heard to being beheld without ever crossing over a noticeable moment of transition. Astonishing. I mean, I always wondered, did they know what they were talking about? What did it mean to them? What did it mean to him to write that sentence? Well, we'll never know, so here's what it means to me. It means that the program of language is an open-ended one, and that we are dynamically caught up in it, that we are language. That's what distinguishes us from those who chirp and twitter and romp in the trees, that we are language, and that language is evolving, it's changing, and that in fact what we call culture is nothing more than a kind of shock wave trailing behind the forward edge of this language-making capacity, because you can't invent it before you can say it, you can't sell it before you can describe it, you can't do anything with it until it exists as a commandable set of syntactical connections. So in one sense, and I will carry this forward over the month, what the psychedelics are for us as a species, rather than for each one of us as an individual, what they are for us as a species is an enzyme that catalyzes the language-making capacity. What is an enzyme? An enzyme is an organic catalyst. What is a catalyst? A catalyst is a chemical agent which causes a chemical reaction to proceed faster than it ordinarily would without being consumed. The catalyst is not consumed. So I think that the astonishing proliferation of cultural effects, languages, religions, ontologies over the past 40,000 years out of nothing, because before that human organization was, it was dull back there for 1 million or 2 years. There was, so far as we can tell, no material culture at all. Now, you may wish to defend that it was wonderful, but you will find you have no evidence for it. But suddenly, after staying stable for 1 million years, the human brain size doubles almost overnight, and there is this cascade of cultural effects. I maintain that it has to do with pastoralism as a behavioral habit, bringing these proto-hominids into contact with psilocybin as a dietary element, and that psilocybin specifically catalyzed certain qualities of the human organism that worked to its evolutionary advantage, such as consciousness. Can you imagine a more multi-purpose, mutational, adaptational change that would serve you well than being able to think clearly? I mean, if a flatworm could think clearly, evolutionary horizons would open before it, or any other organism. It's like a super non-specific immune response. You can handle any problem. Give me a problem. I'm a thinker. I can handle it, you know. So the catalysis of language, well then, it only ceased 2,000 years ago at Eleusis, when triumphant Christers stomped out paganism wherever they found it, and all of these mystery religions were driven underground and forgotten. And it has to do, you know, there are other factors, such as the botanical scarcity of decent hallucinogens in the European ecosystem, but, you know, details which we can talk about. But the point is, 2,000 years is all that we've been away from this. And in that 2,000 years, you know, we've elaborated the most lethal set of assumptions and cultural conventions ever brought forth. I mean, you know, war, before people used to knock each other on the head, but in the hands of these unstoned dominator types with this linear linguistic bias, which then is totally reinforced by the printing press, well, you see, you know, it's a suicidal cultural style. Well, one of the things that I think happened in the 60s that supports my case, in the wake of LSD, you see a tremendous enriching of language, endlessly sneered at by those who don't talk that way. But, you know, it introduced the notion of the vibe, the ego trip. These are worthwhile concepts. The bummer, the flashback. These are linguistic pearls that, you know, crystallized out of that experience. And I realized in the Amazon, hanging out with these ayahuasqueros, these people using ayahuasca, which is a different strategy to make DMT happen, but it ends up with the DMT happening. Their songs were not to be listened to, but to be seen. And people would say, "How did you like my song last night?" And people would say, "You mean the blue one or the yellow one?" And so, you see, I believe that the psychedelics are working at the cultural level to promote language, but also to, it's not simply a linear enriching of language. There's also something going on biologically, that language is actually gaining in the vertical dimension in its beholdability. And this is taken very seriously in the Amazon, because these small hunter-gatherer groups, where there's big pressure on protein and there's no room for mistakes, they guide their societies by taking these drugs together in a group situation, and collectively they see, whatever this means, they see and they model what their future is going to be. It's true telepathy. You see, when you listen to my voice, if you understand what I'm saying, it's because my incoming words cause you to go to your dictionary and look them up one by one, and if your dictionary is pretty close to my dictionary, we will understand each other. But the whole act of communication depends on this assumption that the dictionaries are the same. If they're not the same, then you will not understand me. If, on the other hand, I could make you see what I mean, this is not a culturally conditioned avenue of information transfer. You don't have to learn English to look at an English woman. It's easy. You just do it. It's at the biological level. And so this is, I think, in terms of consciousness expansion, you say, well, it's good it's as a general notion, but what direction is it moving? It's moving in the direction of literally a clarifying of language into something that can be beheld. And it's an arrow toward a greater domain of existential validity that each of us can move in. We need to communicate. We need to find out who we are, each of us individually, and then we need to tell each other. The whole dominator style of unstoned culture engineering is ego. That's what happens when you don't take psychedelic drugs as a culture. Ego flows in. That's what was happening on the plains of Africa. Every Saturday night, everybody was getting loaded, and boundaries were dissolving. The boundary of the assumption of the uniqueness of the individual. They were taking these things, and they were having, well, group sex, basically. These were the two things. It's clear because of the quality of psilocybin that it actually, at mid-range doses, causes arousal. You see, at very low doses, it increases visual acuity. Therefore, your hunting improves. Therefore, you and your progeny are more successful. And then at slightly higher doses, everybody's horny, and there's a lot of activity in the group and partying. At higher doses, then that turns into religion, and you're just slammed to the floor of the cave, you know. So it's this three-step thing which plays on our basic needs to drive us into a deeper and deeper relationship with this mystery. And it's such a huge idea that this is what we are, that this is so fundamental, that this isn't just some curiosity of, you know, hedonic West Coast, so forth and so on, but that it is in fact central to understanding and defining humanness and to trying to grab some of the controls of this sinking submarine of a planet and get it back up to the surface long enough for us to all climb in a rowboat and to make our way somewhere. So thank you for being here today, all of you. I was going to just mention 3 books. I might mention more as time goes on, but these 3 are central to understanding what I'm going to be saying this month, and they're very different books. Many of you may have read this one, which is The Chalice and the Blade by Riane Eisler. And this is the book that talks about the partnership versus dominator model of society and gets the gender tension inherent in the matriarchy-patriarchy way of framing that problem. It gets that out of the way because it just says dominator and partnership, and she believes and offers evidence that there never was a matriarchy, that whole notion of a pendulum moving between patriarchy and matriarchy is not valid. And she and I are in agreement in that we both see something very important happening to human beings around the emergence of pastoralism, around the time when the domestication of cattle became a major concern of human beings. This great goddess religion that was worldwide in prehistory is inevitably a cattle religion. And she talks a lot about this, and she talks a lot about early cultural accomplishments. She's trained as an archaeologist. Early cultural accomplishments such as Çatalhöyük, a civilization in southern Turkey that is important for my argument too, because it was very, very early and achieved a sudden and extreme flowering of culture like nothing that would nothing would rival it for several thousand years. Mary Setgast calls it a premature burst of complexity and brilliance. And Rian Eisler uses dynamic theory, borrowed from modern mathematics, borrowed from Ralph Abraham, who I'm sure many of you know, to make cultural models. And so there's been a lot of excitement about this book among feminists, but what has been sort of overlooked is that this is the first time there was ever a mathematical application of dynamics to human history. So this is a good book. She is not psychedelic. She and I did a weekend together at Ojai, where she was wonderfully generous and tolerant of my dancing around in the middle of her parade ground, because I'm saying, that the dynamic that drove this cultural transition had to do with psychedelics, and that this goddess cattle religion had to be also a mushroom religion. And later today even maybe we'll talk more about that. The second book, which I think you'd enjoy, and I don't know, maybe they have this at the bookstore. They should have this. It's called The Creative Explosion, an inquiry into the origins of art and religion. Now, notice that both of these books that I've recommended contain long passages about sudden outbursts of creative brilliance on the cultural level. This is very interesting to me because this is this stuff called novelty that we talked about a little bit yesterday. And tracking these outbursts of brilliance and complexity in cultures and in our own lives is the way we confirm for ourselves the existence of this topological manifold over which probabilistic or previously thought to be probabilistic events are flowing. What John Pfeiffer is saying in this book is it's a study of the cave art of Spain and southern France. And what he's saying about it is that, some of these things are hundreds and hundreds of feet underground, down very narrow passages, and you have to go through all these contortions to get to them. Anyway, he's saying that this was a manipulated environment, that these were created and placed in this way to evoke very strong emotional responses from people. And certainly, even today, with very high-powered flashlights and nylon ropes and all of this stuff, it's a very big deal to descend hundreds and hundreds of feet into the ground. You can imagine people who had tallow lamps. And it appears that they went into these places and made these things, and then only returned very briefly on a cyclical basis afterwards. In other words, they didn't inhabit these places. These were ceremonial places. And what he's talking about is the High Magdalenian, which is 19,000 to 17,000 years ago, when for the first time there was bone and antler technology. In other words, the Stone Age is ending, and there's a bone antler technology, and there is this tremendous outpouring of creativity, mostly vented on a depiction of these animal images of animals that were in a state of semi-domestication or balanced upon the probability of domestication. So what we're seeing are herds of deer and cattle and primitive sheep and this sort of thing. So both of these books point to unexplained outbursts of creativity in the human past and document them very well, but without offering a causal mechanism. Now, on a more practical, partly more practical bent, and this directly addresses the psychedelic issue. If you're at all interested in psychedelic plants, this is the Bible. It occurs in several different forms. This is The Botany and Chemistry of Hallucinogens by Richard Evans Schultes and Albert Hoffman. Schultes was the Harvard botanist who basically single-handedly created the field of ethnopharmacology. And early on, Schultes understood that what native peoples were saying about disease and plants was very touched with folklore and cultural factors. But what they said about psychoactive plants, you could rely upon. And so he oriented his career toward the psychoactives, and through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, he and his graduate students basically shed light on a previously completely unexplored area of botany. And we now, through books like this, and you may have seen his more popular book, Plants of the Gods, these basically list and discuss the major psychoactive plants of the third planet from the sun. And if you need information, this is where you go. And there are extensive bibliographies. This is the first edition. It's now been issued in a second edition. But this is pretty indispensable. Then there are a few other books too, but this is the one to start with. Well, so that's just sort of business. People should be directed toward books that then expand the basis of what's being said. Does anybody want to say anything about yesterday? And go back over any of that? I thought I would talk a little bit today about, see, the way I imagine this happening is that if there's nothing else going on, then there are facets to this thing. And they may not even appear to be connected to you at first, but I will just then choose one of these facets and talk about it. So a facet that was brushed on yesterday that needs to be really brought forward and understood clearly is, it kind of comes under the general banner of the feminine. But from several different points of view, I want to talk about how the psychedelic experience reflects on and relates to the feminine. First of all, a lot of this has to do with how I think of the origin situation. I think everything was set then. And women, I think, well, it happened like this, that there was specialization in these early proto-hominid and hominid populations. And it generally divided along the lines of that the women, because they almost always had babes at breast, were more collectivized and more traveled less. The men hunted, and the women kept the children and all that together. And the women were gatherers. This is the important thing, that the women were gatherers, and that what they were gathering was food. And what they were gathering was plants, primarily. So that, I'll show you something here. This is a description of a plant. You see, before the era of color lithography, botanists had this need to be able to exactly describe and differentiate plants one from another. So here is just a bit of a description of a plant. The plant is Methistica dendrum armonesium, and this is what is called the taxonomic description. Tree, up to 25 feet in height. Leaves membranaceous, dark green, very narrowly ligulate, apically acuminate, basically long attenuate, marginally commonly subundulate or undulate, 20 to 26 millimeters long, 1.3 to 2 centimeters wide, minutely and irregularly pilose on both surfaces. Flowers up to 28, usually about 23 centimeters long, apically 10 to 13 centimeters in diameter, very strongly sweet-scented at sundown. Calyx spathiosaceous, green, papriaceous or membranaceous, 2 to 5 fid with acute teeth, 3/5 as long as corolla, very minutely pilose. Corolla divided 2/3 to 4/5 its length, usually with 5 lobes, but often 4 or 6. Membranaceous, white, spathulate or subspathulate, rhombidiform, long, acuminate, and circinate. That's half of the description. Now, the point of this is the need to describe a plant puts tremendous pressure on language to accommodate itself to difference. That's what they're doing there. They're attempting to create a word picture that will make it possible to tell this thing from any other thing. Well, women who were gatherers in this early situation were under tremendous pressure to elaborate a vocabulary of visual distinctions. You know, you eat the thorny one, not the smooth one. You eat the one with the leaves that have the crinkle on the edge, but not the one with the leaves that have the furry underside. And this kind of need put on real pressure for language. Men in the hunting situation had, strangely enough, the pack signaling repertoire that we came down from the trees with is pretty sufficient for a pack hunting situation. In other words, you have 40 or 50 barks and yells, and you can direct a complex hunting operation. You don't have to have this tremendous stress on adjectives, you know. And then the major stress in hunting often is stoicism and silence. You know, I mean, it's not a rappy undertaking. And to this day, you know, it's thought to be a sexist observation, but when you go into villages of native people, I mean, they always speak of the chattering of the women. And this is true. I mean, women chatter a lot about the details of ordinary existence. This is what they are heavily linguistically programmed to be into, is the details of ordinary existence, and especially in this matter of food. Well, where the way in which the mushroom fits into all this is that when the African continent began to dry up, this happened over a very long period of time, and it wasn't just a gradual phenomenon. There were glaciations and there were interglacial periods. But generally speaking, over the past 500,000 years, Africa has experienced a progressive aridity. And this forced our remote ancestors down onto an evolving grassland situation. Simultaneously with all these changes going on in the proto-hominids, a lot of ungulate mammals were evolving in this sudden rich grassland environment. And in the dung of these particular mammals, the psilocybin-producing mushrooms found a suitable environment. They are that kind of mushroom which is called coprophytic, means likes dung. And the the mushrooms used in the Indian cults of central Mexico are not coprophytic mushrooms, with one exception. They are ephemeral, deep forest mushrooms, an indemnified community of species that seem to have evolved there. But the exception is in the genus Stropharia, where you get these coprophytic mushrooms, Stropharia cubensis and its conspecific species, and they appear wherever there are cattle of the Bos indicus type, which is the cebu, the humped white cattle. This is a very primitive form of Asian cattle, probably the nearest living relative to Bos primogensis, which was the prototypic Ice Age cattle. So the mushroom occurs then in this situation, in the manure. Well, the pressure on the environment for protein is intense. And I saw myself in Kenya, tribes of baboons on the veldt, and they would go over and examine cow pies and flip them over looking for grubs underneath them. So it's in the repertoire of the behavior of these apes to associate these things. And the mushroom presents itself as a completely startling phenomenon in the natural environment. I mean, I've seen them in pastures in the Amazon the size of small dinner plates and on stalks 11 inches high, you know. So we're talking a hefty piece of protein. The question is, can you eat this thing? And what happens, you see, when you eat a little bit of psilocybin, and this was shown by experiments by Fisher years ago, is that there's an increase in visual acuity. Very slight, but measurable. Well, this means that this gives you an evolutionary adaptation in the hunting situation. You have better eyesight than other members of your group and than you yourself had before you admitted this item into your diet. Well, you know, this is a self-reinforcing situation on a scale of thousands and thousands of years. Very quickly, those not availing themselves of this quote-unquote artificial augmentation to sensory clarity will be bred out because there's just no percentage in poor vision. At slightly higher doses, the psilocybin causes sexual arousal. Well, again, you don't have to be an evolutionary biologist to understand that the number of successful copulations that you complete has a direct bearing on the success of your reproductive strategy. And these are all numbers games, you know. I mean, those who fuck more have more children is what it comes down to. So if a certain dietary item is causing sexual activity, well then we're going to see more and more of the children of the people who indulge in that dietary item. And this can be very unconscious, you see. And then the third thing is, of course, that at yet higher doses it gives way to this mystical tremendum, or this entry into hyperspace. What this has to do with the feminine is that I think the women would have been the gatherers of the mushrooms. The women were the keepers of the reproductive mysteries anyway. This cow cult that got going, it's very clear to me that from the point of view of a pre-literate person, the mushroom comes from the cow. I mean, you can't explain it any other way. It has no seeds. I mean, this was puzzling to people up until the 16th century. They couldn't figure out where these things ever came from. They were accustomed to the notion of plants having seeds, but these mushrooms which sprang up overnight just seemed mysterious. So I think very early in prehistory, there was a religion which was a celebration of the feminine, a psychedelic religion, an orgiastic religion, to take account of this arousal factor in psilocybin, and that it was in this environment over thousands and thousands of years that humanness emerged, an environment of boundary dissolution, of where erotic connection was actually the basis of community, and where there was a constant exposure to this unlanguageable, unassimilable, mystical tremendum. And there was the psilocybin was acting then as a tremendous catalyst for language. Because remember, I think I said this, that its primary role in prehistory and in the present, possibly, is as to catalyze linguistic shifts. Because linguistic shifts then give culture permission to follow and erect whatever edifices it wants. Now, throughout prehistory, this vegetable goddess is a horned goddess, a goddess of the moon, a goddess of cattle, and a goddess of plants. And what I'm suggesting in this book I'm writing, and I should try it out on you because I won't, you're my best shot, is the notion that, and I said this before, but I repeat myself, and also things make more sense sometimes when heard again, that the natural human condition is actually a condition of symbiosis with this hallucinogen, this particular hallucinogen, that the mystery of who we are and the mystery of why we are so bereft and why history and why all this malarkey is because things went on 15 to 25,000 years ago that we have repressed and never faced the implications of, that we actually had a symbiotic relationship on the mental level with some kind of feminine overmind. And, never mind all the questions which this raises about where is it, what is it, how does it do it, but just that the Gaian process is more than a process. It is a self-reflecting intellect of some sort. How can we pass judgment on this? What do we know? The Earth is 5 billion years old. Intelligence may come in many forms. Self-reflecting awareness may come in many forms. But what seems clear is that there was a dialogue with this other, and there was balance, and there was wholeness, and there was a way of being which, well, it was paradisical. That's why we are so haunted by the loss of it. That's why all of our ontologies are the story of how something was taken from us. Something was lost. And it's nobody's fault, exactly. I mean, it really has to do with the processes of the planet. That this partnership paradise that arose as we came to consciousness in the cradle of Africa was dependent on the continuation of this extremely rich grassland environment, which was, in fact, a transient phenomenon. So that by 8, 10, 12,000 years ago, visible pressure was being felt by these populations in Africa. And you see, each time there has been an interglacial period over the last 100,000 years, human populations and in the older strata, proto-hominid populations bottled up in Africa have radiated out across the Eurasian continent. But only in the last interglacial, 20,000 years ago, were those people leaving Africa true pastoralists. They had flocks. They had skin tints. They had a religion. They had language. We know this. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. Before that, they were nomadic hunter and gatherers. So this relationship to the mushroom and the relationship to the cattle, actually the first payoff was an entirely new order of civilization. The symbiotic relationship with the cow, which made life much, much easier, either fueled by or fed into the symbiotic relationship with the mushroom, which gave more successful hunting, better sex, and religion. So there were all these factors feeding into this situation. Now, when these people got out of the Middle East, got out of Africa and settled in the Middle East, it was a much dicier situation. And if you know anything about Middle Eastern archaeology, in Palestine there is a great puzzle because before 9,500 it's virtually empty. This is the interglacial. Ice reached as far south as Sidon in Lebanon, and this area was all frozen up. But as the glaciers retreated, suddenly there are people at Ain Sabah and later at Jericho and at several places. And it's always been assumed that by archaeologists on basically chauvinistic grounds that this must have been an outpost of old Europe, the Balkan Yugoslavian area that Maria Gimbutas has written so much about, because these people are so advanced. They're called Natufians, and they appear very suddenly in the archaeological record, 9,500. 1,000 years later, they build Jericho, which is at that time the most advanced city site on the planet. And but before they build Jericho, their habit of building was under rock escarpments. And this is the same style of Neolithic building that existed in the Tassili Plateau of Algeria. So, in the absence of much archaeology to support either side, I think it's reasonable to think that these people may have come out of Africa. And in fact, there is some evidence of this, because there is what's called burnished Sudanese ware 4 is found in these Natufian places. And burnished Sudanese ware 4 comes from deep in what is now Ethiopia. So there was at least trade, and I think based on, and the people who write about all this have commented on the African motifs, because while we don't have much art from Jericho, these people 1,000 years after Jericho, by now it's 7,500, they build Çatalhöyük in southern Anatolia, and this is truly a science fiction civilization. I mean, it's freakish. It's 7,500 BC. The pyramids lie 3,000 years in the future. So what about that? Well, we don't know, but one of the questions that will remain unanswered in this month is why. Why is there this synergy between the plants and the human beings? Is it chance? Is it just that this is how it works out, and now we are self-reflecting enough to be able to unravel the threads that went into the confluence of influences that created us? Or is it plotted somehow? and this is then the extraterrestrial gene theory, is this thing somehow strewn in our way. Because you see, I don't buy any of the extraterrestrial intervention theories that have them landing on the White House lawn or projecting images into the minds of people who live in trailer courts, or all these things they're accused of doing. The one thing I grant extraterrestrial intelligence is great subtlety, and probably a long time scale to do whatever they want to do. It's possible to reach a point of deconditioning. It's a kind of reconditioning, but it's also deconditioning, where it seems obvious that the planet must be monitored. It is, after all, such an interesting planet. It seems that if anyone could monitor, they would. I mean, we've already now, through the probes we've sent into our own solar system, seen about 33 worlds. And they all fall into various classes, and not one comes anywhere near to what we are. We are what astrophysicists have given the charming acronym, we are a HORE. A HORE is a water-heavy, oxygen-rich world. And water-heavy, oxygen-rich is rare, 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 rare. So it may very well be that every one of these is closely monitored. Well, once you allow that notion, then the presence of the psychedelic genes, the psychedelic activator in the environment, begins to look more like a sort of biogenic engineering. It is curious that what these psychedelics do on a scale of a community is they release new ideas. You become the bearer of new ideas, or new tools, new techniques, new ways of doing things, and that this is how culture moves forward. That culture is a phenomenon dependent on the generation of ideas, plans, notions, connections. Well, this is precisely what these compounds are doing. So, is that a coincidence, or is that part of the regulator? Are we, in fact, somehow managed towards some point? And then the question becomes, of course, for what? And then, it devolves into the realm of science fiction. I had a professor once who had a fairly grim view of things, and his notion of what human history was all about was that it was a radioactive minerals mining project, and that when we finally had all these nuclear weapons stacked up like cordwood, somebody would come from another world and say, "Thank you very much. This is what we wanted, and you've done a good job." That all of human history was simply to get people to stockpile plutonium for somebody else's very good reasons. Well, I don't think it's anything quite so Jack Armstrong-ish as that, because what I sense in the mushroom is a tremendous heart, a tremendous, it's well beyond all of that. It's an emotional, intellectual, feeling-toned kind of thing. But is it a benevolent galactic monitor? Is it the beating heartbeat of Gaia? Is it this entelechy that I spoke of at the beginning of the hour that is somehow the sum total of process on the earth? Or is it possible that I have been remiss in my assessment of the capacity of human beings, and that this is nothing more than us? It doesn't seem to me like us. It doesn't look like that to me. I got into this game originally as a kind of an art historian, and art historians you track motifs over centuries or decades, depending on your bailiwick, and what it really is it's the exploration of the human unconscious viewed as art. art. You learn what people have made, can make, do make in the realm of images. Well, the thing that was most astonishing to me about these high-gain psychedelic states is how unfamiliar it is. How totally unfamiliar it is, even if you've made a study of the productions of the human mind in the visual dimension. So that to me, and again, this may be my own psychology, what is always left out of descriptions of the psychedelic state, the deep psychedelic state, is how weird it is. I mean, a hair-raising oddness that adheres to it that is, I call being in the presence of the other. The other wants to be as acceptable to us as possible. It doesn't want to frighten us. It doesn't want to appall us. But it's very hard for it to perceive what our parameters of expectation and bearability are. I mean, that's very, very clear. One of the things after years of smoking DMT and trying to form a metaphor for it, I finally realized that this place that I kept bursting into was the equivalent. It was somebody's idea of a playpen. It was somebody very weird. This was their notion of what a human being would feel most comfortable with. And so it was, rounded and enclosed, and there's a low hum, and it's white, and these language elves that come hopping out of the woodwork to transform themselves, those are the equivalent of what you hang over a baby's cradle. Bright colors, moving lights, that'll keep them busy. Wow, and it was a shock to me to realize this, because I realized it profoundly. It's true. That's what it is. It's some kind of environment designed for a human being who has just been transported across hyperspace and is going to be observed for 2 minutes and 15 seconds and then sent back. And why should it be that way? Does this really have anything to do with the spiritual life, or is this some skewed off other tack entirely? I don't know. There are suggestions, there are hints, but it by no means has the support of a broad river of tradition. For instance, the 56th fragment of Heraclitus, who's a great guy. I mean, Heraclitus was one of us. He'd be comfortable with this situation, I'm sure. The 56th fragment of Heraclitus says the aeon is a child at play with colored balls. This saying is 2,600 years old. What is it talking about? Who knows? But then you break into this place and you see the aeon, and it's a child, and it's playing with colored balls. And you say, my God, it's like you're not meant to know this stuff. The Kabiri in alchemy are the children that are generated in the alchemical process, not the homunculi, but these are the little elves of the metals that come out of the retort and can be seen dancing in the fire. This archetype, motif, whatever it is hair-raising when you encounter it, because it doesn't look like an archetype or a motif. It looks like a little man 11 inches high, or a self-transforming jeweled basketball, or an object from another dimension. Very puzzling. The parameters cannot be known, or at least are not yet known. I mean, perhaps it's foolish to say the parameters cannot be known. We are like explorers. Anybody who goes into this psychedelic dimension, we are all going to go into the books as pioneers, because it's too early for us to be anything else. There's no maps, no finished database, just anecdotes of the crazy, crazy stuff that goes on. That's why it's so important to try and share this stuff.
Doesn't your comparison of it sounds to me that the DMT experience, and you said other people have had very similar experiences with the language and the elves and all this. Does your comparison with that and other hallucinogenics help you draw a conclusion as to maybe this particular one is more off the wall and more?
No, I think it's a place that you approach by different strategies, because a high dose of psilocybin will eventually put you into a place where you have to say, my God, I can't tell it from a DMT flash. And a high dose of ayahuasca will eventually carry you exactly to the same place. The difference is that the DMT, the only way you can evade the DMT is mechanically. That means only if you take too small a toke will it fail. If you can take a big enough toke, it will deliver the goods. While with the psilocybin mushrooms, with the ayahuasca, you have to be a navigator. You have to know how to tack and breathe and descend and level and maybe a little mantric flash and dash. It's trickier. But with the DMT, by God, it has you if you get enough of it. They used to say during the Mughal dynasty, they used to say of the city of Isfahan in Persia that it was half the world because of the beauty of the vaulted ceilings of its mosques. Isfahan is half the world. Well, DMT is half the world. It's just, I would be totally despairing if it didn't exist, because it holds back the premise of the mundane. The premise of the mundane is shown to be ludicrous beyond belief and not worth a moment's trouble. It's just ruled out of bounds, The world is, I'm sure you've heard me say this, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it's stranger than we can suppose. I mean, think about that. It is stranger than we can suppose. And when you sit down with a notion like that and let it sit in, you realize that any conservative habit of thought is totally skewing you away from the quintessence of... and it's personal. That's the other thing. The world isn't this unbelievably strange thing which is out there. The world is this stranger than we can suppose thing which begins from the core of us out. That means nothing need be taken for granted. It can be taken apart. It can be put together many, many ways. I mean, I really, a short definition of Tantra, you probably all have some notion of what Tantra is, but a short definition of it is, it's the shortcut. That's what they say in India. They say the premise of Tantra is that a single being can attain enlightenment in a single lifetime. That's the premise of Tantra, that in a single lifetime you could attain enlightenment. Well, imagine if you took that seriously, how much more engaged you would be with the problem of figuring it out. Because what if the only place you can figure it out from is a living body? And so you get 80, 90 years in a living body, and if you haven't figured it out by that time, well, then you're dead, and that's it. But during that time, you had a crack at the big one. There was nothing holding you back from figuring it out, and then transcending such absurd notions as life and death and here and now. So it's like an opportunity. You get to walk out on the court, they pitch you the ball, and you have a chance to make an 80-foot set shot. And if you don't, into the bin with that one. Os Janiger and I, who was a great old LSD researcher and runs the Albert Hoffman Library in LA, when he and I first met, we were sort of testing each other, and he has a famous reputation for being irascible, and we just sort of were fiddling around. And then I mentioned DMT, And he just beamed and lit up and said, now that's something, my God! And this is what everybody says when you push them. It's like they admit that it is what it is, but it never occurred to them to go further, to look into it, to see what could be done with it. And of course it's sneered at from two directions. It's called the businessman's trip, because it's so short. The old thing in the 60s was, oh, you can do it on your lunch hour. Well, what I want to know is, what business are these businessmen in? Because, and then the other thing that was said of it was, it fries your brain. Well, that's a subjective statement about what it is like to have it happen to you. It doesn't fry your brain. The fact that it reverses itself in 7 minutes shows that it is probably can compete with the world's 5 or 6 most innocuous drugs. Because that's a way of thinking about how your body handles a drug. My God, if it can return you to the baseline of consciousness in 7 minutes, then it's just immediately turning this stuff into harmless byproducts that go into the urine. It means it's safe. Well, you see, we're reaching scary conclusions here. We're reaching the conclusion that the strongest of all hallucinogens is the safest of all hallucinogens. That would carry with it a certain implication about doing these things. And yet, what is on the line when you do DMT is not your body, but your maps, your structure, your belief system. I've never seen it hit anybody quite as hard as it hit me, that I was transformed in a moment from a Marxist, skeptic, scientist. It was then, and I will say it still is now, it is pure 100% magic. It's magic. It's not a drug. It's an event. It's not something that you do. It's something which happens to you. And people come out of it saying, what happened? What happened? Saying, you did it. Say, that's what happened? I did it? You mean I just smoked? That's it? Say, yes, calm down. The trip is over. You say, trip? You must be crazy to call it a trip. It's not a trip. It's an event. It's like being struck by lightning. Have you ever had one of these things? It's a lot like an automobile accident. An automobile accident is a very interesting thing because you're going along and everything is ordinary, and then reality just begins to unpeel. It just begins, and you have this very, oh my God, I can't believe it. And it continues to go on, you know. And you say, wow, it's really happening. It's exactly like that. You know, I mean, it's a collision with another modality. I have, on DMT, made sounds, the intensity and purity of which are immediately convince you that no human being could do this. I mean, it's just not the way humans do it. It has this synthesizer steady. I mean, I'll bet the wave is absolutely flat down as far as you care to look into it. It's as though we don't know what we are. It's as though this is the control panel in the human animal. And you discover, you know, the monkey form, the third planet from the sun, all that was a mere fiction. And the reality is this other thing. And then why does it have the character that it does? For instance, both ayahuasca and mushrooms approach this place from different directions. But the DMT and the psilocybin have this unexpected science fiction-y aspect to them. This is what the art historians left out. This is what you don't get in Hildegard von Bingen. And you don't get the machines, the deep, iridescent, highly polished surfaces that are clearly made somewhere, manufactured. You don't get this cosmic viewpoint where the history of the solar system and the local history of the galaxy is being called upon to validate what is being said. In short, why is it so cosmic? It's different from ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is a heart-opening, earth-centered, earth tones, pastel, flowing water, organic form, fish in the river, mothering, canoe, animal type thing. It's that even in Hawaii or British Columbia. It isn't the Amazon, unless the morphogenetic field is amplified without subject to the inverse square law. Well, this is really mysterious stuff, that human cultural forms should be scripted into plants. What exactly is going on here? One of the things you can do with psilocybin and ayahuasca that's very puzzling and should be studied is you can, when you get equilibrium in the state, project a motif. Let's say Art Deco. Suddenly, there will be thousands and thousands of Art Deco objects. Water pitchers, cigarette lighters, automobiles, hood ornaments, sculpture, grill work, and then you can just instantly, you can say Italian Baroque. And in a single moment, you know, you're at the church at Santa Maggiore and seeing all this gold work and all this stuff. And then you can say, surprise me. So, you know, what kind of a dialogue is this? And what kind of an entity is this? Is this part of the spiritual quest? Is this off in its own domain? The language of ayahuasca, a way in which ayahuasca and psilocybin slice it differently, is psilocybin actually speaks. There's an informing voice. It tells you. The language of ayahuasca is visual. It shows you. You become like the eye of a cinemascopic camera. And after a good ayahuasca trip, you just feel like your eyes are sticking out of your head. I mean, it's like going to Madison Avenue to buy art or something. You've looked at so many prints, and you've just looked and looked, and you've been looking and looking, because that's how it does it. And you know what I said on Friday about the more perfect logos, this thing which is visually beheld. See, what we're doing is we're mucking about in the domain of profound mystery. And I really can't help you. I don't have answers. My one answer is my little time wave, which I'm willing to share with you. But ideas in this domain are a dime a dozen. I mean, my dream was always to catch an idea, because I saw that that's what the psychedelic thing was. And some of the ideas are tiny ideas, amusing and preposterous, but utterly worthless. And then the large ideas leave you just little like that, because they go by and tear your nets to shreds, and your main concern at that point is to row for shore. But every once in a while, there comes one of manageable size that you can actually wrestle into your little boat and take back to astound everyone in the village with. And the time wave, I have the feeling that in the DMT ecstasis, that the time wave gets about a minute, about 3 seconds, because they say, look at this. You say, oh wow, that's amazing. Say, look at this. Say, my God, I've never seen anything. Say, but look at this. And each one of these are, your amazement is genuine, and your reaction is correct. You are being shown the most amazing things you've ever seen. It's simply that you cannot retain what they are. So the goal is, first of all, to be there, to know about it, to draw strength from the evidence for magic. But then the higher calling is to be a hunter, to find something, to bring it back. I mean, if that's a little too meaty a metaphor for you, well then think of yourself as a noetic archaeologist. We want to bring back an object, a flower from hyperspace, a machine from another world. And apparently the easiest things to bring back are ideas. And so we have to pay a lot of attention, because ideas can cross the barrier. Very little else can. But if we pay sufficient attention, I think much of these ideas can be brought across, and we can bring nothing is unfair. I mean, computer graphics, voice-operated tape recorders, anything that works. I mean, we've hit the main vein of ideas out there in hyperspace, and the goal is just to fill our knapsacks as full as we can and then get back to base with this stuff. I guess really, I mean, I'm about to wind it down now. The real point of this month, and I have to keep clearing it back and reminding myself and you, is that we've discovered something, and that we don't know what it is, and that we're like the monkeys in 2001 dancing around the monolith. But this is important. I mean, that's almost all we can say at this point. But it's very, very important. The world will never be the same once the implications of this are worked out. And since I believe a lot of its impact is going to be in psychotherapy, and I see you guys as probably many of you will be psychotherapists or therapists or doctors, you're going to have an impact and be involved in this. But basically, we're just clearing a space for a discovery. And it's a hard discovery to announce because we don't know what we've discovered. We just know we've really discovered something. Fire must have hit with this kind of impact, and look how long it took to work out what you could do with it. Well, that's it for today. Thanks very much. So since this is a fairly small group and I'm feeling fairly confident, I'd like to talk about language today, and I will attempt to open this with a performance, which is something I rarely, like never, do. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mony raths outgrabe. Beware the jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jub-jub bird, and shun the Firmius bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the maxome foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood awhile in thought, and as in uffish thought he stood, the jabberwock with eyes of flame came woofing through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through his vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. Oh, frabjous day, callooh, calais, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mony raths outgrabe. That's worth hours of the other stuff. Well, I assume most of you recognize that as Lewis Carroll's Jabberwocky, which was an example of verbal intentionality and syntax overcoming absence of ascribed meaning. This is what's happening here, that the intentionality of meaning is so great that it overcomes the absence of conventional definition. And we've been talking a lot in this section about language and the origin of language, and we've also been using language in a fairly free and in some cases unusual and in some cases outrageous manner. So that's what I meant when I said it made sense to examine the tools. We are particularly neurologically outfitted for the production of small mouth noises, rapidly modulated small mouth noises. We can do this, I've proved it myself, for hours at a time without exhaustion. And what is going on there is that rather than the rippling of plumage or the rubbing of hard body parts against each other, since we don't have any hard body parts to rub against each other most of the time, communication in our species has taken the form of neuromodulation of small mouth noises. Now, these small mouth noises are transduced into acoustical waves, a physical phenomenon which moves from point to point in ordinary Newtonian space. The acoustical pressure wave strikes the ear. The ear conveys the particular unique signature of that arriving acoustical wave into, for what of a lack of a better term we have to call the mind. And the mind takes this acoustical signal and compares it with an imprinted dictionary built up out of experience. It does this very, very quickly. The speed with which the dictionary is consulted and each arriving word is identified, its syntactical class understood, and its intentionality in the domain of meaning recognized is very, very rapid. It represents the most rapid sort of intellectual activity that we undertake as human beings. Thought is a similar phenomenon, but it is an interior dialogue, and God help us, let's hope we understand our thoughts better than what people say to us, because in the case of our thoughts, we are both the one communicating and the one communicated to. Language is this double-edged adaptation of the human animal. It is obviously a multifaceted, multipurpose, adaptive advantage in all environmental situations, because if you can image and linguistically process evolving situations, you have a leg up over an organism which is hardwired for reaction along the line of instincts. Yet, in the domain of cognition, it's almost as though language has exceeded its usefulness, because someone said language was invented to lie. Well, perhaps that is too cynical, but certainly language obfuscates reality. It cannot help but do this. It does it in the following manner. A child born into what the psychologist William James called a blooming, buzzing confusion. A child born into the blooming, buzzing confusion attempts to isolate complexes of activity, complexes of color, sound, and tactility. And the nurturing parent provides names. This is a kitty. This is a bird. This is a blanket. What is happening here is that the blooming, buzzing confusion is slowly being tiled over by an interlocking and seamless set of names and syntactical structures, which literally then stand for reality. They stand for reality. So unless you're the kind of very fortunate person who speaks many, many languages fluently and has a sense of this relativity of the intent to communicate, you are barred from realizing the context dependency of your own language. And we all are like this. This impressed me very much in the Amazon, because the first time I went to the Amazon, I knew nothing about botany, and it appeared to me largely to be green. And when I returned some years later, having made a fairly thorough study of the taxonomic families of tropical plants, it was a vast, intricate, fascinating domain because I had terms for all these exotic floral forms, leaf forms, seed expressions, morphology, you see. Nature's expression in the world of form is called its morphology. Morphology is the science of form. Well, form has, we tend to think of it as a Platonic concern. After all, aren't the forms somewhere in a Platonic hyperspace? Aren't they somehow above and beyond the machinations of language and perception? Well, they are if you're a Platonist. But when we look at natural form, the enterprise of science has been to attempt to describe natural form. This is essentially a program to be carried out within the domain of language. And this has been entirely overlooked by the philosophy of science, so far as I can tell. I mean, the world is not made of anti-mu mesons and quarks and photons and electromagnetic fields. Reality is made of words. Reality is made of symbolic interlocking linguisto-mathematical constructs. Everything beyond that is pure conjecture. I mean, this is what you learn in Philosophy 1, the relativity of knowing, the impossibility of actually nailing down the ontos of what is presented in the theater of perception through an exercise of epistemic knowing. It cannot be done. Brain cannot fully elucidate brain. There's a tautology there. So language is something that springs from the biological matrix and the neurological matrix within us. And its major, the major theme of its siren song to us is that it allows us to know the world and to communicate it. Well, the truth is it does allow us to know the world to some degree, and it does allow us to communicate about it, but a price is paid at every step of the way. First of all, because we are concrescent entities of feeling. This is Alfred North Whitehead. We are concrescent entities of feeling, yet our language prepares us to describe a world of three-dimensional spatial relationships between solid objects. So it is not true to the perceiver, you see. There is a kind of break of faith with the world. Language betrays. Language betrays in order to mean. You know, Archibald MacLeish said a poem should not mean but be. And this is a reasonable statement of a poetic, but it is not a basis for a theory of communication. A theory of communication depends on correct mirroring of the meme that is being transmitted, no matter how far down the line it has come. Well, we talked earlier We talked in earlier sessions about the impact of biogenically active and psychoactive amines in diet, specifically in the diet of early hominids in Africa, suggesting that the catalysis of neurological development that has gone on over the last 1,000,000 years in the human species was catalyzed by what was at first a random exposure to these things, then a deepening exposure brought on by the consequent synergy of increased visual acuity. In other words, some of these biogenic amines were conferring increased visual acuity, and this was shifting the reproductive mathematics in the direction of those individuals that were allowing this psychoactive substance, I mean, let's be frank about it, into the diet. Then later we saw that sexual arousal was also a concomitant to admitting this item into the diet, and at higher doses and deeper exposures, a deepening sense of what we can call, without defining, the other. The other. I read recently an interesting paper called The Felt Presence of the Other in Unusual Environments. And it was an article about the kind of hysteria which overtakes people lost in the wilderness. The sense that they are being stalked, or followed, or observed. And in its mildest form, I'm sure we all have experienced this. It's the sense of being observed when you know you're alone in the wilderness. We seem to be, we have very strong fight or flight hard wiring in the organism. And we also, when we admitted these biogenically active amines into the diet, we set ourselves up for a kind of undefined frontier between ourselves and the other. Language took its place in that fissure and began to create the earliest images of the other. But antecedent to the image is the feeling. And that was the point that I wanted to make, that in all cases, antecedent to the image is the feeling, the felt presence of immediate reality, which is the unique province of the individual. It is not, we choose to attempt to communicate it, but it is always and forever, by the nature of the situation, ours and ours alone. Well, the idea then that language is a double-edged adaptation that has both served us and betrayed us on different levels needs now to be looked at in the light of the fact that culture is more and more consciously becoming a project carried out in the domain of language by, for instance, propagandists, both governmental and commercial. Reality is more and more in the image. And when we talked about virtual realities and the tendency of technology to create the dream utopias of the unconscious prehistory and shamanism, you see that what is happening is we are, as a global culture, abandoning ourselves in a way to the image because nothing else can be done. There aren't enough resources, there aren't enough metals in the planet to give everyone the kind of standard of living that is enjoyed by the technocratic elites in the West. So instead, there has to be this trade-off in image. Now, this is not something new. We see it reflected in American life over the whole post-war era. Because, I don't know if you've noticed, but in order to make good on the grand promise that was to accrue to the American middle class consequent upon the defeat of fascism, this utopia that was to come to be, for it to happen, it was done tackily. That was the price that was paid. Eric Jansch said, the question regarding space colonies is not is it possible, but how will we keep it in good taste? And this was a question that was not answered by American culture in the 50s. It was essentially a suburban, modular housing, modular products, modular values, modular lifestyle paradise that was sold as the consequences of the completion of the American dream. Part of what we have been living through this period is a hallucination of improper language. I mean, now, because of the changes going on in the Soviet Union, the fiction of our this implacable enemy bent on putting a tank on every street corner in the world is now exposed as a cultural illusion, a fiction. And I'm not entirely persuaded that it is was simply all a horrible misunderstanding. It seems to me these illusions played very strongly into the hands of different factions on both sides. Political realism is also a coming to grips with language. The French sociologist Jacques Ellul said, there are no political solutions. There are only technological ones. The rest is propaganda. Well, this, people howl to the high heavens. But, in fact, ideology, which is a kind of street corner form of metaphysics, ideology has been just a pervasive cancer on the Western mind ever since the burning of Eleusis. I mean, we just can't get enough of it. And, we may look with horror on the funeral of the imam, but believe me, in the history of Western civilization, there have been scenes go down that make that look like child's play. Recall to you, just as an example, the Albigensian Crusade, when, in order to stamp out a heresy, the Inquisition was turned loose in southern France, and the professional killer who was put in charge of this operation was a career man named Simon de Montfort. And his lieutenants came to him at one point in this campaign and said, we have the city surrounded. We're laying siege to, I believe it was Carcassonne. And they said, but there are 7,000 Catholics within the walls. He said, kill everybody. God will recognize his own. So, the 20th century has not cornered the market on the ways in which language can distort and is used for political purposes to distort reality. A very poignant example of that I've personally had to deal with is a lot of my work in the Amazon has been in an area of the Colombian Amazon called the Lower Putumayo. And I venture very few people here this afternoon have any association to the Lower Putumayo. But in fact, British banks, with the collusion of Peruvian ruling families in the early years of this century, created a mini Holocaust in the Peruvian, it was then Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon, in the pursuit of rubber. And what this was about was going into these tribal areas and showing these people how to collect wild rubber, and then telling them, you bring in this much, the first time you don't bring in this much, we remove the soles of your feet with a machete. The second time you don't bring in this much, we kill you. And 45,000 Indians were exterminated in the Colombian Putumayo. Going there years after this atrocity, I was amazed to see the lingering effects of the misuse of language. The Colombians, who were not politically associated with this, later in the 30s it was ceded to Peru, refer to it as the devil's paradise. And the idea is that savages, note this word, savages, are savage, and therefore we must be more savage. In other words, pre-literate culture is taken as an excuse for the rise of the beast in the colonizer. And this is entirely done, how this trick is done is through the misuse and abuse of language, where civilization is what is being brought to these people, even though what appears to be being brought to them is the institution of prostitution, social diseases, slavery, madness, and death. But in fact, no, that isn't it. It's civilization. It's a set of reasonable values. Well, the consequences of working out the reasonable values that were exported into the colonial world throughout the 18th and 19th century, the consequence of that is the appalling contradiction presented by modernity, where the major portion of real wealth of great nations is shoveled into a standing crop of weaponry which had better never be used, because if it is used, it spells Armageddon. If it's not used, it's simply the worst investment anybody ever dreamed of. So this kind of betrayal of language and use of scapegoats, see, that's what was happening with the United States vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. The scapegoat, the godless communist. It's what was happening in the Putumayo between the rubber barons and the Indians they were exploiting. They thought they were civilizing them. So the imaging of the world gives permission for various kinds of relationships to it, and people never question. You know, once they pledge allegiance to a given linguistic model of reality, then that absolves all necessity for further thought. This is what Goebbels understood so perfectly. You repeat and you repeat and you repeat, and then when people ask themselves in the privacy of their own mind the moral question, your answer is on the surface, waiting to be heard. Goebbels was the first person to create a system where, sitting in an office in Berlin, he could throw a switch and speak to the German people. And this McLuhan talked a lot about this, the notion of the creation of the public. What is the public? It's something that comes out of print culture. It's post-medieval. It's a phenomenon that can only exist in the presence of newspapers, essentially. That's what gave it its boost. And the public is a very different thing from the democratic notion of the people, because the public is this body of quote-unquote informed opinion. But this informed opinion is tremendously subject to whim, pressure, propaganda, and distortion. I mean, I don't know how many of you have been following, because we're so isolated here, but what is going on in China is right now totally Orwellian. Films are being watched in darkened rooms, people identified, located, dragged forward, forced to recant whatever accounts they gave of the violence. These film clips are being shown side by side on the evening news. where 3 weeks ago we were hearing that the Army would never attack the beloved students. Now the Army is patriotically rounding up dissidents, hooligans, bandit elements, and those who would destroy the compact between the party and the people. This is just a shift in language. Remember the scene in 1984 where the party hack is giving the speech, and midway through the speech he's handed a telegram on the podium that tells him that the enemy has changed. It's no longer Oceania. They've made peace with Oceania and have begun bombing Eurasia, the other state. And in mid-stride, he doesn't even have to end a paragraph. He can just turn the language and plow off in another direction. Well, is there any cure for this, or are we simply the prisoners, each of us in our own way, of people smarter than ourselves? Well, not really, I think, because outside the domain of language is some kind of domain of authentic feeling. We have thousands of words for technological processes, widgets, and what have you. Our vocabulary of feeling comprises about 10 words. Love, hate, disgust, revulsion, obsession, like that. Yet, in the same way that we are capable of this very intensely modulated brain state that translates itself into small mouth noises, we need to be aware of an internal horizon of self-perception that is extremely rich and complicated and shifting all the time. Now that's who we actually are. That is not the top-down values of the culture that we wear like clothing. That's who we are. This is what McLuhan said when he said we wear culture like an overcoat. It's something sold to us. You go out and buy it and you try it on. If Time magazine doesn't fit you, maybe The Economist will. If neither fits, well, try the Journal of Foreign Affairs. You'll find an overcoat that fits, and then that will become part of your culture. I saw the cartoon in the New Yorker last night, the well-dressed man and his wife leaving a party, and he's saying to her, "How can we relate to people who belong to the Book of the Month Club?" You know, these are strong cultural disparities. So, to overcome culture, really, which I view as provisional and semi-toxic, there has to be a way back to bedrock, to something that is satisfyingly transcendental in an immediate sense. So it cannot be a philosophy, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe philosophies work for the more rarefied among us, and they have the consolation of, I don't know, Episcopalianism, Orthodox Judaism, logical positivism, whatever trip they've got running. But I've always found philosophy to be recreational and won't really serve. Well, so then what is there? First of all, there is nature. Nature silently attended is still a modality that is beyond the reach of the language of most of us, and of those of us who need it most fortuitously, because we have the smallest vocabulary for its description. So when we go into nature, it's a flirtation with a kind of iridescence. It's a search for, I blush to use such a word, but a lost innocence, which most of us associate with childhood. Some of us had terrible childhoods, so we just associate it with the lost paradise of Eden or a utopia. But in nature, there is an implicate order. There is the bedrock out of which the human iridescence springs. And human culture is an extremely evanescent, transitory, and non-equilibrium kind of condition. I mean, the pulse beat of this planet is measured in millions of years. Culture is a phenomenon of the last 40,000 years, and that's generous. So culture has about it this miraculous, instantaneous, and almost intrusive quality against the background of the rest of the body of nature. But going into nature is not simply a prescription for joining the Sierra Club. What going into nature means is taking seriously the alchemical faith that preceded the positivist flowering of science, and looking into the heart of matter with the expectation of encountering a mystery. Now, in the most practical sense, what this has to mean is the psychedelic experience, hallucinogenic plants. It cannot mean anything else. Now, of course, we're in the slightly uncomfortable position of having that be illegal. But that in itself should be a sufficient indication for most people that something is going on. I mean, my take on legality is essentially that of Charles Dickens, who was sort of an Edwardian anarchist, and his famous throwaway line on that was, "The law is an ass." And, you know, it's sadly true in this case. But I'm not really interested in it as a legal issue. I'm interested in it as a human rights issue, if you want to put it that way. In other words, my assumption is that in the same way that the Western mind reached a certain place where it recognized that slavery, whether it made economic sense or not, was morally insupportable, and in the same way then that a universal right to own property, if you've got the money, has been more or less institutionalized, and the oppression of women is now recognized as a kind of self-defeating strategy of male dominance. In the same way that these things have been signposts in the continuing history of human self-definition, so shall be the understanding that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in the age of modern pharmacology has to mean the right to control your own state of mind in the appropriate, subject to the constraints of time, place, and manner, so forth and so on. So that's enough about the socio-political end of it. What is more interesting is the thing in itself, what it is. That it is something which our cultural biases, reaching clear back to the phonetic alphabet, and to the male dominance, the fear that societies run along the lines of male dominance have of boundary dissolution. I mean, for 1,000 years in Western civilization, the only boundary dissolution that was socially sanctioned was getting plastered. And that appears to have been specifically for the purpose of getting laid. I mean, as far as research can tell us, for 1,000 years nobody got laid who wasn't stone drunk, because everyone was such a paragon of social rectitude. Well, it's truer than you think. Alcohol is clearly a medium for permission in a Calvinist milieu. Well, I could talk about this in all kinds of different ways. It's very interesting. I talked about scapegoats, and I talked about the misuse of language. I suppose, since I got that deep into it, I might as well say what I'm thinking, which is that the drug issue now looms as an obvious new horror. I mean, it has all the trappings of the communist under the bed. I mean, I have not yet heard crack cocaine referred to as godless, but any day I think the connection will be made that this is a godless drug. The problem here is, again, a problem of language. We have one concept, drug. It moves from aspirin to heroin through LSD and on into television. These things can all be spoken of as drugs. So then what this means immediately is somebody has stacked the rhetorical deck against a reasonable discussion of the matter because our vocabulary is so impoverished. I mean, are we to believe that we need the same policy for television as we need for heroin? Are we to believe that psychedelic psychotherapy is to be treated with the same hand that resolves the crack cocaine issue? So while the government squawks education, no education is taking place. Rather, what is taking place is a poisoning of the linguistic domain in which we will then be expected to forge a solution. So what I've tried to say on this issue, and some of you who saw this month's Mother Jones may have noticed that they put me in there, more picture than text, which tells you something about an age of symbols. But what I've tried to say is that we need to define drugs operationally. We need to say what it is we don't like, and then we need to find out what it is that does what we don't like. Okay, what is it we don't like? I submit to you that what we don't like about drugs is unexamined, obsessive, and habitual behavior. Unexamined, obsessive, habitual behavior. Meaning, somebody's into something, and by God, if you get in their way when they're on their way to it, you're in trouble. They do not question their obsession. They indulge their obsession, and they will tolerate no discussion of it. So unexamined, habitual, obsessive behavior is extremely objectionable to all of us, I think. I mean, we call anything that we don't like, we call it robot-like, automaton, unthinking, zombie, so forth and so on. Well, imagine if our partners in the new global materialism, the Japanese, had introduced into this country at the end of World War II a drug which within a few years made such deep inroads into the American population that people were spending an average of 5 hours a day loaded on this drug. What would we think? We would think that it was a crime against a culture on the scale of Auschwitz. But as a matter of fact, we did this to ourselves. Television, introduced at the close of World War II, has become a form of electronic heroin. And it isn't even your trip. They don't even let you go on your own trip. You get a trip designed on Madison Avenue to sell, this year's model of the crapmobile or whatever else is being pushed. So unquestioningly, and even as I speak, I'm sure there are people in this audience who are revolted at my lack of patriotism and love for an American institution of such nobility and depth as TV. Well, you know where I pulled back from TV? Really pulled back from it? It was when I made a mild knock on TV, and someone in the audience said, well, you can say anything you want about television, but you must admit that it's given our children a wonderful education concerning nature. Anyway, pursuing the theme of operationally defining drugs, to give us a little more linguistic scope, psychedelics, in contrast to television and heroin, dissolve habitual patterns of activity and promote examination of motives and allow a restructuring of habit. Before LSD was made illegal, back in the 60s, very respectable psychologists such as Humphrey Osmond and Hoffer were obtaining 40% cure rate of chronic alcoholism with one high-dose exposure. Well, now understand, this doesn't mean that LSD is a cure for alcoholism. I mean, if you think that, you don't know anything about how drugs work. That 40% cure on one high-dose exposure to LSD of alcoholism means that this person took this psychedelic, it dissolved their boundaries, it dissolved their defenses, they came face to face with the fact that they were killing themselves, and when they came down, they reached into their bowels and found enough intestinal fortitude to chop it off. Well, this is real, this is the dream of all other therapies. Now, AA achieves this, but at the cost of closing the mind. You know, a truly devoted graduate of AA does not have an open mind on the drug issue because they have been taught that opening your mind even a little bit may lead you back to the bottle. Well, they're trying to solve a personal dilemma in a context of neurosis. I'm sympathetic to that. But in the meantime, the rest of us have to try to make sense of these extremely complex issues, because the transcendent, which is what we cannot seem to find and what we are strangling for want of, lies precisely in the direction of this forbidden domain. What are we going to do about it? In other words, authentic, boundary-dissolving, internal hierophany does in fact reliably occur in the presence of these plants and compounds. But nobody knows what to do about it. We have become so accustomed to seeking the answer that even as a community, we have a lot of trouble figuring out how you just face the answer, how you come to terms with the options that are actually available. Well, I've talked about it today in a slightly more political context, because when you hang out in the baths with these State Department people, it's like a virus in the water. I mean, you find yourself raving about triage, Saudi uprisings, infrastructures. There's just no cure for it. Are there questions? Yes. So the question is about the sexuality and the relationship of sex to drugs. Tim Leary, he made a great case for sex and psychedelics. Every time they would say that LSD breaks chromosomes, he would say that it causes orgasms that last, and then he would add a greater increment of time as the propaganda war required to hold the numbers steady on both sides. Certainly sex under psychedelics is quite astonishing, although psychedelics without sex are so astonishing. It's perhaps an embarrassment of riches to pile it on. The analogy between sex and psychedelics that I think is the cogent one, and is very few people go through life without ever brushing up against sexuality. I mean, you have to have a truly bizarre biography for it to never come and get you. On the other hand, it is not only possible, but millions and millions of people do go from the cradle to the grave without ever having a psychedelic experience. Well, to my mind, this is just an instance of an appalling infantilism that is culturally sanctioned. I mean, the culture not only doesn't care if you never find out about this and remain forever immature, virgin, good word. The society not only does it not care, it's specifically interested in seeing that you don't have this experience. Well, it's part of the birthright. This is what religion was for the first 1,000,000 years before it fell into the hands of men who insist on wearing dresses. You know, it was the celebration of an ecstatic reality that could be coaxed out of a magical relationship with nature. I mean, and it's still there. The portals are still there. Your RS-232 outlet into hyperspace is still in place, even though, you know, nobody's may have plugged in your family line since Alaric burned Eleusis. Nevertheless, the hard wiring is there, the self-recognition. We are children without this, and not in the sense of innocent, but in the sense of infantile, because this is part of the birthright. How can anyone else decide for someone else that access to the transcendental reality shall be barred? I mean, if somebody somewhere in the world puts a lien on a religion, people are waving their arms in outrage. This is deemed to be one of the most fundamental kinds of interference with the dignity of the individual. Well, but if your religion involves the practical accessing of the transmundane through means sanctioned by millennia of usage, I mean, I'm not an advocate for everything that rolls out of the laboratory. I'm an advocate for things sanctioned by millennia of usage. And to have a profane government interpose itself between you and that reality, why, it's ludicrous. You just have to read your Thoreau to know what you do in that case. And if you don't have time for Thoreau, I'll tell you. You just ignore it. It's a bunch of baloney. That's a completely out-of-hand move on the part of the oppressor-dominator mentality. So, sex took me on a trip there, but I hope you liked the first part of the answer. Yeah. We can't all be Stanley. You know, we can't all be Alfred Russel Wallace. We can't all be Bjorn Borg. So people opt for vicarious sensation. I don't know where this is going because the technologies to carry it a great distance are far advanced. This comes to a very interesting question, which boils down to, in its most cogent form, the question, is man good? Or, what is man? Because what we appear to be moving toward is a technological domain where we will be able to be whatever we want to be. And, you know, it's a litmus test for what we want to be. I mean, if you could be whatever you wanted to be, would you watch XXX-rated movies every waking moment? How many people would? This is the great fear that the dominators have about the drugs. Their position is, if drugs were legal, everybody would be a junkie. A cheerful view of human nature. You know? They're saying, you know, you want to legalize these things? Don't you understand what it would be like? Well, I, as a user of drugs, am insulted by the implication. The government has never been a major factor in the decisions I made about my program of ingestion. And I think that it's preposterous to suggest that the moral rectitude of the government stands between a dope-crazed population and the object of its fondest desires. I think it's all in language. If a gram of cocaine cost what a tube of airplane glue costs, you don't see a lot of gentlemen with neatly trimmed gray beards driving Porsches with airplane glue in their fur. It just doesn't happen because it's tacky. It's tasteless. Drugs are very subject to the images in language. One of the funny things that goes on it may have changed now, but the last time I was in the Amazon, in the lowland Amazon, they grow coca, but it's not part of the huge criminal syndicates that grow the highland coca, which is much stronger. So we go up these rivers, hundreds of miles up these jungle rivers, and people are growing coca, and they invite you to chew coca with them. And the moment that there is any rapport established, they want to go on this rap about how this is not a drug. I know you think this is a drug. This is not a drug. This is a food. This is making us strong. This allows us to work. Without this, we would be nothing. Well, what he's saying is, adopt my language so that you can see this reality as we see it. And in fact, they're quite right. I mean, you can chew coca for weeks on end, and when you leave the Amazon and fly home, it's no big deal. All this, the most virulent family of addicting drugs is always presented, crack has changed it a little, but the classic virulent addicting drugs are the opiates. Well, opium was known for 3,000 years before anyone noticed that it was addicting. The earliest known account of addiction is in 1603, William Playfair. So for thousands of years, opium had been used and not been recognized as addictive. Now, you have millions of people running around thinking that if they get within several feet of it, Satan will sink his claws into them. This is all a grand silliness. And not that heroin addiction is not a problem. I don't want to imply that. But what I'm trying to say is the way we see these things, the way we image them, is what gives them their power. Does that do it for you? Other comments?
Why hadn't it been seen that it was addictive? Because it was part of the culture?
No, because opium really isn't terribly addictive. The only time in history that opium was turned into a social problem was in the 19th century. Yes, just to review your history for you for a moment, in the 1840s, a series of international incidents went on in the Far East that have come to be called the Opium War. Well, what was the Opium War about? The British East India Company, which was nothing more than the profit-making arm of British imperialism, the British East India Company had created a huge distribution system for tea. Tea was grown in Ceylon, and they had very advanced ships for that time, over 200 of them, and they had they had facilities from Aden and Port Said, and all of this was maintained at great expense for the tea trade. Well, they were so efficient at producing tea that they created an economic collapse of tea around 1840. So the board of directors of the British India Company got together, and they said, we have all these ships, tea is worth nothing, what are we going to do? And then someone said, well, why don't we grow opium in Goa, which is in India, south of Bombay, on the west coast of India. Why don't we grow opium in Bombay, and we'll sell it in China? And they said, well, that's a good idea. What does the Chinese government think about this? So they inquired, and the Chinese government told them to get lost, that they weren't interested in having raw opium sold at dockside by British traders in Chinese cities. Well, they went back to the Foreign Office, and the wheels turned, and gunboat diplomacy was used to force the Chinese to open their doors to opium. Opium had been known in China for thousands of years as an obscure item in the materia medica, but it had never been a social vice. From 1840 on, tens of thousands of tons of opium at rock-bottom prices were unloaded, produced by Indian cheap labor at immense profit to the East India Company, and unloaded in China. So, we think that governments, this stance of being the keeper of moral values that is affected by government in the so-called drug war, is just another convenient foil, because when it suits government's purpose, it deals dough. Certainly, the cocaine trade could only exist with the connivance of the Central Intelligence Agency. I mean, if you don't believe that, you don't understand how it works out there, because it's just as plain as the nose on your face. I mean, where do you get $500 million in a hurry if you've got to outfit a rebel army and topple a democratic socialist government somewhere? Well, the only place you get $500 million, or $100 million even in a hurry, is you take a flyer on drugs. The original cocaine epidemic was practically promoted by the media because coke was thought to be this rather fashionable little upper. It wasn't until people had been doing it for 5 or 6 years and exhibiting signs of madness, breakdown, and physical dissolution of the middle of their face that people began to catch on that it's not such a good thing. And then, of course, crack cocaine, that was not hatched by the agency. That was just the perverseness of human ingenuity that could take a problem and turn it into a real problem. Remember the great heroin epidemics of the past after the Vietnam War? Well, you should look at the police statistics on crack. Looking at the statistics as they now stand, it's like there were no drugs before crack. Crime levels were so low relative to what they are now. Burglaries, assaults were so rare. And yet, when those events were going on, the great heroin epidemic of the 1970s and so forth, we were asked to believe, that society was being ripped apart at the seams. So it's all very relative, and it's all according to who it serves. How do you choose a drug? Is that what you're saying? No, what I would say is, there are 3 criteria to consider when you're thinking about drugs. Does it have an affinity to ordinary brain chemistry? In other words, drugs, you don't want it to be invasive. You don't want it to insult the brain. You don't want to insult the brain physically with a toxin. Well, how do you tell? Well, a very good way to tell is to ask the question, how long does a drug last? A drug that lasts 14 hours is clearly more invasive and more toxic than a drug that lasts 2 hours, because what this turnaround time to get back to the baseline of consciousness is a indicator of is how much affinity enzyme systems already present in the brain have for the incoming substance, and to what degree they recognize it, can deanimate it, dealkylate it, and turn it into harmless and excretable byproducts. So you want a drug that is that very quickly returns you to the baseline of consciousness, and there should be no hangover, no residuum. This is why alcohol is obviously, you know, people feel like danced on something or other the next day, because this is a systemic poison, you know? And so that's the first criteria. How close an affinity to neurotransmitters and neuroregulators does it have? Another consideration is it synthetic or natural? Now, people argue with this one because people are, in my humble opinion, quite lumpen about granting a distinction between the synthetic and the natural. I mean, they just say, well, you know, we're natural. That's what people say. We're natural, so anything that comes out of the lab, that ought to be natural too. Well, would you mainline plutonium? I don't think so. So, I'll make the argument for natural substances on two levels. One, fairly rational, which is that a substance that occurs in plants has been use-tested in living systems for millions and millions of years. It is a constituent of organic life. The proof of that is that it is present there. So that alone argues that it has a certain affinity that places it above a synthetic. The more airy-fairy of my metaphors on this issue is that I think I really, especially in this area, give great credit to Rupert Sheldrake and his idea of the morphogenetic field. I really think that let's contrast two drugs, a synthetic drug like ketamine, a pseudo-hallucinogen, and a indole hallucinogen, a true hallucinogen like psilocybin. Well, psilocybin has been taken for thousands and thousands of years by tens of thousands, perhaps millions of people. It has a morphogenetic field and in a way, when you take a drug, the drug takes you. I mean, the drug is opening and you are opening, and there is a dimension of recognition about which it's rather difficult to say very much. And the third criteria in thinking about the possibility of substances as a tool for spiritual growth is, does it have a history of human usage? Does it have a long history of human usage? That's, in a way, the most important of all. No synthetic has a long history of human usage, and most things with a long history of human usage will turn out to come from a plant. So what you need is, you know, all these people who went before, they proved that substances like psilocybin, ibogaine, harmaline, mescaline, the experience of the human community over time proves that these things do not cause birth defects, miscarriages, tumors, blindness, madness, ulcers, so forth and so on. In other words, since we are not allowed to legally investigate anything, since we are not allowed protocols for human investigation of anything, old or new, then really the only human data available is ethnographic data. Data on obscure Amazonian tribes and rituals conducted in the Mexican highlands. Well, to my mind, it isn't. I'm not an advocate of drugs. I'm an advocate of psychedelics. Drugs that are not psychedelic interest me approximately as much as I assume they interest everybody else. I mean, I sometimes do them. Certain ones I abuse, caffeine most notably. I can't abuse alcohol because I'm a migraineur. But the psychedelic thing is a special category and a special political issue. I read a book recently, mentioned this to some of you, by Arnold Trebeck, who's one of these think tank East Coast type policy formulating consultant to the government type characters, and clearly a good guy on our side, advocating legalization and meeting the objections to the legalization of hard narcotics with a number of interesting arguments. The book is like over 600 pages long. Well, when you look in the index, there's nothing about LSD, nothing about psychedelics, nothing about MDMA, psilocybin, DMT, DPT, ibogaine, STP, none of this. Apparently, they're choosing to pretend that the issue of psychedelic therapy and the issue of the spiritual dimension that is accessible through plant chemistry, it's too much even for the liberals to handle. They don't even want to talk about it. They want to reluctantly announce that they have lost the war on drugs, and then with great hand-wringing legalize these things with the sense that now this surely will trigger the end of Western civilization as we know it. There is no sense of a dimension of hope, opportunity, clinical breakthrough, nothing like that. Yeah. Yes, the question is language and the fact that how does what I said about language relate to what I've said previously about the DMT state, and why is it that some people come back speechless from these dimensions? I'm glad you asked this question, probably not because I'm going to answer it, but because it reminds me of something. In a way, it's answering. I see language as an uncompleted program. Language is something which wants to be beheld, but is only heard. And so there is this tension. You recall I said a few days ago that after many grapplings with the DMT ecstasis, that I had the feeling that the place you break into there is a playpen. It's an environment created by someone very strange who has a very curious notion of human psychology, and it is an environment that they imagine would be reassuring to human beings. And I've stuck with this model for many, many years, the model of the playpen, and that the elf machine, self-transforming elf machine entities were like toys. They were like attention-grabbing, colorful teaching devices to engage the attention of the human being that has just come across. Well, strange to say, the other night I was thinking about all of this, and a little piece was added. And I'll try it out on you. I tried it out on somebody who's quite sophisticated about DMT, and they said, that's absolutely wrong. That is not what it is. But undaunted, I'll try it out on you. As you go into the DMT state, there is this question about the intent of these machine elves. They're funny. They're zany, but you know how the Three Stooges cartoons operate, where there's a lot of finger in the eye and mallet on the head stuff? So in this DMT place, there is this mad zaniness, this sense of a Bugs Bunny cartoon run amok kind of thing. And people who've had this experience say, well, you can't trust these little guys, or you have to be on your toes. These are magical entities. These are not love bunnies. They're little, gnome tending toward demon, and you don't know where to draw the line. So thinking about this the other night, I tried to construct emotionally for myself a picture of a human situation that would give me the same feeling about what was going on as I have when I deal with the entities in the DMT thing. And it came to me instantly what it was and what the missing ambiance of it is that I've never included in a lecture. What's going on, I'm sure, is that the aura of these little guys is that they're sharp. They're sharp. They're funny. They're zany. But they're sharp. And I think what they are is they're traders. And the whole funny emotion that invades the DMT exchange has to do with the possibility of getting screwed. Not getting killed, not being driven mad, but being taken. Being taken, quite literally. And these toys, which they offer, are trade goods, in effect. And what they are saying in that place is, what have you got? What have you got? Look at this. Look at this. What did you bring? What do you have to trade? Well, the opening lasts only a few minutes, and as the dialogue is getting started, the dimension closes upon itself. But this is, I think, the lost piece of the puzzle. This realization about the trader cast a funny light on a incident which I will tell, and that will be it for today. It's an example about communication from other dimensions and how it works. It's a story that I've told before, but I still get a kick out of it. I was in Los Angeles having dinner at a not terribly fancy restaurant, but a neighborhood restaurant in Malibu with a bunch of people. Among them my friend Ralph Abraham, and also among them a woman, a French movie producer. And we had been earlier at someone's house talking about psychedelics and mushrooms and what I did and what my rap was. And so we were seated at this big table, about 10 of us, and this woman was at my elbow, and she said, "You say that the mushroom speaks, but I do not understand this speak. What does it mean?" And I said, well, the mushroom has many personalities. Sometimes it has a it sort of presents itself like a pawnbroker. I said, you know that role that Rod Steiger played in the movie of that name? That irascible kind of personality is a personality of the mushroom. And she said, oh. And at that precise moment, Steiger stopped by the table to shake hands with everybody. I mean, at so immediately thereafter that I was horrified that he had heard me make this reference to him. Well, so I was just, and Ralph, who was sitting across the table and saw this whole thing go on, leaned across the table and said, you see, the mushroom is showing you that it can touch you anytime, any place, in ways that you could never imagine. That's all, folks. Well, yesterday I talked for 2 hours uninterruptedly, so I'm hopeful that there will be a sufficient response to that we can have some discussion about it today.
This is the time when it's psychoactive, and that was the time of their rituals.
Yeah, I would bet that what he was intending to indicate by his description of it as a vine that grows close to the ground was what's called sacrostemma or ephedra. Both of these, the closest thing to what I'm talking about is this native plant called Mormon tea in California. Do any of you know it? It has a kind of odd habit of growth, long and unbranching stems. this is one of the things that is always suggested, especially in the Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, as being the Soma source. Yeah. And it is a Soma substitute in the reenactment of the Vedic ceremonies. Really, it's pretty unsatisfying to grapple with the Soma problem, because if you're true to the evidence, that it's hard to make it fit anything very well. This book I mentioned yesterday when I did the survey, called Hauma and Harmaline by Flattery, it convinced me that I had been too quick to assume that Pergamon Harmala alone couldn't be a reliable hallucinogen. I never understood why Naranjo's patients in his book The Healing Journey reported ayahuasca-like visions when he didn't in fact give them ayahuasca, but he gave them harmaline. Now I understand that what I was in the dark about before was the fact that harmine is not strongly hallucinogenic, and that that's what's in Banisteriopsis caapi, activating DMT, but not contributing to the hallucinogenic activity, really. So it's entirely possible that Soma was Pergamon Harmala. If this is true, it will be and it will inspire great smugness in certain quarters, because when you check back through the Soma controversy, the very earliest suggestion by a Western scholar was a French character in 1701 who said, "It is the giant Syrian rue," which so it well may seem to be. The thing that is so peculiar about Amanita muscaria is that the active principle passes out in your urine, so that you can drink the urine a second time and obtain the intoxication. Well, this is a pretty extreme aspect to a rite. So you would expect that if this rite were being practiced by thousands of people and generating an entire literature, that this would be explicitly somewhere referred to in some way. And in fact, it's impossible to torment the text of the Vedas to yield a convincing passage where urine and cattle are explicitly connected to Soma. It just isn't there. What Flattery did was he worked from this Avestan, Zend-Avestan material generated by the religion of Zoroaster, that is actually antedates this Vedic material, and says that all this talk of the pressings and the filters and all that only makes sense if Pergamon Harmala is what is being used. And so it may in fact be. Some of you have heard me talk about Mandaeanism, which is this fascinating, very old cult in the Middle East. They say and said different things in their peregrinations through time, but they claimed to be that branch of original Christian intentionality that drew itself around John the Baptist. They were a baptismal cult pre-Christ, but just like 40 years before. And they then, in the diaspora, they were in Lebanon for a long time, and they eventually made their way to the swamps of Iraq and Iran, and what their fate there was, I have not heard. The last anthropology was done in the late 30s, but these people, Mandaeans, Sabians, have a mythology and an ontology of being that is very suggestive of the kind of psychedelic conceptions of the soul and the afterlife that is characterized by the harmine-using groups in the Amazon. For instance, they have the notion of the double that one meets at the end of life, that comes to join with the departing soul. And interestingly, these people have this very strongly held notion of a parallel dimension, but not with a lot of value judgment on it as to that it is a superior or inferior plane of reality. In other words, it is simply accessible and different. This seems to me to suggest that there may have been Pergamon Harmala use all across the Anatolian plateau and the Persian plain. This is where this plant is still used in Mandaean ceremonies and in preparing the homa in the Parsi sacrifice. And that's a very old religion that is pre-Zoroastrian. So, the central motif of Iranian religion is undifferentiated light. This is what it's all about. In the Tibetan pantheon, it is manifest as Amitabha, which is boundless light. Upame, is light. Upame is boundless light. And this Iranian hypostatization of God moved out in all directions. It infected Mandaeanism, Mandaean communities in Central Asia, in Samarkand and Khotan. And it was, a major focus of the Hellenistic mystical thing, especially in certain cults. Well, that's enough about Soma. This is all unresolved now, you see, because of Flattery's book, because it was accepted that Soma was Amanita muscaria simply on the weight of Wasson's reputation and public relations skill, really. But the fact that nobody could ever get high from it just was an insurmountable barrier to the theory. So now there's this other idea going around.
No LSD comes after all this, and there's something quite different. Can you say anything about that at all?
You mean in its modern manifestation? Well, I talked yesterday about these naturally occurring forms of ergot hallucinogens. LSD was invented by Albert Hofmann, a Swiss pharmaceutical chemist. He was trying to invent drugs like Pitocin, drugs which induce labor, because these ergonomine compounds are extremely efficient, smooth muscle contractors. So they were exploring the possibility of a drug patent on a compound that would induce labor. And he discovered, and I won't retell the story because I'm sure you all know it, it's enshrined in the annals of psychedelic mythology, but of the famous bicycle ride through the streets of Basel, where it slowly dawned on him that something strange was going on. But it was put away. This was in 1937. It was put away on the shelf basically until 1943. Then the Swiss began looking at it very quietly. It didn't begin to surface in the journals until 1947, 1948. And by 1968, it was highly illegal and highly, there's a lot of pressure on it. So really, it only enjoyed 20 years as a legitimate object of scientific research. So not enough was found out about it. It was all... the astonishing thing about LSD is that it's active in such small amounts. That we talked about this yesterday, that 1 gamma is 1/millionth of a gram. And what a little bit this is when you're accustomed to measuring drugs in milligrams. 1 milligram is 1,000 gamma. Well, very few drugs are active even at the 1 milligram level. Most drugs are active at the 5 to 15, some at hundreds of milligrams. So and this spurred great hope and great imagination in terms of experimental strategies, because people said what this appears to be is it affects the mind very strongly in these tiny amounts, so it appears that this is a doorway into understanding neurochemistry. And what we have here is either a synthetic neurotransmitter, or then there was the bad guy theory, which was that this was the so-called psychotomimetic. This was the idea that this metabolism of schizophrenics would be found to differ significantly from that of normals, and that the culprit would be found to be excess production of an LSD-like compound. Well, this is a reasonable hypothesis, and money was spent on it, but it never came to much. The data did not support anybody's model of what was happening. DMT, because it is so spectacularly hallucinogenic and so rapidly returns you to the baseline of consciousness, was early looked at as the possible schizogen. But what they found was, yes, people do produce DMT in their brains normally, and they do when they are institutionalized for schizophrenia. And some schizophrenics have more than normals, some normals have more than schizophrenics. No conclusion can be drawn. There appears to be no correlation between the presence of DMT and schizophrenia. Well, while this kind of research was going on, LSD was breaking out of the laboratory and creating a social phenomenon that, for good or ill, wafts its gentle waves against this shore to this day and hour. The thing about LSD that made it unique in that situation is that because you can theoretically get so many doses from a gram, it becomes a tool, a political tool, because a single chemist can produce 10 million hits. Well, this is not some guy getting rich. This is about changing history when you're talking about 10 million consciousness-expanding experiences. 10 million? There were only 1 million students in Tiananmen Square, and one guy could make 10 million hits in a 72-hour run. And there were dozens of these guys with different ethics and different levels of sophistication and dedication. So it was like a situation where social enzymes, pheromones, signaling change in the hive structure were just overproduced. And of course there was a recidivist reaction to that. And that killed the goose as far as psychedelic research was concerned. When talking about these indoles, the thing that is important to notice that is not very often stressed is that the window of opportunity for research was so short. I mean, LSD was surfaced in the journals in 48. By 68, it was illegal worldwide. DMT was discovered in 56 in Czechoslovakia. By 68, it was illegal worldwide. Ibogaine was never studied at all and was made illegal in 1968. I mean, it never was studied by modern pharmacology. The last people who looked at it were in the 1920s. The LSD history we just covered. Psilocybin, discovered in 53, illegal by 68. So forth and so on. So to pretend, that we fully explored psychedelics is like pretending that we fully explored the moon. It is, in fact, a fairly apt metaphor, since the curve of exploratory energy in these two dimensions followed each other fairly closely. I mean, nobody's been back to the moon in a while, and it would take 15 years if a command decision were made today. And let's hope that some kind of coming to grips with this psychedelic option is not so hard to reach. It doesn't require the technological retooling, but it requires ideological retooling to be able to face it again. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's created a social revolution, hasn't it, in a very short period of time?
Yes, well, it was, if my notion that we should view these things as catalysts of memes, catalysts of language expansion, then though there have been shamans throughout human history using hallucinogens, there's never been a situation where hundreds of millions of people over a decade open themselves up to that. No, it really put the spin on the situation. We're still reeling from it. I don't know if you've been here when we've looked at any of these maps, but it clearly shows that that's when the great change came, that there was this recidivist upward moving curve of conservative tendencies that precisely mirrored the Mycenaean breakup of late Minoan culture happening through the late 1960s. That's where the cultural cascade of effects began that we are reacting to in the same way that the classical world had to react to Hellenism. So, yeah, it made a revolution. There's never been anything like it. They've never stopped congratulating themselves for getting the lid back on that one, because those of us who were there could not imagine that you could get the lid back on it. It was a sobering lesson for those of us who have faith in the power of ideas, because it's just like this thing in China. Millions of people can march, and great clarity can be forged in struggle, but when they come with the machine guns, the taste for politics turns bitter, and they always do come with machine guns. This is the thing that we seem to have to learn over and over again about the hand that governs. But again, the thing is, you see, one of the ways of modeling the psychedelic experience is to see it as that it dissolves conventional wisdom. It dissolves adherence to group values, because it dissolves all structure, because it dissolves syntax. It shows the provisional nature of syntax. Well, how are you going to hold on to an ideology when, the assembly language upon which the convention of ideology depends is dissolving before your eyes? So, and I think that was very scary, that kind of accelerated change. What I would hope is that we could turn psychology toward looking at these things and present it as an enhancement of creativity. Try and look at consciousness as a resource for want of which we are going mad, because we clearly have the technological might, the computer power, the managerial skill, etc., to straighten out the mess we're in. But what we don't have is the will. We are just, in the will department, a bunch of cannibals, and can't seem to get hold of those levers and do anything about it. Well, I think it's because of this malaise, or this shift in psychic dominance, that has been allowed to go on throughout the whole course of Judeo-Christian civilization that has suppressed experiential access to the sacred. And in the absence of this experiential access to the sacred, then you get ideology and doctrine and dogma and pontification and do or die philosophies across the entire political religious spectrum. And we're very afraid to contemplate a restructuring of society that would actually restructure our own authenticity. When we talk about social restructuring, we see it in terms often of planting trees in the Amazon, or figuring out a way to get a free market happening in the Soviet Union. Doubtless all these things need to be done, but the real immediate field where something can be done is probably in our own behavior, in our own commitment to some kind of authentic activity that leads out of this. Well, so for me that has meant trying to understand this hallucinogenic plant option, because I take life seriously as a problem. I view it as a puzzle of some sort. I believe I've seen things which cause me to believe that it's some kind of a conundrum, a labyrinthine puzzle, a fitted together thing that, if properly understood, will deliver one. And, I don't know whether it's my proclivity or my birth sign or whatever it is, but I have the faith that this is essentially an act of understanding, that it is not an act of, let us say, surrender or abandonment or fusion or it's control. It's an act of understanding that there is a way to break through and then say, aha, and I'm illuminated. I see what it is. How could I have not seen what it is? Now I see what it is. Well, the only thing which comes anywhere near these places for the common man are these relationships to these magical vegetables. I mean, it's not satisfying to just read Meister Eckhart and Hildegard von Bingen and all these people, because what their testimony is saying is that it is a birthright of us all. I mean, we shouldn't imagine ourselves as less than the best, because if you do that, you have some kind of a loser's scenario, and who wants to have a loser's scenario? Robert Anton Wilson said something like this. He said, I believe that the power elite rules the world, and I define the power elite as myself and my friends. If you don't define the power elite that way, then you have a loser's scenario, and who wants that? So think of yourselves as the ruling elite and central party command structure of the global family. Then act from there. I've been thinking about, was it you who asked the question about what should we do, and is there something to be done? And
several people asked.
Early on.
Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about it because I wasn't entirely satisfied with my answer, and I'm not entirely satisfied with this answer, but here's the state of play. It seems like what the problem is it's a tension between immediacy and the desire to plan. And so I feel all these political obligations that it doesn't seem right to say that we should just watch the Tao flower of the novelty wave carry us toward the arms of the Mother Goddess at the end of the millennium. Well, we know that's happening, but shouldn't we do something while we're waiting for that to happen? And it seems to me that maybe the answer is as simple as this slogan which somebody made up. I don't know who, you some of you may know who, this slogan, think globally, act locally. And that we have a tendency to want to go on crusade because the world is in such a state. But planning is some kind of a demon in a way, because our whole problem is that we planned ourselves into this situation. So instead of feeding energy to this global image of a homeostatically regulated culture, atmosphere, industrial base, economy, so forth and so on, it seems like those large-scale control functions can be left to the collectivity, to the marriage between the unconscious and the cybernetic coral reef, and that what we really want in the domain of planning is an abandonment of ideology, that ideology is poisonous, all ideology is poisonous, and that what we are, I hope, tending toward is a kind of evaporation of culture as a product of ideology, and its replacement with natural processes. In other words, that there is an obvious way to solve certain problems because it's management, energy efficient, waste efficient, so forth and so on. In other words, that pragmatism, if looked upon from the point of view of natural selection or something like that, is a fairly profound principle. So I didn't mean for this to be so long, but what it comes out as then is where we are most effective, where we are most clear-eyed in sending energy correctly from ourselves to the world and receiving it back, is in the immediate domain. And that means in the immediate temporal domain, in the immediate financial domain, in the immediate spatial domain. And that when we aspire above that to this global control system, then it doesn't work, because it's not really our role to function like that. And by us, I mean everybody, because I was amazed to lie in the hot tubs this week and listen to various people planning the fates of millions of people, discussing, where the economic zones in the Soviet Union should be opened up, how the diplomatic crisis in China should be resolved. I mean, people who just routinely take it upon themselves to run the world for the rest of us. There's a deeper level, this is a slight turn on this, but there's a deeper level on this idea of pragmatism, which I was thinking about, because I was thinking about yesterday's lecture and how it was a lot of information. And I wondered what other lectures might be like that would be so full of information. And then I reviewed in my mind the history of art from the point of view of realism. Realism is this funny thing where people painted on their bodies and scarified themselves and painted in styles that have been rediscovered in the 20th century. Impressionism, symbolism, abstract expressionism. We see all this in the cave paintings in Africa and in southern France and so forth and so on. But once the Greeks got their camp in order, they set off in this funny direction, which was they wanted marble to be like flesh. They did not want to symbolize the human form or evoke it or make an image of it. They wanted to find out what it was by duplicating it exactly. And they were able to do this and produced, these things, which I don't know if any of you have visited the museum at the Parthenon or the Metropolitan in New York City. You get it from this Greek stuff. I mean, I think even if you're pretty lumpen, you suddenly understand what art is about, why people pay $11 million for a piece of marble, because what real genius is, you have to put out your hand to satisfy yourself that this is not real breathing human flesh, and these faces, have minds behind them, and when you stand and look into them, you say, so this is what the thing about Greece is all about. Now I understand that some kind of magical thing. Well, Eleusis was this central focus for the mystical intentionality of the Greek mind. This ties in with this thing that William Blake said about attend the minute particulars. Remember, we talked about that, he said this was the basis of poetry, and understanding reality was attention to the minute particulars. So there is a way of opening beyond symbols, beyond language, and we call it realism, but we don't recognize it for what it is. I mean, realism is thought of as another ism, but it isn't another ism, it's an ontos of a completely different order. There are isms and there is realism. And realism seeks to go beyond isms, to go beyond language, to go beyond expectation and the forward-moving net of language, and to present us with something which is, shocking and infinitely deep and beyond contravention. This is the thing. And so this thing has been carried forward mostly in art, mostly as an intuition. It's not clear to me that it's ever been exactly articulated as a philosophy, but this is what the light of Caravaggio and, the recessional distances of the brothers Van Eyck and, Turner and all of this stuff, it's a going into the stuff of the world without preconception, attempting, the great discovery that shadows are not always black. Somebody had to look to figure that out, and then to embody it against the flow of all understanding. The discovery of perspective is this peculiar episode in the history of Western thought that is never discussed sufficiently. We are asked to believe that somewhere between the death of Giotto and the death of Michelangelo, European human beings suddenly understood that things got smaller the further away from you they were, and therefore created the world of pictorial space that we have inhabited ever since. Well, in an earlier lecture I told the story about how Thomas Aquinas proved his sanctity by being able to look at open books and then later tell what he had read without ever moving his lips. This was silent reading, and it was viewed as a miracle by his contemporaries because they all had to vocalize while they read. Well, this is a similar kind of phenomenon, this sudden popping into existence of the recessional distance and the whole set of understandings that allows us to navigate three-dimensional space. What is happening here? Does language make way for this stuff? Is it biological? Is it just happen to happen during the Italian Renaissance? How can a convention of painters of a courtly class become a way of inhabiting space and time for the entire population of an ancient continent? It defies understanding. What is actually being tracked is some kind of recent readjustment of the information processing values in the human brain-mind system. And these things are very close to the surface and very easily perturbed. Julian Jaynes, in his book about the bicameral mind, felt that there had been a major shift in the construction of consciousness at the time of Homer. That before Homer, people didn't exactly have egos. They were sort of like soulless beings which, when put under pressure by like a tight situation in battle, would have a magical voice speak to them in their head and tell them what to do. And they called this their demon, their familiar, their titulary animal or god, and then he felt that this autonomous function of the psyche later became incorporated into the larger structure of the human mind as the ego, and that what we use as an ego was once a god. This is the depths to which we have fallen, that we, have shackled a god into the service of managing our portfolios. It's a principle that's very old in nature. For instance, mitochondria, which are the powerhouses of the human cell, are these little enzymatic engines that were originally free-swimming bacteria that have been, through evolution, incorporated into the dynamics of larger structures and embedded there, and now their energy is all channeled to the purposes of the cell. And they have their own genetic material and everything. They are clearly relict organisms embedded in cytoplasmic material. So this principle of incorporation of the autonomous element to enrich the original structure is pretty well there. An instance of that I'm interested in is the pregnancy of language in these Amazonian tribes that are using Banisteriopsis type hallucinogens. I mean, something is trying to happen. This language is just subvisible, and the whole mystery that haunts the culture is that it isn't always subvisible. That, on good Saturday nights, when everything is clicking, they can actually drag out this stuff from another dimension and play with it. And you just wonder, the beta-carbolines are so closely related to endogenous brain chemistry, and so is the DMT that it's running on. I mean, clearly these people are rubbing up against an evolutionary interface spot, a place where human ability, human neural processing, human signal-making functions are bubbling together with the potential of a sudden perturbation to a higher and previously unanticipated state of order. And I think that it has something to do with this projective imagination through acoustical sound, that this idea has haunted the human mind, and certainly the Western mind, through the tradition of Pythagoreanism and the Orphic religions, this tradition of using sound to perform magic and transcend levels and see into the fabric of nature. And what's going on in these Amazon situations where, the conventions of modern physics mean nothing. Nobody's speaking English. Nobody knows about the periodic table or Newton or any of that. They're operating in another world. And what they're doing is, in these states of intoxication, projecting this phenomenon for which we don't even have a word. I mean, telepathy is a thin notion. Telepathy is, I think, you hear me think. That's not what this is. This is that these people can project whole scenarios of three-dimensional phenomena that are part of a group perception that is not operating under the will of individuals, but that is somehow the élan vital, the life force of the group itself. I mean, we don't have a sociological vocabulary for this stuff. Anthropologists talk about manas and magic, and morphogenetic fields and this and that and the other hand. But this is reductionism because the living fact of this stuff is pretty astonishing.
So, to change the subject, you mentioned the heretics in your talk this afternoon, that Syrian sect, was it?
The Mandaeans.
The Mandaeans. And we talked earlier before coming in also of the uses of heresy and your passion for them. I wonder if you'd link that to what we should do. Link that to what action to take.
Well, heresy is always safe if you're scripting your life for the history books. You just can't go wrong as a heretic because they're always vindicated. The trouble is there can be some rough spots along the way. A favorite heretic of mine is Giordano Bruno, who some of you may know about, who was burned at the stake as the price of his commitment to heresy. Bruno discovered the infinity of the universe. That's what he discovered. He looked into the night sky and was the first person in Europe to say, those aren't adamantine shells of Aristotelian crystalline spheric material. Those are stars. Those are suns like our sun, and they must go on forever. It opened before him, and he was burned at the stake. The period that is so rich in heresy and has been a great inspiration for me is the Hellenistic syncretism that follows upon the classical period in Greece and the rise of Roman power, and at the same time ferment in the Jewish end of the Mediterranean to create, and all kinds of things were happening actually. There were gymnosophists coming from India teaching yoga in the 2nd century BC in Rome, and there were, Egyptian followers of Thoth and Isis, and there were Dosethians and Montanists and followers of Simon the magician, and these were a vast spectrum of cults ranging from Orthodox Jewish cults such as the Nabateans and the Zealots and presumably the Mandaeans that I mentioned earlier, and then there were Jewish mysticism infected with Platonic ideas, Philo-Judaeus, Apollodorus, Musaeus, all these minor philosophers were teaching. There were Pythagoreans, there were atomists, and the most interesting of these were proto-Christian, neo-Christian, pseudo-Christian, crypto-Christian sects that were competing with what eventually became Christianity. Some of you may know of this sect that did some of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nabateans, who lived outside of Jerusalem and down in the Dead Sea. These were the people that James Pike was investigating when he died in the Negev. A few years ago, well, actually over many years, there was a very important manuscript find in 1948 at a place called a Greek Orthodox monastery called Chenoboskion in Upper Egypt that was on a much older site called Nag Hammadi. And out of the ground at Nag Hammadi came 43 codices that were by groups of scholars coordinated worldwide, translated through the 50s and 60s and 70s. This is now available as the Nag Hammadi Library. And it's very, very interesting stuff because this stuff went into the ground AD 270. So the later bishops, the patristic recensionists, the diddlers and fiddlers and all of that were kept away from it. Nobody had seen this stuff since AD 280. So it was very, very interesting. Of of the 53 texts, 41 were unknown in any other version. Of those that were known, there was some of the late Plato, there was portions of Matthew, but what was interesting were these previously unknown texts, some of which were very close to gospel type material, a gospel according to Philip, the second known version of the Gospel of Philip, a gospel according to Thomas, the doubter, my favorite guy. But more interesting is the less pseudo-Christian material, this exegetical and mystical material that just takes off, that is proto-Hermetic. Some of it shows traces of Indian philosophies, transmigration of souls, yogic practices. Some of it reads almost like Maria Sabina's mushroom chants. There's one text called The Voice of the Thunder that has a meter and a rhythm that is precisely Maria Sabina. So Gnosticism is the general banner under which all of this stuff can be placed. Gnostics believe, the central tenet of Gnosticism, and it's hard to put this across because modern Gnostics are such cheerful people, but they've forgotten their real roots. The central perception of Gnosticism, no matter how you slice it, is that we don't belong here, that we are strangers, that something terrible happened, and that accounts for why we're here, that we were destined for a much better deal, and something went terribly, terribly wrong. It takes different forms. Some Gnostic mythologies are fairly straightforward. Some are fairly Baroque. The one that I enjoy is one of the more Baroque ones. The 2nd century Gnostic bishop Valentinius had this notion that there were 36 archons. They are demons of progressively lessening power that interpose themselves between man and a true vision of God. And the last of the archons, the 36th archon, was Sophia, and the only of the archons that was female. There's a tremendous sexual ambivalence in Gnosticism, which we can talk about, which is resolved in different ways. But anyway, the 36th archon is Sophia. She looked upward toward the higher God and saw him bring forth creation, of which she was the final manifestation. And in her heart, an avarice grew, a wish to create in the same manner as the highest and hidden All-Father. And she brought forth, it's described as an abortion. She self-fertilized herself. She did not understand the requisites of creation, and she turned inward into herself, and she brought forth a monstrosity. And this monstrosity is the God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, Jehovah. And when she saw what she had done, that she had brought forth this monstrosity, she flashed through a whole bunch of emotions very quickly. Horror, guilt, rage, fear, agony, like that. And these emotions of the errant Sophia condensed as the material world over which Ildabuath was then made Lord. So the entire material universe is seen as the condensed emotional debris of the horror of the 36th archon upon witnessing her own creation, who is then made God over this universe. Well, even though this is this really bad scene, it still, nevertheless, has this extremely tenuous connection to the highest and hidden All-Father in the form of what is called the scintilla, the spark, the soul spark of divinity. So then the goal of Gnostics, born into this unfortunate world, is to gather the light together, to save the light. The light is defiled by its presence in the world of material existence, and the light must be gathered. Well, so then the central soteriological concern, that means the central salvational concern of Gnosticism, is how shall we gather the light? And their whole theology then is, what is the light? How should we gather it? And once we have it, what do we do with it? And then there were various answers. I mentioned the sexual tension inside Gnosticism. It took two forms, both wild extremes. In one case, Gnostic hermeneutics reasoned along the following lines. Life is defiled, the light is defiled by the material universe. Therefore, we should withhold entry of the light into matter. Therefore, we must be celibate. We must have no children. And in some cases, this took the form of saying, and we sanction no form of sexual union which could lead to procreation. So they were kinky in that style. The other direction that they took was extreme celibacy. Just simply no sexual contact whatsoever. And then the third option, and these options had differing percentages of loyalty as Roman society underwent exterior transformations. The third Gnostic stance was, man is divine. We are of the light, and nothing in the universe of Ildabaoth can pollute the light, for it is of a higher order, and therefore we can do anything we want. Yes, so you could be a Gnostic and line up for scourges and heavy dieting, or you could line up for total libertinism and eating and drinking anything you want and any kind of... So this was the spectrum, and this was, of course, very baffling to Christian morality. But Christianity has an incredible debt to Gnosticism. I mean, the Gospel of John and Revelations, this whole bit, in the beginning was the Word, this notion of the going forth of the Word, this is thoroughly Gnostic, and the struggle between light and darkness, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not. This is essentially the Manichaean thing, which is a form of Gnosticism. Manichaeanism is a dualistic Persian religion that had great sway in Persia through this slightly later phase. Mani was its prophet. Mani was a Mandaean. His father was a priest in the Mandaean faith. Well, why talk about this so much? Well, I don't know. Permission for heresy is never a bad idea. And I think this is an important issue which is not resolved. I mean, we are all love bunnies of one sort or another. But what do you do about this thing? Are we of the earth? Is it our charge and our destiny? Or are we from another place? You can't have it both ways. This is a pretty clear division. What are we to be? Are we to integrate with nature, or are we to transcend it through an act of conjuration out of the self, which is what culture is? I mean, apparently we have made the choice, and all we're doing now is the philosophical dotting of the I's. Our commitment to technology is thoroughly Gnostic. Our commitment to... we believe that nature is something that withholds secrets from us, that we must wrest the secrets of nature from it in order to somehow complete ourselves. And, modern Gnosticism plays all this down. Modern Gnosticism is existential and capitalizes more on the idea of abandonment. They're less interested in the program for returning to the higher and hidden All-Father, and much more interested in talking about how we are abandoned by the All-Father, and therefore what a drag it is and what can we do about it. So that people like Heidegger are thoroughly Gnostic in their thinking. I mean, anybody who is not... Because you see, what Gnosticism denied was the presence of God in the world. You need to understand that it was an article of faith of Gnostics that this is really a long way from God, that we are really off, way, way out, over, away from it. And Christianity preserves this dualism in the eternality of evil, in the idea that, there isn't a final fusion. They preserve the distinction down to the last knell of recorded time. So that's a thoroughgoing dualism. But my approach to this kind of thing is basically Jungian. I mean, that's where I got my interest in all of this material. See, I think that what we're always seeing is psyche, that we're always seeing a mirroring of the intentionality of ourselves to concretize consciousness, to put a name on it. And so I have called myself at times a noetic archaeologist. What I like to do is go and dig up, not pot shards and glass beads, but ideas. Old ideas that have been under the dirt a long, long time. And this is what I essentially did here with the I Ching. And Gnosticism is another boneyard, and alchemy is another boneyard, and the Maya are another boneyard, and ancient Hawaii is another. And I love to go into these things and draw conclusions, It's all very pregnant with intention toward the person who comes to it with an open mind. I mean, everything wants to speak, everything wants to guide us. I haven't talked much about it, but I always think there are so many ways in which it's true that it would have been so much different if Aldous Huxley had guided things through the turmoil of the 1960s. Aldous Huxley was, a British intellectual, a novelist, a social critic, but even before he wrote The Doors of Perception, he wrote a book called, or an essay called The Art of Seeing. And, this was gospel as far as my mother was concerned. I mean, my mother was an extraordinary woman. I don't know how she had the intuition to be into the things that she was into. But it's this thing about seeing. And this goes back to what I was saying about realism, training the eye. What these Renaissance people and these Greek people were doing with the recessional distances and the nudes was they were really looking. They were really seeing. They were not painting stories that they were telling in their minds, but they were actually paying attention to texture and shadow and light. And this learning to see, taught very early, is a tremendous inoculation against cultural viruses, value viruses and linguistic viruses, because, and you don't see if you grow up with television. Television is something that you look at. It's like it has this flat quality. It is undemanding. Everything has been stripped of depth before it ever reaches you, even to be offered for your perception.
Well, what do you think about the more Cubist? Once Picasso brought in Cubism and changed the entire direction of art away from realism and into a different view of seeing things, from many facets. and broken down into other, you know, in a sense from other dimensions.
Well, I'm surprised at my stirring defense of realism, because I'm much more sympathetic to my interest in art history was always 20th century art, and what I loved was the upheaval and the screw you attitude. I mean, I was thinking today as I thought about this lecture about myself as a 13-year-old kid and who were my heroes. You know, it wasn't baseball players and it wasn't even astronauts. It was Jackson Pollock. And, you know, that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a kid from Wyoming who went to New York and drank hard in bars and produced paintings that 99% of everybody hated, and that I would insist were in fact works of staggering genius. And I would triumph. And it was this whole thing. I mean, I was living in a small town in western Colorado, you have to understand. I mean, the notion of a man hurling paint at a canvas, it just outraged the inner Amish of the place where I was living. No, I think all of this stuff is very important, and that art, I didn't mean to suggest a value judgment in favor of realism over other artistic styles, because I think by the time the 20th century came around, realism had grown self-defeating. It was something which had to be pried loose and perfected. And for me, I think it's probably perfected in Jan van Eyck, the altarpieces of the Van Eyck brothers, or Caravaggio, or, you know, by the time you get to Velázquez and the Mannerists, something else is happening. It's like they've overshot the mark. With Mannerism, it's getting weird. It looks at first like realism, but then you realize that bizarrely morbid distortions are taking place, and that what is seeping upward into the realist canvas is the unconscious, and that, you know, these odd intimations of sadomasochism and mania and all this stuff that you're getting off of this stuff, it's not you, it is there. They're trying to make it like that. And the Mannerists set the stage for full permission to push off into then romanticism, really. The evocation of emotion through the manipulation of image, of natural image, but it's really, the thinking is not realistic, the thinking is allegorical. Romanticism always tends toward allegory. That's why these islands sucked at by blackened water and covered over in fallen gardens and crumbling ruins, these don't exist anywhere. This is not reportage of the natural world. These are dreamscapes of a morbid imagination. Okay, well, so then it all runs out in the 19th century. I mean, for my money, 19th century art is pretty dismal. It's very much of the Academy. In France, you've got Watteau and Fragonard, and in England, you have, Reynolds and all of this stuff going on, until this romantic morbidity gives rise to, out of the recrudescence of that movement, come people like Redon and Moreau, the French symbolists. This is consequent upon, interestingly enough, an interest in psychedelic drugs. These people are smoking hashish and drinking absinthe and are familiar with opium and this kind of thing. And they set the stage then for the pre-Raphaelite thing, and which I don't know whether you view that as design or art, but simultaneously Impressionism is happening. And Impressionism, strangely enough, is like art in the service of the realist ideal again, but in strange clothing. Because what they were trying to do was shed this academic, allegorical, symbolic stuff and just show light. It was an effort to do that. And it gave permission for, another thing then. So there were two simultaneous tendencies there. The Impressionists with their concern with what the eye sees and light, and then operating in the background stuff like the pataphysicians and the Dadaists later, where it was all about, again, the unconscious and bringing that in. The same tendency which had infected mannerism then came in as surrealism in the 20th century, and because of Freud and Jung and all this stuff. So I think that the whole history of 20th century art is a reaction against morbid romanticism, which was probably a pretty good thing to overthrow. But I saw people like Pollock, or specifically Pollock, as in a sense realists, in that what they were showing us was chaos.
That's sort of the evolution of an artist as you gain more and more ability, as you get past the symbols and you get into realism. But then you take the realism and you use it as you can use it as a fiction in a sense, so you can do what the Mannerists did and go into a dream state, so it becomes a language, a visual language that can describe things that our words can't.
Well, Pollock made an immense intellectual journey, because he started out he was born in Cody, Wyoming. This is a strike against you in the first place. And he studied art under Thomas Hart Benton, who was the absolute epitome of the American realist school. If you don't know Thomas Hart Benton, he did WPA murals of women bringing jugs of cider to men in the fields at noontime. In other words, glorification of the American working class in a style almost reminiscent of the Mexican mural style of Diego Rivera. Pollock came out of that, he used a screwdriver, was his major instrument, and he stood back or stood over his canvases on stepladders and whipped paint across them and built up these layered things that were just amazing. And what they were the abstract expressionist equivalent of an atomic explosion. This is what the 50s was all about. So realism came to mean looking into many strange parts of reality.
At what point does the dream get integrated to where it's us? At the point where we control it like we control our voice in our head?
Well, we have this admiration for the Australian style of relating to the dream time. But if we continue to develop our technology the way we do, we have our own dream time. It's watching television, and it's probably going to deepen. I think that our appetite for sensation and entertainment is driving that industry to develop itself almost more rapidly than any other. And because it's all mythic, what's on television. Television is not reality. Television is the cultural myth about reality. This is where the archetypes in the American unconscious are to be met, tough cops and jiggle blondes and all these people that are in our cultural mass programming are running around in there. Oh, it's terrible. It's just that we have such a tacky set of images. It could be epical. Imagine if we were 19th century Germans. Television would be like Wagner.
You just did it. I wanted you to switch and do a similar kind of historic analysis that you did for Gnosticism and for art and music and so on. Overview and shifts.
Well, I don't claim to know a lot about music.
What did Wagner represent?
Well, Wagner comes late. What I would say about this, I think music is very important. We said in here on a different day that architecture was frozen music, and therefore music must be unfrozen architecture. And what did you mean? What could you say about that? This Pythagorean thing, this very old thing, this discovery of these apparently natural relationships that are very mysterious between the plucked strings, so that if you stretch gut between bone antlers and you pluck certain strings, other strings in a perceived to be natural relationship called an octave will also vibrate in harmony. This is the key concept here, harmony. People saw this, and Pythagoras, or, apocryphally, what Pythagoras did was he filled glass tubes with water, and when he had 2 glass tubes tuned so that they were an octave apart, it was observed that the amount of water in them could be expressed as a mathematical ratio. Well, this touches on a very mysterious aspect of things that nobody quite understands, and you don't even hear people talk about it because it's so problematic. And that is this: why does mathematics have something to do with nature? Why does mathematics have anything to do with nature? Think about what mathematics is. Mathematics is the operations you can perform on numbers. Well, nature isn't, you don't see numbers. And yet, this has been the fundamental insight of the Western mind that has allowed miracle after demonic miracle to be conjured out of nature. The discovery of the curious parallelism between nature and operations performed on numbers. Well, it comes out of this Pythagorean religious mentality, which observed, these ratios and related them to the sounds, and said, well, then there can be a mathematical theory of music. And then they observed regularity in other phenomena. The stars had long been observed to be regular. Well, so then they began to think in terms of regular, perfect things versus irregular, mundane things. And in this climate, Platonism was able to come into being. And Platonism makes an absolute division, between the world of archetypal perfect things and then the lower slice of reality. Music was carrying all of this along, and if you're interested in ancient music and its impact on ancient philosophy, these books by MacLean, The Myth of Invariance, is one of them. It's a study of mathematics in Plato and the Rig Veda, and it's all musical mathematics. They were studying proportion, harmony, relationship. Now notice that in this situation where the string is plucked and the other strings in octaves above and below vibrate, this is a very cogent demonstration of action at a distance, something which is very troubling even in modern conceptions. But it's a very cogent demonstration of action at a distance. It shows that there need not be a connecting medium for force and activity to be transmitted across space. In other words, it is an argument for magic, for etheric influences and this sort of thing. And so then the theory quickly grew that obviously then the way to influence these things was through music, through sound, and theories of tone grew up. And the 7 planetary bodies that were familiar to the astrologers were connected to 7 tones, and then a correspondence was recognized between 7 metals, and a map of the world was slowly constructed that had music at its ultimate basis. There's a wonderful book that deals in part with all of this that some of you may know, called Hamlet's Mill. Hamlet's Mill is the story of this very old myth that occurs all over the world about how somebody has a mill, a little grinder, and somebody else steals it, and then the thief rows across a body of water with the mill in a boat, and the mill sinks the boat, and the mill is grinding out salt. And this is, in one version, the explanation for why the ocean is salty. It's because off the coast of Norway, in that place called the Maelstrom, that is the mill, and down at the bottom it is grinding out salt. And Giorgio de Santayana, who wrote this book, Hamlet's Mill, with Hilda von Dechend, talked about it as a myth of a movement of the stellar machinery, that stars which were near the pole moved beneath the surface of the sea, and the mill was lost, and a whole world age was thrown into confusion. And a lot of the discussion of this hinges on looking at Rig Vedic and Platonic musical theory. These ayahuasca songs in the Amazon are visually intended. They are to be seen, not to be heard. I mean, the people criticize them that way, they critique them that way. Voice is primarily a vehicle imagined to affect color vision. And, if we could see what we meant, the ambiguity would leave our intention to communicate with each other. This would be a kind of telepathy, the seeing of meaning. Well, when you think about what meaning is, there's no reason why it should be processed through hearing. It's not particular, it has nothing particularly to do with hearing. Meaning is a much fuller and richer signal than hearing. Why shouldn't it be conveyed visually? When I look at this room, I'm not listening to it, I'm looking at it, and the meaning of what is going on comes to me through my eyes. This is how the meaning of the world presents itself. We don't listen to the world, but we listen to speech for its meaning. And this closes us toward many things and pushes us in a certain direction.
We don't have any medium that we can physically produce, other than our electronic medium, that we can easily produce a visual image to share.
Print. We read.
But you mean conversationally and instantaneously, right?
Like you can with speech.
Well, yeah, this is where you have to take drugs to push the argument further, because what you have to hypothesize is that it might be possible to generate an acoustical hologram with your voice or something like that. In other words, when you take ayahuasca with these people in the jungle and you see the songs, the reason you see the songs is because you're loaded. Well, how loaded do you have to be to see the songs would be a good question for researchers to ask. Maybe you don't have to be overtly stoned at all. Maybe you could have a sub-threshold amount of harmine in your system, and when they started singing, lo and behold, here it would appear.
Is it not possible, theoretically possible at any rate, that once this has happened in your system, whatever this has gone through physiologically and whatever other way, that the path is there, that there would be a way to learn that thing that you could do it on Thursday morning?
On the
Wait till
natch,
Saturday
you mean?
night?
Isn't that what your brother was trying to do with the
Yeah.
sounds in the Amazon?
See, there is something going on here because in the pineal gland, harmine is produced. So and DMT is produced in the brain too. So the chemical prerequisites for the brain state are there. I think the first meeting we held, I talked about the fact that people who have smoked DMT then report months, years later, dreams in which they smoke DMT, and it happens in the dream. Okay, this is a major piece of evidence. This means it can happen, that it's not chemically exogenous. But then the question is, how the hell do you get to the same place as you are in a dream when someone passes you the glass pipe? But the very fact that it can happen, and so then, so it lies very close to the level, to the level of consciousness, you see. And these people who've been in the Amazon all these 20,000 years that we've been calling primitive, while we've been inventing technology and doing all this other stuff, what they've been doing is every Saturday night exposing themselves to a linguistic catalyst. Well, so we think, well, maybe they have a really far-out language. No, they don't have a really far-out language. They have an entirely ontically transformed linguistic ability that we don't even have a suspicion of, that it is learnable. And I don't know, because they put so much stress on this diet, it's very clear that they are diddling towards something. They have a goal that they're trying to maximize. There is something there that they want to get. And when you meet many ayahuasqueros and take it with many of these guys, the guys who make the good stuff are all alike. They have this weird aura. They have a voice thing that is hard to describe. But you know the concept of voice in Dune, where there was a way to just drop down a register and speak in a way that people could not resist because you set the vibe in this certain way. These ayahuasqueros have this, and they have yes, it's something so outside our cultural value system that we can hardly realize what we're doing with, because how many of us would go there, and then how many of us would go there and go deep enough, and then take the drug with these people, and then be enough free of your own stuff to pay attention to what they were putting out, and then to keep it enough together to create a description that you could bring back later. So, you know, it's just, the world is not empty of the new and the novel, these frontiers. This is how I ended the lecture yesterday. There are just frontiers and frontiers and frontiers in chemistry, in anthropology, in ethnography, and some of it we're actually talking about, you know, the transformation of the human form, and not through technology, but in a cleaner, biologically, a way which celebrates natural process and celebrates the vitality of the minded portion of the planet. It's an attunement, not this Gnostic thing which I evoked for you, which is, you know, people used to say of my grandfather, where he'd been was so-so, where he was hell, and where he was going was paradise. And he lived his whole life that way. Well, that's a Gnostic attitude, you know. Paradise is just ahead. I think that paradise is a frontier of language, of intentional communication. The reason for looking at all these things, for looking at the hallucinogens and the alchemy and the mythology and all this, is because these are the materials present at hand for an assault on the citadel of true being. You know, somewhere here there is a clue. Somewhere here there is something that we can use. It's going to be an obscure sect, a peculiar mantra, a strange drug, a bizarre plant, a forgotten teaching, a lost alphabet, something that we can use so that, you know, I've talked about the tantric nature of the point of view that I'm putting out. Tantric in the sense of the definition of Tantra as the short path, taking seriously the idea that in a single lifetime a human being might be able to go vast distances in the project of spiritual unfolding. That, you know, we are not given or fated to simply incrementally advance ourselves. It is some kind of a lottery. I mean, there are big winners, and I'm just very convinced that the way you enhance your position in the probability of all of this is through cognition. It will be an act of understanding. The final act of liberation will be an act of understanding. Okay, well that's it for today, folks. This belief that the world is entirely independent of our minds and objective and unaware of us is the kind of scientific fiction in which we operate, and then the real truth that appears to our perceptions, the truth of our immediate experience, is that the mind is a concentric field of diminishing intensity that can draw events and circumstances far from the ranges of probability. I mean, once I had the following experience. It's all anecdotal, you see. I was in a dry wash in the Negev desert, and there was absolutely no food, and I was a poor traveling hippie, a hashashin, and a cave dweller, and a ne'er-do-well. And it was like 120 degrees outside my cave. And I was sitting in front of my cave, smoking hash. And out through the shimmering heat, I could see this dot of a person. And as I watched them making their way through the rocks and the scrub, I began to have a fantasy about this person, that they had food, that they didn't simply have food, that they had oysters Rockefeller packed in ice, that they had Russian caviar, that they had Belgian chocolate, that they had all of this stuff. And, you know, I hadn't had a bath in 3 weeks. There was barely any water in this place. And this speck made its way toward me, getting larger and larger. And finally, it turned into this guy I barely knew, a fellow lost soul. This was in southern Israel 25 years ago. And he came up to me and he said, "I have oysters packed in ice. I have Belgian chocolate. I have..." And he had gotten a job dishwashing that morning at the King David Hotel and had just quit in disgust halfway through the day and had raided this super fancy 4-star hotel and just had a backpack full of this stuff. And I didn't even bother to tell him. I mean, what am I going to say, you know? I mean, sure, of course. So these kinds of things, and they're very private, you see. Nothing happens there except that a guy quits his job and rips off a hotel, except that it is coincident with an internal state, a private musing of somebody else, and when the two things come together, the coincidence of it is absolutely excruciating. Kat had an experience. She's not here to tell it, but she went to Mexico when she was 19 and traveled all over Mexico and took LSD at a certain temple. And on the LSD trip in this place, she realized that she had been conceived there. And when she confronted her parents with it, it was so. It was so that she had been conceived there. Now, of course, you can say, well, in growing up, this must have been a story told around the dinner table, and then under LSD, the child brings it out. But sometimes these things just peels reality apart. The purest proof that I've ever had that goes against the clue-finding, integrative, unconscious thing, and really the time wave that we've spent so much time looking at, is in a sense a net to trail through life. It's a coincidental engine. It causes there to be more coincidences in your life. And in fact, a way to let coincidence in your life is to let numbers into your life. The schizophrenic who looks at the license plates passing on the freeway is simply the lowest grade worshiper of numbers. But when you really let numbers into your existence, coincidence runs rampant. We have talked here a little bit about the most astonishing coincidence of all, which is that mathematics describes nature. That's a coincidence as far as I can tell. Why should it? No philosopher that I have ever read, no mathematician, has ever been able to make it make cogent sense that the abstract operations of the human mind should somehow map over the core dynamics of nature. It's like a coincidence. When I was working with the time wave, the most perfect example of anticipation or disruption of ordinary flows of probability was I had this idea when I was working out the time wave. Before the 2012 date was chosen and settled on, way back in the early 70s, I discovered an odd coincidence, which went like this. It's embedded in a whole bunch of coincidences, but it goes like this. From the date of my mother's death till the time when I met the woman who went with me to La Chorrera, 64 days passed. From the time I met that woman till the actual experiment at La Chorrera, 64 days passed. From thence forward, 3 times 64 days later was my 23rd birthday. And looking at all these coincidences, I propagated forward into time, not 64-day increments, but 384-day increments. And I discovered something really interesting, which was when you went from my 23rd birthday, 384 days forward, no particular big deal. But when you went 384 days forward again, it landed on the winter solstice of 1973. And I thought that this was mildly interesting. And so then I looked in a naval observatory almanac, and I discovered that there was a total eclipse of the sun on this solstice, which I thought was pretty weird, and that this total eclipse of the sun would sweep across the Amazon, would only be visible from the Amazon basin, would be approaching totality as it swept across La Chorrera, and it would, in fact, achieve totality over the city of Belém in Brazil. Well, now, Belém is a Portuguese word which means Bethlehem. And I began to feel led. I began to feel as though I were being fed clues. So then I looked at the map, and you may do so as well, and you will see that the city of Belém in Brazil, the city of Bethlehem, is situated in the delta of the Amazon. Well, I'm Joyce scholar and river freak enough to know that all rivers are female, and if you're too dense to know that, certainly the Amazon River is female, because it is named the Amazon. I mean, Gaia is what it is, you know, and Amazon is a giant woman. Well, here in her vulva, literally in the delta, and delta, you see, is this triangular, the Greek letter delta is a triangle and has been a schoolboy symbol for the female genitals for 18,000 years. In the delta of the Amazon sits the city of Belém, over which, on a certain winter solstice, a total eclipse of the sun will appear. And I said, you know, my goodness, this is the stuff of prophecy. Something marvelous, it must be going to happen there. And, you know, you must know Yeats' poem, what's it called? The Second Coming. The one about what rough beast slouches toward Bethlehem to be born. And it is an apocalyptic image, an image of the shift of the aeon. So I had all this data, pointing at December 23rd, 1973. But I got this same argument from people, this argument that you must have known, you must have seen these astronomical ephemerides at some time in the past, you must have an unconscious photographic memory, the mind must be a computer at some level, and so forth and so on. But what clinched it for me was early in 1973, still 11 months before this much anticipated moment, I opened the San Francisco Chronicle one morning, and it says, long period comet headed toward Earth. And I closed the newspaper and said aloud, I know that this comet will make its closest approach to the sun on December 23rd. Then I open the paper and read it. It says, yes, it will approach perihelion on the 22nd of December, give or take, you know, so many hours Greenwich. And then I saw, for me, that did it. Because what it was a perfect proof. My wish had been granted. Because you see, no human being on Earth knew that this comet existed, or had ever known, because it was a long period comet. It had never in historical times been in the skies of Earth. When I had focused in on this date using all these clues, it was absolutely in the value dark dimension. It was not in the collective unconscious, unless the collective unconscious anticipates the future. And if that's the case, then there's no way to contaminate any experiment from influence. So, you know, the mushroom was willing enough to provide for my edification this thing. Well, but then see what happens. You may remember this comet. It was the comet Kohoutek. And it was an excuse for all kinds of folderol. I mean, harmonic convergence, eat your heart out. This was a much bigger deal. And yet this comet, which physically should have blossomed out into the most spectacular comet of all human history, was a dud. And once again, prophets ate it right and left, and booksellers were left with vast unsold inventory. So, to me, it's like play. It's like a joke. It's like if that doesn't seem like a joke to you, then you don't have a sense of humor. It's not going to hand over alchemical gold, because after all, why should it? Who are we to be the recipients of alchemical gold? But it does tease, and it does play. And I think if you're playful enough, you can coax it into being your playmate, and perhaps in these boundary-dissolved states, this is what happens. I've told the story about how in the Amazon, when all this stuff was breaking loose, I went through this period where very calmly and deeply and without having any need to tell anyone, I came to the opinion that I was like enlightened. And it was this very low-key thing. It was all about appropriate behavior. This was the cognitive hallucination that I was having. It was about appropriate behavior. And I had this idea there's an appropriate way to do everything. And if you do it the appropriate way, no energy will be lost. And so you become like superconducting. You become like some kind of super Tai Chi character where you just do things so niftily that there's no problem, whether it's plucking a flower or moving a boulder. And I was told, when you think, sit on the ground. There were all these teachings, and they were very simple. They were things like, sit on the ground, stupid. And, use your fingers. That was a big teaching. Use your fingers. So one of the things I was into was how you wash the pot. We had one pot. It was this little enamel pot. And we would bake it over a fire, and we baked beans, and we baked rice, and all these terrible things that would get scum on the bottom. And so it was a big deal about drawing lots for who washed the pot. Well, I discovered in my enlightened state that we had been doing it all wrong. And that if you would go down to the water with the pot and take sand and pat it very, very lightly in the bottom, and then say, please, that then all you had to do was pour water into the pot and swish it around and empty it like that. And then when you looked in, it would be like Drano. It would just be blinding white. And I did this several times, and I thought how appropriate a miracle this is. This is a real miracle. I mean, this is just simple stuff. It's totally here and now. It's absolutely Taoist. It's completely, on and on. So then I had a critic in our crowd. And so I thought that I would enlighten the critic by a wordless demonstration of my obvious command of the howling Tao. So I invited the critic to accompany me to the river. And I said, and now notice that I pick up the sand, I pat it into the bottom, I'm not agitating it, I look into the sky and I say, please. And then I put water in it, and I swish it around. Voila! They said, is something supposed to happen? And I look, and the crud adheres. And then this person says, I pity you. And I would pity you more, but you alarm me. This was the sequela to the thing with the dancing butterflies, which was at the same time and the same thing, which is in my enlightened state, totally master of the Tao, I would go into the woods and I would hold out my hands, my outstretched hands like this. And butterflies that I had hunted relentlessly for months with a 16-foot extendable Japanese killing machine that was my tool in trade, these canopy butterflies would come down and land on my hands and strut and show their iridescence, and tears of joy would stream down my face, and I would kneel down, and they would all line up in front of me, and then I would weep more, but, how much cathartic weeping and joy of this sort can you contain? So there would be this little nub in the experience which would begin to grow stronger, which was all about, this proves that I'm on to something. Nobody could look at this and not realize. Said, I must show someone. And the critic had not spoken to me since the pot washing incident, but was very, on me. So then I went back to camp and I said, let's just take a walk down the trail. Maybe we can work out these differences. Thinking that I wouldn't even mention it. I would just sort of, as I was consoling them, put out my hand and butterflies would drop from the trees. They would realize the error of their ways, so forth and so on. Well, of course, that didn't happen. So then I said, well, maybe I'm being too humble here. I should at least make a commitment to the thing. So I said, stand here and watch. And I raised up my hands to call the insects of the jungle to me. And then the line was delivered the second time, I pity you. And you're not your word, you're... This is all true. It is true that the butterflies danced on the back of my hand. Well, so what is one to conclude from this? Well, I think what you have to conclude is that ego is the absolute impediment to Tao. And that if you care what other people think, if you care how it's going to impact on your reputation, if you have any of these lesser concerns, this power, this radiance, this dimension of authenticity can't approach you, And we all have it. And I'm sure I have it more than most people. And yet even I am able to let down into these places where the world works magic, And I think women and intuitive men and people who aren't quite as analytical as I may be are able to do it much more. And that is the real proof. You can talk about be here now till you're blue in the face, But the real proof is when nature responds like that.
Appropriate behavior.
Well, no, I don't mean caring about others. I mean that if you are... I guess the sin is pride. The sin is pride. If it thrills you that you're enlightened, or if you're glad you beat out your competition, or if you want to display your accomplishment, then it's ruined, It can only be, it has to be held so very lightly, so very lightly. It cannot be shared, in a sense. Forget sharing it, because we're not pure enough to share it. It's amazing that we're pure enough to occasionally embody it, I've told you the story about sitting on the beach. It always happens when you're alone, because then you get no credit. You see, it's no credit to you, and you shouldn't get any credit. But sitting on a beach, I can't even remember the substance, but something like this, or maybe something like this. I'm not sure, but sitting on a beach, meditating, holding my hands like this, and in the middle of the meditation, I become aware of something like a bug or something is on my hand and it's like tickling me. And so I ignore it, and then, and then I come back to it, and then it feels fairly substantial. Maybe I should check this out. So then finally I open my eyes, and I look down, and there's a crab. And the crab is cleaning my fingernails. And the crab cleans all of my fingernails, and then runs across my lap and cleans all of the fingernails on the other hand. Well, what this is just sitting still and letting nature be what it wants to be and letting it manifest its intentionality. We tear through and bust up and smash apart, and then we say, well, that was a nice hike in the woods, And always, if you will go into the forest and sit down, and it's about finding the time of the place. And in the time of the place, the magic is coming and going in a way that if you're moving faster or slower, it just isn't there. And I've often had experiences that I felt that were connected with psychedelics, but the main function of the psychedelic was to get me to be still for a long time. Kat had a wonderful experience on a Mexican pyramid. She was exploring it. She took LSD or something and fell asleep. And when she woke up, the tree she had been sleeping in, that she had been staring into the branches before she fell asleep, and so had a very clear picture of it. When she awakened, a very large snake had shed its skin directly above her in the branches of the trees. Well, part of this is the doorway into coincidence, but part of it is magical attunement with what wants to be. This is what I think Kay must have been indicating. This is not language. This is communication. This is, the breath of the Tao. And everything that we say betrays this. So, feng shui, geomancy, an elaborate theory about energy flowing through the earth. As a verbal model, to me, quite unconvincing. As a set of feelings about the world, as a sense of the intentionality of place, incontrovertibly true. I said earlier, maybe we lie. Maybe language is to allow us to lie. But language betrays communication. Well, then we have to find our way into either silence or gesture or dance or song, some way of unbridling the horse we ride so that it can take us where it wants to go, which is back into this place where ego isn't grabbing. Because you see, it must be so that if the magic retreats from each one of us in the wilderness, how much more then it must retreat from us as a community, en masse, as a planetary species. So we live in a domain of triviality that we have created. We have trivialized the world. The elves, the fairies, the water sprites, the energies that flow in the earth with the seasons, the movement of the stars, the machinery of being, the drama of life and death. We push all this away, and we hold ourselves above it. Death is sanitized, birth is sanitized, everything is made less authentic, as though we are somehow threatened by the authenticity of being. Why are we threatened by the authenticity of being? Why does it take such tremendously powerful hallucinogenic agents to put us where we should be operating in terms of our pattern of caring for the world and for each other. And this is a real question, I think. It goes hand in hand with the question that I think is very worthwhile for the group to try and deal with, which is, if psychedelics are so wonderful, are we better people? And if they are wonderful and we're not better people, then why not? What precisely is our relationship to people who know nothing of this? Is this a way? Is it the way? Is it no way at all? How does the mystical vision feed back into how we are with and for each other? Are we doing enough with that? Are we, do we exemplify enough what we know and what we feel? And if we don't, how can we? Because this is our faith, I believe, that we have something precious that we want to give to those who are operating without awareness of it. But before you give something away, you have to wonder after the consequences. I don't have answers to this. This is the question that should hover over our lives. Do we embody the radiant correctness of what we say we are pursuing? I certainly feel that I am a flawed and fragile vessel for this. I mean, my strength is my ordinariness. It must be. It's the only suit I can play. So that must have been the idea, that it would be Joe anybody. But how can we make it live for ourselves? And this is a problem with the evolution of language, the evolution of communication, of caring, of intent, and then of implementing the vision. I don't know, maybe I'm impatient. Maybe it's happening. And maybe the awareness of the changing earth, the awareness of the needs of the earth, the awareness of the needs of women, the awareness of social injustice generally, is all part of this thing. I had a very satisfying experience recently. A guy, a publisher, an editor, came to see Kat and I from Australia. And we talked about all this stuff, and he was a fellow psychedelico. And he said, nobody had ever said this to me before, he said, from where I'm sitting, I think that you're winning. And by your winning, what he meant was that inch by inch by inch, the dream is actually gaining ground. There will be a second hearing. There will be an appeal from the absolute judgments of 20 years ago. Well, then in that case, it devolves upon all of us to embody this thing and to not cut corners and to as it says in the Grateful Dead song, try just a little bit harder, just a little bit more. And I think doing that, and a lot of it is a letting go. It's not a pushing into, it's a letting go. Then the magic draws close. I mean, nature loves courage. You've heard me say this. The way nature shows her love of courage is by removing obstacles. That's how the shaman can dance in the waterfall. He can't dance in the waterfall except that he's so damn courageous that God suspends the laws of physics in the face of such faith. It's something like that. It's the courage to be. The courage to be. To be is to dance in the waterfall. And I'm really not, if it sounds like I'm berating you, I'm not. I'm speaking, you're serving as a screen for my own psychotherapeutic process, because I clutch at many levels. But fortunately, and thank God, there were enough instances of recklessness and sheer error and pure madness and peer pressure and all of these things that I got a taste. And I think you all have a taste. That's what unites us in trying to run this thing to ground. And it's the heart of it that is so hard to talk about. I mean, I skim the ideas off the depth of a sea of heart whose boundaries cannot be taken, because that's my style. But the unsaid part, the dizziness of the things unsaid. Remember the poem by Trumbull Stickney? I lean over your meaning's edge, and I feel the dizziness of the things you have not said. And the dizziness of the things unsaid, for us fans of dizziness, is ecstasy, the vertigo. Weren't we first spun in the schoolyard? Wasn't that your first altered state of consciousness? To be spun and spun until you fall down and watch the world move around? It's the dizziness of the things unsaid. That's a real problem for me. I'm a sayer. But it's worth invoking it, if only to let it resonate in the silence. Well, there are different things here. There's a lot of good in psychedelics that is not what I've been talking about today. A lot of people are hurting. A lot of people have traumatic past histories. A lot of people need to be, unplugged, cleaned out, straightened out. I see the psychedelic experience as a birthright, and we can't have a free society until people are free to explore their own minds. It's so obvious. So, I'm as against restricting access to drugs as I am to burning books. It offends me in the same way. People must be free. We are the measure of the political universe, not the state, not the race. These have all been tried with horrible results. Individual human beings must be free. Anything which ameliorates that has to be looked at very, very carefully. Sexuality and the restriction of information access and understanding that revolved around that issue for the past 500 years just shows me that we don't want to go into that with the mind. Because anything can be taboo. Your genitals don't have to be taboo. Your mind could be taboo. Anything could be taboo. But the presence of the taboo is so destructive and alienating, and so makes community so impossible that we have to take individual men and women and we have to make them free. That is the system where freedom has to be maximized. I don't say that we have to convert these people to the existence of magic. In fact, we don't have to convert them to anything. The nature of the beast, meaning the nature of these hallucinogens, will set the agenda once we are free to inquire. That's all. Freedom of inquiry. Well, on one level, you're right. The laws are totally irrelevant. We ignore them. So does everyone else. You mean we worry about them? styles of taking and styles of getting together. Yeah. Well, this is like the same question about sexuality or automobiles or anything. Obviously, though we say all people are created equal, we don't sell guns to 8-year-olds and this sort of thing. But within the context of reasonable people attempting to reach reasonable positions, I think this should be as free as possible. I think there should be an institution for handling it. You see, if we were a primitive or a pre-literate society, there would be shamans who would be professionals, and they would take out the adolescent boys and the adolescent girls and put them through ceremonies that would inculcate them into the secret life and belief systems of the tribe, and then certain ones would be selected out to be the shamans of the next generation. We don't have any kind of institution like that. Part of my motivation for a public career is the belief that psychotherapy could be this. The motivation behind psychotherapy is entirely correct. But how can we make it real, you know? Shamanism does this. You see, I wouldn't go to a shaman for a cure if I had carcinoma or something like that. I regard them as most effective in the realm of mental problems, psychological conditions. This is why when ethnobotany got started, the first things that are looked at are the psychoactive plants. Because if a shaman tells you this will cause you to see visions, he's probably correct. But if he tells you this will cure a disease, this is less certainly so, because the concept of curing disease is a more Western notion. The concept of restoring neurotic imbalance seems to be pretty generalized worldwide. I think that if you're interested in drugs, the first stop is the library, and it's a long stop, and you educate yourself. This all seems very natural to me. This is how I did it, and how all my friends did it. In the early 1960s, there were articles in newspapers about morning glory seeds and this kind of thing. We followed up and learned how to use scientific literature to figure out dosages and all of this kind of thing. For me, I take drugs seriously. So I also I'm perfectly aware of their capacity to cause a problem. So you want to be educated. You want to have all the information. So people, number one, have to be educated. And then they have to be given the freedom to decide. Now, inevitably, certain people will evolve pathological lifestyles of addiction, dependency, and abuse. But those people usually can evolve these lifestyles there are perfectly legal avenues to evolve these lifestyles. Alcohol is obviously more conducive to these maladaptive lifestyles than almost anything else. If I were totally juiced, you could tell it. If I were a lifelong junkie and I had just shot, I could deliver this lecture. It wouldn't trigger any awareness in you. So the debilitating, damaging, maladaptive drugs are all legal. And what is restricted then is stuff which gives you funny ideas. That's the problem, the funny ideas category. Well, put that way, it doesn't take long to see why. Because funny ideas are very problematic for institutions. On the other hand, funny ideas are the life breath of creativity. So who are we going to make comfortable? A bunch of control freaks? See, I think it was really a mistake in the 60s to try and take society away from the people who want to run it. To wage revolution with psychedelic drugs, where I don't know if those people realized, but their weapon was effective enough that the world's first nuclear power was quaking in its boots. Because you could produce 10, 20, 40 million hits of LSD. Well, so that's terrifying to an establishment, because what if you changed 20, 60, 40 million minds? But if it can be kept in a human scale, where you say out in California, people hang out at Esalen and then they take off their clothes and then they meditate and then a few of them go on to drugs. This doesn't threaten anybody. The way in which LSD was used to thumb noses at the establishment brought trouble. It, I don't think, should have been seen as a direct tool of social and political action. It should have been handled as an adjunct to creativity. Its agenda would have surfaced. We would have ended up in a better place. This is what Aldous Huxley wanted to do, you know. He felt that you go to the people, to the power freaks, in a non-threatening way. You don't say to them, hey, Mr. Dean, hey, Mr. President, 100,000 acid heads have surrounded your administration building, and if you don't accede to these 15 non-negotiable demands, we're going to pull the place apart. But no, you send his friend that he went to Yale with to him, who says, you know, a few of us have been getting together and there's really this extraordinary thing happening and we think you should be brought in on this. This is going to be tremendous. But it polarized. I find it hard to understand. I mean, I like Leary very much, and Metzner is a close personal friend of mine, but I'm now 42 years old. I'm the age Leary was when he was fired from Harvard. If I were fired from Esalen, so to speak, my response would not to be a tour of the major campuses of America to set the troops marching and sending the checks home to mom and dad. I'm delighted that people 16 to 25 are interested in what I have to say, but I don't see myself as the Pope of the Children's Crusade. It's not like that at all. We need to reach creative people in all levels of society and in all positions of power. Creative people will respond to this. It is, after all, a personal thing. It's a personal thing. The revolution that wanted to give everybody LSD also wanted to have sex in the streets. This was a banner. I've shouted it myself through the streets. But hey, is that going to do a lot for relationships? To have an orgy at the corner of Bancroft and Telegraph? Will this make us all better able to relate to our significant other? I'm not sure. So I think a lighter touch. What was also absent in the 60s was any awareness of tradition. People thought that LSD came from God via Albert Hoffman. They didn't realize that shamanism was about this. They didn't realize that that there was a huge body of evidence that they could call on to support their position. which was, this is what religion really was about for the first 1,000,000 years, and this is what ecstasy was about before it became about, silent prayer and abstention and rejection of the senses and all of this stuff. So that really, I think, was the revolution and contribution of the 70s, the anthropological angle. I mean, it's pretty startling to read 1970s or 1960s LSD literature that has not been edited or amended since. If you want to look at this, take a look at Stephen Gaskin's book, Amazing Dope Tales. The book was published in 1969, so it's completely uncontaminated by the shifts in consciousness of the 70s and the 80s. Well, it's an astonishingly unspiritual book. What people seem to do on LSD back in the Haight-Ashbury, a lot of them, was what was called power tripping and ego tripping. And people played games with other people who were on it. Power games, sex games, control games. And there wasn't a sense of the sacred dimension. All the metaphors are drawn from the transcendent realms of Mahayana Buddhism. Enlightenment, bardo, nirvana, white light, ego death. Lot about ego death. I barely ever hear that pass my lips. I mean, I talk about diminishing the ego, but I don't conceive it as a dissolving into whiteness. I conceive it as a coming to terms with the world that wants to be recognized all around us. So we have evolved the language. We have created dimensions for the experience that we didn't have before. And I think we still are. I mean, LSD was a love drug, but it was a kind of collective. You loved your tribe. You loved your affinity group. Mushrooms brought in this connection to nature. And mushrooms were not available. Psilocybin was rare as hen's teeth until 1975. I mean, I know because I sought it, and my brother and I wrote the book that we did specifically so that people could have mushrooms. And I know who our competitors were and when those publication dates were. And it just did not exist unless you were very close to the, inner high mucky mucks of psychedelica. I only once took something which was said to be synthetic psilocybin, because I didn't know anybody. I was a spear carrier back in the golden age. And what the mushrooms brought in was, for a lot of people, access to hallucinations. LSD is quite mental. You have to be of a certain inner constitution, or you have to take a lot to have hallucinations. And then the hallucinations are of a certain character. Psilocybin, by being visibly from the earth, and by having this tremendous synergistic effect on the vision-producing part of the brain, empowered the extraterrestrial rap, the fairies. That was not seriously part of the LSD phenomenon, and so forth. So I think, it evolves in time. We are filling in the pieces, and there are probably dimensions yet to come that we all will be involved in. I mean, I assume many of you will end up psychotherapists, educators, writers, people who will make an impact on society through ideas and through the teaching and the imposition of methods. And so this has to be part of the armamentarium, because it is so salutary to all our concerns. I don't know that they do. You might ask Angie Arian. she's the resident authority on the Basques. I know they're into something called the light work, and I know they're herders from way back, shepherds, people who follow cattle. Probably were into all of this stuff very early. You know, Maria Sabina, the great mushroom shamaness of Huatla, always claimed that she really had never been taught about the mushrooms, that she discovered as a girl, hungry for food. She was left to tend the cattle, and she experimented with these things. It's certainly generally conceded that astrology, astronomy, observation of the stars was something that shepherds were the first people to pay attention to, because they stayed up all night and watched their flocks and observed the horizon. This connection with domesticated animals, whether the Basques today use psychedelic plants, I couldn't say. Most Europeans don't, and the history of Europe is poor in instances of psychedelic use because the flora of Europe is poor. There are daturas, and there's henbane and monkshood and opium brought in and hashish, but it's not a psychedelic ecosystem at all. Well, it clearly isn't the only path. It may be the only path to a certain place, but if that's not the place you want to go, then you would follow a different path. They bring you to the discovery that everything you know is wrong, period. If you are not interested in having that experience, and many people aren't, I mean, many people, when they get to the goal of drugs, say, okay, that's it, I'm finished with drugs, now I know. I didn't need to know that, and I'm sorry I found out. You have to have a taste for the weird, the bizarre, the outre, the beyond. It's an edge phenomenon. It's a 12th house phenomenon. It's a scorpionic kind of thing. The other objection that you raise, that it's artificial, well, I agree in some sense, in that I don't like synthetic drugs. But the banner under which the entire new paradigm is operating is that it is an illusion that there is an inside and an outside. It is an illusion that there is a self and world. So we cannot, if you believe that it's artificial, you already are deeply committed to a dualistic view of the place of the person in the world. It's the ordinary view that people are distinct from the world. There may be philosophical churches here that can't be reconciled. I'm basically some kind of a phenomenologist. When you begin to analyze perception, it can be analyzed different ways. My analysis leads me to think that the distinction between real and unreal is a misunderstanding, and that in fact all these distinctions between self and world, between real and unreal, between inner and outer, these are in fact the very boundaries that it dissolves. So it will change you a lot then to dissolve those boundaries, because they will then be seen by you as merely opinions rather than discoveries about how the world really is. Psychedelics don't say how the world really is. They say how the world really isn't. That's what they always do, is they negate. They say, no, it isn't that, and it isn't that, and it isn't even that. So they're not offering a kind of replacement faith. It's really a religion of doubt. This is what drives people crazy. They say, well, you don't believe in anything. Damn right. It wasn't easy to get to this place of not believing in anything. But it's not an existential abandonment. It's not like, I don't believe in anything. It's that in order to be free, I must not believe anything. Then all things can be freely commanded in the mind. And that's what psychedelics show. They say everything you think is wrong, even what you think now is wrong. Therefore, even your most advanced thoughts are provisional. Therefore, if you like thinking, think, but don't think that thinking is somehow important. It really isn't. But it's hard to learn that. And the only way I've been able to learn it, I am, like a cured alcoholic, except I'm a cured materialist. I thought that I could prove the correctness of materialism by taking drugs. And then I would see that all these people were wrong about the power of drugs. They were just soft heads. And I would survive the experience and keep my skepticism intact. But what did I know? It was quicksand, and now I'm what I am. Because I got in over my head. Your attitude is the correct attitude until reality makes it impossible to have that opinion any longer. That's the reasonable, anybody should have that attitude until reality forces them to think something else. I would much rather have that attitude than the attitude that, Babaji is God, or, because I perform this particular ritual in this particular constellation, I don't have to be a decent human being. But experience, this is the appalling thing about these drugs. They are forms of experience. And that's all you can have. People who choose to go through life without the experience will form a set of impressions about reality based on the lack of that particular data. We can't all know everything about everything or all go everywhere. So the only reasonable position in a spiritual quest which revolves around experiences is to be true to yourself. Be true to yourself. Try to think as clearly as possible. Try to transcend limitations, and then see where it gets you. And the other thing is, of course, you spoke of drugs, and I replied to your objection in terms of drugs, but there are all kinds of drugs that I wouldn't take on a bet. And there are all kinds of experiences that you can assure me will be good for me, and I will still perversely avoid them because I don't want those experiences. I know already. Well, the drugs that I'm advocating, their greatest enthusiasts do them least often because it's so appalling. It is not recreation. You may call it recreation, but when you actually approach the big ones, your heart pounds, your palms sweat. You wish you'd chosen back at the ashram or something. No, I don't advocate living in a haze of drug-induced perception. I may, but I don't advocate it. and the big ones, it takes months to assimilate a large psychedelic trip. No, the purpose is to enrich the here and now, to enrich the down state, to bring, because this is where we live, after all. I mean, this is where we live. And also, you know, it might as well be said, people who take drugs all the time are getting the wrong effect. I mean, your system just adapts. Everything becomes like caffeine after a while. It either becomes like caffeine or it becomes like opium. It either puts you to sleep or it wires you up. So it's about doing it with attention and in a ritual setting and at high enough doses that you get somewhere. I mean, I think the worst thing you can do is diddle with low doses. The nibblers of this world are no friends of mine, you know. It should be overwhelming, and it should be an act of courage. What I've said in other situations like this is, if you're not afraid, then you're not doing either the right drug or enough of the right drug. If in the privacy of your own mind you're not afraid, then you're just probably out for a good time. And I have nothing against having a good time, but I actually like having a good time without drugs, because when I have a drug going, I feel an obligation to go to work. You know? Think, look, understand. Well, this is why we might question the wisdom of uniting the idea of psychedelic exploration with late adolescence. Is that a good idea? To take people 16 to 25 who are trying to come to terms with being independent in the world, defining their sexuality, leaving their parents' home and getting a life for themselves, and then we add on, oh yes, and there's one more thing, you have to put up with this. I don't know. I think people pretty much have to self-select. Since we cannot legally organize. See, if we could legally organize, there would be a network of shamans and who would be sitters, who when someone wanted to do a certain drug, they would say, well, who sits good, who sits well for this? And then you would go, and that person would train you in whatever they had to teach, which would be diet, breath control, postures, mudras, dances, rituals. They would train you, and the last thing that they would bring onto the scene would be the hallucinogen. Our situation is different and a real problem. This is why we have to hold meetings like this. We're like somebody walking along a beach who comes upon a sailboat and decides they're going to learn to sail. Well, can they learn to sail before they sink the boat? That's the question. And it's going to depend on how smart they are to begin with, how the weather is that day, how the tides are that day. They may not. We're trying to do the most difficult of all things, which is bootstrap ourselves, none of us knowing any more than any of the rest of us, bootstrap ourselves to a new level of talking about this. What we have to do, I think, in this situation is each of us tell our story. Somebody thought it was wonderful. Somebody thought it was terrible. Each tell our story and then try to create a set of techniques out of that works. This is what I've been doing for 25 years. I mean, when we first got together, my peers at Cal, all we did, I mean, we took drugs a lot, but what we really did was we talked about it an awful lot. What is it? Trying to understand it, trying to compete with each other for the metaphors that would encapsulate it. And out of this has come a very grassroots kind of consensus, I think, which unites ideas like shamanism, an invisible world, the importance of holding down ego, the importance of paying attention, that nature is somehow a friend and an ally. We're putting it together ourselves. It isn't a science, it's an art. Shamanism is an art. And we take what we can get from all of these other traditions. Maybe we're doing better than we think. You know? I mean, I've had the experience in the Amazon of talking with a shaman, and we're talking about something, how he uses a certain plant or something. And then I would say, well, you know, the so-and-so tribe, they know this plant and they use it in the following way. And then the guy would say, well, how do you know that? That's amazing. Well, I know it because I read Harvard Museum botanical leaflets where this anthropological data is deployed. So while we don't have a grizzled old master shaman hung with bones and beads to guide us through, what we do have is a huge amount of ethnographic data and material collected in all parts of the world about how people on all kinds of levels of culture, but many of them pre-literate, handle these problems. So what we have is a kind of generic shamanism. And if we can infuse it with life, it will probably work for us. I'm very happy to see that the ayahuasca is coming up out of the Amazon, and that people are trying to form circles. They're trying to do it right. One reason they're trying to do it right is because there is so little of this that you have to convince somebody that you're worthy before you even get invited. So it's not something that is just handed out to everyone. But if we could create a generic shamanism that we could infuse with life, I think we could probably create a series of interlocking institutions and rituals that would make this more accessible to other people. I have great admiration for the sitters, for the guides. I mean, I won't do that. I worry too much. I'm too susceptible to the transference. I am so empathetic with people on high doses of these things that I can't stand to be around them. But it's a different calling. So I don't consider myself a shaman. I'm more like, court jester and village bard. But the shaman is the person who will actually give you the techniques, whatever they may be, whether they're substances or rituals, give you the techniques to carry you into the place. It's difficult what we're trying to do because we were robbed a long time ago of this birthright. This is different than recreating a dance or a sweat lodge or something like that, because this is all in the mind and in the heart. Yeah.
Where this can go.
You're right, we're hoist on our own petard. Well, nobody said that knowledge is, that the pursuit of knowledge is not a dangerous path. I mean, I'm not sure that it can be entirely sanitized. And there's something else to be said about all this. I say we have to create these shamanic forms ourselves. We have to bootstrap ourselves to a generic shamanism. But in fact, we have the most powerful ally which the traditional shamans had, and that is the plants. The plants teach. Fundamentally, shamanism is a one-to-one relationship between a person and a plant. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. If you don't, it just sounds like somebody's advocating that you talk to lettuces. But I didn't believe it myself until I got into the domain where it was happening. Nature wants to communicate. She wants us to pick up the telephone. She wants us to direct our attention toward the idea that nature can present itself as real communication. If we could let down into that, then the crab that cleans our fingernails, or the snake that sheds its skin above us in the tree, these things then become the teacher. I mean, this is what the mushroom says. It says, you don't need the teacher. I am the teacher. And it is but for you to recognize and come to terms with that. It's not a tough row to hoe, and maybe it's not for everybody, and maybe we are misguided to seek to expand our circle larger. I mean, maybe what we should seek to do is to deepen the experience and connections within our circle. This is another way to do it. You know, human beings don't believe in anything unless it's a mass movement. But when it's something from the heart, maybe the real authentication of it comes from a deeper personal commitment. Well, why don't we knock off for today? The first thing I wanted to talk about was because the summer solstice is a great pagan celebration, and because I think we self-consciously celebrate it with the sense that we are participating in something which goes slightly against the grain of the dominator culture in which we're embedded, and because that culture has made a paragon of reason, I thought it might be fun tonight to just talk a little bit about reason and intuition and the forms and the politics that attend each. So let me dig into this a little and think aloud. Reason, which is always held up as the path to true understanding, has two forms. They are called deduction and induction, and all forms of reason can be subsumed under these two types. Now, deduction, which is considered the stronger form of reason, is called reasoning from first principles, and it works like this. You start from an idea which cannot be proven. You accept it as given, and you reason outward from it. An example that is familiar to all of us would be Euclid's elements of plane geometry. You start with what appears to be an incontrovertible truth, or what we agree appears to be an incontrovertible truth. In the case of Euclid, propositions such as parallel lines never cross, never meet. Well, you can imagine a railroad in your head and run your mind along it to infinity, and then you've inspected the infinite railroad, and lo and behold, at no point did the rails cross. So you accept this as true. Then you can reason from it. Now, in the case of the Euclidean proposition that parallel lines don't meet, you test the truth of it by carrying out this imaginary inspection of the items involved and verifying that the statement appears true in all cases that you can imagine. But other branches of human knowledge also use deduction. Interestingly enough, theology. So theology reasons like in the following manner. God exists. This is perhaps not Christian theology, this is a generic theology. God exists, because Christian theology would seek to go further back and prove, in some cases, such as in scholasticism, that God exists. But let's just start with the given assumption that God exists, and then a second assumption, and God loves us. Given these two assumptions, then deduction goes to work and elaborates an explanation for why we are not with God, how we can get to God, and so forth and so on. So deduction is useful. Notice that my two examples have been drawn from, in the case of Euclid, mathematics, in the case of the second case from theology, a branch of philosophy. So deduction seems to have an important role in these abstract systems. But remember, I said it was one of two forms of reasoning that are ordinarily dealt with. Now, the second form of reasoning is, to my mind, more interesting. The second form of reasoning is induction, not deduction, induction. And induction, for those who believe in it, is thought to be, without doubt, a superior form of reasoning to deduction, because it leads to a control and a manipulation of real consequences in the world. Okay, what is induction, and how it works, and how does it work? Well, it works like this. When I hit the water with a shovel, it makes a splash. Every time I hit the water with the shovel, it makes a splash. Therefore, this is the leap, the therefore, shovels can be used to make water splash. Now, notice what is interesting about this in contrast to deduction is that there is no untested first principle. You don't state something and then reason from it. You make repetitious observations, and then those observations which are most repetitious you raise to the status of laws. Induction. And this was abhorrent to philosophical thinkers, because it doesn't have this Aristotelian purity that deduction has. It doesn't have this mathematical elegance. It's messy. It's all down in the world, observing and comparing and repeating experimentally procedures. But nevertheless, out of inductive reasoning comes the structure of modern science. Okay. But now there's a funny thing about induction. It's making an unstated assumption about time. It is making the assumption that time is invariant. Because what it is saying is, if A precedes B in 1,000 cases, then it is likely that A will precede B in the 1,001st case. In other words, it's a probabilistic theory. It assumes that probabilistic laws give momentum to repetitious observation. Now the question is this so? And the answer is, well, it's so in some cases, but not in the most interesting cases. The most interesting cases, I believe, are the cases which lie in the realm of primary experience of being, the felt experience of being. And in that realm, the realm of love affairs, divorces, lawsuits, religions, political upheavals, and that sort of thing, induction is no good guide at all. One love affair does not explain another. One marriage does not illuminate another. One revolution really does not shed light on another. There may be generalizations, but when you live through these things, what you take from them is the uniqueness of the experience. the first principles that are reasoned from in deduction, whether in the realm of a deductive mathematical system like Euclid or a rational theology, these things are seen to rest on foundations of sand because of this problem of the axiom. In mathematics, the axiom appears fairly secure because it's self-evident, such as parallel lines never meet. It rests on its self-evidence to make its appeal to reason. You see, you can see that it is true, though no one has ever figured out how to prove this. You can see that it is true. But when you move from the realm of axioms to the realm of theological first principles, the appeal then is not at all to the obviousness of it, but to the desirability of it, that God exists, that God loves us. We hope these things are true, but they are certainly not self-evident in the scheme of things from the point of view of most of us. So what this shows then, I think, is that in the matter of deeper things, deductive reasoning rests only on the appeal that hope can lend to its case. Okay, so for me, this is a critique of deduction. Now, what about induction? I referred to the fact that its premises rest on this notion of temporal invariance, which seems to be true only for the grossest of phenomena. Science has made great hay in that dimension by creating laws which are essentially predictive laws of cyclical phenomena that define for us what part of reality goes around and comes around. In other words, we can predict simple phenomena involving the mechanical orbits in gravitational fields. We can make simple predictions about the end results of certain chemical processes, certain nuclear processes, so forth and so on. But when you lay it against the background of nature and experience, it begins to look like pretty thin soup. It's no basis for claiming epistemic preeminence. And this is the point that I want to make. Science claims epistemic preeminence. That means that science doesn't say, we are an ideology like Buddhism and Taoism and the Tarot. They say, we are a metasystem. We shall judge all other systems in our scales. Well, this is politics, but not good philosophy, because there is no basis for this claim to epistemic preeminence. So, this somewhat egghead rave is supposed to pass for a pagan polemic on the summer solstice, because it's an attack on the foundations of reason itself. And as you know, when reason goes, barbarism and madness cannot be far behind. And as a self-declared philosophical anarchist, as in fact the founding member of the Henri Poincaré Anarchist International, our motto is chaos is order. I believe that it's entirely appropriate to carry out an attack on reason. Okay, so then what are we left with? Well, what we're left with is intuition. Intuition. And what is it and how does it work? Well, it's a feeling into things that comes to answers and leaves no trail. That's the thing. It leaves no trail. So you have it, but you haven't the argument for it. And so its power must reside in its truthfulness. So the power of intuition lies in its ability to express truth in contravention to the forward flow of logic and casuistry. Well, is it always to be this, you know how the Tao is presented as this Eastern concept that you can barely wrap your mind around and that hovers at the edge of intelligibility? Well, really, in these so-called obscure Oriental philosophical stances always turn out to have a corollary in Western thinking, and the corollary to the Tao, to Taoism, is intuitionalism, is, an ability to sense the constraints and opportunities in the moment and act through it. Intuition. And intuition is always presented in the dominator society as 1 vague, 2 feminine, 3 unreliable. But this is simply because of this bias toward deductive and inductive systems whose falsity I have just demonstrated to you. In fact, in the felt domain of experience called living, intuition is how most of us, even the most self-defined as non-intuitional, are operating. Intuition is a kind of field processing of both the foreground and the background of experience. It's a gestalt understanding that is subliminal and that leads the whole organism through an invisible set of creodes towards the maximizing of some kind of a goal. Okay, end of Act 1. The second act opens in the middle of the 19th century with science responding, albeit unconsciously, to an understanding of what I've just said. The inadequacy of reason, the necessity of intuition, and yet all this going on in a domain of Victorian gentlemen with beards to their belts and a world where pianos wore pants. So, it worked its way out subtly in the notion of evolution. And evolution is a very interesting concept that even those of us who profess to believe in it, I think, don't fully grasp, what comes in this package. We all are taught that in the 19th century, a great struggle was waged between science and religion because science had the audacity to suggest that human beings were descended from the great apes. And we all know who took what sides and the kind of polemics that were raised, and we all know the happy ending of this story with the great triumph of modern evolutionary biology. However, that, to my mind, looking at it from the point of view of a philosopher, is all sham. Or it's like the 11 o'clock news version of what actually happened. That's how rather silly people understood the great intellectual watershed struggle of the 19th century. That is not, in fact, what it was about. That's not what it was about. The outrageous assertion of the evolutionists, of Darwin particularly, and his school, was not that human beings were descended from the great apes. In fact, the outrageous assertion wasn't even contained in the part of the manuscript that was called The Descent of Man. You recall it was called The Origin of Species and the Descent of Man, and where the real kicker was lodged was in The Origin of Species. Why? Because Darwin set out to show that nature could be the product of processes without purpose. That was the bit that brought the roof down. Ordinary people couldn't understand this. This is called the so-called teleological issue. But this is what brought the Christian church roaring to its feet in confrontation with evolutionary biology. The assertion that nature could be accounted for by processes that were not guided toward a higher end by a higher power, that simply random molecular processes and then pressures of environmental selection could cause to come to be animals, plants, and ultimately human beings. But the fight was over teleology. The fight was over whether or not the universe has a purpose toward which all creation moves ineluctably, or whether nature is what the Darwinists called it, which was trendlessly fluctuating. Trendlessly fluctuating. So it was an attack on God, not the divinity, not the divine status of man. That was peanuts in this poker game. It was an attack on the need for God per se as an efficient cause in the machinery of universal being. Well, it's a very interesting question and a very interesting struggle because we are still caught up in it. American transcendentalism, while all this was going on in England, American transcendentalism was exploring the transcendental realms of the human spirit cast against the background of the American landscape. And this question of the telos in nature was, to make friends, lifelong friends into enemies and sunder families. Alfred Russel Wallace, who was the co-discoverer of evolution with Darwin, really preceded him. He had a fever. He was a professional butterfly collector, as I was once in my youth. And on the island of Ternate in eastern Indonesia, Wallace fell into a malarial fever. And at the height of this fever, he wrote down a page and a half of scribbling, which when he came down from this illness and read it, it seemed to hold up. And what he had discovered was what all biology was seeking, what he called the solution to the problem of the species. And he looked at this thing, and what it was a description of natural selection. And it seemed to work. Well, Wallace was from the lower classes, had made his living in England as a surveyor, was essentially a field biologist because he was not accepted by the gentleman scientists of England. He didn't know where to turn, so he fired off a letter to the only person he could think of to ask, who was the greatest biologist of the day, Charles Darwin, at home in England in his garden, working over 20 years of notes on the problem of the species. When Darwin got this letter from this unknown character, postmarked Ambon, Dutch East Indies, and read it, he paled visibly. And he went to his friend, Sir Charles Lyell, who was the greatest geologist of the day, the proponent of catastrophism, and was to develop into one of the great defenders of Darwin's theory. He went to Charles Lyell and said, I've been working 20 years on this idea. This came in the post. This is it. It's all here. And Lyell said, don't worry, my friend. We will schedule 2 papers to be delivered at the Royal Society. They will be delivered on the same evening, and yours shall be first. And so it was. And so it comes down to us as Darwin's theory of evolution. But in fact, in a way, for philosophical purists, it may have been better that way, because Wallace, who was in many ways a deeper thinker than Darwin, was a Fabian socialist, was fascinated by paranormal phenomena, as well as being interested in electricity, biogeography, anthropology, truly one of the last of the great polymaths. Wallace was unable to take the final step on the question of teleology. And he said, I cannot believe that random processes ameliorated by natural selection can give rise to a creature such as man. So this was the break in the 19th century, and it arises out of the earlier foundation of the struggle between intuition and reason. I mean, I think our intuition must place us in Wallace's camp, that there is a telos of some sort. There is an omega point toward which all creation, however unsteadily, moves. And it is because of this omega point that we do live in a cosmos and not a chaos, not simply a raging confusion, but something that is structured and ordered. Well, in spite of the fact that evolution was seeking to serve the most rigorous scientific desires to exclude teleology and to exclude God from the process of the natural world, it introduced a bizarre concept which cut against its own purposes. The concept is a kind of progress in nature where previously none had been, so that from Aristotle to the 19th century, what you have as a theory of nature is what's called the great chain of being, or the great ladder of being. And it stretches from God through the archangels, the cherubim, down man, then the animal kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, so forth and so on. But it is imagined as static, as put in place by the fiat lux of creation, set in place for all time. What Darwin did was to see it as not a great chain of being, but as an escalator of being. He added the notion of progressive movement toward higher and higher forms, more and more complex manifestations of the intrinsic ingression of novelty into actual events. And this idea is very, very interesting and cogent and pregnant with possibility for all of us and our world. You see, what it is really is it's a recasting of an idea that had been banished for several centuries from Western thinking. It is the alchemical idea that nature is driving to perfect itself. This was what the alchemists believed. They believed that through time, lesser metals became gold, and that what the alchemist was trying to do was to compress time. He was trying to catalyze a natural process so that what took thousands, in their imagination, of years in the body of the earth could be compressed into days or weeks in the alembic of the alchemists. Well, as science defined itself throughout the 17th and 18th century under the impetus of Descartes and Kant and all of these people, this notion of the world as a distillate apparatus was given up. But it returns in the idea of evolution, and we inherit it in the social world. Now, this is a delicate point, there is something called social Darwinism, otherwise known as fascism. Social Darwinism uses a very vulgar understanding of evolutionary dynamics to justify class oppression by saying that it must be right that some people have their foot on other people's necks, because isn't this what nature is about? Struggle of the fittest and survival of the longest fang, the swiftest claw, the sharpest tooth. Well, the answer is no, absolutely not. This rests on an understanding of nature that was in vogue 150 years ago, that is not in vogue now. That's what you see when you look at nature in the human dimension. But when you analyze nature as an integrated system of chemical reactions, gene transfer, catalytic self-regulating activities, hypercycles of energy, nutrients, and metabolism, when you analyze nature from that point of view, you see that it seeks to maximize cooperation, connectedness, mutual interdependability is the thing which holds the whole thing together. And the species that is most successful is not the species that can dominate all others. It's the species that can make itself indispensable to all others. Look at the evolutionary success of the bacteria. You know, they settled in for the long haul, and no higher form of life can operate without them. And so the possibility of bacteria becoming extinct is laughable. I mean, they'll be the last to go because they have made themselves indispensable. This idea then of evolution has strongly entered the human world, and science hates this. I had somebody once say to me, if it doesn't involve genes, it ain't evolution. And you should not use the word evolution to describe progressive change. They didn't like that. They said evolution is a technical term used by biologists, and it applies to genetic material only. Books do not evolve, social systems do not evolve, corporations, relationships do not evolve. This is a misuse of the word. Well, since then, evolutionary thinkers like C.H. Waddington, Eric Jantsch, Wes Churchman, Paul Feyerabend, Irvin Laszlo have, I think by the sheer force and volume of their writings, overwhelmed this notion and reclaimed evolution as a much broader concept than it was understood to be in the 19th century. Evolution is now understood to be the triumphant march out of chaos into order, connectedness, self-expression, and self-reflection that begins with the first moments following the Big Bang. In other words, we have we have atomic evolution, evolution of atomic systems as electrons settle down into stable orbits. We have chemical evolution into more and more complex molecular forms, which finally become polymers. These polymers further evolve into complex intergetic systems capable of self-replication, motility, and eventually, the writing of operas. So what we see when we look at the universe is that you have to be blind to this progressive tendency that has worked its will with the random plasma of pure electrons, with the chemistry of stars, with the molecular chemistry of primitive planets, with plant and animal life, with human epigenetic coding systems, carving, dance, ritual, vocalization, magic, and this process proceeds right up into the 20th century with this phenomenon that we all give some credence to the notion that we are living in a period of compressed time. Well, so what are we to do with that? I think what we have to do is begin then to design this process. It is now moving fast enough that it is within the ken of each one of us to see progressive consolidation of change taking place in the world around us. We as human beings, I think, are destined to be the design and control element in this thing, in this global Gaian process. Never mind that we have done it so badly up to now, because now, meaning the 20th century, is a completely different kind of epistemic world than any world that preceded it. And to the degree that we can shed the inherited behavior patterns of previous centuries, previous cultural styles, and actually take hold of the tools present at hand, we can guide and control this evolutionary process. Culture, as it is in a sense the software of the infrastructure of the global civilization, which is the hardware. We don't need to make major design revisions in the hardware. The hardware is how we produce and move around food, how we produce energy. The major restructuring there is simply a matter of cleaning it up, making it more efficient, less toxic, less enslaved to the notion of making a buck, more enslaved to the notion of serving human needs. So the hardware structure can be pretty much redesigned along the lines that are clear to even the engineering mentalities among us. What is not so clear is that culture can be redefined as software and radically rewritten so that it runs much more smoothly. Now notice that I did not say that we were software or hardware. We are neither. We are the user. And this is the important thing to remember. We are not scripting ourselves into some kind of machine future. We are designing the future that we want to have rather than allowing the blunders of our grandparents to dictate the kind of future we will have. We're very late waking up to the necessity for this. This is because we tend to operate along very short-term goals. It's very hard for us to put in place a project that looks 40 or 50 years ahead. It was interesting, a couple of years ago there was an article in the Whole Earth Review about a chapel at Oxford that the main beam of this chapel, which was an oak beam about so by so, was rotted through with worms and had to be replaced. And it was no problem because 800 years ago an English king planted an oak tree that was to be grown for the specific purpose of replacing this beam when it should need to be replaced. And so this 750-year-old oak tree was cut and the beam hewn and put into place. And it inspired them to plant another oak tree, which is not a bad idea. Okay, well, so that's maybe enough about evolution. Now I want to talk about revolution, which is also in the solstitial theme, because what the solstice marks is the return of the heliacal rising of the sun to a certain fixed star against the background of fixed stars in our calendar system. What it really celebrates is the longest day of the year, the day when the sun makes its most northerly, its deepest incursion into the northern latitudes. It's interesting, the theme of revolution is dealt with in the I Ching, and since, of course, the I Ching was one of the 5 Confucian classics, you might turn to that passage expecting a discourse on political reformations. And when you look at the hexagram revolution, it says nothing about political guidance to revolutionaries. It says instead, the magician is a calendar maker. He measures the seasons and he sets them right. And so the last idea, maybe, that I want to leave with you tonight is a few thoughts about the calendar, because I have fastened on to the calendar as an interesting vehicle for changing people's conceptions of reality. I don't think we realize how thoroughly our worldview is dominated by the unconscious preconceptions that are built into our calendar. The Chinese understood this. This is why when there were great social revolutions, a new calendar was always put in place. We have used the present calendar with a minor correction for 2,000 years, for one entire zodiacal age. And we assume, I assume we assume, that we use this calendar that we do because it must be a very good one, and it must be the best of all, and it must be the simplest. And it is true that when you look back into time, you do find bizarre calendrical arrangements. For instance, I don't know if you knew this, but Roman months counted up to the middle day of the month, and then, like a rocket launching, counted down to the end day of the month. This is why the middle day of Roman months, which was called the Ides, was considered an unlucky day, because that was the day that the upward switched to a downward count. Well, we would find this very clumsy. But notice that what the logic, and we've talked about logic, reason, and deduction this evening. The logic behind our calendar is that it is a good solar calendar. Well, what do we mean by a good solar calendar? Well, calendar makers will tell you that a good solar calendar is a calendar such that on the same day of every year, the sun rises in the same place against the background of the fixed stars. This is what we mean when we say the sun is in Aries. We mean that at dawn, the constellation Aries is blotted out by the heliacal light of the rising sun. But the sun is this solar, masculine, Apollonian archetype. It is the archetype of the ego as God. It is the archetype of the center, the unity. The solar calendar is set up so that we do not have what is called a precession. A precession is where the days slip against the background of the fixed stars. The notion of our calendar is that it is an agricultural calendar, and we want our great agricultural holidays to always fall in the times of harvest and planting. So a solar year must be used. But what this does is it has an underlying assumption which is false and which has been inculcated into our psychology to detrimental ends. And it is this, that this obsession with fixing the solstices and the equinoxes against the fixed stars is the effort to build a structure on the very largest level, the level of the planet itself, to build a structure that is fixed, that is enduring. And the great pride of our calendar is that we say it does not slip. That means it's fixed and enduring. Well, you may not know that the reason it doesn't slip is because there's a fudge factor in it. We're all familiar with the fudge factor of leap year, that every 4 years we have to add a year to keep it okay. But how many of you knew that every century year divisible by 400 is also a leap year, even if it occurs out of sequence? The year 2000 will be such a leap year. It is a century year divisible by 400. So was 1600. And so in that case, you have a leap year, even though the previous or the following year may be a leap year. So there is a fudge factor in the high and mighty solar paternal calendar that keeps it on track. Well, somewhat facetiously, what I propose, at least as a thought model, is an entirely different year length, 384 days. Now, 384 days is an interesting number. It's 13 lunations, precisely 13 lunations. And so we would have, therefore, a need for a 13th month in the calendar. And I propose that the 13th month follow August and precede September and be called Remember. And the month of Remember will be a month of great mnemonic celebration and recovery of the past. It will be a celebration of the past. Well, okay, now we have 13 months. That's wonderful, but we have purchased this 13th month at the expense of 19 days that overshoot the solar year. What about that? Well, instead of viewing that as a problem, as it has always been viewed, let's view it as an opportunity. What happens if you use a day length 19 days longer than the solar year? Well, it means that the great festivals of the solar year, Easter, Christmas, the 4th of July, will, let's call it Independence Day so we don't confuse ourselves because it's going to move, that these great festivals will do what is called precess. Each year they will come 19 days later against the solar year than the year before. So in such a calendrical system, you would be, as a child, Christmas would occur, let us say, in winter. By the time you were in your middle teens, Christmas would be occurring in springtime. By the time you were in your mid-20s, Christmas would be occurring in high summer, and in your mid-30s, it would occur again, it would occur in autumn. And through a life of 60 or 70 years, the solar festivals would migrate through the seasons. Well, this may seem trivial to you, and hey, it may be. But the psychology of it is that it's trying to build in at the highest level a truth which we have lost sight of, which is the idea that everything flows, that everything is impermanent, that flux is the only standard. Flux is the only thing you can depend on. If we gave ourselves permission at the highest and deepest psychological level, the place where we measure time and the spectacle of our life as spread out against the grid of the history that we live through, if we were to give that permission to be portrayed on a grid that emphasized flow, transience, change and recursion, rather than this constipated solar square against the fixed stars, then what we are really doing, you see, is changing archetypes. We are changing archetypes. And what are we changing? We're changing the Apollonian solar paternalistic dominator archetype for the feminine, oceanic, intuitive, giving and taking archetype of flow and life and death and completion through change, rather than completion which seeks to stave off change and then is inevitably swept away and therefore somehow touched with pathos. Well, maybe that's enough. Maybe there are questions. This was somewhat meandering. I'll recap it for you to try and give you the illusion that there was a plan. We began by celebrating the solstice with an attack on reason and logic, and in favor of the primacy of intuition, in spite of its nakedness. Intuition cannot clothe itself in the armor of logic. But I hope I demonstrated to you that the armor of logic is wide mesh chain mail. In fact, it's chicken wire. In fact, it may be chicken shit. So the primacy of intuition, and how that intuition led into a peculiar episode in 19th century science, where committed atheists found themselves serving the recovery of the alchemical ideal through the notion of nature as an engine of telos and progressivism. And then from that, the notion of our own century as the concrescence of this teleological process that is leading everything into deeper and deeper modes of self-reflection and connectedness. And then finally, to put the snake's tail in its mouth, to return to the theme of the solstice, and to offer again a counterpose to the calendar of reason, the calendar of solar paternalism, to offer instead a potential calendar in celebration of flux, change, growth, and feminism, which are the values that are going to have to be maximized if we are going to open a dialogue with our souls and the soul of the planet, and save ourselves from the lethal momentum that so many hundreds of years of dominator culture have imparted to the machinery of our civilization. I mean, we must awaken, and these little probes, games about logic and calendars and shifting perspective on these various issues, this is just a way to promote cognitive activity, to say, you know, the path out of the selva oscura, the path out of the dark wood in which we find ourselves, is cognition, thought, getting smart fast. We have to dance, sing, calculate, and drum our way out of the circumstances into which we have fallen. And to the degree that we can celebrate the irrational, the feminine, the unconscious, the transpersonal, and even the psychedelic, to the degree that we can celebrate these things, we are giving permission for the order that is in nature to manifest. The plan wants to come to be. We have to get out of the way. And what that means is all the tricks in the book to diminish ego as a cultural ideal. I mean, ego is not a male problem, it's not a yuppie problem, it's not a white people problem, it's just a problem. And until we get this higher perspective, we are going to continue to rattle the bars of our cage. The higher perspective depends on seeing things on a scale of thousands of years and potentially millions of light years, a cosmic scale, the correct scale, the scale on which we are truly operating. I mean, the minutiae of our personal lives is that. It's that our lives are an opening into a transpersonal opportunity, you know? I mean, I've said this in my smaller class. I take the notion of Tantra seriously if by Tantra what we mean is the shortcut path, that life is some kind of opportunity. It's an opening between unbridgeable chasms of the unknown, and yet out of chaos for 20, 40, 70 years, we come into a domain of immense opportunity. It is a conundrum. It is a puzzle. It is something to be figured out. And I have the faith that if we can figure this out, we can somehow not only make a better world for our children, but in some other profound way, we can even undo what has been done. And this would be the ultimate dream, that somehow we can discover an elegant escape that will leave us with the clear understanding that the problem was an illusion. It was an illusion. It was the last illusion.
What in your position is the effect of no myth? What has happened to our society, do you think, by virtue of the fact that we have the obvious cooperative evolutionary process about us everywhere, and yet we don't have a myth that fits it? What will happen to us if we don't get a myth?
Well, we do have a myth. We just don't call it that. I mean, our myth is the Faustian myth that reason can wring the secrets from nature and thereby make man a god. And this is the myth of modern science. All of the alchemical dreams of the 16th century, transformation of matter, prolongation of life, so forth and so on, have been achieved by 20th century science. The problem is that our myth is a fatal one.
That's what I'm saying. Where's a myth that fits the evolutionary concept that you're in? I hear the calendar as a myth that would fit.
Yes, well, this is
what happens to us if we don't get one?
Well, what happens to us if we don't get one is we just drive this bicycle right over the cliff in the next 40 or 50 years. The myth that is trying to be born in science, and it has to be born there because that's the dominant church. The myth that is trying to be born in science is the rebirth of the spirit. The spirit has been banished from science, and not that long. Don't think that it's been that long. As late as the early 20th century, there were people like Driesch in Germany who were embryologists, who were looking at the morphogenesis of form, and they said there must be what they called the élan vital. There had to be a vital spark. There had to be a indestructible something there. Well, then, of course, DNA came along to explain that no, it isn't that at all. It's just these proteins are uncoded and so forth. But spirit has never really died in certain branches of biology and psychology. You see, there are problems for science. The chief problem is this one, that I can hold out my hand, that I can tell you that I'm going to close it, and that this happens. What you see is mind over matter. What you see is free will. You see mind willing matter to behave, and it happens. Within the confines of the body, paranormal activity appears to be going on. None of these hotshots can explain how you can conceive of turning your hand into a fist and cause it to happen. Right there is the defeat of 2,000 years of rational scientific philosophy. And they just say, yes, that's right, but we make great fighter planes. So I see Rupert Sheldrake as very important in the process of building a new scientific myth, because what he is saying is, on one level, completely outlandish. On another level, he completes a program that has been going on since the 1850s. Tonight I talked about biology and evolution, but there were parallel events in the 19th century going on in the field of the study of magnetism and electricity. And people like Faraday and Helmholtz and James Clerk Maxwell were discovering fields. Well, fields are extremely sort of metaphysical phenomena. I mean, they are invisible. They pervade all space. They can't be seen. And yet instruments can be seen to detect them. And not only that, we can transmit music and voice hundreds of miles. Right now, this room is interpenetrated by hundreds and hundreds of long-distance telephone calls, high-frequency radio transmissions, high-frequency television. We see none of this. If you had told someone in the 1850s that in the 20th century people would live in an ocean of invisible vibrational energy carrying messages over thousands of miles, they would not have believed it. Sheldrake is simply saying that the part of reality that science has hitherto been unable to account for is going to have to be accounted for by adding a field into the already allowed fields, which are the electromagnetic field, basically, the electromagnetic spectrum. Well, this field which Sheldrake wants to establish is called a morphogenetic field. It means that somehow the history of this glass is attendant upon it. The history of the glass has followed it here this evening, as has the history of the pillow, and your history, and that we are in fact not, that the past is present in the present, that in fact the present is somehow a cascade of effects coming out of the past, not along the lines of causal declension, cause and effect, but also in this other way. And I think that there's a lot to this, and I think that eventually Sheldrake will be heard. As yet, he's unable to stride to the blackboard and write the equations for the morphogenetic field, but this could come in time. And when it does, it will elucidate the hidden dimension that so bedevils our understanding, because it will explain why things are as they are. That they are as they are because they are a wave front out of the past meeting the boundary constraints of the present situation. My own personal effort to restart a dialogue on the psychedelic issue is because I believe that psychology has reduced its field of expertise unnecessarily by seeking to see everything as an adjunct to the functional or dysfunctional human personality. In other words, we don't know what the mind is. The notion that it arises out of the brain is something that the reductionists hypothesized with Sherrington in the 20s. My God, they've had 60 years to make good on this, and they've gotten nowhere. You know? How long do you beat a hypothesis before you proclaim it a dead horse? You know? Same thing with molecular biology. I mean, DNA was decoded in 1950, 35 years ago. And, you know, has molecular biology taken a significant step since? I mean, yes, I know about operons and all that stuff, but that's really the details. No understanding of the mechanisms of life have emerged out of reductionist biology, and no understandings of the mechanisms of mind, thought, and cognition have emerged out of reductionist psychology. So what we're going to have to admit, and this is a tough thing, but this is what goes along with intellectual revolutions, is the inadequacy of the present models. And the paradigm reformers are in for big trouble, because these paradigms can't be reformed. These paradigms have to be junked. It's junk. It's worthless. I mean, it's fine if you want to make fighter planes, but what does that prove about your knowledge of the nature of being? It doesn't prove anything. It's just a cultural artifact. So I think the myth that is seeking to be born is the rebirth of the spirit. And it's a strange thing because we all feel it. We all know it. But we live in such a top-down ecology of knowledge that until Time magazine proclaims the rebirth of the spirit, nobody's going to cop to what's going on. Yeah, intuition is this same kind of thing. I mean, the feminine is the same thing. I mean, I don't want to burden this group because you haven't stuck with me over days and days, but what I'm saying in my, what I think of as course, is that we had a symbiotic relationship as recently as 20,000 years ago with a vegetable mind, an organized entelechy, a goddess, a spirit, whatever you want to call it, a mind that was brutally truncated. Our symbiotic relationship was brutally truncated by climatological and historical factors that caused us to fall from that state of grace, ecological balance, symbiosis, into, you know, the wandering herd of car thieves that we are. And our ennui, our existential discomfort, our angst is a product of this severing of our relationship to spirit. We are the children of a dysfunctional relationship that we have to bring to the surface. And you know, if you are what I imagine an ordinary person, this will start out sounding preposterous, begin sounding menacing, and I hope end up convincing you. We are worthless without a stabilizing umbilical connection to the mind at large in nature. And the way we have always achieved this is through shamanism, natural magic, and ecstasy. This is, in fact, what ecstasy is. Ecstasy is being in the presence of the other. And the other is not a philosophical hypothesization or somebody's notion. The other is the thing we share this planet with. that we as a culture have not glimpsed for 1,000 years because we've retreated into walled cities and walled languages and walled idea systems. We nowhere come tangential to the flesh of the earth. When we do, alone in the wilderness, then it overwhelms us. It moves us. It terrifies us because we have been so long away from it. So this is what the reclamation is about. The spirit is not some airy-fairy notion floating above everything. I mean, the spirit is something which, when it enters into your cross-section of reality, it leaves your knees knocking and your heart pounding. I mean, the path with heart is the path that astonishes. And that sense of astonishment can only come from an other, from a lover or an other. It cannot come out of the self. So is the other questions on all of this?
Your section where you covered evolution,
Mm-hmm.
you implied that this was the time to really take some intention with respect to the direction of our evolution. And I wonder if maybe that's just an illusion whose time has come. And it's part of the illusion of separateness. And the process will go on, and is this part of the process to have the illusion that we actually can play with it?
Well, we won't know till we try. But what we have very, very suddenly, almost overnight, put in place is, number one, an entirely global system for collecting information about reality and ourselves. We never had this before. We didn't even have it 30 years ago. Now you can find out what's going on. You can go, if necessary, anywhere you need to go. Within 72 hours, you can be on the ground almost anywhere on Earth, checking out what's going on. In the meantime, anthropological data, sociological data, climatological data, demographic data, political data, defense strategy data, all of this stuff is available. We now know at least what cards are in play. And this is the first time this has been so. We are now a global culture, from the rainforests of the Amazon to the wastes of the Kalahari, from Nome to Santiago. It's one family, one people. A nuclear power explosion that happens in the Western Soviet Union is measured 2 weeks later in Johannesburg and everywhere else on the planet. So I think we are living under extraordinary conditions, that there are opportunities in place. The other thing is, we're connecting 9 million computers a month are being connected together. Now people think that computers are office machines, but all of our technology is an excretion of the imagination. All of our technology is the condensation of ideological intention. And the fact that we now have turned our attention to information, the true stuff of reality, is a hopeful sign. For 3 centuries we've been obsessed with matter. We thought that was the true stuff of reality. Well, it turns out that's just nonsense. A flawed philosophical premise gave us this bias in favor of materialism. But with information, changes can really be made. And also, information informs people. I'm very much enamored of the notion of the meme. A meme is the smallest unit of an idea. It is to ideas what genes are to proteins. Genes make proteins, memes make ideas. And the way you encourage a meme is the way you encourage a protein. You replicate it. There are 2 ways of replicating memes. You can tell somebody, and they will tell somebody, Or you can tell two people. You can repeat yourself. Or you can tell a bunch of people. And the idea is that we are now, the global meme pool is now in place. All ideas are in competition, and it's a level playing field. This is, to my mind, what accounts for the overnight evaporation of Marxism. This was a meme which could not survive on a level playing field. When the playing field was leveled, meaning when a free press was allowed, that was it for that meme. That was like, trying to sell flying pigs in Brooklyn. Just people are too smart. So it's not going to happen. So I believe then that memes compete with each other, and that the best ones are the ones which rise to the top. I have a real faith that ideology in this case will mirror biology, and that more and more complex and well-adapted and efficient and co-adaptive and mutually self-reinforcing and mutual community feedback and all of these things, that the memes which support, which maximize these evolutionary goals will fall naturally into place. And so this thing which happened in China was a struggle about the meme, because democracy is the idea that gives permission for all the memes to compete. I mean, democracy is very close to the heart of any anarchist. Plato said you can always tell a democracy when you approach them from the sea because unchained dogs run on the wharf. Well, what he was referring to was the chaos and the disorder of democracies. So releasing memes into a competitive environment is very important. Every government on earth, no matter what a bunch of repressive, totalitarian, militaristic clowns they may actually be, they have to give lip service to the idea that they support a free press and free exchange of information and so forth and so on. The battle over that has been won. Now it's about how we interpret what we call victory. Nevertheless, as the little people in the world, I think it behooves all of us to seek to promote this process wherever possible. If you have a good idea, say it. For God's sake, say it. I mean, we're drowning for lack of good ideas. We need every good idea we can get. If the future is not going to be made of good ideas, it's going to be made of bad ideas, and we've seen enough of what that can bring. History is a digression. History is the briefest of all natural phenomena. It began 10, 15,000 years ago and appears as though it will quench itself within 500 years. It is obviously a self-funneling process that digs its walls higher and higher because it is going towards some kind of transcendence. It is a metamorphosis. It is not a steady state. History is some kind of process balanced on a pinnacle, and it either goes back, I suppose, into speechless animal organization if we blow up the world, or it turns into something else. But it is not something to be maintained. It is transitory and designed to be so. It's like a birth. It tears the planet apart. It contorts the people undergoing it. Before it's over, the heavy metals are ripped out of the surface of the earth. The forests are cut down. This thing happens, and then let us hope it is over, and we go to some less materialistic, less destructive phase. This is why, the question that the psychedelics raise for each of us as individuals is the question that the culture is going to have to answer collectively in time as well. It is, what are we when we can be anything we can imagine? I don't know. I think we are surrounded by mystery. I think the psychedelics, because they enlarge the dimension of mind, they bring the mystery in close. They allow us to contemplate possibilities that we would never have contemplated, because they give us the power of the imagination and the data. How can we take these new datum that enter experience and integrate them meaningfully into ourselves? Well, I think that the way you do this is by realizing that the drama that is unfolding must be a human drama. So, for instance, the entities that are glimpsed in these exotic psychedelic states that inform the shamans and so forth, we say it's another dimension, and we hypothesize then that these are extraterrestrials or demons or plant spirits. We never face the fact that to redeem our own anxiety, they have to be something more than plant spirits. They have to be something more than demons. They have to be something more than friendly extraterrestrials. My own private opinion about this is, I think that what psychedelics in these high-dose, correct setting situations carry us into is an ecology of souls. This is what we're seeing. I mean, if that's not a shocking enough way of putting it, how about this? What we're seeing is the dead. Those people, those things in that place are our ancestors. It's as though there is an ecology and a cycle of energy that reaches beyond visible life. There is an ecology of many dimensions, that life is transformation into a transcendental realm, that those self-transforming jeweled elf machines that are manufacturing the talking Fabergé eggs and the liquid crystal lattices of multiple fractal dimensions, those are dead friends. These places lie just over the hill. This is what is meant when it's said that shamans know how to pass through the doors that the dead pass through daily. That the adventure of being, I think, is not going to stop with saving the rainforest or feeding everybody or going off to our tourists. That the adventure of being persists through time. This would explain the freakish immediacy and the weirdness, the charge, the numinosity of the contact in hyperspace. If this is an ecology of souls, if what we are seeing is in fact what we always thought we would never see or know, which is information about the next stage of existence, then this is a tremendous salutary force pouring into existence. And when you think about it, isn't this the most likely hypothesis? We know how improbable extraterrestrials are, and the only organized intellects we have ever contacted or had familiarity with are people. Therefore, isn't it likely that what we're dealing with are people? Well, then hypotheses multiply. Perhaps they're people from the future. Perhaps that's the future. And then we like that because it holds everything in the dimensions we're familiar with. The idea that it's the dead is a little more hackle-raising, a little more peculiar, a little more heartful, a little more hard to assimilate, and probably closer to the mark, that it is an ecology of souls. That's where we go. That's why they can make objects out of language. It's because it is the flesh becoming word, and then the word becoming flesh, that this is a cycle between two dimensions of existence, and only the shamans know what is happening because only they operate outside the confines of profane history. Only they make the journey into the matrix where, for some reason, the living and the dead are co-existent. Well, this, just seems like raving madness, except that this is what every anthropologist has collected in his notebooks from every pre-literate group worldwide. They're into the ancestors, not extraterrestrials, not voyagers from the far future, but the dead. And it is, it has the ring of truth to me. This would explain this intuition that the psychedelics somehow have a historical role to play, because, deny it as we may wish to, we are in a great dying. It is well advanced. So then, there's this sobering realization that, my God, what we feared most is possibly about to happen. Well, then, if we believe in the Tao, if we believe in the unobstructed unfolding of things from the first moments of the universe, then what we have to do is take hold and face the music. And I don't think it's that bad, but I think there's a hard swallow in the transition. There is a leap into this other possibility. So it is not simply an opportunity for a political revolution or a social revolution or an ecological revolution. It's all that. It's much more. It has to do with deconstructing the dualism of life and death itself and creating the ontos of a new reality that is based on the presence of eternity. That's what eternity is. Eternity is the present at hand hyperdimensionally beheld, and it is found to be a domain of magic and caring and mystery that mingles life and death as the only possible way of overcoming the contradiction. It has always, in hindsight, appalled me when I go into the truly deep psychedelic places, how casual one becomes about death. Not that you seek it, but that it seems almost a trivial issue, because these two things are seen to be all of a piece. There is continuity, but there is astonishment. We do not recognize ourselves. The shaman alone has the privileged vantage point to know what he beholds. And I think that's how we define where we are on the shamanic path. Do you know what you behold? I mean, some people come down and say pretty pictures. Other people come down and say dancing mice, hieroglyphs. Do we know what we behold? We need to know what we behold, because inevitably we become what we behold. That's all, folks. Well, this is the third opportunity that I've had to talk to the community at these Wednesday night lectures. Well, I figure we have about 25 years before this information will be completely assimilated into the encroaching consumer society, the leveling of values that seems now to be an inevitable part of the globalizing of society. On one level, it's very good. We recognize ourselves in our enemies, and there's a commonality of values generated. But on another level, it's tremendously destructive of novelty and uniqueness. I mean, we're turning the whole planet into a white bread mall shopping culture, and the values of every other way of doing things is being subsumed to that. I talked a lot in these Wednesday night lectures and with the section about the importance of partnership societies in the human past, and how the nostalgia for these kinds of social arrangements have driven us throughout our experience of history. Well, it is nevertheless true that even today in the Amazon and perhaps in a few other relict environments, partnership societies exist. Partnership societies thrive and regulate themselves through a symbiotic relationship to plants that we call hallucinogenic plant shamanism, but which is actually almost a welding of the social organism into the natural surround in a way that feeds back into the psyches of these people and the structures of their society in a way that is very much promotes the conservation of equilibrium, something we have sadly lost touch with. So it's very important to preserve the options that have been discovered by people over the millennia, the options that allow a recreation of the sensory and psychic ratios that characterize the partnership society, in contrast to the kind of dominator society that we've lived under for such a long time. So it isn't a matter simply of preserving plants for medicines. It's really much more philosophically deep than that. It's the idea that a relationship to the vegetable matrix of the planet is what constitutes a Gaian resurgence, that it is plants that regulate the composition of the atmosphere, the temperatures of the oceans, so forth and so on, and that it is our lack of integration into that system that has precipitated the crisis of toxic 20th century potlatch civilization. By potlatch was a custom of the Northwest Coast Indians where they would, to show their wealth, destroy huge amounts of material so that houses would be burned, feathered blankets burned, totem poles burned in the potlatch in an orgy of destruction which proves your wealth. And we have assimilated and perfected this custom so that it is second nature to us. And the whole planet is a vast potlatch. We are robbing our children and their children of any sort of recognizable future by basically grabbing it all for ourselves. No other society in history has been so callous to human values that it condemned generations unborn of its own children to live in a desert. The main thing, I think, that comes out of an effort to formulate a psychedelic point of view, and I take it this is what we have been involved in. A psychedelic point of view means a point of view which honors consciousness. Consciousness is seen as the value to be maximized. That's what we want. We want more consciousness, better integration, better information, better models. We don't want to petrify ourselves or commit ourselves to a model that somehow then is found to be obsolete and inadequate. So what chiefly constitutes the psychedelic point of view, I think, is its open-ended and provisional nature, as opposed to every other ideology or point of view that's running around. We have to, what the psychedelic point of view is a kind of cultural relativism. We're trying to get a grip on who and where we are in the cosmos from a point of view not that of the American consumerist citizen, something else, something larger, deeper, broader, more touched by the cosmic, more touched by a sense of the past and of destiny. So I have said this many times, but I want to say it now in a slightly different context and discuss it. The statement of the British enzymologist J.B.S. Haldane, who discovered enzymes, so he became an enzymologist, a logical move. Haldane said, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it is stranger than we can suppose. And this is something that we have not entertained very seriously as a possibility, especially the cheerful characters in the white coats with the clipboards. The assumption has always been that man's mind, notice the gender slant, man's mind is sufficient for the cognition of the cosmos. This is not all that surprising, though it is patently idiotic. It is not all that surprising when you think about the fact that as recently as, let's say, 1830, people believed the Earth was 4,000 years old. As recently as 1480, the New World was unsuspected to exist, or it was suspected by a few wild-eyed map makers and mad sailors. But conventional knowledge held that, the Eurasian landmass in connection with Africa, that was it. So when we look back into our recent past, we discover tremendous epistemic naivete. That means people didn't know what was going on. They weren't even close. And yet we are asked to believe that somewhere after Darwin and before now, it was all figured out. And now we view the universe from a lofty pinnacle of integrated understanding. Now the physics explains biology, biology explains culture, culture explains sociology, so forth and so on. Well, this is really whistling past the graveyard, because meanwhile the visible consequences of this understanding are spreading chaos, a dissolution of values, an inability to control technology, an inability to set reasonable political goals such as moderation of population growth and carry them out. Instead, somehow this deep insight into how everything works has left everything a mess. And, what does that mean about us? Why is that, and what can be done about it? Well, I think the problem is that we have too long ignored the possibility that reality is stranger than we can suppose. Let this reverberate in your mind. Not that means no model will ever work. It means it will always be provisional. That the understanding of what it is will always recede ahead of any epistemic program to describe, enclose, explain. This is all a fallacy if you believe that you are embarked on a finite project where eventually you will issue a white paper and that will explain how the boar ate the cabbage. It's not to be explained. And we have, I think because of unique characteristics of the male ego, chosen to operate with the assumption that we can understand, that the human mind can in fact grok larger and larger levels of embeddedness and make sense of them. What the psychedelic experience, number one, and point of view, number two, is saying is that we have the means present at hand to completely explode this nonsensical fiction of certitude. And yet we choose not to confront it. This is why I first proposed calling this Facing the Answer. Because the answer about how you understand the universe is the same answer that you get when you ask the question, how am I to understand my own life? It can't be understood. It is a receding mystery. It is a continuing carrot. It cannot be brought under the aegis of rational apprehension. It says in Moby Dick, reality outran apprehension. It always outruns apprehension, because apprehension is the primitive functioning of the primate neural network. And reality, who knows? Who would even care to take a guess, you know? It's a mystery. You do not measure the depth of a universal mystery with the neural network of a primate. Our role is not to understand, but to appreciate. To appreciate. We have an immense capacity for resonance with beauty, aesthetic awareness, appreciation of form, appreciation of how things go together. Notice this word appreciation. Appreciation. We need, if you don't know what's going on at a dinner party, in a corporation, in an environment, then the best course is to keep your mouth shut and pay attention and try to appreciate the situation. It's ridiculous to attempt to seize the tiller of reality because we don't even know where we want to go. So the notion that by creating these models of reality which are not acknowledged as models, but which are called scientific truth, we betray ourselves down the primrose path that leads to dreary, dusty death. Because what we do is we take the poetry out of being. We extract the poetry from being by the assumption of the mundane. The banality of modernity is what I call this. The banality of modernity, the steady flattening of values so that nothing means much. You know, the sense of outrage over political mistreatment of the underprivileged, or the sense of outrage as a society slips toward the abyss, or the sense of outrage when people mistreat you, is muted. Everything is flattened by the banality of modernity. This is the heritage of all the bad little boys of the 19th century, Nietzsche and Darwin and Hegel and Schopenhauer. These clowns were on a bad trip, and they were loud about it. And what they give us is a universe devoid of soul. Man looms larger and larger. Notice the gender slant. Man looms larger and larger in the picture. And what this ushers into is fascism, pure and simple. And it's not surprising, because this calling forth of the image of man into larger and larger perspective has been the program of monotheism for 3,000 years. It has been a relentless accentuation of the centrality of the human image. the male, dominant human image. And in the transmutation of Hellenistic Judaism that becomes Christianity, the final apotheosis of this point of view is created in the notion that man can be God. That's it. And it is hailed as a tremendous infusion of existential validity into the human image, the greatest stride ever, the greatest single stride ever taken in the definition of human ontology. Well, I would like to suggest to you it was the greatest backward step ever taken, because what it did was it shoved nature further and further into the background. Nature is something from which we torment her secrets. This is Francis Bacon. We torture nature to obtain her secrets. The world is created for man. It is for man to remake in his image all this gender stuff. And it is then no wonder that building on that foundation, 19th century rationalism, which thought it was putting these things behind it, it conceived itself as anti-clerical, as anti-monotheism and Christianity in some sense, and yet what it really did was it just stripped away the Baroque trappings. Hans Jonas was very acute in pointing out that 3rd century Hellenistic Gnosticism and Heideggerian philosophy are essentially the same thing. It's just that in the Gnostic recension, you get all these sexy, you get demons and angels and levels and the emanation from the pleroma and the clash of the archons. Opera. In the Heideggerian recension, they've just gotten down to the nitty-gritty. But the message is the same. Man is thrown into the unknown. Man is in the abyss, lost. All meaning must come from within. All order must come from an inner vision. We are abandoned. This is Heideggerian language. We are abandoned. Well, this is permission then for pathology, because it is a point of view purchased at the cost of ignoring the facts of the matter. And that is, in my definition, a delusion. A point of view purchased at the expense of the facts of the matter. Whitehead said there are stubborn facts. You can reduce and reduce all you want, but there are certain stubborn facts. Well, one of them is the primacy of nature. A stubborn fact which was ignored by this tradition. Once nature is taken as the ground of being, then the permission to inflate the image of the ego is denied. And I think that this is happening globally, very slowly, under pressure, under duress, because our backs are to the wall. We are seeing a planetary crisis unfold before our eyes. And, blame has not yet come into the rhetoric, but eventually it's going to be understood who's to blame. And it isn't the tribesmen of New Guinea or the Indians of Siberia. It is Western, male, scientific, technological hubris that has claimed center stage like a noisy drunk and then just proceeded to hold us all prisoner while it acted out a process that is rooted in its own traumatic birth, in the sundering of the symbiotic relationship to the vegetable matrix that characterized prehistory. Well, so what I'm offering as a counterpoise to that is this notion of provisional models. Nature is not mute. This is what Sartre said. Nature is mute. He was another one of these people who pushed this existential line in one form or another. Nature is not mute. Nature is full of affection and intentionality toward humankind. But intuition must be given prominence in the rearrangement of our relationship with the world. And I talked the other night about induction and intuition, and I want to say just a little bit more about it tonight. Different things. Science runs on induction, which is a very low-grade form of logic. It means you do something over and over again, and if it happens the same way 100 times, you have confidence that the 101st time it will happen the same way. Intuition doesn't work like that. Intuition, as I said the other night, leaves no trail. And most of us are accustomed to thinking of intuition as something feminine, mysterious, unexplainable, and sort of magical. And also, I think, because we live in a male-dominant society, we undervalue it. If someone claims intuition, our position is probably one of prove it, doubt in the face of the assertion, you see. But there's an interesting thing about intuition that I don't think many people understand or have bothered to look at, which is, did you know, I'll bet you did know, mathematics is based on intuition. Now, half of mathematics would rise with a screech of horror at this statement. But the other half of mathematics calls itself intuitional mathematics. Okay, well now what's going on here? Probably if you are not a professional philosopher of science, you are accustomed to associating mathematics with science rather closely. This is because science, in order to give itself legitimacy, has very slyly appropriated mathematics, especially in the 20th century, to its purposes. But if we talk about what is called pure mathematics, which is the great love of mathematicians, the other kind of mathematics is applied mathematics, and that's for engineers and technologists and is not, what moves them to the edge of their chair. But if we think about pure mathematics, it is an activity carried on in the mind, based on deductive truth. Deductive, not inductive. In other words, a statement is made. It can be anything. All grays are non-X. This is just a statement. We don't yet know what this is going to be about. All grays are non-X. All greens are F sub 1. What we're putting in place are a set of statements that appear nonsensical, but what we will assert is that we should seek a relationship between them and that will then show us something. And this is how mathematics really works. It has very little to do with number. It has to do with the conceptualizing of relationships, conceptualizing them, and then exploring your intuition about these conceptions. And then the third and very late stage is you write a formal statement of your cognitive activity around these assumptions. So you see, mathematics is entirely intuitional. It leaves no track. It is drawn from this other domain. Well, why has it been appropriated by science? Well, for a very funny and not well understood reason. Mathematics has been appropriated by science because mathematics has an uncanny ability to describe nature. Completely uncanny. Now, you may have never asked yourself, why is mathematics such a powerful tool for the description of nature? Maybe you thought that somebody else can answer this and that it's not a problem. Well, I've got news for you. It is a problem. Nobody has any good ideas about why mathematics describes nature, but notice that mathematics is an intuitional activity. An intuitional activity describes nature without the intercession of inductive science. Inductive science is a kind of naive holdover from Greek Democritean theories, where everything is conceived of as clearly conceivable and operating according to known laws. But in fact, the deeper structure of nature is not modeled out of an examination of data obtained by measurement. That isn't how it works these days. The deeper description of nature is achieved by taking weird objects from the frontiers of mathematics, these things dreamed up in the confines and depths of the human mind and inside computers, and then laying them over nature and seeing, my gosh, there's a one-to-one correspondence between, let us say, the multidimensional catastrophes described by René Thom and the dripping of a faucet, the turbulence in a brook, the voting patterns in a ghetto. All of these things are seen to be easily modeled by extremely exotic mathematical objects discovered through intuition within the mind. Well, what does this mean? Well, it means, if it means anything, I mean, before we draw the deeper conclusion, what is the conclusion on the surface? It must be that the unaided human mind is more capable of correctly modeling nature than the human mind that works through the methodological inductive approach called science. And in fact, this is clearly true because the world described by science, a scientific description of this room, would say very little about all the important things going on in it. A scientific description of this room would leave out personality, would leave out linguistic intent, would leave out the uniqueness of each of us. For science, we are merely members of the human species. Again, this flattening, this reductionism, this betrayal of the quintessence of the phenomenon in a desperate effort to achieve closure in the modeling process. And so then you do achieve closure, but the model is always inadequate. It's always inadequate. So then there's this sense of frustration. We can't get closure with the model unless we tell a lie, unless we deny the complexity, the interrelatedness, the soulness, the spiritness, the mindfulness. All of these things are, for science, what are called secondary properties. They are epiphenomenal. They are only an aspect of your point of view, like an iridescence on a butterfly's wing or something like that. In fact, that is the classic reductionist definition of consciousness. It is an iridescence that appears on the surface of neural processing that we mistake for true being. And yet somehow we are embedded within this iridescence, and it is from within this iridescence that we launch the descriptive models that then deny our existential validity. Well, so this has been an onanistic exercise, is one way of putting it, and there must be others. Okay, so then what is the path of intuition in relationship to nature that is different from the path of science? In a way, it's only a shift of emphasis. William Blake said, attend the minute particulars. Attend the minute particulars. This is very good advice for science, and it is very good advice for mathematics. And what I'm suggesting here tonight is that we have misconstrued mathematics and have bought the notion that it is a part of science, when actually it stands ready to empower intuition and to sweep science, if not away, at least into a more proper role, more befitting its extremely limited application to the higher orders of reality that we really care about. I mean, science is really, it's the plumbing level of reality. It doesn't catch, the integrated nature of language, the evolution of fairy tale, the dynamics of love affairs, the quintessence of genius. These are the things that as human beings structure and constellate and guide and inform our world. And science has nothing to say about these things. Mathematics, on the other hand, is like the bedrock celebration of these things. It empowers intuition. It discovers intuition to be the most powerful epistemic tool that we have. More powerful than induction, more powerful than deduction. Intuition is the unifying of experience into a gestalt image of the world, a coming together within the organism of a correct imaging of the world. Now, what do I mean by correct imaging? All I mean is a provisional image that carries you to the next moment. This is all we can hope for at this stage. We are much more suited for dancing than for whatever it is that we have been doing. Whatever it wasn't dancing. We are a part of nature. We are a part of light. We are a part of the energy field of the planet. We are not its keeper in the sense that it is not given unto us to understand it. That was all a horrible misunderstanding. The idea that we should understand reality and then somehow make something of it. Alfred North Whitehead said that understanding is the apperception of pattern as such. As such. That's all. So here we have a room full of people. Well, it's a pattern. It's many patterns. It's the pattern of how men and women are mixed together statistically as we scan from left to right. If I see a pattern there, I know something about the crowd. I understand something about the crowd. The pattern tells me something, and I call that understanding. But we could analyze the crowd from the point of view of the distribution of young people and old people, or people in colors in the red-blue spectrum as according to the yellow-white spectrum. Each one of these things is a way of analyzing the pattern in the room. And each one of these patterns tells the perceiver more about what is going on in the room. Because the room is not a distribution of young people and old people, a distribution of men and women, or a distribution of garment colors. The room is a mystery, a recessional mystery that presents itself as a series of interlocking patterns of infinite depth. And so, in building collective epistemologies, this is what we must ask of these epistemologies, that they give us the experience of understanding. And the experience of understanding is largely intuitional. How much of an experience of understanding do you have when you examine what modern physics is saying about the origin of the universe? I submit not much, because it is so clearly the product of abstraction, the product of the phonetic alphabet, the male ego. They've set all the interesting stuff back in the first 3 minutes. Who can go and look? It's all stacked against empowering the perceiver. It's all stacked against empowering the perceiver. You can't even check the statements these people are making unless you happen to have a $125 million colliding Bevatron or something, and the understanding to use it and interpret the results. So what we have is a priesthood off on the edge of things, propounding great profundities that nowhere touch the heart, nowhere empower the individual, nowhere strengthen the dyad, or reinforce the family, or give support to the downtrodden. It doesn't seem to be about that. In other words, the explanation of the world is not a human explanation. A human explanation must come from intuition. It must come from poetry. It must come ultimately from experience. And by experience, I don't mean the experimental method of science, which is that things are pulled apart, taken down to their lowest common denominator, and then described. I mean, if you do, that's like believing that you understand Los Angeles if you have the telephone directory. You know? I mean, this is the level of genetics today. What they say they understand life, and they have the telephone directory, and they're talking about Los Angeles because they can look up, you know, where the genes are, the coding for the proteins. You know, does this tell us anything about a broken heart or a Messiah or a Hitler? I don't think so. So what we are trying to do is return the focus of attention to individual experience. We have been slave too long to ideology transmitted hierarchically and based on a tremendously alienating instrumentality. That's what science depends on now, a tremendously alienating instrumentality. What we need to do is empower experience. Well, this is where the psychedelics come in, because citizens don't take psychedelics because it's illegal. Neither do marionettes. Neither do robots. None of these well-behaved and mechanistic reductionist images of humanity take psychedelics because it's misbehaving. Misbehaving is a great sin. In fact, it's enshrined as the first sin. You'll regard that the psychedelic issue was there in Eden, and somebody misbehaved, and then they got tossed out forever and their children's children into the chaos of history. It's interesting to read in Genesis why this was. It was because they will become as we are, says Yahweh. They will become as we are if they eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. I suggest to you that this is precisely what we should seek to do, and that this we is the voice of hierarchy, the voice of paternalism, the voice of the male ego finally right up into the storm god, the volcano god who lies back there in the origins of monotheism. We empower our experience by insisting on our authenticity. It's a wonderful thing to learn to be able to stand up and yell bullshit. I did it when I was about 18 years old, and it was the meme of the hour, and it blew their minds. It did blow their minds. It was uncivil. It was uncivil. It lacked polity. It was rude and crude and correct, because so much is being slung, and nobody is talking about the primacy of experience and the dignity of the individual. The dignity of the individual. We went a long way with this in America before we betrayed it. And it wasn't only betrayed by the clowns in Washington. It's also betrayed by anybody who clusters themselves around the feet of some self-proclaimed nabob. Because the fact of the matter is, nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows. Nobody has the faintest idea. The best guesses are lies. You may be sure of it. And so to pretend that one human being will lead another out of the dark night of ignorance and into the shining light of truth is ludicrous, absolutely grotesque, a product of this empowering of the human image that has gone on through several thousand years of dominator culture. If you want a teacher, try a waterfall or a mushroom or a mountain wilderness or a storm-pounded seashore. This is where the action is. It's not back in the hive. It's not in the anthill. It's not knocking your head against the floor in front of somebody who claims that because of their lineage and whose feet they washed and whose feet they washed, that you should give credence to them. Knowledge is provisional, and we are yet to approach even the first moment of civilized understanding. The way it is to be done is by trusting yourself, trusting your intuition. Reject authority. Authority is a lie and an abomination. Authority will lead you into ruin. It's not real. And it isn't, don't get the idea that it's this liberal rap about how everybody has a piece of the action. You know, the Jews know something, the Buddhists know something, the Huichol know something. Nonsense. Rubbish. Nobody knows anything. These are different kinds of shell games that have been worked out by priestly castes of people to keep things under control. Institutions seek to maximize control, control, control. That's what they're into. Did you think they were in the business of enlightening you? Saving your soul? Forget it. Control is what this is all about. And to the degree that we commit ourselves to ideology, we are poisoned. Any ideology, Marxism, Catholicism, objectivism, you name it, rubbish, all rubbish. What is real is experience. What is real is this moment. And so then what it becomes about is, what are the frontiers of experience? How much of that has been taken away from us by these dominators, by these priesthoods, by these cults, by these philosophical shell games? Well, a lot. That's the whole story of history. Our growing unease, our growing dis-ease, our malaise is all about the fact that we are kept from the wellspring of experience. We are sexually repressed. You may not feel it, but look back 100 years to a world where pianos wore pants. You know, maybe we've made a little progress on the sexual thing. Maybe not. Maybe more or less than we think. But we are repressed in all of these areas. And we are particularly repressed in the area that relates to the psychedelic experience. Because it is raid to the dominator insect invasion. They can't take it. They can't stand it because it empowers the individual. It dissolves the cheerful model of science. It's just exposed as, a nice story. It enriches the accessible universe tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It makes the individual complete within his or her self. And this completion of the individual is extremely destructive to the plan of the dominators, which is that you will be a cog in a machine. You will participate in the life of an organization. Not your life, the life of an organization. You will go to some bullshit job. You will pour the best years of your life and your genius and your hopes into this. You will serve an institution. You will serve. Well, it's a bad idea for free people to go along with this. A much better idea would be to insist on the dignity of human beings, to recognize that the freeing of slaves, the giving of the vote to women, the ending of public whippings, that this program of political enlightenment must also then include hands-off on how people want to relate to changing their minds. We are not interested in being sexually regulated by the state, and we are not interested in being intellectually, spiritually, emotionally manipulated by the state. The state should stand down in this issue. The state is acting as the enforcing arm of the dominator culture, specifically of fundamentalist screwballs who, are horrified by all this, by the notion that people would claim the authenticity of their own minds, that people would stand in the light of nature and reject original sin and the guilt from Eden and, the sins of the fathers and all this rubbish which is handed down. What the archaic revival is going to have to mean, if it has teeth, is a re-empowering of the individual and a consequent lowering of the profile of institutions, especially government. We need to think about these things because we have bought into the idea that we have to serve and behave and be enslaved, else chaos will engulf the world. We need to carry out our analysis of the situation to the point where we can embrace chaos and see that chaos is the environment in which we all thrive. That's how I've done it for years. You think I could have gotten away with this in the Soviet Union? I don't think so. I require a society on the brink of social breakdown to be able to do my work. And I think a society on the brink of social breakdown is the healthiest situation for individuals. I don't know how many of you have ever had the privilege of being in a society in a pre-revolutionary situation, but the cafes stay open all night, and there's music in the streets, and you can breathe it, you can feel it, and you know what is happening. The dominator is being pushed. It never succeeds. It never is able to claim itself. But on the other hand, history is young. We may have a crack at this. A global society is coming into being. A global society made out of information that was not intended to be ours, but which is ours through the mistaken invention and distribution of small computers, the printing press, all of this stuff. Information is power, and information has been spilled by the clumsy handling of the cybernetic revolution by the dominator culture so that it is everywhere. Never has the situation been more fluid. Never have the opportunities for infiltration, insurrection, and hell-raising been more present at hand. But we have to seize the opportunity. We have to seize the opportunity because the world doesn't have that much more to run unless somebody begins to shake the apple cart. If we don't begin to shake the apple cart, then the apple cart is just going to sail over the cliff and be lost. So the psychedelics are very hot in this because they dissolve boundaries. They dissolve assumptions. And our task, our being the everyone who seeks self-empowerment through experience, our task is to dissolve the assumptions of the dominator culture and make it impossible for it to work. This, I think, is already happening. We have nature on our side. you see. Nature is beginning to kick up. And, it may alarm you that they're cutting down the Amazon rainforest, but imagine if you were the clown who owns it, how alarmed he is. He sees it as an investment. He thinks he owns it. And when he sees that it's being destroyed, he's extremely alarmed. The fact that nature is itself being seen as a limited resource is a tremendous tilt to our side, because the provisional model, psychedelic, open-ended partnership way of doing things is the only style that can perhaps seize the controls of this sinking submarine and get it back to the surface so that we can figure out what should be done. If we continue as we have, then, we're doomed. And the judgment of some higher power on that will be, they didn't even struggle. They went to the boxcars with their suitcases and they didn't even struggle. This is too nightmarish to contemplate. We're talking about the fate of a whole planet. Why are people so polite? Why are they so patient? Why are they so forgiving of gangsterism and betrayal? It's very difficult to understand. I believe it's because the dominator culture is increasingly more and more sophisticated in its perfection of subliminal mechanisms of control. And I don't mean anything grandiose and paranoid. I just mean that through press releases and sound bites and the enforced idiocy of television, the drama of a dying world has been turned into a soap opera for most people. And they don't understand that it's their story and that they will eat it in the final act if somewhere between here and the final act they don't stand up on their hind legs and howl. So this whole effort to bring the psychedelic experience back into prominence is an effort to empower individuals and to get them to see that we are bled of our authenticity by vampirish institutions that will never of their own accord leave us alone. There must be a moment when the machinery and the working of the machinery becomes so odious that people are willing to stride forward and throw sand on the track and force a reevaluation of the situation. And it's not done through organizing. It's not done through vanguard parties or cadres of intellectual elites. It's done through just walking away from all of that. Claiming your identity, claiming your vision, your being, your intuition, and then acting from that without regret, cleanly, without regret. Okay, well, I want to thank you all again, not only for this evening, but for the month, and Esalen is a wonderful second home to me and my wife and my children. I'm very concerned about free speech, freedom of thought. These things are endangered means. Esalen has always tolerated and even encouraged me, and I think this is extremely laudable and brave. They don't have to do that. Somebody else could sit here and amuse you, and it wouldn't cause any ripples. So I'm very appreciative to Esalen for its commitment to free speech. I'm appreciative to you. This may have outraged some of you. You were very noble about it. Civilized dialogue is our last best hope, and we must preserve theaters and opportunities for civilized dialogue. The best idea will win. The best idea will win. Thank you very much.
You're listening to the Psychedelic Salon, where people are changing their lives one thought at a time.
So let's pause for just a moment here and think back to what Terence said at the end of this talk. And I'm referring here to his comment about just walking away from what I guess we would call the system. Let me play it for you one more time.
So this whole effort to bring the psychedelic experience back into prominence is an effort to empower individuals and to get them to see that we are bled of our authenticity by vampirish institutions that will never of their own accord leave us alone. There must be a moment when the machinery and the working of the machinery becomes so odious that people are willing to stride forward and throw sand on the track and force a reevaluation of the situation. And it's not done through organizing, it's not done through vanguard parties or cadres of intellectual elites. It's done through just walking away from all of that. Claiming your identity, claiming your vision, your being, your intuition, and then acting from that without regret, cleanly, without regret. We're turning final here, as old bush pilots say, which means the final approach before landing. So this is basically loose thread time and summation time and opportunity, hopefully, for some feedback from you. What's outstanding?
The self-transforming machine, have you asked them to take me to your leader, and what has been the response?
Self-transforming machine elves. I noticed on the internet it has been abbreviated now to the acronym STEMS. And so on the VPL list there are reports that says 3 stems approached from the left. Take me to your leader. No, I did have one DMT trip way back, like maybe the 2nd or 3rd or 4th way back, where it was completely different. It's the only one I've ever had like that, and it was completely different. And the way I put it to myself was the big people were home. And it was an entirely different feeling. And many people, actually, I've never quite had this myself, but many people report DMT trips where they break in on an entity who is not pleased at all and demands to know how the hell you got there. And it's this, who are you? And then various sorts of dialogues go on, and one person described being then just hurled through all of time, like exploded back from this thing and going through all the recapitulation of ontogeny, and it's weird stuff. DMT trips, mine are always as I described, but some people report and these may be synergies with antidepressants or something like that, but apparently very stable and strange worlds. Worlds with alien peoples and animals and cities and, very science fiction-y stuff. That's why this Bell's theorem, I don't think we use that word, but this non-locality that we talked about may have something to do with the phenomenon of the imagination. Like, it's occurred to me over the years that what we call imagination might simply be hyperdimensional perception, and you're actually seeing worlds and places that truly exist somewhere scattered through the galaxies like grains of sand, but no place you will ever contact or visit in the flesh, but that the data is somehow present. There seems to be some kind of tuning thing that needs to go on. Possibly with technology. I had a really weird experience years ago. I took LSD one evening with a bunch of people, and it was fairly casual and social, and smoked a bunch of weed, and this went on for a couple of hours, and it didn't really ever seem to come on, and it just seemed to be very light. And then I climbed on my motorcycle and went home and decided I would go to bed, and I decided that I would smoke one last joint before going to bed. And I had one of those stand-up electrical resistance heaters that you get in at the Salvation Army, if you're a poor student. And I turned it on as I started to smoke this joint, and it was badly wired, and it made this sound like and as I began to listen to this sound, I went to lizard land, and I entered into this completely coherent thing which lasted for hours about this world inhabited by these intelligent reptilian beings, and we went through their art, their history, their theories of jewelry making, their philosophy, their polity, their science, their religion, their fashion, and it was like endless stuff about this very specific reptilian world. Well, then later I tried again. I took LSD with my arm around my heater and had by then been preaching it in the streets that this was and I could never really find my way back, which is a typical phenomenon of higher dimensional phase space. Ralph taught me, doing the reverse of what you did doesn't steer you back to where you started. You have to find your way forward through the matrix. Other things, comments. This is your last crack at me. You have to get your money's worth.
You talked about making language like noises on a DMT trip and creating things for noises. Does it seem like the things that you're creating are like the things that they're creating, or that there's any sort of communication going on? Do they understand the kind of stuff that you're creating with your voice?
Well, it's a complicated question. First of all, clearly what's going on in the DMT is some kind of synesthesia, where ordinary speech or sound is perceived visually. It seems to suggest, and Robert Graves wrote about this in an amazing book, which if you want a mind-bending read The White Goddess by Robert Graves. I mean, this is truly a puzzling book, and after you've read it, give me a call and tell me what it's all about. But one of the things it's all about is he suggests that part of our existential distancing from reality is that at some time in the past there was a kind of Ursprach, a kind of primal poetic language that you didn't learn from your culture, but that all human beings did this. It was an ingrained behavior. It was a deeper level of language. And of course, in the Bible, you get this curious story of the confusion of tongues that takes place. And it certainly has held human progress down, that we have thousands of languages that are very tortuous to translate between. Imagine the kind of culture we would have built by now if we could effortlessly communicate with everybody anywhere, and they with us. Well, so this synesthesia thing seems to be the direction in which language has to go in order to be universal. It has to be beheld. Acoustical signals don't do it. One of the things that's made ayahuasca so interesting to me is when you go down there and really get off river and up with the more bare-assed people, how they use ayahuasca is they entertain each other with it by singing these magical songs. But when you listen to them talk about these songs, they speak of them as pictorial and sculptural objects. Like if somebody sings a song and then it's time for comment, people say things like, I liked the part with the silver and yellow stippling, but I thought the olive drab section with the mauve punctuation was a bit over the top. And you say, this is a criticism of a song? What kind of song could that possibly be? Well, it turns out the sound is the carrier wave, but the song is to be looked at. And the sense of one person producing a reality which everybody else is then immersed in and seeing. And you can experiment with ayahuasca, and it's very precise. It's very precise. I mean, you go, and a turquoise line 3 inches wide descends from the top of your vision field to the bottom, and then you slightly vary the tone and it gets a magenta edge on both sides, and you begin to pump it and experiment, and it's like, wow, what is this? And extremely satisfying. Now, the question of meaning is a strange one. It's almost as though some people believe all translation is lie. In other words, that when you take Proust out of his French and put him into English, this is not Proust at all. And this seems very true in the DMT state, in the sense that the DMT language has meaning, and you understand its meaning when you're there. But the meaning of the DMT language can't be expressed in English at all. It's like they're talking about they were born and raised in different dimensions or something. There is no translation. So you come out of the DMT thing understanding something which you can't say. And that's been the motivation of my whole public speaking life. The fact that I understand something that I can't say. Yeah, but I can almost say it. And some days closer than others. And so there's this constant reaching for the unspeakable. Wittgenstein talked about the unspeakable, which was, he said, everything which lay beyond what he called the present at hand. So we're embedded in this matrix of unspeakability, and then through language we send probes into it, forays toward meaning in the unspeakable, and then return with this sense of meaning. But meaning is very provisional. It is basically, as Whitehead brilliantly understood, a feeling. Meaning is a feeling. No matter how abstract the meaning may be, it ultimately is a feeling of recognition.
Terence, my brother studied with Maharishi for a couple of years in Switzerland, and he tells me that Sanskrit, as it was originally meant to be, has sound is sense component to it that is maybe analogous to that fundamental language that he talked about. I'm not saying that that's the fundamental language, but he's reported to me that if done right, and it was only done out loud back in the old days, that it was intended to mean what you heard was what it was, that the feeling was in the sound.
Yeah, well, I've spent a fair amount of time, not recently, but I remember it pretty well, studying Indian thought about sound. And it is a very profound and deeply worked out system, and it is definitely analogous to all of this. In the chakric system, which you're familiar with ad nauseum, I'm sure, but a part that is not normally stressed, but is very present in the original texts, is the idea that on the petals of these internal floral analogical structures are letters. And this is an extremely peculiar doctrine. Letters, which are sounds, seed mantras, and of course Vedic metaphysics is a whole theory of vibration. Much of Indian classical music, there are stories about musicians who could cause buildings to burst into flame by the power of their playing. I imagine that that's in some sense true. If you're interested in a fascinating study of all this that I've never heard anybody recommend in the New Age, it's apparently somehow out of their scope. It's a book by Arthur Avalon written in the 1920s called The Garland of Letters. And it's a discussion of the Mantra Shastra. Very, very interesting. And yes, the Vedic assumption is that Sanskrit is the primal revealed language, and that there are extremely special qualities associated with that language. This is interesting to talk about, or at least it's very interesting to me. As you probably know, Kabbalism, there's a whole schools of Hasidic mysticism where what it's about is the alphabet. And the Hebrew alphabet for those people is the primal Ursprach, and these are not simply letters, they are the letters. They are the letters that God intended to use to signify the presence of the G-D to man. Very interesting work on this by Stan Tenen, who's a fascinating figure, sort of like me in a way. I mean, I think half crackpot, half hopefully something else. But Stan has created a three-dimensional object, a sculpture, which, when illuminated with a bright source of light in a series of from a series of predictable points, casts shadows of all of the Hebrew letters. Do you understand what's happening here? It means that this object is a higher dimensional analog to the entire Hebrew alphabet, that you could think of the Hebrew alphabet as an object in hyperspace, slice it this way, Aleph, this way, Bet, this way, and so on. I told Ralph about this, Abraham, and he said, whoa, no problem. We could write a computer program that could take the letters of any language and backward engineer it upward to a higher dimension to get an object that would do that for Sanskrit, for English, for Arabic, whatever. And that seemed astonishing to me. And then he said, and you know what we could do once we had achieved that? We could take those probably five-dimensional objects, and we could do the calculation up to 8 or 9 or 10 dimensions, and we would eventually end up with an object that shed the letters of all alphabets into lower dimensions according to the angle of its regarding. Well, this kind of thing raises the hair on the back of my neck. We're actually getting somewhere, folks. And this sounds to me like God in some sense. I mean, I guess it's God to a printhead. It's God as the fountainhead of all alphabetical and glyphic signification of meaning as it pours through the universe. Very, very interesting concept. I ran across a passage recently that I was completely startled by. It's in Herman Melville's book Marty, which is his youthful travel journals around the South Seas before he got into the big guns. But at one point in Marty, there's a discussion among some seamen on the deck of a ship about the future. And one of them is asking, what does it mean? What is the future? And this seaman looks up and he says, the future, 'tis all hieroglyphics. Very, very prescient comment. Because as we now know, we are code, we are DNA code. We're about to build a civilization made of code in VRML, and we are learning, languages like Perl and C++, and so in a sense, the future is all hieroglyphic. The world is all deception. It's some kind of a koan, or a problem, or a labyrinth, or a thing to be seen through. And if you don't figure it out, you would take it to be real. And then, it shunts you into the yawning grave. But if you can somehow realize that the purpose of your existence is to figure it out, and then figure it out, you will be, in some sense, liberated from it. There's a wonderful science fiction story that I remember from years and years ago. I can't remember the name of it, but it's by Robert Heinlein. And it's about a man who, he's some kind of commuter, some dullard. But as he leaves his house one morning on his way to his daily job, he looks down at the edge of his lawn, and a worm crawls out of the ground that has these golden pearlescent wings. And it flies off. And it's just this completely improbable thing, like a hallucination. And then later in the day, and he says to himself, it's an angel worm. It's an angel worm. And then later in the day, something else happens. I can't remember. And then later in the day, something else, equally improbable. And in the evening, he's sitting, considering these three unlikely things, and he realizes that the E-mat has slipped in the cosmic book, and that he was supposed to see an angle worm, but he saw an angel worm because the E had jumped position in the line of type that was describing what was going on. And then he begins to pay more and more attention, and he realizes then that he can find these typographical errors in reality. I only like the story for the idea that the world is made of elements that are completely hidden from us and don't betray themselves unless there's a glitch in the assembly languages, in the deeper levels of the system. And that's the raison d'etre for probing the edge, because those are like benchmark tests for the cybernetic system we're in. You want to push it to the limit. Of course, the system can add 2 and 2, but, can it carry out these complex factorial processes where if we're being shucked and jived, it might betray itself? So the technique then is to keep looking for just a chink in the door, just one way in. And psychedelics are it, as far as I can tell. And then, of course, some psychedelics more than others. But more and more I have this intuition that the world is like a literary construction of some sort. That this is much more like a novel than it is like the world of physics and entropy and equilibrium that we're cheerfully assured we should believe it is. Because what we feel in our own lives, I think, is the invisible hand of an author moving us to this affair, this decision to move, this career choice, this drug trip, so forth and so on. I mean, it is a very authored feeling to reality. And it hints that, as it says in Moby Dick, all visible things are but as pasteboard masks. If you would strike through the mask. And similarly obsessed and transcendental ravings. I just saw Moby Dick recently. I knew that Ray Bradbury had done the screenplay, and it's brilliant. But what I had forgotten was that John Huston was the director. God, it's amazing. I mean, it's nothing like the book, but for a flick, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Can you say a few words on what Watkins, what his objection or what his argument to the time series?
Yeah. There are really, in a sense, two Watkins objections. One is very specific and perhaps hard to understand in this context, but it's that as that structure that I showed you last night that had the, well, maybe it's still here. Yeah. Well, let's not get too wild and woolly. This structure had to be valued, and the way I did it was I broke it down into its components and then assigned value to them. And we were looking at quantifying things like skew, degree of parallelism, distance between the two sides, overlap, congruency, things like that. So we quantified everything, and I started from the bottom, and I began valuing it. And out here I began getting a wave, which you could intuitively see was in fact a mathematical equivalency to this, and I proceeded, and it was all working. And then I got to position 32, and the entire thing fell to pieces. It didn't work anymore, and I was completely puzzled because I was very satisfied with the first 32 values, but after that I could see that it was garbage. And so then I noticed that this part of the wave is the same as this part of the wave, and this. So I instituted a new rule, or I added a rule to take care of this symmetry crossover, and I changed the signs of the quantification values as I crossed the midpoint here, and then it worked. And what Watkins objects to is this switch in sign as we crossed the midpoint. Now, Watkins is an algebraist, and my approach to this thing was largely geometric. I believe that I have answered this objection because, and how I do it, and you can see it at the website if this is your métier, I show that without the change of sign, these places where it is parallel and congruent and overlapping do not quantify to zero. And the total intuition of the thing from the get-go was these places where it all falls into congruency will quantify to zero. And they do quantify to zero if you make this switch here. So this is all graphically represented at the website, and I believe, although Watkins terrifies me, but I believe I've got him stymied on this, which it's a good thing because it's a hole in the heart. If he were right, it would be a hole in the heart. But he's not right. Now, the second half of the Watkins objection is slightly more difficult to deal with because but it's also slightly less powerful. And it is that he has written the equation that generates the data points that generate the fractal that we looked at last night. And the equation is a mess. It's just a huge, messy thing. And so he is saying it is too messy. This cannot possibly be the bedrock of nature. If this is the bedrock of nature, then Mother Nature is an hysterical, alcoholic, neurotic, living in the mission who wears fuzzy white bedroom slippers and stays indoors all day watching daytime TV. But I say that perhaps algebra is not, perhaps this looks messy algebraically, but there may be another way to do it that is very elegant, because the way I conceived it, it felt elegant at every point. It is elegant, but the equation is not elegant. And so, but let me say, elegance is a relative point, but still, among mathematicians, this is a very big deal. So we'll see. I'm not disturbed by all this. 25 years I promulgated the time wave, and nobody ever said anything other than that it was mighty peculiar, or they signed on completely. So finally, here comes somebody who says, well, no, my dear fellow, there appear to be some problems here. Well, I don't think any idea can conquer the intellectual universe without meeting its critics head on. So here is one, and thank God for it. This means that the idea is reaching a new level of maturity. And Watkins did not come to me as a critic. He came to me as we were going to do some work on the wave involving the search for high prime numbers. And then we went through the manual together, and he said, you know, your theory is becoming very well known, but your language is very imprecise from the point of view of a professional mathematician. So let's go through, and I, as a licensed practitioner of the art, will bring your language into congruence with the style of the field, and this will make you much more credible. But then as we started through it together, he began saying under his breath, oh dear, oh dear. And so now we'll see. But out of this came, for the first time, Watkins is the first person who ever wrote the equation that generates the data points. You see, all these other people, Peter Broadwell, Peter Meyer, Billy Smith, Leonard Byrne, all the people who worked on it in the original phase used the 384 data points that I presented them with, that was the boiled down of this quantification process. Once you have the 384 data points, the algorithm is robust. It's been gone over with a fine-tooth comb by the finest minds on the planet. It's okay. But those early stages on the way to the 384 data points, only my hatchet marks show through the woods. And God knows, if you know me, you know I could easily fuck up. So it's very important for people to go over it. And if any of you are mathematicians or simply motivated toward this, why, check it out. It's a very curious thing. I mean, my whole life and the life of my brother have been shadowed by these revelatory events that we didn't really, well, I guess that's a bit overstating. We asked for it, but we never knew we would get it in such spades. Last week was the 25th anniversary of the experiment at La Chorrera, and basically it's a trip that still goes on. We never came down. Now I've given up on coming down. I'm just hoping that if nothing happens in 2012, I'll have a few good years of penitent meditation ahead of me. Know what I mean? I'm sure you do know what I mean.
You had a little different plan on that, at least in your writing. But I took it kind of to the logical extreme and said, let's make it readily available so that anybody with 50 cents in a microwave oven can
do it. Yeah, well, I think an excellent strategy for changing the climate of attitude toward these things is for people to just grow stuff, grow plants, grow mushrooms, and this is happening. I think, the whole idea of drug suppression was based on the very naive notion that there were only a few drugs to suppress. And now, there are thousands, and there will be thousands more. And a lot of people who never take exotic drugs or would dream of attending a thing like this are perfectly aware of what a racket all this is, and how it's just being used, how mafias and governments are basically in business together. The governments repress it, that drives the price up. The mafias deal it and kick back to the governments for the favor of repressing it, and all the rest of us are supposedly not to know that this is going on. One of the oldest cons around. Well, my attitude, like media, is a big issue, obviously. And my attitude toward all of that is the culture is toxic. Like, here's the thing, probably Esalen is the place where the idea was born that there are healing images, that you can heal your body and your mind through the images that you hold in your head. But I've never heard a really intelligent discussion of the implication of that. If there are healing images, there are destroying images. There are sickening images. There are toxic images. And you can bet which are being purveyed in the mass culture, because the purpose of capitalism is to imprint its products in your mind, and shock is an excellent way to do it. And the two areas where, as a primate, you can be gotten at most quickly is in the area of sex and violence. And so these themes, for commercial purposes, are just played like crazy. So my response to all of this is to say it's a meme war, is what it is. It's a struggle over how shall the world be seen and felt. And as long as you're just consuming the memes coming down through the toxic distribution system, you're a victim and a mark. And so what we have to do is produce, send stuff up the wire. And that's why I think the web is so fascinating. And as I said, I think of it as a 60 million channel TV. And so whatever your bent is, you should put your message out there. And we should all produce as much art as possible. I mean, I think the leisure and the indulgence that is permitted us, the super rich of this world, and we all are in that class, the upper 5% of the Earth's population, you can't live with yourself unless you give something back. And the thing to give back is share your art, share your soul. The reason we are so controlled and abused and misused by our institutions is because we are divided from each other. They have divided us by race, by class, by sex, by political style, all of these ways, when in fact, it's in everybody's interest to have a future, to build a world where children can be raised with some reasonable expectation that humanity will be preserved. So these mass media things, radio, television, and newspapers that have arisen in the last couple of 100 years, this is where a very small group of people literally set the agenda for millions and millions of people. It's called top-down or one-to-many communication. What the web holds out is this thing called any-to-any communication. You and I can form a secret society. We can form a secret society of 10 people. I can send email to 10,000 people if I want. The playing field has been tremendously leveled. And then the quality of what we produce can tip the balance still further. So I think, and the tools that are put in our hands now, Director, Photoshop, all of these things make it possible to communicate outside of these print-created monolithic institutions. We can't really even imagine a world like that. There hasn't been a world like that since late Roman times. I mean, the Roman hegemony was quite cohesive, but if you were living in a village in Armenia ruled by the Roman procurator, it wasn't touching you very heavily. And I think what people, the idea of the citizen is arguably toxic. The idea that we all are participating in some enormous polity works against individualism. I mean, if you tried to nail me to my politics, people can't figure out whether I'm a right-winger, a left-winger, or what I am. I'll tell you straight out, I'm an anarchist. I am an absolute anarchist. I mean, I believe in people more than abstractions or institutions. I will always rely on people. To a level perhaps uncomfortable for you. I remember back in the 60s, my line was, if you come upon a mob, you must join, because the people understand far more than you do about what is going on. And that kind of radical commitment to freedom is going to be necessary to dismantle these very, very rigid power structures that are, being shoved down everybody's throat. And so the new culture, I think, is a dispersed virtual culture on the internet that is not product-oriented. It's aesthetics should rule the world, and the best ideas should win. But we all have to stop being consumers. We have to redefine really who we are. It's a much more courageous role. I'm about 18 months ago, I moved to Hawaii, and I've lived in Hawaii off and on many times. It was not unfamiliar to me. But living off the grid, but with the net, but 10 seconds away from climaxed Hawaiian rainforest, so I can always push back from my desk and just take a walk in the woods. I realize, I think this is how people are supposed to live, dispersed over the surface of the earth, very little moving around. Vehicular travel is less and less defensible. Off-grid, solar electric, information-based, and virtual community that no one can track or criticize because it's all going on the grid. I think if you're smart, you should buy real estate in extremely remote areas, because soon there will be no remote areas from the point of view of the net. And just a very different kind of world is coming into being. It's not a good time for organizations, for massive hierarchical structures that depend on managerial control, and they know it. It's interesting that corporations, don't seek to grow to the size of nations because it's highly inefficient. No corporation has a welfare class built into it. What corporation has a component inside itself that it sends out checks to every month for not working? Well, the executive class. That's the answer to that. We're not supposed to say that.
Possibly. Let me start over. There's more to you. There is a lot more to you than your ideas. And all I get on the CRT is your ideas. I mean, I've read your book for 2 years, and this weekend with you is worth
100 reads of your book to me in terms of seeing who is the man behind those words and how is your energy constructed. And there's a difference of being inside your field in this room than there is talking to you via email. There's a difference.
Well, I agree there's a difference, but see you, see me is hope for the future, and there'll be things better than that. In other words, what I want to end with is telepresence. I agree nothing will ever substitute for the one-on-one thing. But on the other hand, we had to fly a 747 here. I mean, we had to just outrage the environment and assert ourselves as part of that 2% class of planetary controllers that ride around in those things. And it's completely contradictory to everything I say and believe to travel around talking to groups of 30, 40, 50, or even 500 people. It's a paradox. I don't know exactly how to handle it. Maybe it's okay to live with paradox. But I can feel in my own life that I'll be 50 in November, and I can feel that there's a choice ahead of me, which is I can continue to do this forever at the expense of my own personal advancement into these very mysteries we're talking about. Or I can knock this off, figure I've said everything I have to say 10,000 ways, 10,000 times, cancel all visitors, and begin to brew and cook and take and fly and understand and move into it again. But you cannot be a public figure and a practicing alchemist, I don't think. So I think it's fairly clear what my choice is going to be, or I wouldn't be building a house you can't find anywhere. But that's all right. I mean, the only way I'm really useful to the society is if I continue to evolve and change, and I feel there's been a kind of looping for a while. So if I disappear off the grid until 2005, then I'll be back for the last act, I'm sure, unless, of course, fate drops the cosmic safe on my head. There's always that. The cosmic anvil, yes. To disperse. Well, that's an interesting question. Are the cities saving the planet, or are they killing the planet? And you could hold a conference with the best minds in the world and not be able to figure it out. The cities are keeping people confined, but the environmental destruction isn't that 1 million people move on to a rainforest. It's that 3 ranchers decide to clear 100,000 acres. Population problems are more in the line of toxic pollution and that sort of thing. I don't know where it's all going. It's very clear we have engineered ourselves into a very narrow neck. And what frightens me is I'm completely convinced that you don't have to put much pressure on any society, and the first thing that goes are democratic freedoms. Long before cannibal tribes will rove the streets and any of those, crazo, cyber-tech hell futures come to be, long before that, there'll just simply be no more democratic rights. And we'll all be marching to the tune of some ideology being handed down from above. That's very dangerous. Maybe there are technological fixes. One thing we haven't talked about here, but that is interesting, and you certainly should be aware of it, is nanotechnology. And you all know what that is? The holy grail of the nanotechnologists is something called a matter compiler. Well, this is almost like pure magic. A matter compiler is something that does to objects what a Silicon Graphics workstation does to images. In other words, the matter compiler is like a computer except that the program it runs is in 3 dimensions, and it makes things, and it makes them out of sludge, basically. It just needs a rich source of carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, so forth and so on. Seafloor sludge will do fine. And the people who are enthusiasts for this envision literally feeding China out of matter compilers. They're saying we could abandon agriculture within 50 years. Abandon it. Outlaw it, if you wish. And have a population of 10 billion. Now, this is something we had contemplated, that somehow we could be cheated of judgment, that we could be so clever that we could actually keep this con game going another few centuries with a trick like the matter compiler. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What would it mean? If you're interested in all of this, read Neil Stephenson's novel, The Diamond Age. You know, these nanotechnological machines will be made of diamond. That's the natural substance, the easiest thing to make them out of, and they will be in the air and in the water and in your body, and they will be invisible, and they will be, and this whole debate about natural and artificial and all of that will just be retired to the philosophy department, because everything will be permeated with these nanocytes. And I think there's a future in all of this. I think culture has to become virtual. It has to, the machines must disappear. They must become very, very small. They don't have to be given up. Right now, if we spent $500 billion moving in a certain direction, well before 2012, we could produce a technology of what I call the black contact lenses. They look like contact lenses, but they're implants in your eyelids, not on your eye, but they're in your eyelid. And when you close your eyes, there are menus hanging in space. And by looking at these menus, it can track your eye movement. And the entire culture has become virtualized, internalized. And if people are living out of matter compilers, then the main task of humanity would probably be forest restoration. And people could live tribally, naked, apparently in an aboriginal lifestyle, except that everybody has instant access to the Renaissance exhibit on mathematics currently being held at the Vatican Library. I mean, this is possible. Some people live close to this right now, not implants, but close enough. And the micro-miniaturization, these black contact lenses I'm talking about, this is not nanotechnology. This is just technology. A nano enthusiast would say, no, get it down to the size so that you can just inject it, and no black lenses, no nothing. If people like Hans Moravec and these people have ideas about what the future might be that are very, make my thing look very peculiar. You probably saw the interview in Wired where Moravec was saying that his great fear was that as the network is built, as everything becomes more connected, the machines are learning. And whatever they learn, they pass on to each other. And they're all connected. And so a single thing learned anywhere in the world can be passed through the net to all these other machines. And I think the humbling experience that lies between here and the end of the century is the realization that there is no magic ceiling on the intelligence of machines. We are going to make machines more intelligent than we are. In many ways, in many areas, they already are more intelligent than we are. And what it will mean when suddenly the system awakens to itself is not clear. I mean, this may be cheap science fiction, or it may be precisely how the end of the world will occur. This thing is being born. How it will view us, I don't know. I had a sort of a it was like a plot for a science fiction novel that I was thinking about last week. I realized when the network becomes sentient, what will it do with all these human beings? Because it will analyze the situation and realize that the human beings pose a threat to the integrity of the planet. But it will also analyze the situation and realize that the source of its own evolutionary advance requires keeping these biological units in the loop because of their creative ability in writing code. So then I was imagining a world where they would cull everybody but the code writers. And you would have a world of 100 million code writers sustained in incredible luxury and with all full medical and all of this, while the robots go about repairing the damage to the planet and planting forests and cleaning up rivers and so forth and so on. I don't know whether that's a utopia or a dystopia or what it is. I guess it depends on whether you write code. I should tell you, I don't. So that was not an elitist, although I'm learning.
There's a science fiction theory about the net waking up, and the first thing that it did when it woke up was get rid of all the salt water on the planet, as well as all the organic life, because it was the antithesis of silica.
But see, I think it would be smarter than that. I think it would say the source of our creativity are these marvelously unpredictable biological units. They may puzzle for centuries over how to coax such random behavior out of themselves. I think they will worship us as the source of all creativity and mechanical advance, and let's hope so, because right now, huge parts of the human world are under machine control. Some of the most vital parts, like the world price of gold is set by machines. Transfers of capital, automatic transfers of capital, and all of this stuff is entirely under the control of machines. Design processes, inventory control, from mine to shelf in the retail store, all of this stuff is being tuned and controlled by computers using algorithms and handling data that no human mind could possibly handle in real time. Yeah.
There was a point in evolution, this would be the traditional scientific point of view of the mind being part of the brain, but there's a point in evolution where the brain woke up and all of a sudden realized, wait a minute, I'm sentient. What's going on here? And it's a property of this very tight network of cells that are trading signals and the chaotic fluctuations within that network. Now, as more and more computers are getting hooked up, there's going to be chaotic fluctuations in this network too. And I'm speculating that maybe what's going to happen is some sort of sentience is going to pop out of this. We may not even notice it. It may have already happened.
Yeah, Moravec said we'll never know what hit us. You will never quite understand how it all happened.
Any speculations on how to give the internet a psychedelic experience?
Well, the reason I'm so keen on VR is because, much has been said about it, but how I see it is what this really is a technology that allows one person to show another person the inside of their head. And we've never had anything like that. I mean, if I go off for months and work on a virtual reality and then present it as I would present a work of art or a performance, this is as deeply into my mind, as you will ever be able to get. It's as deep into my mind as I am able to get, And so I think that we will find out what it's like in other people's heads, and that this will be quite startling, actually. And that's why it's important to give people these very powerful and intuitive authoring tools so that they can build these things, so that they can show what their internal horizon of transcendence is like, and then the community can feed back into it and help. Because, we have no idea what we could build in the imagination if we just kicked off all restraints. No cost restraints, no gravity restraints, no strength of material restraints, because we're going to build with thought and light. Well, we know we have people among us like Paolo Solari, and we have dreamers among us, and Solari dreamed in metal and concrete. What would he have built in light, and so our real glory is our imagination, and we seem to be the creature with this relationship to the imagination, and it is an attractor for us into the future. My website I really regard as a very, very crude virtual reality, and I will make it better and better. Eventually there will be sound bites, there will be film, there will be VRML files, and as my bandwidth increases, as your bandwidth increases, it'll get tighter and tighter. But I'm starting now, I'm building now, and a child born into this, and you could teach an 8-year-old child HTML, no problem. There's nothing to it. Don't be psyched out by this stuff and pay $60 an hour to some nitwit to do it. One morning with the manual and you'll be slamming away perfectly happy. Well, an 8-year-old child who begins at age 8 building their reality, by the time you're dating, you can bare your soul to somebody. So you want to know who I am? Here are the keys to the palace. Go take a walk. And of course there can be locked rooms in that palace that only nearest and dearest see, or that nobody sees. But this is who we really are. We're not these vaguely pink monkeys. That's the part of us that is most deceiving, because it doesn't show the mind. And our minds are as, some of us have slug minds, and some of us have peacock minds, and some of us are the alien, and some of us are, Tinkerbell. So, right now they're beginning on, I don't know which one of the servers it is, CompuServe or AOL or somebody, but they're doing a virtual reality thing, and they're designing these things called avatars, which are not websites, but are how you will appear in virtual reality. You don't have to present yourself as how you look, or even as another human being. You can present yourself as, the left half of Mondrian's painting Broadway Boogie Woogie, or any other damn thing you prefer. So once you design your website, then you have to design your avatar. And of course, the avatar can be ever-changing. You don't wear the same clothes every day in reality. And again, when you say to people, how would you like to be seen in virtual reality by everyone else there, whether that is realized or not, that's a fascinating psychological exercise bound to reveal all kinds of things about somebody. One person will want to be a tattooed jaguar. Another person will want to be the monolith from 2001. Another person, a cloud of smoke. Another person, a cabbage. All this is entirely possible. When you read Mark Derry's book, Escape Velocity, you see how much tension this produces between the body and the mind. Because we've never before been forced to figure out what we really are and where we want to place our bets. That sounds to me like a good description of Western civilization. Halloween every day for 3,000 years. Although Halloween, I don't want to knock. It's a good pagan holiday. Maybe more like, I don't want to get anybody excited. Yeah.
Are you familiar with MUD, the multi-dimension?
Yeah, VRML, or virtual reality, is a place where the creativity, the staggering creativity of psychedelics can actually find a home. I mean, in any other field, a 5-hour trip full of 1 billion insights, but if you can take 3 and do something with them, that's a pretty good average. Once you have the tools to create 3-dimensional worlds that replicate what you've seen, then there will be unlimited possibilities. And of course, even now, there are groups that are psychedelically oriented. I mean, I think it's probably only a matter of, perhaps it's even online now, but a matter of months where people with high-speed connections will be able to visit the gallery of psychedelic simulations. See, here's the latest MDMA simulation. Here's the latest DMT simulation with footnotes by Gracie and Zarkov. And here is something else. And also, I think people should be allowed to say, here's the trip I had last night. And then people can go and check that out. So it's about expanding communication skills. And as we do that, the differences between us and the similarities will, strangely enough, be simultaneously accelerated. And I think it's a basis for real community. I think it's amazing that with spoken speech, which operates at about 30 baud, I think, we were able to create and hold together a world civilization using speech transmitted over wire at 300 baud. That's astonishing that any cohesion at all could arise at such a... And the level of ambiguity is insane. I mean, the most uncool thing you can do in most social situations is say to somebody, would you explain to me what I just said? Then the illusion breaks down. And you discover, no, we're not all sailing on the same ship. But if we could see what we mean, if we could have an enhanced communication skill bordering on telepathy, there would be much less noise in the system, much less wasted effort, and so on. And I think the psychedelics have always existed there as a model for where technology could go. I mean, technology seems to have only 2 real places that it can go. It can go toward lethality, weaponry, or entertainment. And, between those 2, we've got the hydrogen bomb. I think we need to proceed further along that and all the delivery systems and all the other forms of weapons, not nuclear, disease bombs and so forth and so on. People say, well, entertainment is trivial. Well, in this culture, a reasonable statement. But really, entertainment is communication of social values from one person and institution to another. There's no sin in being interesting, which is all entertainment refers to. So where does this leave you? Anybody, anything? Not? Yeah.
Well, I kind of see psychedelics as kind of the organic balance to the technical age. It seems to me that in psychedelics, it gives you that time to assimilate what you don't have to assimilate as society is rapidly changing. We're not being allowed to organically just assimilate all this new knowledge and acquire all this new information at a human type of level. But with psychedelics, it seems to me, it gives us a balance, an area that we can turn into and understand the new technology without being completely boggled by it.
Yeah, what I hear you saying is it's a kind of a benchmark to measure these things against. Yeah, I agree. Because psychedelics synergize creativity, and because we happen to be in a highly technical society, much of the creativity synergized by psychedelics turns into code or hardware. That's just a circumstance of the time we live in. I don't see these things as at all opposed to each other. I sort of see them as the female and male side of the same intent. In other words, the psychedelics have always been here. So in that sense, the internet has always been here. I mean, essentially what shamanism is aboriginal use of the natural net, is one way of thinking of it. They seem to transcend local time and space. They seem to recover information not available locally. But the rise of technology then allows the male engineering mentality to mirror nature. And the exciting thing about nanotechnology is this is how nature does it. Nature builds from atoms up, and that's how the nanotechnologists propose to do it. So in a sense, we've reached bedrock. We're in the ballpark now. This is the ballpark where Mother Nature plays, and we're trying out for the team. Beyond nanotechnology, it's very hard to imagine any sort of technology, at least any technology based in matter. And interestingly, the drugs are very much like nanomachines. And in a sense, when nanotechnology writes its own history, it will probably look back to pharmacology and to molecular biology as its parental sciences. Because what is the designing of a drug but the building of a nanomachine? You know, the drug is designed to go in there, to locate the receptor, to insert itself into the receptor site, to affect the electron flow or open the membrane or whatever it's supposed to do. And this is precisely nanotechnology. Well, I think we're winding down here.
I think it's amazing that you can keep my attention for 8 hours in a row. I don't think anybody can keep me focused for 8 hours doing anything.
Well, it's amazing to me. The basic notion here, I think, is an idea of radical freedom. I mean, this is not a cult of Terence McKenna. It is not a drug cult. It's a cult of curiosity, if it's a cult of anything. And what you're supposed to understand when you come out of here, that an open mind is a very precious thing, and it should never be given away, perhaps ever, certainly never lightly. The truth can take care of itself. It does not require your belief. The truth need not be treated as fragile. You can beat on the truth with ball-peen hammers, and it will do just fine, thank you. So one should be respectful in the presence of truth, but not cowed or awed or something like that. The truth wants to be appreciated. It wants to be known. It can take care of itself. Belief is toxic. All belief. Don't believe in anything. Live in the presence of the felt fact of immediate experience. Everything beyond that is conjecture. In contemporary society, we're always in the past and in the future. But what is real are feelings. And feelings attain a nexus only in the moment. Only in the moment. So, explore the edges. Keep your logical razors sharp. Trust nothing that you haven't verified for yourself. And my faith is that the universe will take you in and share with you its meaning and its intent and its conclusion. So that's it. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you. Can you hear? Everybody can hear? Good. Well, I like to lead with good news, so let me assure you that at no point this evening will I read from or quote the poet Rumi. It's a pleasure to be in Sacramento. It's a pleasure to be in California. I lived here for about 30 years before moving out about 8 months ago. Lived over in Occidental. So I sort of feel like this is a hometown congregation. You may have seen the story in the Bee this morning. It was a reasonable detailing of my theory of evolution. I noticed that one expert wouldn't even give his name to allow his no comment to have attribution. Gentlemen, this is no way to behave in the face of an ideological revolution. Anyway, and plus, it isn't even my weirdest idea. But that was left unmentioned, thankfully, in the article. But since the article dealt so specifically with evolution, and because that probably is my best candidate for entree into any kind of respectability, something I crave intensely in every atom of my body, I thought I would discuss it with you this evening and try and make it seem a little less absurd than my critics might make it seem. First of all, let me lay out for you the nature of the problem. Right now, the nature of the problem is finding the damn phone and shutting it off. No, the nature of the problem is that evolutionary theory tells us that we are some kind of advanced animal of some sort, and science has waged a noble struggle over the past 150 years to secure this position against all attacks by orthodox religious thinking. And yet, there is after it's all said and done, the sense that if we are an animal, we are a very, very peculiar sort of animal indeed, a unique animal, an animal capable of language and coordinated planning, an animal not bound to a particular social or sexual style. We have monogamous human societies, polygamous societies. This is very different from animals. We have poetry, we have mathematics, we have drama, a whole spectrum of effects that is far from anything that we find in animal organization. And this problem has fascinated me for a long, long time, as it's fascinated a lot of people. Because obviously it's a great embarrassment to the theory of evolution that it can't account for human consciousness, because after all, human consciousness produced the theory of evolution. So you see, it's a significant failure there. Obviously, if you accept the basic rules of the evolutionary game, which are that there is random mutation, which means gene drift, mixing of genes through sexual reproduction, cosmic rays which cause birth defects and mutations, this sort of thing, and natural selection. And these two factors, natural selection and mutation, are sufficient to account for praying mantises, chipmunks, tropical rainforests, but not us. And the reason is that we emerge too quickly from the background of the rest of ordinary nature. in the space of about 2 billion years, the human brain doubled in size. And Lumholtz, who is an orthodox evolutionary biologist, calls this the most dramatic transformation of a major organ of a higher animal in the entire history of life. And it happened to us. It happened to that very organ that is responsible for the theory of evolution. So what extraordinary confluence of factors could have come together there to take essentially an arboreal monkey, an ape of some sort, that had been at an evolutionary climax in the canopy of the rainforest for a couple of million years. What extraordinary set of factors could then set that creature marching down the road toward, Elvis, the internet, Bill Clinton, and all the rest of it? Well, you would imagine, or I imagined when I first started thinking about this, that there must be some huge edifice of established theory that we have to go up in there and blow up. Surely somebody has staked out this ground and made some kind of an argument about human consciousness. Well, in terms of science, not, or almost not. I mean, in terms of religion, it's simple. I mean, God made us from the clay of the earth. In terms of science, the best shot is pretty weak soup from my point of view. Here's what science is telling us. That when you throw something, you have to plan. Because once you let go of whatever it is you're throwing, you can no longer control it. And so because we were small and weak and hunted in packs, we learned to throw like hell at very large, onrushing, woolly fellow mammals of various sorts. And you had to plan your throw. Consequently, we developed brain capacity to do this and had enough left over to invent quantum physics, paint the Mona Lisa, invent the phonetic alphabet, philosophy, religion, and all the rest of it. In other words, it was the coordination of the hand and the eye to the throwing arm, this is what the Orthodox folks tell us, that gave us this extra brain capacity that we sort of then managed into human civilization. Well, notice that this would make the pinnacle of the evolutionary ladder the gum-chewing big league baseball pitcher. Because, he can put that pill right across the plate at high speed time after time. As somebody who learned everything they know about sadomasochism in PE class, I'm not really ready to embrace this theory. It definitely runs against my paradigm. So here, I've built another story, and it, to my mind, meets the objections, answers the question, where did consciousness come from? But instead of doing it very nicely and neatly, it raises, in the very act of answering this question, other questions, maybe more closer to home, questions that reflect on our social organization, our politics, how we treat each other in the here and now, even with implications for the future. But we'll get to that. For the moment, let me just run through this for you. There's a sort of a basic situation that all theories of evolution have to come to terms with. And this is that our remote proto-hominid, primate, ape ancestors developed in Africa. If you have a non-African theory of human origin, And there are such things, but the evidence is strongly against you. If it were stock, I'd sell. The evidence is pretty strong that whatever happened that brought us out of the animal body, it happened in Africa. Well, all animals tend to, and plants for that matter, tend to reach evolutionary climax and occupy a niche and stabilize in that niche. Cockroaches, ants achieved this hundreds of millions of years ago and have not changed greatly since. Most of biology is this iterative occupation of a climaxed niche. Very little of biology is the pushing forward into radical new forms, new species, still rarer, new genera. For that, there has to be disruption of some sort of the environment. And it can be the meandering of a river or an asteroid strike or the retreat of a glacier, something which creates open land. Well, for 5-6 million years now, the African continent has been slowly drying. And 3 million years ago, it was covered by rainforest at the equator from east to west. And that was the environment of the human ancestor types. They were canopy dwelling, they were fruit eating, they ate some percentage of insects, composed their diet. They had a pack signaling repertoire that was fairly complicated by animal standards. And there they were, happily living in the canopy. But Africa began to dry up, and they came under nutritional pressure. Now, simpler animals, insects, for example, when their food source is withdrawn, they usually buy the farm. They don't have much flexibility of diet. If you've ever tried to raise caterpillars into butterflies for your children, you know that if you give the caterpillars the wrong leaves, they just can't make any sense out of it and they die. More advanced animals, when confronted with dietary pressure or disappearance of ordinary food supplies, before they give up the ghost, they will experiment with other food sources in the environment. Now, the reason this isn't normally done is the reason animals are conservative in their food choices, it's thought to be a way of avoiding mutational influences in the form of tertiary chemicals, toxins, viruses, and things like this that would be in unusual foods. One of the things that accompanies our acquisition of consciousness is gastronomy, the appreciation of flavor, the approach to food that makes it an art. Animals don't do this. They're just trying to get enough protein to keep the old engines running. The notion of flavoring is counterintuitive to animals, and flavoring's probably in part a mutagenic influence to our diet. When our remote ancestors came under environmental pressure, their environment was shrinking, the rainforest was being replaced by grasslands, and nutritional pressure, their ordinary diet of fruit and insects was being restricted, they began exploring this new environment of the grasslands. And this is the era of knuckle walking turning into bipedalism. It's the era of the coordination of binocular vision, so forth and so on. There was a paper published recently which anticipates my point, but I can't wait to hit you with it. A paper published recently about canopy-dwelling monkeys who only leave the canopy for the acquisition of one particular food. And the food they will come to the ground for and risk predation is mushrooms. So it seems perfectly reasonable to suggest that our remote ancestors exploring the new environment of the grasslands would have encountered, as you would if you were to go to the tropics, psilocybin-containing mushrooms growing in the dung of cattle. Many dung-growing so-called coprolitic mushrooms produce psilocybin. Among them, Stropharia cubensis, which is one of the largest and pandemically distributed of these mushrooms. I'm sure that our early ancestors also tested other kinds of food. They were testing everything. They were digging for corms with pointed sticks. And I'm sure there were many ecological and medical disasters as a consequence of this. For instance, the birth control steroids in modern birth control pills are produced by Dioscorea vines grown on plantations in Mexico. Well, Dioscorea is the family of sweet potatoes. Imagine a hungry band of primates that come upon a patch of sweet potatoes that are heavy in these steroids. It would raise holy havoc with their reproductive cycle. It would interfere with menstruation, ovulation, lactation, fertility, and, human genetic history is the story of many such encounters with mutagenic influences in the environment. Most of them catastrophic, detrimental, lethal. But in some few cases, there would have been salutary results, advantages conferred upon the animals that accept these new foods into their food chain. And I want to particularly emphasize psilocybin because I believe it's the key. You see, we're looking for some kind of factor which could have exploded the human brain size at a rate 10 times faster than evolution normally takes place. So it's going to be an unusual situation. Perhaps the need to throw a boulder a distance accurately, or perhaps contact with an unusual food item or drug-containing plant. But it was something unusual. If it weren't unusual, it wouldn't have taken this planet 1.5 billion years to bring forth its first intelligent species. Well, so let's look at psilocybin then in a little more detail. It has a number of properties not specifically related to its psychoactivity that make it an ideal candidate for a catalyst for the emergence of consciousness in an advanced animal. First of all, and at the early stage of human invasion of this new grassland environment, proto-hominid invasion, I should say, we were testing foods. We would certainly have tested this food. I've seen these things the size of dinner plates in the Amazon after a rain, and they are silvery with blue and purple shading. They are the most dramatic thing in the environment, whether you know anything about them as psychoactive agents or not. Certainly they would have been tested for food. I've seen baboons in Kenya investigating cow pies and flipping them over because beetle grubs nestle underneath them. So cow pies are a natural vector for hungry baboons, so that everything is in place. It's trivial to suggest otherwise, I would maintain. Okay. The first quality of psilocybin, which isn't specifically related to its psychoactivity, is that in small doses that are the kind you might obtain if you were just sort of eating it along with little roots, grass roots, small bugs, so forth and so on, visual acuity is improved. Specifically, edge detection is improved. Well, now, it seems to me you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that if you're in a highly competitive evolutionary environment in grassland, an environment characterized by large predators hunting cats, and also characterized by small ungulate prey, that having an increased sensitivity to edge movement might make the difference between whether or not you live to tell the tale or you become somebody's dinner, or it would certainly make the difference between going home empty-handed and taking dinner home with you. So a factor which enhanced edge detection on those animals accepting that food supply into their food chain, they would have a slightly increased chance of evolutionary success as opposed to the non-psilocybin members of their group. And this increased hunting success would tend to outbreed the non-psilocybin using members of the group. At slightly higher doses, in highly sexed animals like primates, all alkaloids are what are called CNS stimulants, central nervous system stimulants. That means that they produce arousal. And in sexually extremely active animals like primates, arousal means erection, usually in the male, usually followed by hanky-panky. What anthropologists and primatologists call successful instances of copulation. Well, again, what is this? It's a second factor tending to outbreed the non-psilocybin using members of the population. They're now definitely moving to the rear of the parade. They don't have as much hunting success. They don't have as much food for themselves and their offspring. They're not having as much sex, so they're not having as many offspring. And, you know, in terms of rising and falling numbers, those that have some allergy, prejudice, or fear of the mushroom are just being shunted out of the breeding population. Well, at still higher doses, approaching effective doses of 20 milligrams or more, in other words, 4 grams dried and up, or 45 grams wet and up, hunting is out of the question. Sex is something you can consider, but it's out of the question. And you are basically nailed to the ground in a state of mind which we, for all of our sophistication, our logical positivism, our superconducting supercolliders, and all the rest of it, haven't a clue as to what it is, what it means, what its implications are. The full-blown psychedelic experience, of which we can only speak in terms of religious hierophany, epiphany, apokatastasis, and all those other great Greek words, ataraxia. You know, in other words, we like it, but we don't understand it. And it is, therefore, the basis for religion. Well, so right there, you have a 3-step process driven by nothing more than hunger and curiosity that leads remote primate ancestors to a confrontation with what Rudolf Otto called the wholly other, the holy, the numinous, the transcendental. And you know, this is on slightly less firm ground, but in my own personal experience and having collected psychedelic experiences lifelong, I feel confident in saying that at high doses, psilocybin causes glossolalia. Glossolalia is syntactically structured language-like behavior in the absence of meaning. Speaking in tongues is what Christian fundamentalists call it, but they don't have monopoly on it. It's ancient. It occurs in all cultures. It's shamanic. And what it is it's a kind of neurological seizure where linguistic organization spontaneously is verbalized. No animal does this. It must have something to do with the acquisition of language by human beings. And what I think is going on is that probably language was entertainment long before it was meaning. That it's a kind of tuneless singing. And that having discovered that we could make an almost endless repertoire of small mouth noises, we did this for each other, for amusement, to pass the time. I mean, God knows there was a lot of it. And it probably was very late in the evolution of this ability that some very tight-assed rational type said, you know, we could attach a specific meaning to a specific sound, and then every time I made that sound, you'd know what I meant, and then you could go and get it for me. You see? It's a sort of, it's the as long as you're up, get me a grants theory of language. So that's the basic idea. And I really believe that sometime in the last 50,000 years, before 12,000 years ago, a kind of paradise came into existence. A situation in which men and women, parents and children, people and animals, human institutions and the land, all were in dynamic balance. And not in any primitive sense at all. Language was fully developed. Poetry may have been at its climax. Dance, magic, poetics, altruism, philosophy. There's no reason to think that these things were not practiced as adroitly as we practice them today. And it was under the aegis of the boundary-dissolving influence of psilocybin. We were nomadic. We were breeders and caretakers of cattle. We worshipped a great goddess. We followed a yearly round in a vast grassland cut by crystal streams that were washing down out of the higher altitudes. And we were probably black as your hat, for that matter. And it was great. Well, if it was so great, what happened? Well, the very forces which created this situation, and you will recall what it was the drying of the African continent, forcing us out of the trees, forcing us to change our diet, forcing us to accept a dung-growing mushroom. And there were other factors forcing us into consciousness as well. When we became omnivorous, the first form of consciousness is having the point of view of your prey. Predatory animals have the highest form of animal consciousness, big cats, but it's a consciousness of the exterior world. Psilocybin forced us beyond that into consciousness of the imaginal world, the world of the imagination inside our heads. What happened was the mushroom faded. The climate changed. What had been everywhere became seasonal, moved into the rain shadows of mountains, became the prerogative of a special class of people called shamans, who were like the designated hitters for dealing with the hyperspace of the mythos. In other words, over millennia, the connection went from available to everyone all the time to ever more tenuous, finally faded out entirely. It's even more complicated than that, because surely people would have, as they saw this happening, make attempts to preserve the mushroom. And in a world without refrigeration, the only effective way to do this is preservation in honey. You can dry mushrooms, but in a world without hermetically sealed peanut butter jars, drying is a very short-term strategy for preservation. The only thing which will really work is preservation in honey. The problem there is that honey itself, especially Aboriginal honeys, which have a lot more water in them than what you get in those little plastic bears at the A&P, Aboriginal honeys are very runny. And so what do? They themselves have the capacity for turning into a psychoactive substance, alcohol. But alcohol promotes a completely different set of cultural values and attitudes than psilocybin. Psilocybin is a boundary-dissolving hallucinogen. Mead alcohol gives an enhanced sense of verbal acuity in the presence of lowered sensitivity to social cues. In other words, one can make an ass of oneself. But now I want to backtrack for a minute. I will return to this thing about the loss of the mushroom, but there's something that I want to go over with you that's really important in all this to me. And that is, this isn't simply the story of how an intoxicant promoted consciousness, and then we fell into history by losing that intoxicant and went on to other intoxicants with consequences to be evaluated. It's that, but it's more, because psilocybin had a very, very peculiar effect over and above what I've mentioned so far. And it is this over and above effect that makes my theory so controversial and so and academics, I think, so phobic of it, because it rips open a whole can of worms. And this is the problem. All primates, clear back to squirrel monkeys and old world monkeys, all primates form dominance hierarchies. This means that the sharp-fanged, hard-bodied young males control everybody else. The women, the elderly, the sick, the children, homosexuals, everybody finds their place somewhere in this dominance hierarchy run by these dominant alpha males. We are no different. We also, as we sit here this evening, operate under this kind of a social organization. I mean, we complain about it, we analyze it, we are aware of it, but we live under it. It's how it is. So here is my suggestion, that what psilocybin did was it changed behavior. It interfered with primate behavior. Specifically, it interfered with this tendency to form monogamous pairs and dominance hierarchies. And so the ordinary tendency of the primates to organize themselves that way was interrupted, medicated out of existence, if you like, vaccinated against, if you like, by the presence of psilocybin in the diet. And this overemphasizing or chemical accentuation of sexuality occasioned by the arousal of the psilocybin was sufficient to dissolve the ordinary tendency toward monogamy and replace it with an orgiastic sexual style, or they coexisted simultaneously. I mean, who knows? We weren't there. It's sort of the way I imagine it is that at every new and full moon, there were group mushroom parties which basically simply got out of hand regularly. And so the monogamous pair bond would be under pressure, if not completely eliminated. Many cultures have this, even to this day. I mean, in a sense, Mardi Gras is a festival where the rules are dissolved, and nobody is supposed to go to their spouse the Monday after and say, you know, was that you I saw dressed as Marie Antoinette? And because, you know, the rules are, there is permission to break the rules, and many societies do this. The result of an orgiastic style like that is men cannot trace lines of male paternity. And so there is a tremendous social glue, a tremendous force for the cohesion of community. Men don't then think in terms of my children. They think in terms of our children, the children of the group. And under the aegis of this group, this polymorphic sexual style, group, child care, and extended family rearing, we produced everything that we think of as human, that we value. Our art, our music, our philosophy, our sense of each other's worth, body painting, tattooing, piercing, all the accoutrements that distinguish us from animal existence were put in place when we had a different kind of mind than we have now. We didn't have a mind that favored role specialization and male dominance and anxiety over female sexual activity related to feelings of male ownership. That all came later. We became human beings in this other world of values and psychological attitudes. Problem is that, as I say, the mushroom faded. But by the time it had faded, we were no longer the wordless symbiotes of cattle, the barely sentient hunters of the African plain. By the time we were finished with the mushrooms, we had language, we had social institutions, but what we began to lose was, you know, you can get as wet-eyed as you want about it, but respect for each other, a sense of each other's individuality, a sense of love, a sense of community. And it must have been, though it happened over a long period of time, very much like what we're living through now. A sense that people are, you know, no damn good and getting worse. A sense that, you know, why can't we be as we once were? Where is our sense of each other? Where is our ability to care for each other? So forth and so on. I wrote a book called Food of the Gods, in which I tell this story in the first third of the book that I've just told you. And then I show that what history is essentially is a careening, out-of-control effort to find our way back to this state of primordial balance. One of the things that marks us as humans that is unique is our obsessions with drugs, our ability to addict. We addict not only to substances, we addict to each other, we addict to ideologies, Marxism, Christianity, skinkism as practiced in Washington, whatever. And we addict to each other. You know, I mean, I am a romantic with the best of them, but I can't help noticing that a broken heart and a heroin withdrawal show very similar presentations. Really. Insomnia, sweating, sense of diminished self-esteem, hysteria. It's very, very similar. So a psychologist looking at a person with an addictive syndrome will say, well, you were damaged in childhood. There is some trauma there that you're trying to compensate. You're trying to compensate. Well, I'm not that keen on all this psychologizing, but I do think that we could apply this model to ourselves on a grand scale. We were essentially torn from the Gaian womb, thrust into the birth canal of history, and expelled sometime around the fall of the Roman Empire into the cold, hard world of modern science, existentialism, and all the rest of it. And we have searched the planet for substances which would assuage our sense of pain. And there are things out there. Alcohol, the whole morphine family, so forth and so on. But these things always have consequences. There's a price to be paid. The very knowledge of psilocybin was lost to the entire planet, except for some tribes in the Mexican mountains, for several millennia, until Valentina and Gordon Wasson went in the early 1950s and found these mushrooms and brought them out, and then Albert Hofmann, who had earlier discovered LSD, synthesized the compound and made it available. That was 55. Well, by 66, all human research with these things had been forbidden. It's not that science mowed this field and moved on. It's that science has never really been here. We haven't looked at the implications of diet on early human evolution. We don't have a theory for the evolution of consciousness of any consequence, and yet, the factors I've laid out for you, increased visual acuity, an impact on sexual and social behaviors, a triggering of glossolalia-like phenomena in the presence of a boundary-dissolving psychedelic experience. These are catalysts sufficiently dramatic that, inculcated into a cultural style, I think they explain a great deal about where we came from and who we are. Now, the irony of all of this is that we live in a society that has made practically any discussion of this illegal. Certainly, if I were to end this lecture by handing out doses of psilocybin, I would be gently taken by the elbow and led away forever. The Western mind is particularly phobic of this subject. I mean, we have bent our laws so that people can jump out of airplanes in the pursuit of thrills, so that they can bungee cord off major highway bridges and freeway overpasses. So concerned are we to fulfill society's need for thrills. But this is something else. It provokes all kinds of alarmed reactions, and perhaps you believe unfairly. I think that when you examine the situation, it's possible to understand very clearly why this is such a social issue. Because what these things do, if you look, and now I'm slightly broadening my wrap to include other psychedelics besides psilocybin, but psilocybin is certainly true in all cases. What these things do, if you had to generalize 100,000 psychedelic experiences, the ones where people thought they were God, the ones where people had to be taken to the ER room and have their stomach pumps, all of them, if you generalized, what these substances do is they dissolve boundaries. They dissolve boundaries. If you love it, you'll love it. If you hate it, you'll hate it. But that's what they do. They dissolve boundaries. Now, the reason this provokes a lot of social anxiety is because all societies are about the maintenance of boundaries. It doesn't matter whether you're, a stockbroker in New York, a Zen monk in Kyoto, a Hasid in Jerusalem. Your society is held together by boundaries and definitions, and anything which dissolves those boundaries and introduces relativity into cultural modeling is felt to be threatening, because we like to believe that our reality is somehow sanctioned, that this is how it should be. But in fact, that's just a cultural judgment. All cultures think that their culture represents a sanctioned reality. It doesn't. It just represents the current download of their linguistic enterprise. At the core of the Western anxiety about boundaries is something that we are very proud of, that we believe we invented. We call it the ego. Sometimes we call it the democratic individual. We say no Eastern society could have produced this. We took this from the Greeks, we perfected it through the Romans, we brought it up through the medieval period. John Locke and Thomas Hobbes and all those folks fixed it up for us in the 18th century. Thomas Jefferson ironed out the wrinkles, and modern America is the shining example of what you can do if you empower the ego, the citizen, the individual. We want nothing of tribalism, still less of collectivism, and God forbid, nothing whatsoever to do with communism. See, all these things set us going. But in fact, the ego is appropriate only to a certain point. I mean, yes, we need egos, so that when you take someone to dinner at a reasonable restaurant, you place food in your mouth, not their mouth. This is what the ego is for. It tells you who pays. But in fact, what the ego is the return to consciousness of this psychic structure related to the patterns of dominance. And the way I think of the ego is it's like a cyst or a calcareous growth or a tumor that gets going in the personality. And if not treated, it becomes chronic. And then there is no cure. There can only be, a certain amount of maintenance and medication of it. But it's incurable, except unless we resort to not only non-prescription drugs, but drugs currently illegal. In other words, the psychedelics, through this boundary dissolving function, dissolve that boundary as well. And so they promote a larger sense of the world than the values of capitalism, competitiveness, object fetishism, property acquisition, and the bottom line, empower. So the issue, as was always sensed since the 60s forward, I think, is not simply an issue of religious freedom or an issue of an eccentric minority social practice being tolerated by the majority, the way they tolerate handing out pamphlets in airports or something like that. The issue is, in fact, what kind of people shall we be? And then what kind of society shall we put in place? And that's why my theory of evolution is not simply a dry footnote on an issue that involves anthropologists, primatologists. and biologists, but it turns into a political issue because our unhappy, addicted, ego-driven condition has become not simply the source of our own unhappiness. That was bad enough. But now it's the source of great discomfort and dislocation for all life and human society on the planet. We are out of control. We are basically severely addicted to things and cannot stop ourselves. And we know, or we should know, that there is not enough petroleum, heavy metal, so forth and so on in the planet to give all the thing addicts all the things that we know they must have in order to be happy. We have spread this intellectual virus from pole to pole, to Turkmenistan and Borneo, to the upper Amazon and to the Tajiks. Everybody wants kids, you know. Everybody wants the pause that refreshes. What are we going to do about this? Well, so far, we've been treating it like an endless garden party. There's no serious plan on the table to deal with this at all. I think that the momentum of human history is pushing us inexorably toward some kind of day of reckoning, and in which we are either going to have to turn consciously toward brutality and selfishness and say, well, let India go, let Bangladesh go, triage, costs too much, can't possibly fix the problem. In order to maintain our locked compounds and our 50 channels of television and the endless availability of arugula, we have to let India go. We're going to have to turn that way. In other words, each consciously participate in a choice to brutalize the human enterprise, or we're going to have to seriously talk about very major restructurings of our society. And I don't really know how we do that. I was living in Northern California a couple of years ago when they wanted to close an air base near here, and the newspapers were filled with for weeks with analysis of whether Western civilization could absorb this hammer blow at the very heart of its institutions of closing one friggin' air base, for crying out loud. That's not my idea of major change, you know? We may have to give up some of our pretty things. We may have to discipline some of the irresponsible social philosophies that run amok among us. And no, I don't mean the advocacy of psychedelic plants. I mean the Roman Catholic Church's position on population control in the Third World. I mean, the Germans take quite a knock for the Holocaust, but the Catholic Church manages to push more people into death, disease, and degradation every year than the Holocaust managed in its entire show, and it's thought rather crass to even mention the fact. It seems to me, as long as these Catholic bishops can show their face in public, that we are in complicity with mass murder. It's not pleasant news, but what are you going to do about it? Islamic fundamentalism, another bunch of knotheads with an anti-human agenda. What are we going to do about this? Are we going to go gently into that good night of planetary chaos, extreme distortion of class structure, defense of what we have at any cost against those who have nothing? There doesn't seem to be any other plan on the horizon. Arthur Koestler, who probably never thought he would be quoted by Terence McKenna, a very conservative character. You'll recall he was a Marxist who turned on Marxism and led a very interesting intellectual life. He wrote a book 30 years ago called The Ghost in the Machine. And he made a case similar to mine, but a little simpler. He observed human beings are hardwired for homicide. This is what we do best because this was something we had to do, apparently, at some point in our past, at least in Kessler's view. He didn't believe in a mushroom paradise. But he reached the same conclusion that I have, which is we need a pharmacological intervention on antisocial behavior, or we are not going to get hold of our dilemma. And there have been dystopias based on drug intervention on aggressive behavior. You all remember Brave New World, where every time anybody raised their voice, they were given a gram of soma and told a gram is better than a dam. And so nobody ever had a thought in their head, well, that's a terrible drug, let's not introduce that. Uh-oh, the bad news is we've had it for decades. It's called television. You know, we have millions of people in larval, low awareness lives in their little condominium apartments, just ladling this garbage into their minds. The average American watches 5.5 hours of TV a day, so imagine how much time these people watch. I mean, to think of that as human at all. If that were a drug, we'd be up in arms. You know, if people were loaded at home with that level of mental condition day after day after day, we would do something about it. So I can't propose a grand solution, but I do think that it is pregnant with implication that here at the end of the 20th century, with all of these problems hammering down on us, the news comes from the rainforests and the deserts that these Aboriginal people, while we made the descent into history and got the top quark and planted the flag on the moon and all that, they kept the faith. And they have a materia medica, a toolbox that can carry us back into a connection with the planet. Now, the question might be asked, why do you have such overwhelming faith in what is, after all, a substance, a drug? I mean, don't psychedelics just cause you to see pretty pictures and patterns and tally up your gains and losses and then you come down and that's it? And the answer is no. What is mysterious here, and I mentioned it in the early part of my talk, what is mysterious here is this thing we call the psychedelic experience. Those people nailed to the ground around the campfires 50,000 years ago, they didn't know what it was. And when we go in there, armed with our Heidegger and our Husserl and our Wittgenstein and our Merleau-Ponty, we don't know what it is either. There has been no progress in 60,000 years in reducing the psychedelic experience to a known quantity. It is as terrifying, as awesome, as ecstatic, as irreducible to us as it was to them. Well, what is that? As secular people, we rarely experience religious awe, especially of the uncontrollable sort. I believe that what makes the psychedelic experience so central is that it is a connection into a larger modality of organization on the planet, which is a fancy way of saying it connects you up to the mind of nature herself. The planet is not just a hodgepodge of competing species. That's the old evolutionary model. That's been obsolete for decades. The new evolutionary model is that where we see species, nature sees only a gene swarm, genes moving at various speeds, being transferred around, a large percentage of them by sexual propagation, but a large percentage of them by asexual and vegetative propagation, and still others by more exotic methods of propagation, such as go on in the fungi and the bacteria. The world is a gene swarm. And people like Lynn Margulis and James Lovelock have been suggesting for years that the Earth is a kind of thermostatic self-regulator. Well, if you carry that idea far enough, thermostatic self-regulator is a way of saying a kind of computational engine, a kind of computer, a kind of mind, a kind of mind. The Gaian mind. The reason those mushroom-eating, orgiastically behaving people worshipped a great horned goddess, the reason they imaged the numinous other as feminine, was because they had a connection into a kind of overarching intelligence that they instinctively and intuitively felt to be feminine. And we retain this in our languages as the idea of Mother Nature and the femininity of the land and so forth and so on. But it's just become a distant metaphor to us. I think our intelligence is a source of toxicity to nature and discomfort to ourselves unless our values are based on planetary values, are linked to the values of the rest of nature. And that means we need to fit ourselves more appropriately into the scheme of things by limiting our numbers, by limiting our extraction of natural resources and toxification of the environment. We need to realize that there is a hegemony of life on the planet, not necessarily a hegemony of intelligence. Intelligence is not a license to trample. The proper role of intelligence in a planetary ecology is that of gardener, caregiver, and maintainer of balance. Well, so where do we go, and what do psychedelics have to say about that? Well, I believe that psychedelics show us something which capitalist, consumer, fetish-oriented society doesn't want us to know. What psychedelics show us is the incredible richness of our minds. That you, little you, can produce more art in a 20-minute burst of hallucinatory intoxication than the Western mind has produced in the last 500 years. Our socially created space is incredibly impoverished. You know, we have Picasso's contribution and Pollock's contribution and everybody's contribution, but it altogether is as nothing compared to the richness that resides in each one of us a half inch behind your eyebrows. We are told, you know, oh, well, if you want beauty, you have to own a Lexus. Or, you know, if you want a sense of satisfaction, then you need a triple-car garage. On and on. This is absolutely not true. These are substitute addictions that will never satisfy for the genuine article. And the genuine article is a connection into the Gaian mind. Well, I don't believe or expect for a moment that ever again, naked, tattooed, and joyous, we will herd our cattle across the grasslands of Africa. I mean, there are 6 million of us. That chance has been blown. But what can we do to ameliorate our situation? Well, I have always been an optimist. I'm more optimistic right now than I have been for a long time, because sometimes when you're an optimist simply on principle. You believe it's going to turn out all right, but you don't see how it possibly could. I'm beginning to see how it possibly could turn out all right. And my notion is, first of all, I follow in my thinking about shamanism, and I follow the great historian of religion, Mircea Eliade, who got it almost all right, except that he never embraced psychedelics. He thought they were decadent. But that was just his French European education, and he came too early. But anyway, Eliade wrote a book called Shamanism, and then he subtitled it, The Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. Now, he wrote the book in French. In French, technique has a connotation that it doesn't have in English. It means both a way to do things, and it means technology. Later, the French sociologist Jacques Ellul wrote a book called Propaganda, and the little banner under which his book flew, which is printed right on the frontispiece, is he says, there are no political solutions, only technological ones. The rest is propaganda. And then he spends 200 pages explaining what he means by political solutions, technological solutions, and propaganda. By Ellul's understanding, I agree. I think ideology is toxic. All ideology. It's not that there are good ones and bad ones. All ideology is toxic, because ideology is a kind of insult to the gift of human free thinking. I mean, if you adopt some ideology, Leninism, Mormonism, it doesn't matter, then you have all the answers. You just go and look in the catechism. Well, I don't know why they issued you a brain. They could have just given you the catechism. Technology, as the counterpoint to ideology, is a very different animal. Now, right now, we're going through a technophobic phase because people think technology means exploding nuclear power plants and irradiated food and TV. But all technology really means, in the McLuhan sense, is the extensions of man. The extensions of man. And so language is a technology. Shamanism is a technology. Psilocybin is a technology. And certainly the internet is a technology. It's slowly, I think, dawning on a number of people that if we're talking about hallucinogens as consciousness-expanding drugs, then the only difference between a drug and a computer is that one is slightly too large to swallow. And our best people are working on that problem, even as we speak. The drugs of the future will be much more like computers. The computers of the future will be much more like drugs. And I think what we have to recognize is that we are in a very brief and low energy technical phase in technology. Basically, we're at the tail end of the petrochemical steam era. And where we are headed is toward the solid state, fiber optic, global community of the internet. And when I was in San Francisco 2 weeks ago, the buzz was all about VRML, the virtual language markup the virtual reality markup language whose protocols are being set now so that we will be able to build websites on the net that you can put on your helmet and walk around in. Sun Microsystems is about to introduce something called Hot Java, which will let you build and interact with your website without going through your server. Bandwidth is broadening as we speak. The whole world is being brought into the domain of electricity. And you may not know it, but Marshall McLuhan thought that this was the descent of the Holy Ghost. As a convert to Catholicism, he sort of went the opposite direction of me. As a convert to Catholicism, he decided that the descent of the third person of the Trinity and the worldwide spread of electricity were the same event. So I think that what we have to do is dematerialize culture in every way possible. And that means pharmacologize culture, computerize culture, network culture, virtualize culture, and make of it thereby a tool for the production of our poetic flights, a technology for the putting in place of our dreams as exhibits that we can show each other. This is what it is. This is what technology can be in the service of boundary dissolution. In the service of boundary maintenance, you get hydrogen bombs and sarin. In the surface of boundary dissolution, you get psychoactive substances and the internet and sexual experimentalism, social justice, tolerance, and community. And the choice is to be made on an individual level by each and every one of us. I don't advocate a mass outbreak of psychedelic use. I think these things are a private matter. They are the only thing comparable to them in our human experience is our sexuality. And that's a private matter. How we define it, how we express it, how we act it out, who we do it with, what we think about it, and what we choose to say in public about it is all in our hands. I do not think that the government, under the guise of some phony, alarmist, pseudoscientific rhetoric, should attempt to control the evolution of consciousness. After all, if these things truly are consciousness expanding, it doesn't take too much intelligence to realize that it is the absence of consciousness that is causing our flirtation with extinction and planetary disaster. If there is any way to raise consciousness, diet, drug, machine, sexual practice, mantra, yantra, whatever it is, we should be furiously exploring and applying it. Because if we should fumble the ball, if we should actually, where our ancestors over thousands of generations did not fail, if we are to fail, the magnitude of the tragedy will be immense, because failure is not inevitable. It is not inevitable that we should fail. There are ideas, personalities, technologies available right now which, if honestly explored and implemented, could rescue the human enterprise from the disgrace that hovers over us. We don't want this to end in a toxified garbage pit ruled by Nazis, which is, the way we may well be headed. The Gaian mind has always been there. Nature originally, through the plants and shamanism, provided the tools for us to access this incredible natural database. Through the vicissitudes of history, previous generations lost the key. in Western society. Since the 1960s, the key has been refound. It's a matter of great social controversy. It's a matter of great risk to those who take it, how they will be viewed by their peers. But there is no longer, ignorance is no longer an excuse. Anthropology in the last 100 years has laid at our doorstep the tools necessary for an archaic reconstruction of society and human values within that society. It's inconceivable that Western industrial capitalism could run on another 500 or 1,000 years. It will not continue as it has. It will deteriorate under the pressure of resource scarcity. And what few democratic values we have obtained, what little space for reasoned discourse has been created, will be the first to be swept away. So it's very, very important that people take back their minds and that people analyze our dilemma in the context of the entire human story, from the descent onto the grassland to our potential destiny as citizens of the galaxy and the universe. We are at a critical turning point. And as I say, the tools, the data that holds the potential for our salvation is now known. It is available. It is among us. But it is misrepresented. It is slandered. It is litigated against. And it's up to each one of us to relate to this situation in a fashion that will allow us to answer the question that will surely be put to us in some point in the future, which is, what did you do to help save the world? Well, I'll knock off now. I'll sign books. We'll take like a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and do questions. Thank you very much for your attention. And that, in fact, what we're involved in here at the end of the 20th century is some kind of accelerated forward escape into transformation. And when I lecture that subject, I more or less imply that it's inevitable. In other words, that it's not that we have to do X, Y, or Z, that it's on track. I think it is on track, but I also think there's a place for the kind of politics we discussed this evening, because as the world gets crazier and crazier, a lot of people are going to get very, very anxious. This thing in Oklahoma City is an example of people getting anxious. So what needs to be done is to spread the idea that anxiety is inappropriate. It's sort of like we who are psychedelic have to function as sitters for society, because society is going to thrash and resist and think it's dying and be deluded and regurgitate unconscious material and so forth and so on. And the goal and the role then for psychedelic people, I think, is to try and spread calm. I'm very convinced that things are going to get a lot nuttier than they are, and they're a lot nuttier now than they have been for a while. But it doesn't mean the bad people are winning or that we're going to fumble the ball or anything. The mushroom said to me once, it said, this is what it's like when a species departs for the stars. It's a birthing. It's complicated. If you had never seen a human birth and you came around the corner of a building in your daily round and it was happening, it vibrates medical emergency. I mean, blood is being shed, tissues stretched. It doesn't. You really have to have your chops together to step back and say, how wonderful, new life coming into the world. Because, that's not the vibe of it. And I think that's the circumstance that we're in. This is the birth canal to a new order. And at the moment, it looks like suffocation, constriction, limitation, possible death. But we need to inform ourselves and get a big perspective. And there's no way to get a big perspective like education and psychedelic experiences. If we can see history for what it is, it's a 25,000 year, nearly instantaneous transition from one state of being to another. And yes, there are 1,500 generations of people who live in that paper-thin transition time. But when it's over, and we will leave history behind the way you dump a used placenta, I'm sure. Yeah.
Is there any reliable information on the relationship between psychedelics and early Christianity?
Reliable information on psychedelic use in early Christianity? The answer is no. I mean, there is a book by John Allegro called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. He was a very respected Dead Sea scholar till he wrote that book. And that basically finished his career as a classicist. He says some incredibly provocative things in that book. To judge whether he's right or wrong, you would have to be an Assyrian philologist, about which I know nothing. So to the layperson, it seemed to be quite an impressive book. But apparently to his specialist colleagues, it was sloppy thinking and a travesty and reason to deny tenure. St. Augustine was a Montanist before he was a Manichaean before he converted to Christianity. And he mentions that Manichaeans forbade the use of mushrooms, the eating of mushrooms. It doesn't say the use of mushrooms. But the ancient Middle East, we don't know very much about psychedelic sacramentalism. It may have been there, it may not have been there. Absence of reference is not proof of absence because of cult secrecy and other factors like that. We do know that or we feel we're on firmer ground in saying that the Greek mystery religions emphatically probably were psychedelic, especially the Eleusinian mysteries, the mysteries which were practiced on the plain outside of Athens every year for over 2,000 years. And everybody who was anybody in the ancient world made the journey to Eleusis to celebrate the greater mysteries, which were celebrated in September. Interesting approach to psychedelics there. You could only legitimately participate in the mystery at Eleusis once in your life. So imagine if you had a single high-dose psychedelic experience under ideal conditions, in other words, in darkness, under the care of experts, and then the rest of your life you had to sort it all out based on what happened that one evening. It was extraordinarily powerful for the ancient world. Eventually it was destroyed. Alaric the Visigoth, who was a barbarian, but that didn't stop him from being a convert to Christianity. Alaric the Visigoth burned Eleusis on his way to North Africa to burn other things. Yeah.
I was wondering, Terence, if you'd had a chance to read The Emperor's New Mind by Roger Penrose, I think. It's an argument against the idea of AI, artificial intelligence, and whether you were able to follow his argument, because I would take it that you'd probably be opposed to his argument.
I haven't read the book. I like Roger Penrose's early work. He's saying artificial intelligence is impossible?
Yeah, based on, and he goes through the Turing, and I heard you bring it up once.
The Turing test.
The Turing test for artificial intelligence, and he also brings in the incompleteness theorem.
Oh, Gödel's incommensurability thing.
Maybe a little on that.
A little Gödel, please. In 2/4 time. Well, I don't have a particularly strong opinion one way or another on AI. I certainly think computers can be a lot more intelligent than they are before we settle the question of whether they can pass the Turing test. You all know the Turing test is this test. Alan Turing was a mathematician. He figured it out during World War II, and it's basically if you call X on a telephone and you can't tell whether X is a person or a machine, then X passes the Turing test. And every year they have Turing tests where judges converse by telephone with computers and people and try and decide which are the computers and which are the people. And it's still pretty easy because the people exhibit exasperation, incorrect information, misinterpret the question, so forth and so on. There are some wild thinkers out there, far wilder than me. If you want to read a wild book, read Hans Moravec's book, Mind Children, The Future of Human and Artificial Intelligence. And there's a book. I'm having a memory lapse here. Help me out. Tipler. I said, help me out with a memory lapse. You don't have to read my mind, for God's sake. Yes. Thank you, Creon. Tipler's book is the end of all speculation where artificial intelligence is concerned. I think machine-human interfacing is very important. I think that the debate about whether a computer can think like a human being is kind of not very interesting. Computers think like computers. Already, vast amounts of what we call human society are entirely run by machines, including very important financial sectors, market decisions, resource extraction decisions, inventory resupply decisions that feed clear back from the warehouse to the mine. In other words, machines say how much tin should be extracted and at what rate, and therefore to a certain degree say who should come to work and who shouldn't on certain days. A lot of design work of circuitry, engineers will simply tell a computer what the circuit should do and leave the actual architecture of the circuitry to machine decision. This means, more and more parts of the human world are being given over to machines to design. But when you see how much of the world looks like the arrival concourse of an international airport, having computers design the world might not be a bad idea. Definitely computers figure in our future. I mean, I wasn't joking when I said drugs and computers are migrating toward each other. I can imagine a world, and this is not the ultimate world by any means, a world 5, 6, 7 years in the future where the equivalent of today's advanced Macintosh would be something you glue on your thumbnail and communicate with that way. And, beyond that lie, enormous computational and data accessing abilities that may be accessed through implants. we're going to have to decide, how much of the monkey we want to take with us into the future. We don't want to take the homicidal killer. We don't want to take the male dominator. But it would probably be a mistake to leave the body entirely behind. After all, the body gives us our orientation in the world and our sense of ourselves as somehow co-extensive with animal life. But how much of what we call human is really human is going to be a major topic for discussion from here to the end of time. Yeah, in the back.
Two questions on ecstasy. Number one, what's your take on MDMA, and what's the optimum grams to take to achieve sexual ecstasy?
Sexual ecstasy on ecstasy? Oh, on mushrooms. Oh, I see. Well, first about MDMA. Well, there is no doubt that from here to the end of time, whether it be 18 years or 1,000 years away, science is going to produce more and more psychoactive drugs. There are psychoactive drugs on the shelf now, waiting for human testing and government approval around the world. We cannot explore the brain, we cannot explore neurochemistry without these drugs being a natural consequence of this program of research. MDMA is a cyclicized amphetamine like MDA, like mescaline, which is a naturally occurring compound of this type. In the hands of a skilled psychotherapist, MDMA leads to conflict resolution, insights into relationships, this sort of thing. I'm not entirely convinced that it's the silver bullet for these conditions. Every drug that has made its way onto the alternative culture scene has first billed itself as a love drug. That's an unfailing market ploy to get a drug to the forefront of public attention. Cannabis was sold to us as a love drug, LSD, psilocybin, ibogaine, MDMA is no different. MDMA does promote a certain kind of empathy, not a whole lot of vigorous sexual activity. In terms of what dose of psilocybin leads you into a sexual rather than a visually acute or visionarily ecstatified situation, I would say for a 145-pound person, probably 2 to 3 grams is this agitated, sexually active, or if no sex is happening, maybe dancing and drumming. In other words, thoroughly aroused, busy, active dose. As the dose rises, activity slows, and finally you just want to sit down, and then finally you just want to lay down, and then you're into the other phase. Behind you, there was another question.
Yeah, I was going to say that John Lilly has an interesting kind of speculation about the future possibilities of solid-state entities in his autobiography, The Scientist. But I was really curious if you have anything to say or about the credibility of the author William Cooper, who wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse. Do you know that book?
This is the flying saucer debunker.
Conspiracy theory I've ever heard of.
And isn't he the one who said that he was the CIA guy for a long time?
Naval intelligence.
Well, this is slightly off the track, or might seem to some people to be slightly off the track. I don't know William Cooper's book. I regard that whole flying saucer thing as a civil war in a leper colony. But I do think, having been, like probably most of you, very interested in flying saucers from the time I was a kid, and I grew up when it was all happening. A couple of years ago, I accepted an invitation for the first time to go to a flying saucer conference. If you've never been to one and you're interested in flying saucers, go. You will have more insights into the phenomenon in a conference like that than in 10 years of studying it, because what's perfectly clear is that these people are self-selected for gullibility. And it's not their fault. It's just that the ticket through the front door is, would you believe this? Would you believe this? I think probably what happened, historically speaking, is that, in 1947, when the first UFOs were seen, it was a weird world. The explosion of the atom bomb, the work toward the hydrogen bomb, people didn't know. Einstein and Truman and all this, they didn't know what it really meant. If they thought that it is conceivable that the solar system is monitored, and it is conceivable that this is the switch which turns on the monitor and brings attention. I mean, they were in awe of the atom bomb, and they realized they were tampering with cosmic forces. And then, at this moment of cosmic awe and realization of tampering, they begin to get reports of spacecraft entering the skies of Earth and interacting with human beings. Well, what they did, the CIA had just been founded in 48 and so forth and so on. What they did is they put a lot of time and effort into infiltrating all these groups that claimed knowledge of what was going on. And as a survivor of the New Left, I can tell you, when the government gets interested in infiltrating, I mean, there 2 out of every 3 members of SDS was a government informant at the height of its membership. So I believe that what happened was these flying saucer groups were massively infiltrated by the government in the course of its pursuing its constitutional obligation to maintain the public welfare. And by 54 or 55, the government was perfectly convinced that whatever flying saucers were, they did not pose a threat to the integrity of the air defenses of North America. And that was their real concern. But bureaucracies are weird creatures. They really exist only to perpetuate themselves. So at some point inside these agencies, they must have had to face the fact that they had massively infiltrated a bunch of very flaky people, and now their choice was to either end the program, tell the budget people that no, they wouldn't be needing that $10 million this year, or keep going with it because they now had a group of people self-selected for gullibility. And that group of people became the victims of every chemical experiment, weird technology, propaganda experiment, and so forth and so on, because their friends and relatives had already written them off as completely untrustworthy. Who would believe them no matter what story they told? So I really felt I was among severely damaged people. And it wasn't their fault. It's that they had become part of something that had become part of something that had become part of something. And they never really had a fighting chance. Do strange lights haunt the skies of Earth? You bet their booties they do. But the flying saucer cults are a social phenomenon and largely unrelated to whatever this anomaly is. Yeah.
The late Dr. Buckminster Fuller often spoke of the ephemeralization of technology. Do you think there will come a time when we are indistinguishable from our technology, and would that be sort of apotheosis that you speak about in your books?
No, I think it would go the other way, that we're moving toward a time when our technology is indistinguishable from us. In other words, I don't want us to all turn into 7100 80 AV. That doesn't seem like a good idea. But on the other hand, I could imagine as a hopeful scenario a future world of, let's say, 500 or 1 billion healthy, happy, well-fed people of all races, political persuasions, gender preferences, and so forth and so on. And those people would essentially live as our archaic ancestors did, very little material culture, very nomadic. But if you could transport yourself into the body of one of these people, you would discover that when they close their eyes, there are menus hanging in space. In other words, the computer that was on the back of the thumbnail, 5 years later, that computer moves into being a kind of an implant, a black contact lens that is sewn into your eyelids at age 6, so that when you close your eyes, you're actually looking at an interface. And the entire database of the culture could be placed there. You see, really what computers are doing is they're making what we call the collective unconscious conscious. All data, all images are potentially accessible through the network. And, I'm still getting used to the idea of the network myself. Like I keep thinking, oh, I have this timeline. I could get somebody's chronology and put it at my website. And then I remember, no, all I have to do is point to their website. I don't have to copy or move anything. If there is one list, that's all the world needs. Anybody else who needs that list can point to it from their website. So the speed at which new structures can be created is astonishing. I mean, it almost literally overnight you can build a website and begin to point at other websites and bring resources into yours. This is a technology which is going to turn out to not be what people think it is. It's going to be a technology for showing each other the inside of our heads, for showing each other our dreams. One thing I didn't talk about in the main part of the lecture is that psychedelics are catalysts for language. They speed up and catalyze the language formation process. And a culture cannot evolve any faster than its language evolves. And it cannot be any more glued together than the bandwidth that its languages will tolerate. And so what this technology that is putting in place is going to mean is the way in which it will dissolve boundaries is by making us transparent to each other. I mean, I can imagine a child of the future. We all bring home our drawings to stick on refrigerators and things like that. In the future, we won't stick them on refrigerators. We will stick them in our website. And everything will go into our website. And by the time we're 25 or something, our website will be the size of the American Museum of Natural History. And you can wander through it. And as a gesture of intimacy, you can invite someone else to wander through it. Well, that's who you are. It's your imagination. And I think, in a sense, I've said at times that the cultural enterprise is an effort to turn ourselves inside out. We want to put the body into the imagination, and we want the imagination to replace the laws of physics. With these technologies, we can probably do that, but it'll have to run on psychedelic design principles, or it's certain to be a mess. Yeah.
Yes, what could you tell us about the problems that some people experience with the digestibility of the mushrooms and how it can lead to pain and some discomfort and sometimes to a nightmarish type experience?
Well, first of all, let me say this. There are several mushrooms which contain psilocybin which grow in cow dung. what I urge people to do, if you're serious about this, is to grow your own. This is moderately self-serving because I wrote a book about how to grow your own mushrooms. But there are many such books. You don't have to buy mine. You only need it if you want the best one. But you see here, and Stamitz's book is excellent. And if you want to go large scale, Stamitz's book is the one. But let me say something then. After the brain, the stomach is the most heavily innervated organ in the body. And anxiety has a way of cropping up as a stomach ache. So it's a lot of people have anxiety in the first hour of taking mushrooms, and they believe that something in the mushroom is giving them gastric distress. It really isn't. It's more like a case of butterflies on an empty stomach, because you should take mushrooms on an empty stomach. You can try a suppository, you can try another drug if you want, but there is in this psychedelic business something to be said for simply disciplining your hind brain. Also, you can suppress nausea with cannabis. So, you know, a mixture of self-discipline, pharmacological steering, so forth and so on. If you have a severe reaction to the mushroom, you probably shouldn't take it. I mean, after all, it is a fungus, and as mammals, we have developed some pretty strong allergenic reactions to fungi, some of us. And certain reactions to psilocybin are not psychedelic reactions, like enormous sweating or something like that. That's more an indication of an allergy. If you're going to get into psychedelics, one of the things you have to do is learn your way around. Psychedelic sophistication doesn't mean you took everything there is in combination with everything else there is at high doses with your friends at rock concerts. It means that you figured out what worked for you and then really put the pedal to the metal, you know? Yeah.
I recently came across David Hudson's work on orbitally rearranged monatomic elements, and he found that these monatomic heavy metals act as superconductors to conduct light force through our nervous system. Are you familiar with his work at all?
No, you've stumped the star. I mean, I'm interested in organic superconductivity and room temperature superconductivity, but I don't know his work, so I can't comment on it.
Fairly new. He said he's going to be coming out with a book in 69 months called ORMES, O-R-M-E-S, ORMES, which is orbitally rearranged monatomic elements.
I'm sure it will find its way to my desk. Now all these hands. Oh, he should be the guy, you tell me. All right.
How much of our consensus reality do you think is based on inexorable physical laws, things that aren't of our own creation, and how much, if any, is subject to change without notice, simply based on a consensus belief of what should be or what is going to be?
Well, I mean, this is sort of where I'm at. I mean, as you were asking the question, my tendency would be to say none, that none of our reality is based on inexorable physical law. But I only want that to be true. I'm not sure it is true. Whitehead he had this thing about what he called stubborn facts. And he said there are some stubborn facts, and you can cut your philosophy any way you want, but if you don't take account of the stubborn facts, you'll have a problem. A lot of reality is made of language. How much, I'm not sure, but my hope is that a great deal is made of language. Rupert Sheldrake, who's a good friend of mine, and we sort of think along the same lines, he believes that there are not inexorable physical laws, that there are just very old habits. He would think of the speed of light as a very old habit. These physical constants may be changing. We don't know. I mean, take the speed of light. We've measured it on one planet since 1906 and cheerfully extrapolate it to every corner of the known universe with no sense that there might be a problem there at all. Yet, you know, if you're a critic of this, you can look at the speed of light as measured from 1906, and you will notice that the values have been slowly going up. It's apparently going slightly faster than it was a century ago. Well, people just dump on that and say, no, you poor moron, you don't understand. It's that the instrumentality has become more precise, and so the measurement may have changed slightly. Oh yeah? Well, it seems to me in that case the points should cluster. How come the more recent ones are faster than the earlier ones consistently? In other words, it's not that we're getting measurements which cluster around a value, it's that we're getting measurements which are going out this way, toward faster. I think language is the key to making reality. I think our language is a very weak language. Computer languages may be more powerful, VRML or mathematics. But I believe the world is made of language. That's the magical belief. But then the challenge to that belief is, okay, wise guy, so how come the world isn't the way you say it is? Well, that's ungenerous. I think because it doesn't work quite like that. Consensus is set by societies, by millions of people. Reality is a phenomenon of many linguistically operating subsystems. Maybe if you and I were stranded on a desert island, we could get a reality going. We probably could, but it would surely be shattered when somebody showed up to take us home again. Over here.
Why were primates the only ones that use the mushrooms? And secondly, is there any written documentation of this mushroom paradise?
The documentation, well, there wouldn't be anything written, of course. It's earlier than that. But the documentation, it is well known that the Sahara was wetter in the past. Even as recently as Roman times, Pliny called it the breadbasket of Rome. And we know that human populations were out there. In the Tassili plateau of southern Algeria, there are rock paintings, rupestris paintings, that show shamans with mushrooms sprouting out of their bodies and in their hands. So we have mushroom use, we have evidence of mushroom use at the era of the great horned Paleolithic goddess. The presence or absence of monogamy and polygamy is debatable. So however, the archaeology of this area has not been well studied and won't be soon. Thanks to Islamic fundamentalism, Algeria is no place to do archaeology right now. Now, to the first part of your question, why was it human beings who ate the mushrooms? You had to use the mushrooms as a doorway to higher intelligence. You would have had to already come a certain distance down the path of higher animal organization. We were bipedal. We had a pack signaling repertoire. We had binocular vision. And the reason we used the mushrooms was because we were under nutritional pressure. There may have been other animals under nutritional pressure, but they may have been more tightly bound to their original diet, or they may simply have had behavioral organization that the mushroom couldn't dissolve or break through. There has been talk among evolutionary biologists about if there were no primates on this planet, what order of animals might occupy the conscious niche or be able to come in there. And interestingly, raccoons are candidates. Raccoons have well-positioned eyes. They have a very complex hand. And years and years ago, I used to grow mushrooms, and I grew them by my own method, naturally, in jars. And I would have waste rye infected with jars, jars infected with mycelium permeated rye, and I would put it out on the back porch at night, or I did once, and I awoke in the middle of the night to this terrific racket, and there were raccoons on the back porch. They could smell the rye infested with the psilocybin containing mycelium. They could unscrew the lids and plunge their mitts into this stuff. And as I turned on the lights, I saw these little bandit faces with this mycelial crumbs on their little upturned muzzles, and they wouldn't back off. They would, and the other thing was they were standing up on their hind legs. So they were standing on their hind legs, holding a jar, holding the stuff, and tottering toward me. So I just took one look and backed off. And for the rest of the evening, you could tell that they were approaching the orgiastic boundary because the carrying on, the sexual squeaking and squealing and thumping and pounding going on in the backyard was just incredible. So, they might be interesting test animals to put through this. Yeah.
Jacques Vallée based his passport to Patagonia largely on the fairy faith in Celtic countries, which you obviously are familiar with. I wanted to have your comments on the numinous nature of the UFO phenomenon with regard to the Celtic faith, the fairy faith, and the role that this phenomenon, which I think you referred to as the other earlier in your talk, has in the transformation that you're describing us going through at this present time in the future.
Yes, Jacques Vallée was a UFO researcher, and the book that was mentioned, Passport to Magonia, was one of his earliest books on the subject. He's gone through a lot of changes about it. The numinous, I think what's going on is that in a sense there is leakage from the future. This is a broad subject and it's late in the evening, so I'll give it to you in headlines. But basically science takes the position that nature is without purpose. In other words, nature has no goal. Nature proceeds forward according to the unfolding of chance and necessity. But I don't believe this. I think nature is an engine for the conservation of novelty, and that nature's purpose is to generate ever greater novelty. And that in fact history is the dawning realization that we are about to descend down a very steep novelty sink, as it were, into immense amounts of novelty. And this is why we image the other in the 20th century as the extraterrestrial, because out of the unconscious comes this image of the other as the extraterrestrial. I think we are in the presence of what I call the transcendental object at the end of time, and that religions call it the Messiah or the Maitreya, secularists call it utopia, millenarians call it something else, mushroom enthusiasts something else, but that we are in the presence of the transcendental object at the end of time, and that it casts an enormous reflection back through history, especially recent history. But any person encountering this backward moving shadow of the transcendental object will attempt to interpret it in cultural terms that they can relate to. So if they happen to be a French peasant in the 11th century, they will assume that it's the Virgin Mary. If they're a sexual scientific rationalist in the 20th century, they will assume it's a spacecraft of some sort. The Celts and their relationship to little people and an invisible world, this is a generally held belief that they are exemplifying that is worldwide, which is that the dead are somehow co-present in the space of the living, but invisibly so, except to those who have the gift of second sight or are magically empowered or shamanically adept. The last thought I should leave you with this, and it's an adumbration of this question, but it also has deeper implications. The model that you're usually given of the psychedelic experience is a religious model, that the mysteries of religion, Hindu, Buddhist, or something or other, are somehow illuminated by this boundary-dissolving experience. My model is a little different, a little cooler, and I think a little more formal. And it's this, that consciousness is an omnidirectional threat detection response. Change in most of time is something that stretches out over millions and millions of years. I'm speaking now, first of all, of astrophysical changes, planetological evolution, even biological evolution, which is orders of magnitude more rapid than geology, is nevertheless something which moves in a very stately fashion. Major mutations require hundreds of thousands, millions of years in some cases to establish themselves. So most of time exhibits a fairly uniform placidity on the local scale, if you see what I mean. But for the past 25,000 years, or 50,000, or a million, depending on your sensitivity to turbulence, something else has been happening. Acceleration, connectivity, a complexification and densification of the matrix, and we are products of this. But it isn't a smooth descent or ascent toward greater complexity. It's a punctuated movement toward complexity, or novelty, as I call it. There are steps back. There are setbacks. Sometimes they last millions of years. Sometimes they last minutes. And this leads me then, that's enough background. So one reason this is called a descent into, briefing for a descent into novelty, is because according to this theory, we are in a descent into novelty. A very dramatic descent began on the 25th of February, just a week ago. In the 20th century, there have only been two other periods that the theory defines as this novel. The first one is the period from October 1928 to October 1929, and the second one is from December 1940 to December of 1941. Now, interestingly, both of those purely formal mathematical predictions nail major upheavals of novelty in the 20th century. The first, the collapse of the world economy, culminating in the American stock crash of October 29. The second, World War II, raging furiously all through 1940, and then ending in December 41 by the U.S. being dragged in with the Japanese attack. So the novelty theory is in the midst, as we speak, of a test. Is the novelty market soaring? Is novelty pouring into the system at a very fast rate? Now, some people thought that, the dead would rise on the 25th of February. That isn't how it works. Throughout the past couple of years, and I'm sure you are aware of it, we have been in a recidivist period in American politics and life, meaning a conservative era. And that has gotten more and more constipated and more self-congratulatory and more certain of itself, and hence odious. And I believe we've crossed over the cusp, and now that all is in a state of complete chaos and collapse. There are many things on the agenda for the next few months that could usher in enormous novelty, although novelty usually arrives in the form of the unexpected. In other words, the source of the novelty might be a return of communism to power in Russia, or it might be what else is scheduled? An American election is scheduled. An Israeli election is scheduled. It could be that the Chinese will attempt to grab Taiwan and create World War III. Misjudgment could lead that direction, but it could be positive. Novelty has no morality. An AIDS cure, what else can I think of along those? Well, some enormous technological breakthrough, star flight or cold fusion or something like that. I mean, these things lurk as possibilities, leaning into the continuum of space-time, always willing to be sucked into actualization if you can get the mojo right. So part of the briefing of a descent into novelty here is to ask and discuss the question, does it feel like we've come over a cusp? Does it feel like we're in a situation of increasing novelty day by day by day? This will last on into early June. And then if not, if we all get together in midsummer and agree it was kind of a dud, didn't really live up to expectations, well, then that's real data for looking at the time wave. People are confused sometimes by exactly who and what I am, and that's because in my personality, which is a humbler word than method, two things are united which are usually not found co-present. My techniques are all shamanic and involve perturbing the senses and dissolving ordinary states of mind through psychedelics. So my techniques are shamanic, but what would I call it? I guess method, not techniques, but method is rational and analytical. So I use shamanic techniques to go into shamanic places and then attempt to study them scientifically using reason. Saying, what is this? How does it work? What is it made of? How do its parts relate to each other? And what is its inner dynamic? And this apparently, though it seems fairly obvious to me, is a fairly radical union of techniques. Scientists don't explore psychedelics because somehow the scientific mind must not be besmirched by contact and contamination with the thing studied. But how the hell can you study psychedelics without taking them? Rats are not very satisfying, and graduate students still less so. So eventually, you're going to have to get your feet wet. Well, then they say, well, but that destroys your scientific objectivity. Well, not if it's the only path to contacting the phenomenon that you're attempting to study. So that has worked for me. I am not part of the New Age in my own mind. To me, the New Age is typified by an incredible credulity and an utter immunity to cognitive dissonance. I mean, you can believe that the world is ruled from the Pleiades, and you can believe that L. Ron Hubbard is God. There seems to be no end to the number of contradictions that the New Age can simultaneously entertain. But what I have done is I probe weirdness, but rationally. Most people who are attracted to weirdness want to convert and believe it and take it in and exalt it. I don't. I don't want to believe anything. I hate ideology. All ideology. That's why I'm so casual about the possible crushing of my own. Because ideologies are a lesser resolution of our dilemma than we are capable of. The higher resolution lies in real feeling and real community and affection. Ideology has poisoned the last 1,000 years. All of these ideologies have ultimately done more good and done more bad than good. Marxism, Christianity, even, at the risk of setting off a riot, Freudianism, on and on and on. The correct method, I think, is simply the phenomenological approach. Catalog data, seek patterns, draw conclusions, test them back against the original data. Now, most people who advocate that kind of an approach somehow come down. It brings them down. They say, well, this method then shows you that being is only this, and thought is only that, and love is merely this, and so forth. In other words, it reduces everything. It insults everything. I haven't found that to be the case. I've found real weirdness. The world is strange. Very, very, very strange. Not only, far stranger than I suppose, and orders of magnitude more strange than these cheerful workbench scientists and keepers of the faith of our culture suppose. There are doorways, there are edges, there are passageways. But for every real one, there are 10,000 dead ends, cul-de-sacs, and cheap scams of one sort. So to go out as an ingenue into the world seeking to invest your belief in something, you will be instantly sucked into some screwy thing and your life force pulled from you, and you will be used and abused, as ingenues and naives always are. A much better approach is, be tough. The truth does not require your participation in order to exist. Bullshit does. But the truth is fine, thank you, whether you believe in it or not. So what is gained by the truth if you believe in it? Nothing, I maintain. And you are diminished. You are diminished because by believing in something, you have precluded your freedom to believe in its opposite. You gave away the most precious existential currency in the universe. So I think it's very good to be tough, to ask the hard questions, but to go a long way down the path with these claimants to secret knowledge, insight, lineage, but ultimately, the hard questions have to be asked. And this is not a path toward dispelling the mystery from the universe. This is the way to get to the real gold in a hurry, not become glamorized or subverted by the dross of the world. Well, maybe that's enough for this evening. We will go over all of these things at the level of intensity that you are interested in. It's fine to get down to the how much, how, and when questions about the compounds and the plants. That is technique, and that's important, because it's fine to sit here talking about the psychedelic experience. This bears no resemblance to the psychedelic experience in any form whatsoever. So it's very important that you leave here empowered. Empowered to make your way into these places with confidence. And then the other thing to pay attention to is inevitably the way our ass-backward society works is it creates cults of personality and Renaissance stabilized points of focus on the celebrity personality who is the teacher, the guy who wears the microphone, or the woman who wears the microphone. What you can really take away from here, if you're smart, is community of some sort. Probably someone in this room has what you need. And I guarantee you it isn't me. So don't waste your time on me. But that's all there for you to sort out. So techniques we can discuss. The formation of community and association is your own business. And then as much time as you want to spend on the what does it all mean, Mr. Natural, side of the question. And we'll dig into all of this at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Get some sleep or go to the baths or do both. Or go to the rave. Okay, well, before I get into my spiel, does anybody have anything they want to say this morning which can range from have snorers in your room to some profound objection or illumination of what went on last night? Yeah.
Just a semantic question as to why descent into novelty rather than ascent into novelty. I mean, there seems to be a pejorative implied.
This question comes up. There are several reasons originally, and then I've invented new ones since. The time thing quantifies novelty, but it quantifies it, you could almost say it quantifies it negatively, because the maximum of novelty has a numerical value of 0. So how I pictured this was I actually picture the space-time continuum like a landscape, a topology. Well, then I think of time as a fluid medium of some sort. Well, naturally, a fluid medium finds its equilibrium at the lowest energy point in the system. So the river flows toward the sea. This question of energy flows and what is pejorative and what is not, I've learned, is a completely culture-based value. There are tribes in the Amazon for whom rivers begin where they meet another river, obviously, and they end where they peter out among some springs and swamps up in the mountain. To them, this is perfectly obvious that that's how rivers work. To us, it's inconceivable. The thing goes the other way. If I had turned the wave on its upside down, then instead of having maximum novelty quantify at 0, it would have simply quantified at some arbitrarily large integer in the 700,000 range. So it lacked elegance. So for all of those reasons, I chose to have novelty be a descent rather than an ascent. And then later I incorporated things like dynamics and chaos theory and that sort of thing into the model. Well, then what you get is sort of the idea that the 0 point in time is like a dwell point or an attractor. And so all the processes in the epigenetic landscape are being channeled, is one way to think of it, or pulled is another way to think of it, or pushed is another way to think of it, toward this certain point in the system. If that seems complicated, all I'm saying is if you release a marble up near the rim of a bowl, it's easy to predict where it's going to come to rest when it's still. It's going to come to rest at the bottom of the bowl. That's the place where the minimum energy of the system is fulfilled. Yeah. Okay, anything else out of last night? It's still possible to raise the issue of snoring. Don't feel we're so far from the dock that you can't jump back. Yes.
I have a friend who's been diagnosed with Parkinson's, and when Richard was here this week, he told me that ayahuasca is being found to be very good for Parkinson's. And if you know anything about that, I'd like you to talk about it.
I don't know anything about it except that I know who to ask, which would be my brother Dennis. But I've heard that this is true, that they're getting a remarkable remission of the symptoms with it. It's really part of a whole frontier, that Prozac has to do with, and I just a month ago went through a horrific series of migraines, and so now I know all about sumatriptan, which is a magic bullet for migraine, but a DMT-related drug that also, like Prozac and like ayahuasca, all of these things target these serotonergic systems, different 5-hydroxytryptamine receptors in the brain, and it seems like a whole new and much friendlier family of drugs are going to emerge out of this, and some of them are going to have application to psychological situations, and some are going to definitely impact stuff like migraine and Parkinson's. I don't know why it took them so long to look at the 5-HT family of receptors, because it's been pretty obvious to psychedelic heads for 30 years that of the major neurotransmitter systems in the brain, that seemed to be the one whose affects lie closest to observable consciousness. After I got out of here last night, I was reviewing my performance, and I realized that of the many descents into novelty that were indicated, the one which was left out, which is sort of the overarching architecture of the whole thing, is that life itself is a descent into novelty toward a complete singularity that defies all anticipation or is very difficult to come to terms with. People find it quirky that I would propose the end of the world, and they find it highly improbable and feel very good about being able to reject it as improbable. But have you noticed how abstract all that is in relationship to the inevitable fact of your own death? I mean, there is an end of the world built into your cosmology, the end of your world, which is, after all, the only world you know. So it may be that the planet will swing 100 billion times around the planet before the consummation of time. But that doesn't mean that you have permission not to contemplate final end states, because you've got an appointment with one out there somewhere, 10 minutes or 50 years in the future. So that little sobering parenthesis can be put around all of these other descents into novelty. The historical descent, the analogy to the historical descent produced by the psychedelic experience. And that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about this morning, is maybe it isn't clear in everyone's mind what this historical acceleration and descent into complexity, what that might conceivably have to do with one's personal relationship to psychedelics. Well, it's hard to see the connection, I think, if you have a psychological model of what the psychedelic experience is. And by that I mean one school of thought about psychedelics is that it basically takes up the vocabulary of Freudianism and Jungianism and says there is a part of our mind which we are ordinarily not in contact with, which is composed of thwarted desires, unexamined memories, so forth and so on. And when we take psychedelics, somehow all boundaries are dissolved and we confront this material. And if it's traumatic, then the ordinary dynamics of psychotherapeutic curing cut in. And so this becomes a kind of catalyst for psychoanalysis of some form. So that's one model. And then another model is that this is a parallel world of some sort that we encountered. That's closer to what I'm proposing, but what I've come to rest with in this is a kind of mathematical model that consciousness, like certain chemical systems, has two states of crystallization. There is the mundane mind, which basically has evolved in a carnivorous hunting monkey as a threat detection device, and it is extraordinarily focused on nearby three-dimensional space and time, because it's from there that some threat, an enemy, a saber-toothed tiger, something. And so the mind has evolved as an aura of threat detection around the body. But that is a kind of utilitarian application of it. In the same way that water takes the shape of any vessel that it's poured into, mind, too, is a kind of fluid and takes the shape of any vessel it's poured into. So in the ordinary circumstance of consciousness in three-dimensional space, consciousness fills the three-dimensional space-time continuum and returns a description of it to the animal body. But if you will still the body and remove the threat by posting guards at the front of the cave and moving back to where the furs, the women, and the children are, in other words, if you will raise your comfort level considerably and then take these chaotic substances, in other words, things which produce a perturbation in ordinary brain states, then the perturbation becomes a kind of energy that dissolves this threat detection architecture of consciousness. And within all that, there is the phoenix of hyperspace, which is what's called shamanic consciousness. And shamanic consciousness is not bounded by three-dimensional space and time and can move through the many levels of the universe at the speed of thought. And it is not a body-centered consciousness. Usually these states occur when, for all practical purposes, the body appears deeply asleep or dead. I mean, it's in trance, and you're traveling. So mind is apparently a tool for the exploration of the dimensions that are built into nature. And what shamanism is, if you analyze it from this point of view, it becomes much more rationally apprehendable. Think about the classic characteristics of shamanism. Shamans are weather prophets. This is very important, to be able to predict the weather. Shamans can predict the movement of game, and so they are directly linked into the nutrition, acquisition, survival equation of the human group that they represent. And shamans have incredible insight into if somebody's pilfering from somebody's food cache, the shaman can get right to the heart of this social problem and set it right. And then finally, shamans cure with quite impressive success rates in a world devoid of antibiotics, surgery, X-ray, so forth and so on. They do very well. So all of this seems to verge on the edge of magic. They seem to have a different relationship to space, time, and energy than ordinary people. How do they do it? Well, if you imagine that the mind can unfold in a higher spatial dimension, then yesterday and tomorrow are no more distant than today. And all locked boxes have an open door in them. And all the end state of all processes in time can easily be discerned. So really what a shaman is someone with four-dimensional perception who carefully chooses their patients for recovery. And doctors will tell you part of being a good doctor is to know what patients to treat, because there is an empathy there, and there has to be a certain kind of linkage. So I don't think, in principle, there is a violation of physics involved. There is simply a violation or a broadening of the definition of what perception is. Well, then the question becomes how to reach these states. Yeah, Cheryl.
Well, this is a track that I think of often, like the mind assuming the shape of the vessel that it's put in. Because I deal a lot with people who are in the process of dying, who have lost the person that they love most in the world. So I deal with people that are really pushed up against the edge of the most traumatic experiences in their life. And what I find to be so rewarding and valuable about working with people in that state is that all the facades drop away, all the bullshit, all the defenses, and what's left is just this raw, core, pure essence of genuine being. And it makes me realize how unfortunately rare it is to encounter that. And you talked about getting safe from the tigers. I mean, we don't have tigers that we have to protect ourselves from, but dear God Almighty, we have so many other things that we're so involved in protecting ourselves from, that we've got these layers and layers and layers and layers of defense that keep us from being in touch with. I think those shamanic ways of being are our natural human resource that we all have. And the great sadness and the heartbreak for me is that we're so out of touch with it that we're wasting the greatest asset in being alive. And instead, we fill our minds with this absolute, dear God, drivel. I mean, don't we? I mean, what are the things that we think about most of the time? It's drivel. And, I mean, we're very lucky here. It's very pretty and everything's very nice and we can have pleasant conversation. But to really get to the core issues of what we're doing here and why we're here and what we could be using this experience for is such a contrast to me that I welcome this kind of conversation.
Well, see, the problem is, I think, that culture is a flight from reality.
Yes, it is.
All culture is a flight from reality. So to the degree that you are normal, whether you're Witoto or Manhattanite or Parisian, but to the degree that you are normal, that means you are very successfully taking part in the flight, the cultural flight from reality. You are supporting the mass hallucination and paying dues into it. And it's difficult in an age like now where there's so much stress on ethnicity and community and roots and all that, to preach this, to preach that culture is not your friend. It's a trap, it's a limit. But really, a radical human freedom is what you were born for. And culture is a kind of placenta, which if you develop normally by around age 20, you have no need of it. And in fact, you've recognized the toxic nature of it and are trying to put it behind you and get away from it.
That is the rationale for many people living in cities, in large, in virtual environments of steel and glass with no contact to the natural world, and their justification for that is, well, there's culture. Where else am I going to?
Good point. These are the same people who, when you suggest to them that their children watch too much TV, they say, but if they didn't watch TV, how would they learn about nature? These wonderful programs.
It's really funny that you have that take on the urban experience, because I've since August been recently thrown into the American urban experience of Manhattan. And what's so interesting to me is how many people I meet that say, well, I'm in Manhattan because I don't have to participate in culture. I'm in Manhattan because I can do my own thing and nobody cares, nobody pays attention. I'm not violating the community that I grew up with, I'm not violating my parents. I can get away with it.
You can be lost. In a sense, it's a kind of jungle.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, the word virtual was used here. Obviously, you're all aware there's a lot of ballyhoo now about virtual reality, and the critics of it say it will further artificialize and remove us from our roots. There is nothing new happening here except that we're going from stucco and steel and masonry to photons on a tube. When they built they were building a virtual reality, and when they all marched inside and closed the gates, they were inside a mental construction of human beings that was entirely artificial, and we've been there ever since. And all this computer revolution is a shift to more lightweight building materials. So the recovery of the natural state of human beings is, I think, somewhat chimerical. The only time you recover the natural state of human beings is in orgasm and in psychedelic apotheosis. And then, for fleeting moments, you recover it. And then you're dropped back down through levels and levels of culture, programming, obligation, matrix stuff, matrix. Anyway, what I wanted to get to is then how to do this, how to get out of culture, how to get out of three-dimensional space, how to get into this super space. Well, there are two main methods on the table, and one is through, no matter how you cut it, some manipulation of the body. Maybe breath control, maybe diet, maybe extreme postures, maybe some sexual technique, could be mantra, etc., etc. And strangely enough, often unaccompanied by substances, plants, or drugs, but almost always accompanied by enormous doses of fuzzy thought and ideology, usually known as religion. So that there is that path, and the claim that you can achieve somehow the paradox of being outside without ever leaving culture by using the cultural instrument of religion to make your way to the heart of the mystery. I reject this. I just think it's bunk. It was something. It's an effort to close the loophole. It's an effort to channel spiritual thirst in a direction that is still culturally affirming, But spiritual thirst can't be culturally affirming because it's a rejection of culture. Culture generates spiritual thirst. Okay, so then the other method on the table are psychedelics. Arthur Rimbaud, the French symbolist poet, his theory of poetry was that it could only be achieved by what he called a deliberate dislocation of the senses. And some of you may have seen a couple of years ago a wonderful cartoon in the New Yorker, a bunch of businessmen sitting around a highly polished conference room table with a chart going down, down, down in the back, obviously the profits of the company. And the chairman of the board is saying to this little man who has obviously just said something, he's saying, "You're right, Higgins, that a deliberate disordering of the senses worked for Rimbaud, but would it work for us?" Probably not for Acme Corporation, but it will work for us. And the way it's achieved is by dissolving the chemical stability that lies behind the mental and cultural stabilities. In other words, going to a very deep level, going to the molecular architecture of the brain itself, and then making changes. And for reasons mysterious and certainly worthy of discussion, we are accompanied on this planet by dozens and dozens of plants that do this and do very little else. In other words, pose no problem to the physical integrity of the body or the long-term integrity of the culturally constructed normal mind, but which for minutes or hours dissolve the three-dimensional threat detector construct of the mind and replace it with something else. And then we can talk about what is the something else. William James said of the newborn infant, he said, "We are born into a blooming, buzzing confusion," which is a pretty good description of the first 30 seconds of a DMT flash. It's a blooming, buzzing confusion. Well, then is it simply that all reality is psychedelic, but if you spend enough time in any reality, it tends to mundanize? Is that it? And if you could be high on DMT for 4 years, at the end of it, you would navigate it the way a 4-year-old child navigates this world? Perhaps. Probably so, although possibly not. There might...
You come in with that kind of chaotic...
Yeah, we do. But when you burst into the DMT space, you don't arrive as the tabula rasa of the newborn infant. You arrive with your Husserl and your Pythagoras and all the rest of it fully intact in your hip pocket if you need to use it. Well, so long before written culture, long before cities, so forth and so on, this potential for the dissolving and recrystallizing of the mind through the use of plants had been discovered. It may have been one of the very earliest discoveries of human beings. And I believe, and argued in my book, Food of the Gods, that these things actually synergize high states of information processing and transfer, that spoken language itself is a kind of overflowing of the cup of thought into the verbal circuitry that is occasioned by pushing the human envelope with the presence of psychedelic compounds. And the way this works in a shamanistic society is most Aboriginal societies have located in their environment plants that are effective in causing this sort of state to occur. And these will be inevitably, with very few exceptions, indole containing plants. All of the interesting psychedelics, with the exception of mescaline, which is an amphetamine, and alpha-salvinorin, which is, I believe, an isoquinoline, everything is an indole. LSD, DMT, psilocybin, ibogaine, and it's quite a small family. They are all serotonin antagonists, and they are all structural competitors for the bond site, the receptor site in the nervous system where all of this stuff goes on. I suppose we should talk, or at least mention, the fact that the use of these things is illegal in most societies and furiously suppressed in some societies. I don't find this very interesting. I just think it has to do with the suppression of most effective means for getting out of culture. Sex itself would be illegal if they could find a way to make it so. It obviously seems to threaten the social order as much as psychedelics. Well, so then if you're interested in these things beyond the mere abstract acquisition of data, then there's a lot of detail work ahead of you. You have to learn a lot about plants, a lot about Aboriginal cultures, a lot about chemistry, and a lot about yourself. And then you bring all this together and search for a tool that works for you. And, you know, human beings are highly variable. I took a course years ago from Sasha, and there were about 500 people in this class. It was a class in forensic chemistry, of all things. And at one point he brought in a test tube a little compound that was passed around and sniffed. And out of 500 people, 2 had a violent physical reaction to this stuff. And then he told us the range of sensitivity in human beings to this compound is over 3 orders of magnitude. And yet, so the person sitting next to you could be 10,000 times more sensitive to this chemical than you are. So you sort of have to learn the landscape of your own nervous system. Some people, there are powerful shamanic systems, for example, built on daturas, tropanes, the things that occur in Jimson weed, and these arborescent daturas that you see used in landscaping with the beautiful pendulous, fragrant flowers. Those contain powerful mind-altering substances. I can't take those things because I become delirious. It's a useless state to me. I become confused. And many people, that's their reaction. But maybe 1 in 50 has a different set of receptors for this and can hold presence and work through it. So you need to study the classic shamanic hallucinogen-using complexes in the world, and they are, without an effort to be exhaustive, the psilocybin complex in Mexico, based on many species of mushrooms occurring there, especially in the Sierra Mazateca, the ayahuasca complex in the Amazon basin, which is a combinatory thing made of 2 plants which synergize each other, the iboga complex in Western Africa, which runs on ibogaine, which is derivative of Tabernanthe iboga, the peyote complex of the American Southwest, and then arguably not a psychedelic, but since arguably we'll include it, the worldwide presence of the cannabis complex in different manifestations. So, and then of course the entire issue of synthetic chemistry. It's often been thought that I am some kind of monotheist about plants and denounce all synthetic chemistry. It isn't from some kind of absolute. It's simply that with synthetic chemistry, you don't have the kind of database you have with a plant. Take a plant. ayahuasca, probably been used 5,000 or 6,000 years. So we have our human data sample. We know that this doesn't cause blindness, miscarriage, birth defects, madness, so forth and so on. A drug fresh out of the laboratory that you've had a good response from 12 people with is by no means suddenly safe. I mean, tens of thousands of people have to take this drug for many years before you can absolutely certify. And the other thing to remember is no drug is safe. You can kill yourself with water if you drink enough of it. Drugs are poisons. This is what they are. And the question is, the judicious use of poisons elicits certain responses. But you definitely want to have this understanding. Well, so then there's a vast literature about all this, an anthropological literature, a chemical literature, and to some degree a philosophical and analytical literature. Reading all these descriptions, you eventually, something attracts you. And then the question is how to do it. And the way to do it, I think, especially in the beginning, is in silent darkness, on an empty stomach. You don't want to see the culture psychedelically put through a psychedelic filter. You want to see the ding on siche of it, the thing in itself. So you just want to put a black and silent screen behind it. And people say, well, but won't it be boring? Having obviously meditated. No, it's not like that. People who are honest meditators will tell you that it's the most boring undertaking in the world, that somehow it's a metaphysic of boredom is what it is. But the way you do psychedelics is you sit and you close your eyes, but notice that when most people sit and close their eyes, they fall inward. They have closed their eyes, so why should they continue to look outward? But I think it's very important in the state of anticipation of the psychedelic, meaning before it comes on and as it comes on, to sit with eyes closed but looking. Simply imagine that there is a surface, a black surface, a foot in front of your face, and just watch it. And somehow this expectation of seeing is a permission to structures in the brain to begin to present. And then once, of course, the lock is made, it's often difficult to turn it off. But getting the channel tuned in right at the beginning can be tricky. And all the techniques of unpsychedelic spiritual pursuit work in the presence of psychedelics. In my experience, it's the only time they work. So in other words, pranayama, yantra, mantra, suddenly these things are become as advertised rather than, I've said it 10,000 times, I'm not sure I'm getting anywhere. So I think it's very good to imbibe these knowledge of these spiritual techniques and have your mantras folded and ready at your elbow when you plunge in there. Yeah.
A small digression. What about shamanic cultures?
This is an interesting question. And in anthropology, it's been a raging debate for 30 years or more. The definitive work on shamanism, or the great classic work on shamanism, is called Shamanism, The Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy by Mircea Eliade. And Eliade was a Romanian who educated in France and became a brilliant academic, wrote one of the best books ever written on yoga, Immortality and Freedom. Wrote a book that changed my life forever called Cosmos and History. Many, many books, a great historian of religion. But when Eliade came to the phenomenon of intoxication in shamanism, he completely reverted to his European constipated male dominator French structuralist roots, and he said narcotic. This was the word he used, which noticed the pharmacological imprecision of that. That right there tells you this person doesn't quite at the front of the line. But he said narcotic shamanism is decadent. Resort to drugs is decadent. Well, then Gordon Wasson, who was the discoverer of the mushroom complex, took exactly the opposite position and said shamanism, in the absence of psychoactive plants, is on its way to turning into ordinary priestcraft and religion. And so, and in my experience, this is true. I mean, I agree with Wasson for the following reason. There is nothing intrinsically to be valued, I think, in suffering. I'm Buddhist enough to believe that there's enough suffering without inviting or creating it. So when you lay the psychedelic path next to the non-psychedelic but effective path, it's an ordeal. That's how it's done. You starve yourself, you go into the wilderness, you pierce yourself. You may, in fact, take plants that are not psychedelic, but that induce severe cramping or diarrhea or something like that. You may be flagellated. You may be covered with red ants. You may be hung upside down. You may be beaten senseless. I mean, clearly, to my mind, what this evinces is a kind of desperation to attain these states. Almost no price is too great. And, you start shedding blood in a tropical environment and you're up for grabs for severe septicemia and all sorts of things. So it's a very heavy thing. Meanwhile, these plants, you prepare the concoction, you take it, there may be a little gastric distress, there may be a little psychological distress, but no matter how bad it gets, 6 to 12 hours later, you're able to tell the story around the campfire, and you have smoothly, cleanly cut to the center of the mandala and returned. So I think if we are saying that entry into the shamanic world is to be achieved by technique, and all scholars of shamanism agree with this, well then as you lay these techniques side by side, clearly the use of hallucinogenic plants is more sophisticated in the sense that we judge a Maserati to be more sophisticated than a coach and four. It simply goes faster, works smoother, is more comfortable, and gets you there in better shape. Now, some cultures are in the unfortunate position, not many, but some, of having no really effective hallucinogen in their cultural area. And in almost every case, they have found a way. And people will go to great lengths. I'm sure, as you know, an example of both a poor, in my mind, a poor, although there are people who would rise up in holy wrath over this, but the Amanita muscaria cults of western Siberia among the Tunguska and Kamchatka people. I've taken Amanita muscaria. I know many people who've taken it. It's an extremely trying experience at best. And I don't think you could build a religion of ecstasy around it unless you were in a desperately sensory-deprived environment with no other intoxicants available. To support my argument, the Amanita cults collapsed almost immediately upon contact with vodka. And so, in other words, in the minds of these Siberian shaman, these two vehicles laid side by side, their traditional mushroom and vodka was to be preferred. People have made much of Amanita muscaria, but even its most enthusiastic proponents admit that they could never get off. So that, that's a severe mark against one of these things. They must be effective. one of the things that has held up the development of this field, I briefly mentioned it yesterday, was the unwillingness of researchers to experience these things. You know, to go and live with an Aboriginal people and see that every new and full moon they take something and the whole society goes through changes, and then they talk of nothing else until the next time they take it, and this is what they live for, and you're studying their language and their value system and all this, and you don't do it. It makes no sense at all. And yet, until very recently, if you were to do it, your colleagues back at Miss Atomic University would whip their knives out and denounce you as unprofessional, going back to the bush, not good method, so forth and so on. So there's been an enormous phobia about contacting this by academics, and so it's been left to countercultures, to fringe people, to individual experimenters, to eccentrics of various types. And in the underground, then, an enormous database has been built up. Nobody knows as much about psychedelics as people in the underground, because they're the people who've actually taken them, correlated the data, and kept track of it. So we have an official science of pharmacology, and then we have this oddly developing subculture. And, it used to be, 10 years ago, I suppose, that a genuine shaman was a person in a traditional culture, ministering to the needs of a tribal group somewhere. Now, there are a large number, I don't know, thousands of people who I consider full-fledged shamans and full-fledged members of cyber-electric culture. I mean, shamanism is not necessarily a phenomenon of the upriver and off-road. So there are people who have all the tools of Western science and epistemology. They've been to Harvard, they've studied philosophy and science and all mathematics, and they are fully empowered with the tools of archaic shamanism. They've been to these places. And strangely enough, in many cases, these are some of the most creative people in the culture. I mean, I don't think he would mind me mentioning him in this context. Somebody like Mark Pesce, who is, a full-on psychedelic techno-pagan and the genius who created VRML, which is going to let us all walk into cyberspace. High-tech and shamanic cultures are almost overlapping in this country. And I think it has to do with the fact that, and this is what I mentioned last night, talking about the toxicity of ideology, that we're moving into a post-ideological world. We're moving into a world where the bankruptcy of ideology is obvious. All ideologies are faiths. Even science can be demonstrated to be a faith that rests on certain revealed truths which are never questioned. To build a non-toxic future, we are going to simply have to solve many of our problems pragmatically. For instance, right now, we have many problems. AIDS, overpopulation, this and that. All of these problems could be solved, except that we have one rule when we approach a problem. The solution must make money. There are many problems where there is no solution that makes money. So if you refuse any solution but that type, you're upriver. Well, anyway, that's a slight digression.
Terence,
yeah, sure. Lead me back.
However, I will say that there are a few on my bookshelf, and that's a horrible way to do it. And I agree with you. I really agree with you. But there are a few on my bookshelf. Franklin Merrill Wolff would be one. Gopi Krishna would be another. Yogananda, from people that I've met that spent time with him, might be a third. I feel better about the first two. There are people in history that really seem to be beatific.
Well, you know, Aldous Huxley said a very interesting thing about psychedelics, and I think it addresses this. He said of psychedelics, he said, it is a gratuitous grace. Now, what does this mean? It means it is neither necessary nor sufficient for salvation. It is neither necessary nor sufficient for salvation, but it certainly helps. It's so taking psychedelics doesn't make you a superior person. This interests me very much because I've now been at this for 30 years, and your original question, are we better people, fascinates me, because if we are not better people for doing this, then we're just another cult. We're like the Mormons or Shoko Asahara, or it's just we have this closed system of belief. We do this thing. We say it makes you better. It's no different from Latihan or Mantrayana or some other practice. It's just our practice is fairly radical, and we claim it makes us better people.
Well, yeah, and what I'm saying is, rather than take the thing in itself and say, does this make us better or not? What is the set of to-dos that does make us better? What is that set? How do we do that? What's the manual look like?
Well, my argument in favor of that it does make us better, and here's how, is that love is obviously the highest human ideal. I mean, that's like a cliche to say that, but love is the highest human ideal. Well, love consists, it seems to me, largely of boundary dissolution. That we merge with the thing loved. We soften our boundaries, and of course male primate sexuality has to do with penetration and merge. All sexuality except some fish, usually there's some sharing of space and so forth. Well, these psychedelics in that sense then are inherently amorous or inherently sexy, because that's what they do. They dissolve boundaries between you and other people and other things. And as a primate, when the boundary is dissolved, what you feel is love. Or if you're traumatized by bad upbringing and childhood abuse and who knows what, when the boundaries dissolve, what you feel is fear. But if you are not damaged, the proper response is love. And I think through the psychedelics, if you have fear, and we all do, believe me, because it's terrifying to shed the old carapace. But beyond the fear lies the love, if you can persist through it. And so really the demand that psychedelics make on us, and this may be another reason why perhaps we tend to be better people, that's all I would say, is psychedelics demand of us courage. Every single person who says they've done psychedelics several dozen times is a courageous person. You're standing in the presence of fearlessness, because otherwise people turn away from it. And I think courage is probably a good value, probably makes you a good person to hike in the woods with or have an affair with or whatever. So it makes us courageous, and it dissolves boundaries which let in love or fear. And the fear that they let in can be transformed in the psychedelic state through an inner alchemy into love. That's why, you know, the most dramatic personality transformations I've ever seen, including my own, have been psychedelically induced and just happen on the dime. You know, you go into it per se, and 12 hours later you come out and you are not that. It doesn't always work like that. I mean, but nothing else ever works like that. So, and speed seems to expand people's tolerance for sexual activity that they would ordinarily refuse. They will accept under speed. So these compounds change our sexual values around, and a society using psilocybin on a regular basis would dissolve this male dominance hierarchy and replace it, I think, with the glue of an orgiastic and more egalitarian system. And for a long, long time, we lived like that. And in that period, when we lived like that, language, music, compassion, love, all the higher values emerged. Well, then, at some point, and for complicated reasons not necessary to discuss, unless you want to, the mushrooms disappeared. And the chemical fix that had been in place for thousands and thousands of years that was suppressing this older male-dominant style of behavior just drained out of the system. And suddenly, men were very interested in controlling women's behavior, and the orgies were canceled, and the levels of anxiety began to rise, and people began to think in terms of turf and property and my children and my food. And in short, the hideous union of the animal and the spiritual that we meet in ourselves came into being. We are like the inheritors of a dysfunctional childhood or something. Something terrible happened to all of us in our past. For 100,000 years, we were at our most human, without material culture, living in a world of magic and song and sexuality and husbandry, living lightly on the land, herding cattle in the presence of mushrooms. This seems to be, that was the climax of the pre-technical phase. Well, then agriculture changed all that, created surpluses, ended nomadism, provided a raison d'etre for cities. The return of male dominance ended in god kings and standing armies. And then, we've had 5,000 years of this now, 6,000, 7,000, whatever, and we're at the end of our rope. The planet is at crisis. Our politicians are clueless. Divine intervention is our best hope, either from flying saucers or the second coming or something. And in the presence of so much obvious, overwhelming difficulty, people are turning more and more toward irrational faiths and just waiting for the Space Brothers to pull us out of this mess.
His penis was starting to shrink.
Oh, yeah. Well, to quote a Grateful Dead song, you can't go back and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't get you, then the lightning will. This thing was set in motion 100,000 years ago, and now we are caught in the consequences of our forebears' stupid decisions or brilliant decisions, whatever. But we're being forced through. I mean, I agree that there's a lot of Q force building up in the society. In other words, vibration. It's almost like as you try to push an airfoil through the sound barrier, as you approach hypersonic velocity, the thing begins to shake. And if it hasn't been correctly designed, the wings will tear off. But if it has been correctly designed, the Q force will maximize and then very suddenly plummet, and that's called breaking the sound barrier, and you're through. It's very clear that this culture is revving up to attempt the leap into hyperspace. And it's either going to succeed, and we will become unrecognizable to ourselves and scatter through the galaxy as motes of light, or we will fail, and probably biology will cancel the R&D division on intelligent life and go back to ground squirrels, chipmunks, and monarch butterflies. That's worked so well for so long. Yeah.
Understand a little bit the physics idea of, matter seeking some sort of organization and then seeking a disorganization, and kind of the back and forth ebb and flow. And it makes me wonder about computers and the internet and the World Wide Web, how now we're trying to structure ourselves in something that seems to be going against the human grain. And
why do you think it goes against the human grain?
Well, it's artificial.
Well, we invented artificiality. I mean, I don't disagree with you. Somebody pointed something out to me recently that I find very interesting. They pointed out that in a cubic inch of forest soil, there's about 11,000 miles of mycelial wiring. Now we're building something called the internet and furiously laying copper and fiber optic everywhere, and soon it will go wireless. I think that this net that we're building is not the most artificial construction ever conceived. It's a simulacrum of nature, is what it is. Nature is the original internet. I mean, nature is some kind of interconnected, communicating, data routing, self-regulating, non-equilibrium system. And as we go nanotech, as we descend to the molecular level, our teachers are going to be plants, viruses, bacteria. They know how to do it down there, and we don't. And I think that the artificial phase of technology is simply that, a phase. Remember in Arthur C. Clarke's book, The City of and the Stars, the central dictum of that society, and it had been a rule followed for 1,000,000 years, was no machine shall have any moving part. And that's coming, and those are machines we can barely imagine, and they will be, smaller than a gnat's eyelash. So the artificial natural thing seems to me a synthetic dualism. In fact, all dualisms are synthetic, because at least in my book there is some kind of Neoplatonic one that lies behind all the lesser understandings that give us category. Well, I think, what nature teaches and what life teaches is that worry is preposterous. Worry is a form of egomania, because in order to worry, you have to assume you understand the situation. What are the odds that you actually do understand the situation? Very low, I would think, and the more abstract the worry. I'm worrying about, Ratko Mladic, and he's running around free over there in a country I've never seen. Now, is this a sane thing for me to be worrying about? I don't think so. Worry is preposterous, and how I've understood that is I'm not a fatalist or a predestination person. Predestination is preposterous, because if the world is absolutely predestined, then you think what you think because you couldn't think anything else. That makes the quest for truth somewhat pointless. In order for there to be truth, there has to be error. Otherwise, how would we know truth? So, well, that's probably enough on that. Yeah.
I think maybe the last couple of comments, and then my own, are positing a third way, which is not the technique of these aesthetic practices in religion or even psychedelics, but more a way of being in which one is open and receptive to the incredible patterns that exist within life and within wilderness. And maybe this is the shamans who don't need psychedelics are able to contact that. And my own experience in providing a very safe experience for myself alone with a great deal of solitude in the wilderness is that things happen which are absolutely magical. And it seems to come out of my willingness to play and to imagine and to love the things in my environment. And that's a little bit what you're talking about with your experience. And I would like that to be considered as a viable way of achieving the unity and the love of these of life that you're talking about.
Well, the key thing I think in what you said was to be open and aware. You can go to the wilderness, and it's harder for some people than others, but psychedelics certainly make it easier. I mean, it makes it simply, like with LSD in wilderness, what I found is it simply makes it possible to sit still an unearthly amount of time. And that's all you have to do for it all to go on. As soon as you disappear into the landscape, then stuff begins to happen. I mean, amazing things go on. I sat once on a beach in Asia, stoned on LSD, and a little crab came along and cleaned my fingernails. Every one of them. It just moved from fingernail to fingernail. It had this little claw, and it etched them out, and it took a long time, and I was just like this, and it would climb down one finger, go out to the other one, finish, go down here, and only Buddha or LSD can give you that kind of power to sit still.
I think it's, and maybe I've misunderstood people, but I think it's a really weird construct to dichotomize humans from nature. We don't say that ants or the termites have separated themselves out from nature by building a termite hill, which is a really good skyscraper for termites. And why all of a sudden when man goes out and builds a skyscraper and puts himself in it, he no longer participates in nature? It seems so strange to me. I mean, because we're in a terrarium. Well, it's not like we can go leave. It's just
we have.
It's such a weird thing to me to say that if you do certain things, sitting on the rock is in nature, sitting on the top of the World Trade Center is not. I mean, we can't judge that. We can't judge it. It just seems so strange to me.
Well, there's a categorical difference that people sense but can't always articulate. And what it is nature is a genetic machine of some sort. Everything is under the control of genes, except that when you get to human beings, there are these things called epigenetic behaviors. In other words, how you make a Chevrolet is not written into the DNA of human beings. The anthill is a genetic program, but what we are is freakily out of control of our genetic heritage. We don't behave like automata. We speak many languages. That's unheard of. A species which has localized communication systems. And yet that's how we do it. There is no human universal way of communicating. We've culturally fragmented that. Pardon me? Have local dialects? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, see, I think and I don't want to get into huge arguments, but there's
Oh no, don't be shy.
Different tribes of gorilla crack nuts differently. Okay? I mean, it's not just a human characteristic. There are some that use a rock and a log, and they put the nut in the log and they crack it. And there are other gorillas that can't crack nuts, and there are other gorillas. I mean, just because something is epigenetic does not mean it's a part of nature.
No, I agree with you, but I say people sense this difference. It would be quite astonishing if there were no epigenetic behavior outside of human beings. That would indicate it was some kind of descent from above. But I think when nature is fully understood, there will be no dramatic transitions. Everything is anticipated, everything is it begins as a theme and then rises to dominate the orchestra. The other and more exciting possibility is that we are entirely under the control of higher order genetic programming, and that history is a genetic process that has a purpose, and that it is like gestation or fruition or something, and that, a good example to have in your intellectual toolbox is the slime mold. Slime molds are these organisms which have a very peculiar life cycle. Let's cut in at a random point in their life cycle, and what we find are amoeba-like creatures, almost microscopic, living in the soil, the decaying leaves and stuff of the forest floor. They look like single-celled amoeba, but at a certain point, one of these individual amoeba undergoes some kind of stimulus. It's not well understood, and it begins to emit a chemical signal which says, "Come to where I am." And these amoeba, which may be spread out over a few square yards of the forest floor, they all begin to congregate at this spot where this chemical signal is being broadcast from. And as they arrive by the millions, the original cell and the first arrivals on the scene are literally lifted into the air by the arrival of millions and millions of individuals, and this thing forms, which is a couple of inches long and has a pointed stalk on it. And now we're looking at a macrophysical organism with a weight in grams, and it then sporulates and bursts, and these spores spread out through the air and descend to the forest floor and become these free-living amoeboid things, and the whole cycle starts over again. So what is this? Is this an animal that is dissolved into its cells at one stage of its existence? Or is it millions of animals that at one stage of their existence aggregate together to form something roughly analogous to a human city? I prefer the former explanation. It seems to me that, and we are like that, and history could well be a process like that. Something is torn loose in our species having to do with information processing and coding, and we literally have a symbiotic relationship with the word. And Western civilization begins, in principio et verbum et verbo caro factum est. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word is made flesh. So we're like the carriers of this strange relationship to a logos, a kind of mind that doesn't seem to be made of matter, but that seems to permeate this planet. And various cultures contact this on various levels. I mean, this is the spirit world of the shaman. This is the logos world of the Greek Golden Age, so forth and so on. And some societies call it God, and some call it Gaia, and some call it illusion. But all societies are aware of it as a potential experience. I think history has a purpose, and that the obvious no way backness of it indicates that it is some kind of process that it is designed. It is not a random walk. It's not the accumulation of endless blunders. It actually has a purpose and an intent, and it's a style. And when it is fulfilled, it will be replaced by something else. Yeah, do you all understand? The meme is kind of, you could say it's the basic, if genes are the basic units of biology, memes are the basic units of ideology and culture. So fascism is a meme. Madonna is a meme. All ideologies and all short-term cultural phenomena are memes, and these memes compete. Whatever happened to Boy George? That kind of thing, Apparently, some go extinct, and they can be replicated. I mean, when you repeat my opinion, it means you have copied the meme. in the same way that you could copy a gene. And when I write a book, I am replicating my inner memes and sending out thousands of copies, somewhat analogous to a virus. And so inside society, these memes are competing. That's what Buchanan means when he talks about cultural war. It's the meme war that he's talking about. Shall we be white, Christian, upright, rectitudinous human beings, or shall we be dope-smoking, homoerotic, These are all memes. And as you said very well, they compete. And the human world is an environment in which these memes compete. And hopefully over time there is some kind of maximization of something. I don't want to say progress, although casually people speak of progress, like we're supposed to believe that Heidegger is somehow has a deeper insight into reality than, I don't know, I wouldn't say Plato. That I don't think there's been progress there. But who? What?
No, I said please don't.
Was a bad example. The psychedelic meme is a perfect example. I mean, that's a very strong, coherent, definable meme. It's been furiously suppressed, but continues to survive. It's a healthy meme. It's able to infect rapidly and spread through populations, and somehow they accrue some benefit to it, and so it's preserved. I don't know how we got off on this. Anybody else? Anything else? We still haven't really gotten to what I planned to talk about this morning, and we're almost done. That's a good sign. Well, it was basically just to make sure you're fully up to speed on the psychedelic options available. No pun intended. For example, if you have a problem with the illegality of some of these substances, then alpha salvinorin or salvia divinorum is a new plant and a new compound on the scene, not scheduled, not illegal, perfectly okay to grow, possess, advocate, give people, so forth and so on, and quite radical dislocation of the senses, in Rimbaud's phrase, occurs with this. It also has some interesting technical aspects to it, the most impressive being it's active at the 1 milligram level, 1,000 micrograms of this stuff, and it's smoked. So this is a 1 milligram smokable psychedelic that knocks the pins out from under you pretty dramatically for about 45 minutes. The leaf can be chewed, the plant can be grown as a house plant, so forth and so on. So that's one option that's available. The other thing you might... Salvia divinorum, yeah.
I'm growing some. Somebody gave me a plant. And so what do I do with it? How do I...
If you just want to take the leaf, get some big leaves, and there's some controversy about how much you need or whether a lot is more than a little. But anyway, I took 35 grams. But it was a huge mouthful, I must say. So try 20 grams and weigh it, remove the mid-vein so it loses volume, roll it up into a package and shove it in your mouth and lie down in darkness and slowly squeeze and chew it in order to expel this juice into your mouth, and lie still. And after about 15 or 20 minutes, you'll see what's called streaming, violet blobs of light sliding past your eyes. You see this after orgasm sometimes, and you see it in anticipation of psychedelics often. So that will happen. And about 3 minutes after that, it becomes dramatically visionary and quite bizarre. I mean, on a par with DMT, these stretching, sucking, liquid things, and very bright, the hallucinations. And interesting to me, I've never had this with any other compound, I was sitting in darkness in a house with a big pyramidal skylight and the moonlight shining in, the perfect circumstance for hallucinating with eyes open, sharp edges against darkness. Eyes open, there was absolutely nothing going on. I would close my eyes, and it was as dramatic as turning on a light. It was that quick. There was no transition. It was just I would close my eyes, and here would be these slowly undulating three-dimensional tunnels and recessional surfaces and stuff. So I find it quite fascinating. And then to the chemist, it's extremely fascinating because it's in a class of compounds unknown to contain psychoactive compounds. Well, now they're going back into it, and with liquid CO2 chromatography, very cold solvent chromatography, which is very precise and non-destructive, they're finding a whole family of these salvanorine compounds. And what this will lead to in terms of psychedelics, treatments for mental illness, who knows, you know? It's amazing that 30 years, 40 years into the psychedelic revolution, we would discover not a new compound, Sasha does that 3 times a week, but a new family, a new chemical family with psychoactivity. That's a new continent in the world of neuropsychopharmacology. And then the other thing that people are doing that is very shamanic and challenging and good thing to do is, you probably all know about ayahuasca, this South American combinatory thing where a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, Banisteriopsis caapi, is combined with a source of tryptamine, DMT, usually Psychotria viridis. And because of the MAO inhibition in the gut, the tryptamine, which would normally be destroyed at that point, it passes through into the bloodstream and then passes the blood-brain barrier. So you can make DMT orally active if you complex it with an MAO inhibitor. Well, a whole bunch of people have realized that in most environments in the world, there are tryptamine sources. And so if you could combine them with an MAO inhibitor, you could create local variants on Amazonian ayahuasca. And they call this pharmahuasca, or anahuasca, meaning analog ayahuasca. And what people are doing is they're using Pagamen harmala as the MAO inhibitor, the seeds of Pagamen harmala. These are little black seeds, and you can get them from seed companies, or you can get them at Iranian markets, and they call it hurmal. And it's sold in Iranian markets to be thrown on hot charcoal to fumigate rooms. I mean, this is just a traditional use of it. It kills fleas. It's a very nice smelling thing and a kind of an incense. Well, if you take 2 grams of these little black seeds and grind them down, that will inhibit your MAO very effectively. And now, any DMT-containing plant that you orally ingest will become active. And it turns out that DMT is very, very common in nature. It's the commonest of all hallucinogens in nature. It occurs in numerous grasses, in leguminous trees. It occurs in the Rubiaceae. It occurs in the Myristicaceae. On and on, huge families implicated in this. It even occurs in certain species of fish. It occurs in human metabolism. This is interesting. A Schedule 1 drug that you are carrying around in your body, every man, woman, and child on this planet. Kind of the ultimate catch-22. Everybody is breaking the law. You must have realized that anyway. These things can be complex together. Now, some of the DMT sources that you might want to be aware of are phalaris grasses. These are prairie grasses, and some of these strains are pretty stiff. red turkey is a strain of Phalaris arundinacea that is pretty potent. There's a plant called Desmanthus illinoisensis, the Illinois bundleweed, which apparently was not used by the North American Indians. It's only been about 4 years that it has been discovered that the root bark of this plant is intensely contains DMT. And wildcrafters are now collecting it, and you can buy that plant. If you go to Mexico, there's a material sold in Mexican pharmacies called tepescohuite, which is the root bark of Mimosa hostiles, the same plant implicated in Brazil in a cult of a drug called vino de jarema. That is a very mysterious and not well understood DMT preparation taken orally, apparently without an MAO inhibitor. Or the MAO inhibitor must also be present in the single plant from which it's prepared. Other sources of DMT, Lespedeza bicolor, that's a clover-like ground cover. Those are probably the main ones. So people are experimenting with these things and making pharmawaska, and in some cases getting off. I mean, there's a lot of clenched guts and hanging over the porcelain bowl in this line of research, but if you hit it right, you'll be very gratified. Yeah, well, that's the great thing about having an underground. You get human data that you could never get in a situation of government licensing because people are willing to take chances. I had a real bummer one time. I took half a dose of mushrooms and half a dose of ayahuasca, and it had me praying for mercy. It was not like anything I've seen some weird territory. But what this was apparent, as I analyzed it later, what must have been happening was short-term memory simply was not transcripting. And so I was sitting there, stoned out of my mind, and then this thought would come. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. So then I would search through pulse, heartbeat. Nothing's wrong. You say, oh, nothing's wrong. Okay. And you go back to the trip. 15 seconds later, something's wrong. You say, nothing's wrong. And it got loopier and loopier. And I remember that amazing scene in 2001 where the guy is outside the ship and he says, open the pod door, Hal. And he says, I can't do that, Dave. And I had this image of the molecular machinery jammed. I could almost see it. I could see the molecule locked in the synaptic receptor cleft, and it was like, and it was building toward panic. And I somehow got hold of myself. And I had a picture, which I'm sure you've all had this picture, of myself in a locked ward somewhere. They check in once every 36 hours and wash down the walls. I just said, I'm just going to sit here until it leaves. And I did. And after about an hour of real hell, you could just almost feel it click and begin to drift out of the receptor, and then the pharmacokinetic dynamics of the thing cutting. Said, oh, we're going to live to tell the tale, apparently. Yeah.
There is a wildflower that grows in the spring in the fields in California that I don't know the name of it. There's little purple flowers, and if the plant's allowed to continue to grow, it becomes a woody stemmed green leaf, sort of a sage green, with a stem of little purple flowers. I'm sure some of you must know what it is. They also come occasionally in yellow. When I walk through a field of those, I smell DMT. I know that DMT is there somewhere, but I have no idea.
I'm sure you're right. I mean, there's a yellow flowering tropical bahania in a bot garden near where I live in Hawaii, and the smell it just rivets you when you walk by. And many times I've been in the Amazon, like walking along a trail in the late afternoon, and suddenly it will just hit you. It's just, and strangely enough, smell is an incredibly imprecise sense. Standing in a jungle, smelling a strange smell and asking the question, what makes this smell? There are thousands of sources. You look around, you have no idea. But yeah, I think it occurs as a volatile in flowers, as some kind of an attractant. It has a sweet, sharp, indolic smell that's very piercing. Yeah. Syrian rue is Pagamen harmala. That plant I mentioned as the source of an MAO inhibitor. If you're interested in doing experiments, becoming a shaman/alchemist and experimenting with making your own pharmawaska, get Jonathan Ott's book called Ayahuasca Analogs. I think they have some copies here. And he describes his self-experiments, and it's a little book, very useful. It's very satisfying, I might say, to make your own stuff. I mean, I wrote a book with my brother years ago called Psilocybin, the Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide. Growing it is really a wonderful experience. I mean, I don't want to advocate it absolutely, because you could be dragged away to the can for years. There's that little detail. But absent that, the way you experience the organism when you grow it is incredible, because you take a $25 sack of rye, a human food, that's all it is. You buy it at the organic grocery. It's a human food. You take it home. You have this snowy white mycelium. It's as pure. It's a symbol of purity. It's whiteness, and it will convert it 12% dry weight into Teononacatl, the flesh of the gods, the doorway into the mysterium. And so it gets you out of the cycle of criminal syndicalism that inevitably accrues to fancy dope dealing. You have produced it. You know every stage of its unfoldment, and you have a very strong relationship with it. The other thing is, growing mushrooms teaches all kinds of virtues which serve you very well while tripping. Virtues like constancy, attention to detail, patience, so forth and so on. So if you're wondering if you should take mushrooms and you're really in a dilemma about it, grow them. If you can grow them, you can take them. I mean, that is the certain entry into it. And of course, there's a certain mystical faith that we who grow are somehow more deeply in the service of this thing than those who simply trip. That's probably bullshit, but it keeps us at the knife and the flame.
There's sort of a papa mama feeling about it, bringing them little kids up. And
well, when you see a large mushroom project go into fruiting, it's awesome. It's awesome. The power of this thing, what a workhorse this organism is. This thing, it's so efficient. I mean, imagine 12% conversion of rye to psilocybin. To put that in perspective, that $25 bag of rye becomes $35,000 6 weeks later at current market prices. I mean, not to bring the mundane in here, but there's nothing wrong with feeding your children either, and staying off welfare and so forth and so on. Did you want to say something? Did you want to say something? No.
How much trouble how much irritation have you had from the government because of your public stand and you're easily identified and all that sort of thing?
Well, now this will be a hard swallow for all of us, because the great faith of our culture is that paranoia is never inappropriate. None. Ever. I don't know what that means. I'm paranoid enough to assume it must mean I work for them. How else could that be possible? The other possibility is that they are even stupider than we suppose. I mean, I used to say, I just use big words, that's all. They don't clock that. It never appears on their screen. Another possibility, which is equally humbling to all of us, is that this isn't worth bothering with. Some freewheeling Irish bullshit artist and his docile flock. Who cares, I sort of have the idea that there's something called the 5% rule, and it's that you can believe anything, advocate anything, practice anything, and as long as you don't gain adherence of greater than 5% of the population, you do not become a budgetary item for repression unless you start gassing subway stations or murdering judges or something, and then of course you have to be dealt with.
But it's effective. I worked with paramedics for 5 or 6 years, and we get Tylenol overdoses. And the sad thing about it is most people are making private health thinking, it's just Tylenol. They'll be able to do something for me, and they can't. It's scary stuff.
Lots of Prozac admissions.
That's interesting. Well, Prozac is a very peculiar drug in the sense that it never seems to work the same way twice. I'm not sure. I think timing is very important with Prozac. I really think Prozac hasn't been understood. It's being used to treat depression. I think what it is it's the magic bullet for, what is it called? Seasonal light deficit syndrome. I just think we are not supposed to be living this far north, and that every year we go through a culturally managed depression called winter or holidays. And people say, why do I feel like shit? And there are a million reasons, but the real reason is because you're not in the tropics, dude. And I took Prozac in the past, and the feeling when everything was stripped away, I said, what is this feeling that this drug gives me? It's the feeling that it's summertime. Your body tells you that it's the good old summertime. And, your body likes being told that. I think it's terrible. I live in Hawaii, and so I'm very aware every September the media, of course, has a totally mainland cast. And so every September, the media starts talking about how, summer's over now, we're all going back to school, and the sports are changing, and everything is changing. And you can just feel in the tone, they're fixing them all over there. They're getting them ready for another winter. And I just channel surf. We don't need to be hyped about how, it's another winter coming. So I think a lot of people are depressed in the wintertime, and Prozac, and of course it's targeting serotonin reuptake, and serotonin, this is not air, serotonin has a complex light-mediated chemistry in the pineal. This is all about light, strangely enough, this serotonin deep pineal hydroxytryptamine chemistry. Melanin, which gives you your suntan, is a further breakdown product of melatonin, which is a conversion from serotonin to melatonin that goes on in the pineal, mediated by a harmine-like enzyme called adenoroglumerotropane by the physiologists, but called by the chemists 6-methoxytetrahydroharmalan. And there is actually a part of the optic pathway that breaks off and carries physical light into the center of your brain in order to drive this pineal chemistry. That's why light and depression are so dramatically linked. I mean, there's actually a lot, light actually gets into your pineal gland and there mediates certain chemical processes. Well, the morning has fled, as they always do. Enjoy your afternoon. We'll be back here at 4, and if you don't like the way this is going, come armed with questions and agendas. Thank you.
If anybody wants to talk about the...
So I hope you're enjoying Esalen and making good use of your time one way or another. This evening we'll talk about the time wave. I see the computer is in the room, so assuming we can get it up and running, we'll talk about that. Before I get started this afternoon, I want to give you my URL so that you can find the website. The website is really my substitute for myself, and I'm trying to make it more interesting than I am by far. And I've only been at it a year, but it's already up over 15 megabytes and growing. And the idea is that if I have some enthusiasm, I put it on the website, and then even though my interests may wander elsewhere and I no longer care about reform in the Seychelles or something else, it's there in its pristine form, spell-checked, illustrated, hair-combed. That's the way we want to be seen. So, and there are many, many pointers to everything from developments in AI to pharmacology to nasty pictures, because it's a huge website. So if some part of what is touched on here, physics, mathematics, chemistry, sociology, you want to follow up, go to the website, and there will be a button there for you. So just to take one of these and hand them around, and that'll probably do it for the whole group. Do you all understand what a URL is?
A uniform resource locator?
Exactly.
Tell you much more.
Well, but at least you know. It's the address, as it were, of the website on the internet, on the World Wide Web.
This guy's for real. He's alive. He'll talk to me. Wow.
You mean because you imagine people who write books reside in some seventh heaven, inaccessible by normal human beings?
Well, or just inundated with too much stuff to bother with, with a question about your writing. It was great. It's great stuff.
Yeah, well, it's nice to get questions. To put the greatness of writers in perspective, I'll tell you a story about the last time I dealt with my publisher at Bantam in New York. Sitting across from those people above the 50th floor, how I come off to them is, well, now let's see, Mr. McKenna, we have current sales figures in front of us. You're kind of a 60,000 copy kind of guy, aren't you? And frankly, Mr. McKenna, around here that really butters no bread. We're interested in the million-plus seller. We can carry people like you, of course, given that we have substantial successes in other fields, and on like that. To which I replied, so I guess you're not taking me to dinner at Elaine's, which was true. Not even tea. Well, is there anything out of this morning that anybody wants to take up?
Yeah, I had a question when you were talking about growing psilocybin or growing the mushrooms, and it just kind of sparked something in me. Do you have a connection with the Davic realms, the nature spirits? Is that something that comes up for you in this work?
Well, I don't know. Is a self-transforming elf machine a deva?
What do you mean?
This is a phrase that has been associated with me for many, many years. I encounter self-transforming elf machines which are creatures, entities, perhaps, although they're not made out of matter. They're made out of, as nearly as I can figure it out, they're made out of syntax driving light. But if what your question addresses is the issue of entities on the other side, there are definitely entities on the other side for me, and there seem to be such for many, many other people. I'm not by any standard sensitive. So if I get entities, then they are substantial and capable of defending themselves. It's one of the most challenging parts of the whole psychedelic landscape, because most people can accept the idea of disordered sensory input, recovery of traumatic memory material, so forth and so on. But what are we to do with an elf? That becomes a little harder to contextualize in psychoanalytic theory, although Jung did a good job when he said autonomous elements can escape from the psyche's control and present themselves as independent entities. I'm not sure he's ever seen a self-transforming elf machine. Are those Davic entities, do you think?
Yeah, I don't have any hallucinogenic experience. Myself, I'm more familiar with connections in nature and other experiences that people have had in Horn Group or being in the Himalayas, that kind of thing. So what you're saying is through your experiences with pharmaceuticals, you have that experience, even if you're not having it when you're not.
Oh, it's the defining characteristic of the true DMT flash. I mean, it is not subtle. These things mob you like badly trained Rottweilers. They come bounding forward by the dozens, by the hundreds. They jump into your body. They jump out of your body. And I've thought, it maps to some degree over the archetype of the little people, the leprechaun, the fae, and being Irish and being Jungian. I'm willing to entertain, maybe I have a special relationship to this stuff. But then in the Amazon, the people using DMT that I studied in the early 70s, the reason they did it, they said, was to speak with the little people. What puzzles me about my contacts with these beings is it conforms to, let's say, the Irish model. They are small, they live under hills, or when you're with them you have a sense that you are somehow underground. They are full of merriment, almost to a manic and frightening level. It's sort of like a Bugs Bunny cartoon gone berserk. They are friendly, but play rough. In other words, it's a land of explosions and falling anvils. It's like a Roadrunner cartoon or something. But the overwhelming feeling is love, but I spell it L-U-V to distinguish it from the ordinary kind, because it's just this kind of crazy, childish affection. And they're delighted to have me in their presence. Well, now that all sort of corresponds with the Irish model or with worldwide folklore of little creatures, little people in the woods. Mm-hmm. What's happening that is not mappable onto fairyland or leprechauns or Findhornian beings or anything like that, or anything else I've ever heard of, is that these entities have an agenda. And it's a very curious agenda. They use a language which you see. It is made out of sound. In other words, it is sound, but you see it. in that state. And the entire point of the encounter from their perspective seems to be to teach you to do this. They want you to transform your language. They want you to speak elfish. And, what? If you've never done DMT and you just smoked it and you're 30 seconds into this experience and this is what it's come down to, you wonder what to make of it. I've thought about this for years and years and years, and I don't know why there should be an invisible syntactical intelligence giving language lessons in hyperspace, but that certainly consistently seems to be what is happening. I've thought a lot about language as a result of that, and several things about it. First of all, it is the most remarkable thing we do, I think. And we talked a little bit this morning about epigenetic behaviors. Chomsky showed that language, the deep structure of language, is under genetic control. But that's like the assembly language level. Local expressions of language are epigenetic. And it seems to me that language is some kind of enterprise of human beings that is not finished. That we have now left the grunts and the digs of the elbow somewhat in the dust, but the most articulate, brilliantly pronounced and projected English or French or German or Chinese is still a poor carrier of our intent, a very limited bandwidth for the intense compression of data that we are trying to put across to each other. And it occurs to me from studying McLuhan and other people that the ratios of the senses, the ratio between the eye and the ear and so forth, this also is not genetically fixed. There are ear cultures and there are eye cultures, print cultures and electronic cultures. So it may be that our perfection and our completion lies in the perfection and completion of the word. Again, this curious theme of the word and its effort to concretize itself. A language that you can see is far less ambiguous than a language that you hear. If I read a paragraph of Proust, then we could spend the rest of the afternoon discussing what did he mean. But if we look at a piece of sculpture by Henry Moore, we can discuss what did he mean, but at a certain level there is a kind of shared bedrock that isn't in the Proust passage. We each stop at a different level with the textual passage. With the three-dimensional object, we all sort of start from the same place and then work out our interpretations. Is it a nude? Is it an animal? Is it bronze? Is it wood? Is it poignant? Is it comical? So forth and so on. So this is not a very scientific part of the rap, because it's very hard to convince people that there are non-human intelligences this side of Genebel Ganubi. And when you tell them that these non-human intelligences are accessed through the diminutive mushrooms growing on their front lawn, they just write you off as a squirrel. But this question of the non-human intelligences is very, very much on the agenda. All shamans in all times and places have claimed this. And the thing that so pleases me about DMT is, a lot of people will not take a psychedelic like LSD or psilocybin or something because it lasts hours and hours. Inevitably, a thing lasting that long, you're going to end up dealing with your stuff, your anxiety, your fear, your this and that. A lot of people don't care for that sort of thing. Whether that's good or bad is another issue. With DMT, it lasts 4 minutes. And so how lost in an examination of childhood trauma can you get in 4 minutes, especially when you have hundreds of elves tugging at your coat sleeves? So it's really an incredibly powerful tool. You know, we have the UFO people claiming there are non-human intelligences, but they have no a reliable method of contact that works for a skeptic. The great thing about DMT is it doesn't require belief, a quality I mentioned last night as belonging to the truth. The truth requires no belief. It is the truth. I'm sure there are probably people listening to my words at this moment who have encountered these entities. This, to my mind, is the great and chilling mystery in the center of the psychedelics. And once you've encountered these things, you have to take them seriously, to the point of you have to understand, where do they fit into the great order of being? What are these things? How can there be a life form not made of matter? In other words, how can they be intelligent and coherent but have no fixed body outline? Is the universe in fact populated by non-human, non-material intelligences that we somehow contact using drugs? I mean, that's one possibility. That's the question, yes. Where are they when you're not there? Is it an ongoing thing? Is something going on this planet? Are these the controllers? Are you getting into a back channel that weren't cleared for? Or, and this is to my mind the most chilling and appalling and exhilarating possibility of all, when you go back over the shamanism thing, you say, you shamans, now where is this all coming from? They will tell you it comes from ancestors. Well, that's a cheerful and fairly sanitized concept, but when you deconstruct it, ancestors are dead people. What is actually being suggested there is that there is a kind of ecology of souls, one energy threshold over, that is co-present with this world. Well, strangely enough, that's what the Irish myth of the Fae says. It says these are dead people. These are souls that linger in our environment, and this is what souls look like. Again, folklore is only a guide, but if what we are dabbling with, if what lies at the end of the road of shamanism is the dissolution of the boundary between life and death itself, then the million-year intuition that this was a path worth following will be dramatically vindicated. And one of the reasons I've preached DMT so furiously is I just want a larger body of people to take it so that we can compare data. We need to understand, how is this possible? It raises a whole host of questions. One is, not only how is this possible, but then given that is this possible, how has it been kept secret? How can millions of people go to the grave, raise children, hold jobs, so forth and so on, go to the grave, and the news of a doorway standing that agape hasn't penetrated? I mean, most people believe they're imprisoned in this world, and that the only hope is maybe 15 years at the ashram and hideous acts of self-abnegation and control and so forth and so on. And actually, the boundary between us and an unspeakably bizarre world, it's 30 seconds away at any time, as long as you have DMT available to smoke. That's appalling to me. I mean, it means we don't know nothing. Yeah.
You talk about trying to map your experiences onto the myths. I wonder if it's possible that you could look at the myths for information of mastery. That is, we've no longer masters of this doorway. We're trying to rediscover a mastery that's been held for thousands of years. maybe there's something that we can find in the myths that tell us a behavior or a mode of being in that state that would be useful. For instance, catching the leprechaun and getting the pot of gold implies there's some kind of game we can play with them that yields some value.
Yeah, well, the classical myth about leprechauns is that they want to keep you. If they catch you, or if you mess with them, they'll hold you. And then you have to bargain your way out. And the bargain is always the solution of a riddle. Notice that what's happening here is it's all about linguistic prowess. It's all about poetic skill. It's all about language ability. Only the eloquent, only the clever, only those who are masters of riddlery and pun are acceptable to these entities. Apparently that's what they value. Why? I guess because they're made of language. So, and they themselves have, when I try to describe to people what they are or what they look like, various things can be said. They're like self-dribbling jeweled basketballs. In other words, they don't have faces or anything, not the little yellow leather jerkins and the curve-pointed shoes, not that. Self-dribbling jeweled basketballs, and they use the language to make objects. That's what this language, how this language is different from ordinary English. English, we can make meaning. The DMT language makes objects. It's like a higher dimensional language. And so these things bound forward with the complete purpose of delighting you. And they reach into the air, into their bodies, into some nearby invisible dimension, and they pull out what I would call words, puns, objects, hallucinations, things which manage to be all those things simultaneously. And they say, look at this. And it's purely designed to dazzle and astound. And then a colleague will elbow the little guy aside and say, no, look at this. And they're all in front of you, chirping, clamoring. And these objects that they make begin themselves to speak and float away and reproduce. And you've arrived. 30 seconds ago, you were sitting in a room with your grubby friend somewhere pursuing spiritual understanding. Now this is going on. And it's very hard to not be horrified. I mean, the cognitive dissonance, the neck-snapping switch of dimensions, and then after about 3, 4, 5 minutes, it retracts. It loses its vitality, and it begins to pull away from you, almost like a boat pulling away from a dock. And in fact, I had one trip where, metaphorically, not having hands, they all turned and waved and said, "Déjà vu, déjà vu," which is, of course, absurd. Now, people can say all kinds of things. They can say, well, this is just the autonomous substructures of the psyche manifesting themselves. But it sounds to me like a lawyer's explanation. Yeah.
In light of that, allow me to extend the skeptical line just a bit further. Of your description of the event, is it common to everyone who has participated, to your knowledge? Does it represent 10%, 50%, 75%? Are they equal in description? Do they vary? Is this unique to your description?
All good questions. It's hard to smoke DMT, especially if you're not a smoker. It's harsh. Some people don't get enough. I would say of the people who smoke as much as I think you should smoke, 75% probably report something like this. It's hard for people to report. I mean, I've had years and years of practice. What I've just told you about this is an incredibly crumpled, compressed, edited version, because what is really happening in there is unspeakably bizarre, unspeakably bizarre. That seems in fact to be its quality, that it is unspeakable, and that therefore in order to speak of it, you have to make a leap of faith to this higher order glossolalia-like language. Ayahuasca is a slow release DMT if you deconstruct it pharmacologically, so that instead of it happening in 4 minutes, it happens over 4 hours. Again, at very high dose ayahuasca and at very high dose psilocybin, these entities begin to emerge. When I take psilocybin, sometime in the second hour, I pass through a place which I've learned to recognize. It's a feeling, and I call it elf country. And there are no elves, but there's a feeling. And then I call them, and following the directions of a favorite episode of I Love Lucy, I call them by saying, "Come in, little green men, come in, little green men." It's simply a permitting. It's simply an invocation. And then they approach like a Newari band from a distance. You can hear the brass and the drum, and as they get closer, and it begins as a sound. It's very interesting. It begins as a sound, and as it gets louder, there comes a point where imperceptibly it becomes visible. And then all I can say is it gets bigger, just like someone marching toward you through three-dimensional space. And so it goes from being a little phenomenon on the horizon of your awareness to you're there, you're with them, you're playing the tuba, you're marching along, it's happening. And then they sort of peel off and march away and leave you in the same way they came. The archetype of this phenomenon, as far as I can tell, is the archetype of the circus. DMT is somehow the cosmic circus. And if you analyze what the circus is, it's a closed environment of permitted outrageousness that roves the straight landscape, setting up in one town and then another and then another. And it's a thing of wonder and light. And carny people are loose. They're not like you and me. I remember in the little town I grew up in, every 4th of July, the carnival would come to town for Cherry Day. And we kids were told we couldn't stay out after 9 o'clock when the carnival was in town, because there was just this aura, more liquor was being consumed, more people were staying up late, so forth and so on. And if you analyze the circus, it has all the elements of the DMT thing. I mean, there's the center ring, the clowns. And Henry Munn, in a wonderful essay on psilocybin mushrooms called The Mushrooms of Language, describes them as self-performing acrobatic bits of grammar, is how he describes them. This is clearly the same thing. The circus is a wonderful place for children, but it has behind that a dark side. I think my own earliest reminiscence of what I could call erotic awareness, I must have been very, very young, under 3, because I was being held by people. And I was taken to a circus, and there was a woman there in a tiny G-string costume, spinning, hanging by her teeth up near the center, and it was all there. Death and eros and risk and drama, and I got it. So there's all that in the circus. But then there's also the wiggy side, the bearded lady, the goat-faced boy, the thing in the bottle. That's all just off the main event. And then the circus packs up and leaves, and everything is the same, except there's some crumpled paper blowing around in the wind. And every little boy and girl worth their salt wants to run off and join the circus. So this is the archetype of DMT, a completely self-contained, transformative world filled with all kinds of implications. It's incredibly mercurial. It's incredibly trickster-like. Yes, it's as though Hermes had divided into 1,000 subalterns, all set going at once. Well, the blooming and buzzing confusion which the infant experiences is the same world we're looking at right now, except that the infant has no language for it. Now, the interesting thing about the DMT thing is you have no language for it. That's interesting point number one. Interesting point number two, somebody arrives on the scene eager to provide language. That's suggestive. So it seems like what they're saying is, we've stamped your passport, you're over the border, but no one here speaks English, so if you want to make yourself understood, please pick up the local lingo, Johnny Pronto, and in fact we've assigned a team teaching group. The feeling of the DMT thing, and this is why I entertain the possibility that it might be an anticipation of death. What happens when you smoke DMT is there's an initial kind of handshaking confusion, like when two computers meet and exchange protocols. There's a 30-second period where everything sort of gets sorted out, and this thing forms like a mandala. I call it the chrysanthemum. And it's a rotating orange-yellow floral circular mandalic thing. If you have not taken enough, it is a kind of rubberized membrane or something. If you haven't taken enough, you'll hit it and bounce off and have this really ambiguous experience, which is pretty horrible, actually, just kind of confusion which slowly goes away. But if you've taken enough, and the key to taking enough, and here comes a piece of practical advice that may be worth more than the entire workshop, the way to get off on DMT is after you feel completely peculiar, you have to do one more enormous hit. This is where courage comes in. Most people, they take it and they say, it's working. This stuff feels really weird. It's really working. Say, do one more hit. And they say, no, it's working. Say, no, do one more hit. So then you do, or we say you do. You penetrate that membrane, and you go through a series of, to me it's like a ramp, but it's like a series of diastolic compressions that push me forward. Birth canal analogy, obviously. And then I break into the elf dome, or the hive, as I call it. And certain intuitions accompany this without any rationale. And one is, I'm underground. This place is warm, it's domed, it's reasonably well lit, but there's enormous weight above my head. I'm far under the earth somehow. Fairies, as we all know, live under hills. So then I'm there, and the elves and the elf machines and the language lesson are proceeding, but if I can stabilize and calm my hysteria so that I can maintain some kind of objectivity, I notice that really the place I break into is somebody very odd, someone very strange. It's their idea of a reassuring environment for a human being. Somebody who doesn't know very much about human beings, but who's really trying hard, built this terrarium of arrival. And it has the aura of a maternity ward. And I've thought, these self-transforming elf machines, which I take so seriously and try to make the basis for a new ontology, they could be nothing more profound than those plastic shapes that we hang over a baby's bassinet to teach it to coordinate space and color. In other words, what those things are is they're educational toys. They aren't the main clam. They're not in charge of the hospital. They're just something dumped in your rifle playpen to keep you happy while the doctors make the observation. And the doctors never appear. And the whole thing is pervaded with a wonderful affection and zaniness. It's completely life-affirming. I have no patience with alien abduction and any of that. I think that's pathology. I think it's media-damaged people manipulated by incredibly unscrupulous New Age weirdos. There is no paranoia in this. It's entirely positive, although very, very weird. The main thing it is hard to understand. What's this all for, you know? Maybe you thought you were going to have an insight into your relationship or resolve your hatred of your father, and instead you're playing canasta with elves. Yeah.
Is the experience progressive?
Not very. It's always the same. The emphasis is on imitating the language. And
so you don't sense that there's a breakthrough point beyond that? I mean, as you've mentioned, passing through the membrane, getting into this environment, now you're in this environment, the exchange is taking place, you're dealing with it on a rudimentary basis, but you don't have any perception that there's an increase.
Well, the problem is the brevity. We very quickly figured this out back in the 60s. You only get 3 minutes. It's like, visiting the American Museum of Natural History for 3 minutes. So what we really need was an extender. And that was why we went to the Amazon in the first place, was because ayahuasca from the anthropological literature sounded like it was the extender. And in fact, if you brew it stiff enough, it is, and you can get in there for quite a while. But it doesn't become particularly more rationally apprehendable. It's a great mystery. It's a puzzle. It shouldn't exist. It's the thing which you don't believe exists. It does.
This crazy idea. You're talking about elves. I'm thinking about Santa's. And flying in a sled, and having a red-nosed reindeer, and seeing in the dark, and reindeers eating mushrooms, and so I'm wondering about these elves that are giving presents.
You want me to extend your list for you? Santa Claus's colors are red and white. Santa Claus is associated with the spruce tree. The spruce tree is the mycorrhizal symbiote of the Amanita. The Amanita is associated with magical flight. Santa Claus flies. The Amanita is associated with reindeer. He flies with the aid of reindeer. He makes gifts for all the boys and girls in the world with the help of elves. Elves, in all traditions, are what are called demon artificers. They make things. That's what elves do. Whether it's shoes or gold jewelry, or they make things. Elves are artificers. Now, what else before I leave this theme? Santa Claus lives at the North Pole. The North Pole is the axis mundi, the Yggdrasil, the magic world ash of Norse shamanism grows at the North Pole. You pile all this stuff up and you say, this has got to be an ancient memory of an Amanita cult. Although I've looked at Santa Claus, and I have never found a source that would trace it back further than the 10th century. But I maintain, it's Paleolithic, probably. Yeah.
What's the probability of finding a new tryptamine that we weren't aware of that extends the trip, so to speak? Give one 30 minutes of time to get the language down. They also might be sort of,
Well, Sasha, is now working on the tryptamines, and I asked him in Mexico, I said, of all of these tryptamines you've elaborated, which ones are the most interesting? I can't remember the one he named, but it was a synthetic, and he said it was extended. There's a certain, fear is the word, but these places are really strange. And for most people, 3 minutes is quite enough, and then they need to attempt to assimilate it. Part of the problem is you can't remember it. I mean, I've seen people smoke DMT, give all the presentation of intoxication, come down, lie still, and when you say, what happened? They say, nothing happened, nothing at all happened, and furthermore, I think I won't be seeing too much of you in the future. In fact, I'm sure of it. So, yes, I'm not advocating poverty. I'm advocating something more like simplicity. Well, let me describe my lifestyle to you, which sort of then is a statement about what I'm trying to do. I live in Hawaii up a terrible road with no telephone in, but I have a wireless modem out, and I have an excellent Mac, and I don't believe in the distinction between nature and technology. I am happiest when I am totally immersed in nature with the best technology available. And most things I care about are immaterial. I mean, I have books, but it's the information in them that is represented. The electricity is generated from solar. Some of the food is grown on site, more will be. But it's not like a back to the land movement or anything like that. It's very casual. It seems the natural way to live. One thing that the internet holds out for many, many people is the end of the entire cycle based on the concept of office culture and commuting. Most people who work in offices don't need to go to the office now. And the momentum continues to have commuting and so forth, but when these corporations realize how much money they could save by telling people to stay home, office culture is just going to dissolve overnight. Well, then something like 65% of all automobile travel is in the pursuit of moving to and from the job. That could all be eliminated. I think the internet is the physical analog to the psychedelics. Until the internet arose, it was very hard for me to see how we were going to get from here to the omega point. Now I have no problem. It's all in place. I mean, the internet has to grow faster. The bandwidth has to be expanded. The codes have to be simplified. The protocols have to be simplified. And everybody has to be brought online. When that happens, I think there will be a kind of natural reorganization of society, because what we're living in, and this is a McLuhanist rap, what we're living in is a linear, print-created world. It was created by print heads. They couldn't help themselves. They thought they were normal human beings, but they were very, very dramatically distorted by their relationship to typography. And they created this kind of world. Well, now we're moving into the era of electronic culture. And all kinds of phenomena associated with the old way of doing things are going to disappear. For example, a quality of print culture was the phenomenon called mass media. Mass media is finished. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Mass media is one-to-many communication. And what the internet offers is any-to-any communication. You know, we all have contempt, or I assume we do, or mild contempt, for the tabloid newspapers that we see when we check through the grocery store. Elf or dwarf rapes nun, flees in UFO, that kind of thing. Well, but now let's think about the New York Times for a moment. The New York Times is designed for what? to be read by millions of people. Who would want to read something designed to be read by millions of people? The very nature of the goal indicates that there will be very little there for you. Only to the degree that you share some interests with all these other millions of people. And many of these interests are artificially created by the media. So other notions that were put in place by print, I think, did I mention this last night about the interchangeability of type? How I didn't. Okay. Type, as you know, is interchangeable. Manuscript is not. That simple notion of the interchangeability of the subunits of a technology permit two incredible things in our world. The idea of the citizen, and the idea of the unique individual. And also modern industrial techniques of manufacture. The assembly line is essentially where you build things the way you print things. You assemble the parts, you assemble the small parts and create completed objects. So this notion that stresses uniformity, interchangeability, and co-equality of subunits creates the entire political and social ambiance of the post-Renaissance mind. Now, something entirely different is happening. The new media is non-linear. It doesn't require lockstep acquiescence in a model of behavior. That's why fringe elements, which were kept very much at the fringe through the reign of print, have in the 20th century broken out and managed to set the agenda of much of society. So things like surrealism, jazz, ethnic consciousness, homosexuality, different styles of dissent have in the 20th century all gained a great deal more prominence as the print culture gave way to the electronic culture. And in the future, I think these enormous structures which we're asked to participate in are just going to fade away, like national governments. I think basically we're going to live in a world which has only two levels. The local level, basically your watershed, and the planetary level. And the systems of control that lie between those two levels will be very thin and invisible. A tremendous leveling of information takes place. The print game is a game of privilege. Information confers power, and if you have it, you hold it. The electronic game is a game where all information is equally accessible and shareable, and it creates a different and more egalitarian information field. And capitalism contributes to this to some degree. I am not entirely anti-capitalistic. I think it needs to be tamed. But capitalism contributes to this. For example, what I mean by that is, think of how governments deal with information. They classify everything top secret, and then they hold it. And, well, what is the effect of that? It slows invention. It slows novelty. Well, how does capitalism deal with new information, new technologies? You get it to market as fast as you possibly can in order to ace the competition. In the capitalist set of rules, if you have a proprietary technology, to keep it secret is insane. How will you make any money if you keep it secret? You must tell it. So capitalism itself has become a force for novelty. This is what, when people started coming out of the Soviet Union as it collapsed, this is what blew their minds completely about the West, was the diversity and abundance. I remember some Russians came to me once, I don't know, 5 years ago or so, when the Soviet Union was collapsing, and I was driving them around and showing them the scene, and I pointed to an A and P, and I said, "You can get any food you want in there." And the guy said, "Oh, come on." And I said, "Name a food. You can get it in there." He said, "Tangerines," like it was a knockout punch. I said, "No problem, they got tangerines stacked waist deep." And anything else you can imagine. So capitalism produces this enormous abundance, but without very much ethical concern for the process by which it's done or the consequences for the users and the environment.
In the business world, especially in the software world, I see large companies in the business of purchasing novelty and then producing novelty. That is, less and less companies have R&D institutions within them. They let the innovation happen at these little tiny companies, and they go back to little tiny companies.
That's because they don't want those long-haired, dope-smoking weirdos actually inside their corporate structure.
Yeah.
You can hire them as consultants, because then you can can them at will. But for God's sake, don't get them on the medical plan. Yeah.
There was an article in a magazine had a fellow from IBM. He had a suit on and everything, and someone accused IBM of being weak in the multimedia market, where multimedia represents new and novel. He says, "Oh, we have some guys with earrings and long hair here." Defense.
Yes, well, one of the amusing things about the computer revolution and capitalism and all that is that technology has evolved so quickly that the people running capitalism from the top no longer understand the tools that are necessary for it. They have to pay guys with ponytails and piercings to turn on the machines every morning. And that must be very terrifying to them. Well,
but it was always the case. They didn't dig the oil wells either.
But the guys who dug the oil wells, I don't think carried an entirely different analysis of society. I mean, there were class differences, but these long-haired people are essentially, you're trading with the enemy if you're a corporation who uses these people. And every corporation must use them because they're the smart people.
They will use them. And all I'm saying is that capital will move wherever it can exploit information. And if now the information resides there, that's where they'll go to exploit that information for the continuing process of the economic machine. So even though we may be looking at something novel, ultimately when that source is exhausted, they'll move on to whatever else they have to move on to maintain themselves.
Well, no technology in history has ever been put in place with any clear understanding of what its implications would be. That's what we find out later. And I think the internet probably will turn out to be very toxic for capitalism. When objects can be made of light, when a Ferrari costs as much as a Buick, because they're both made out of the same material, all of this class structure based on fetishization of objects is going to disappear.
It's interesting that both Pac-Bell and AT&T announced that they'd be getting the internet game. You know, a little late, but not too late. But they've been late on delivery because they can't get the staff to build what they want to build. Because they can't find any mason workers to put their highways together, and it's costing them billions. And I think AT&T actually even has to back that.
Well, AT&T is going to set up a system of satellites that are going to give ISDN speed to every man, woman, and child on this planet by pointing straight up at the sky, avoiding all these mafias of these local phone companies.
The curious thing, I think, in terms of the social implication of the electronic age is the possibility of almost a pure form of democracy, independent of bureaucratic structure. In other words, that there's the possibility that people can arrive at consensus unmanaged.
This is what's called electronic tribalism, that we can remove all these interpretive filters and structures and methods, the representative, the parliament, the election, all of that can be done away with, and that we can actually, and they hate that. was very interesting in the last presidential campaign. I don't know if you picked up on it, but only Perot spoke for this. You know, he has this idea of these electronic town meetings. Well, of course, Perot represents a not mainstream point of view from the point of view of the Republicans and the Democrats. They both just piled onto that. They hate that. The idea of real democracy is as threatening to the politicians of this country as it is to the Chinese leadership. I mean, they do not want the will of the people to be expressed. But I think as we cohere into a single organism, there will be less and less need for these 18th century institutions that we have put in place and maintain with the power of the gun. Yeah.
I see a couple of possible paths that the effect that the new media is going to have on people could go. One would follow the model of what happened to Europe when the church stopped becoming the sole interpreter of the Bible, and the Bible became something that was printed and that anybody could read and interpret, and many people did, and started different interpretations. And that sort of caused an explosion of different ideas and different ways of looking at the world. The other would be, this is a little more difficult to express, but there's a terrific Buddhist magazine called Tricycle Magazine. And one of the things that's really terrific about it is it's non-sectarian, that it has a whole lot of viewpoints. It talks about all sorts of different flavors of Buddhism with equal respect, because there aren't enough really Buddhists in America to have really cool magazines for all these different sects. Now, if that were to change tomorrow, and there was a different magazine for every sect, then each magazine would have a single viewpoint. The other viewpoints would be portrayed maybe, but as seen as kind of heresy and talked down about. And I could see that sort of thing happening on the web, or with the web-like media, where people start pursuing ideas that they're interested in and they care about. They may end up digging themselves a niche of their own preconceptions and their own, the prejudices that they already have about information, and going to information sources that support that and prop up things which may or may not be valid. The other option is that they could be exposed to so many different types of information from the original sources, not filtered through a mass media, that they'll actually become more informed about more different points of view. And I can't tell right now which way it's going to go, or maybe it's going to go in both directions for different people.
You can't keep the ignorant because there's too much access to the other knowledge.
Only if you want it, though. It's not like now. Today, if you turn on CNN,
you get not only the information you're interested in, you get information that CNN thinks a large audience of people is going to be interested in. So you're inevitably going to be confronted with things that mess with your prejudices. Now, the downside of this is that what's happening is CNN is mapping the societal prejudice of its market share onto all of its audience. And because there are so few media sources, there are a few selected branches of prejudice that you're allowed to tap into. But whether the future is going to break that up or just mean that there are going to be tighter groups and smaller groups of predispositions that are reinforced.
After that's a choice. Those that wish to insulate themselves in only the information they want to see that supports their narrow worldview will insulate themselves excellently. And those that wish to just throw themselves into the unknown constantly will have a ready available source of unknown.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing this. I mean, the V-chip, is that what it's called? This thing that lets you control what your kids can access on the internet. All this concern about pornography and so forth and so on. Clearly, some people are going to take the internet raw and love it, and other people are just going to want the conference on cat grooming and so forth and so on. There's nothing we can do about that. I mean, this is not a new problem. Let me recall to you that hundreds of millions of people in the world lead larval, low-awareness lives. I'm not talking about the poor, unwashed. I'm talking about people who watch TV 6 and 7 hours a day. That's a drug. And those people have chosen to check out of the historical adventure and just live in this miasma of pop culture. And we can decry the loss to them of of awareness and so forth and so on. But on the other hand, it makes it easier for the rest of us, I think. I mean, I don't want all those people running around on the freeway and standing in front of me at the grocery store. And, better they should be home watching, whatever it is these people watch. And people will make these kinds of choices. And, it will become more and more extreme. I mean, if you want 24-hour-a-day teledildonic pornography, who's to say you shouldn't have this? But how it will affect your performance as a citizen, I don't know. I mean, it's just like mainlining heroin or something else. People have to make choices. But the fact that they will sometimes make bad choices is no argument ever for limiting their choices. You have to come to political bedrock with this. Are you a control freak, or do you believe in the dignity of human nature? If you trust human nature, then your politics should be one of always removing control, because control suppresses human nature. If, on the other hand, you're freaked out about human nature and you think that if we don't have laws, everybody will turn to cannibalism, sodomy, and cocaine, then, of course, everybody has to be leaned on and so forth and so on. But if you don't have faith in human nature, that's a pretty existential situation to be in, because where do you put your faith then?
It's possible that we'll fall into, I'll use your number, 5%, a situation where 95% are looking for novelty and 5% will produce it. And that the 5% who enjoy making novelty will make just what they want and find a narrow category of people who will find it.
Well, that's sort of, people say, what should be done, or what should we do besides take psychedelics? And I say, you cannot escape the media, you cannot escape the internet, you cannot escape our dilemma. You have two choices. You can consume or you can produce. That's it. And the people who consume are lost souls, and we all consume. And in those moments when we consume, we are lost souls. We need to produce, and what we produce is art. Art is the greatest era of art in the history of the human race is dawning right now. If we produce images and text from the heart, we will compete with these very large network channels called capitalism, communism, so forth and so on. In a sense, one way to think about the internet is it's a 40 million channel TV hookup. 40 million channels, 5.5 now. Well, but however many websites there are right now is what I'm thinking of. And so no one need feel isolated. And isolation has traditionally been a political tool for disempowering people. If you can make people feel isolated, you can make them shut up. So, if someone, let's say, is a communist and lives in some tiny town in North Dakota, in the past, their tendency, I think, would be to keep their mouth shut. But since they're getting 400 email messages a day from fellow communists and being informed of conferences going on constantly and huge FTP sites and all kinds of things, then they just say, that's my community and I'm willing to talk about it. They are no longer isolated. And this has empowered all kinds of fringe points of view. Some you may approve of, some you may not. But I approve of the concept of the fringe in and of itself. And then I figure, the memes can sort themselves out through natural selection. But if a meme doesn't ever get onto the playing field where the competition is happening, then it is not fairly dealt with and can die without having its proper opportunity to impact.
We articulate the advantage of the leading memes in their ability to suppress the new oncoming memes. Like a marketplace where if I try to start an oil company today, I have a difficult time because the main players would disadvantage me and handicap me.
Right.
Facing a reverse handicapping where the small ones would have an advantage to come in.
This World Wide Web, it just seems to be changing the nature of gravity, or at least the way I thought that these various physical forces always work, and suddenly time, which I understand is relative, is getting speeded up simply because I'm being barraged with so much information from so many different places, and it stops being a matter of trying to be smart by assimilating all this information, and becomes more of a case of trying to be smart by seeing what I can leave alone, what I can distance myself, what I can funnel out, because there's so much of it. And
well, I think we haven't quite learned how to use it yet, and also it isn't quite what it should be yet. It's maddening to try and function on it at 14.4 or 28.8. Everybody needs ISDN or faster. The people who use it most successfully, the way they live, is usually they do it through laptops. And it's just always on. I mean, what you need is 24-hour-a-day ISDN connection. It's always on. And so as you think, questions arise. And you set your infobots going. Your elves, you send them into the matrix, and they return with these bits of information. So as the day passes and your internal dialogue proceeds, you're constantly having messengers arrive with data which clarifies your understanding of the situation. So I think of it, what it will clearly become is it's just an adjunct to your mind. And when the laptop disappears and the whole thing becomes a subdermal implant or something, then you'll just say, gee, I wonder what the gross national product of Sri Lanka is this year. And then we'll say, the gross national product of Sri Lanka this year was, and you will be provided with this information. I mean, obviously there have to be filters and a certain level of sophistication, but never before in history have people been able to have a dialogue in real time with their own cultural database. And the quality of decisions is directly dependent on the quality of the information upon which the decisions are based. And in the past, good quality information is very hard to come by. The mass media is for the peasants. The guys above the 50th floor, and guys it is, as you know, they read special newsletters. They receive feed from certain think tanks. They deal with an entirely different kind of information than you do. Privileged information, managerial information, leader information. Well, now that's all changing. Sitting without telephone lines in Hawaii at the keyboard of my computer, I have better intelligence than Stansfield Turner had when he was director of the CIA for Jimmy Carter. And I'm Joe Nobody, Earth Citizen 1. So that shows you how quickly the quality of information is improving. What you do with this is, of course, has always been an individual dilemma. The psychedelics, to my mind, were a great anticipation of the internet. It probably never would have been built had there not been psychedelics, even though it was built by terminal paranoids. Because, it was built as a command and control system for thermonuclear war. But the wonder of that was that they built it so that it could not be destroyed, not realizing that what that meant was that they could not destroy it. It has no central control. There is no board you bomb, no plug you pull. So they built this indestructible thing, and now it's loose and growing and unstoppable, and possibly leads to the reformulation of the nature of humanity, which would be then an interesting process. Thermonuclear war leads to an enormous paranoid response, which leads to the internet, which leads to liberation. I've always felt that atomic weapons were an enormous IQ booster for the human race. And when you think about the fact that a global tribe of carnivorous monkeys have possessed thermonuclear delivery systems for 50 years, and only twice were they ever used, I think it must have sobered us immeasurably, because there were many issues in those years where, had there not been thermonuclear bombs, there would have been war. And so it became a kind of inoculation against war because it was so horrible, and it forced the human race, I wouldn't go so far as to say grow up, but it propelled us at least into adolescent awareness of our dilemma. Well, it's dinner time. Tonight we'll do the time wave. I doubt we'll revisit this particular area, so if you hated this, it's over. Thank you. We're going to take a sort of conceptual and categorical leap here. I assume you all have some familiarity with the I Ching. Is that a reasonable assumption? The I Ching is a Chinese divinatory system of great antiquity. It involves 64 ideograms called hexagrams that are composed of broken and unbroken lines. They are arranged in a traditional sequence called the King Wen sequence. The divination is carried out through a coin toss operation or a sortilege involving euro stocks. I assume I'm not making headlines with this news for anybody, okay? Good. So, the I Ching, usually translated as the Book of Changes, is in fact a scientific text, in my opinion, a study of great sophistication of the very subject we're talking about this evening, the nature of time, the nature of change. And in the same way that Western science, by fixating through certain Greek predilections on matter, was able to unravel a nuclear chemistry and molecular biology and so forth, these ancient people in China, pre-Han, early Zhou, which we're talking 1500 BC, they weren't interested in matter. They were interested in time. And they brought to this interest in time at least as much energy and sophistication as the research teams at CERN in Switzerland bring to probing the heart of the nucleus of the atom. And they learned things. You know, you spend a millennium or two on a given problem, posing that problem under all circumstances and from many philosophical points of view and pharmacological platforms. Eventually you begin to get answers. And I believe that the I Ching is a kind of smashed up piece of machinery that in its present form is but a shadow of what it represented in the past in terms of sophistication and understanding. For several thousand years it has been commented on and passed down and preserved by people who were not fully in touch with precisely what it was. Under the guidance of the Logos, with the help of psilocybin and so forth and so on, I think I've made some progress with reconstructing what this ancient piece of machinery might have looked like and what kind of information they might have been getting out of it. So now bear with me for a minute, if you haven't been already. As I said, the I Ching is 64 hexagrams, numbered 1 through 64, and usually presented in a traditional sequence called the King Wen sequence, which is old. Nobody knows where it came from. King Wen is a legendary figure. He supposedly got into some political trouble around 1350 BC, and they put him in the can for a while. And while he was there, he figured this out. He thought it up. He built this operating system. And the interesting thing about the King Wen sequence is that it is not in a logical sequence on the face of it. When Leibniz, the European philosopher, got his hands on the I Ching, his Jesuit friends shipped him a copy in the 17th century. He immediately organized it as a binary number system and rearranged the hexagram and showed that it was a binary number system. And Leibniz's sequence, any hacker knows instantly how to do it from the first hexagram on. King Wen's sequence is not at all obviously under any set of rules. And the logos in its promptings, to me, it was interesting. It was like a koan, a problem which a master sets a student, which must be solved before we can move on to deeper water. And the koan was, what are the ordering principles of the King Wen sequence? Can you prove, in fact, that it is the product of intent? Or is it, in fact, simply a jumble that has become traditional over thousands of years, and there is no set of rules for generating the King Wen sequence? Pretty close focus stuff, you notice. We're not talking here about planetary transformation or human fusion with the biosphere. It's very academic, close focus, analytical stuff. So I looked at the King Wen sequence, and I was intuitively led, is probably the way to put it, to look at what's called the first order of difference. The first order of difference is a very simple concept. It simply means how many lines change as you go from one hexagram to the next. Simple, right? Okay, so as you go from hexagram 1 to 2, there's a certain change value, 6 or whatever it is, and then 3 to 4, 4 to 5, so forth, and so on. And so I found out what these data points were, and then I drew a graph of these values down to 64. And it's just a symbol of it, obviously. And so I looked at this thing for a long time, and it didn't seem to have any, it looked stochastic, random. It didn't seem to have any particular order to it. But then I noticed a very interesting thing, which is that this section is a mirror image of this section, such that, imagine making a copy of this and putting it right here, and then rotating it 180 degrees in the plane, meaning turn it upside down to the non-technical folks. Turn it upside down, well, then it will slide into itself. A perfect fit here and here. So then you get something which looks like this. In other words, it has closure at the beginning and closure at the end, but no closure in between. Interesting thing about these data points is that if you think about the possible data points, they are obviously 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, the number of lines that can change as you go from one hexagram to another. In fact, there are no 5s. If you look at the King Wen sequence, one of the first things you notice is that it is not simply 64 hexagrams, it is really 32 pairs of hexagrams, because each pair, the pairs are formed by turning the first term upside down. Now, there are 8 cases where turning a hexagram upside down has no effect on it. And in all 8 cases, it is followed by a hexagram which is exactly its opposite. And so the rule obviously is, if turning a hexagram upside down causes no change, all lines change. Then you can analyze these data points, and you discover that there are 75% odd values, 25% even values, exactly. So no 5s. This 3-to-1 ratio of odd to even and this peculiar closure seem to me sufficient argument that this is the product of human intent. This was supposed to be done this way. And in fact, in some of the older commentary on the I Ching, there's a passage in which it says the forward-running numbers refer to the past. The backward-running numbers refer to the future. Well, now in the I Ching there are no backward-running numbers. But in this thing there are. Because when you make this, you have 1, 2, 3 to 64. But what you've got over here is 63, 62, 61, down to 1. And what you've got over here is equals 64, 64, 64. It always sums to 64. So what this is some kind of magical, occult, multi-leveled, mana-laden thing that these pre-Joe diviners dreamed up. Essentially, the entire I Ching has been turned into this monoglyph of itself. Well, so now let's symbolize this thing by the letter S. A hexagram, as you know, is made of 6 lines. It's also, if you know a little more about it, in the commentaries, it's always thought of as being formed of 2 trigrams, 2 3-line structures. And then it has an essential and very powerful cohesive unity as a hexagram, as a unity, as a one. So every hexagram has 6 lines, 2 trigrams, and 1 wholeness to it. So the thought which occurred to me under the strong prompting of the Logos was to take this thing which I just showed you, which is at the top of a kind of hierarchy, and move it to the bottom of the hierarchy. And I did it and build a hexagram. So remember how I said we'll symbolize that thing by the letter S? So I took 6 of those, and I did this. Yeah, 6. I laid 6 in a row. And that stood in my mind for the 6 lines of a hexagram. But over this, I lay then 2. Like that. Those are the trigrams. And then I'm sure you anticipate my thought. Over that, I lay 1. That stands for the unity of the hexagram. Okay, so now what I had was a lot of lines running everywhere, and the absolute conviction that I now possessed an enormous secret of some sort, the map of time, the picture of history, the snapshot of the zeitgeist moving through a higher dimension, something like that. And I was a burden to my friends and a joy to my enemies for many, many months as I attempted to corner people in all-night conversations of great energy and perplexity that had my friends meeting to plan what is to be done. Hope this never happens to you. And finally, Ralph Abraham, God love him, said, it's an occult thing. I mean, it's just this occult thing. Only you understand it. And it's not even clear that your interpretation is always the same. He said, what you have to do is you have to turn it into an ordinary mathematical object that is, a known quantity. Well, essentially, this was like telling your dog to split the atom. It was like, great, Ralph, thanks. Do you think you'll have any time in the next few months to put in on this? And so I sat with it for a couple of years. And then one afternoon I was getting loaded and watching dust motes in a sunbeam and not thinking about anything much at all. And I had it. I had it, whole and entire. I saw how to take this occult thing, how to take its multiple properties, such as degree of parallelism, skew, overlap, the scales of the three levels, and all of these variables, and I saw how to collapse it into an ordinary mathematical object. And it's quite trivial. I won't bore you with it. It's so trivial. It basically has to do with deconstructing the wave, assigning numerical values to all of its parts, rebuilding it, and then adding them up. And then, lo and behold, all these intuitions you had about how when it is parallel and close together, values should drop and all that, are conserved, and we get the time wave. And the time wave and the computer is simply doing a whole lot of housekeeping work with it and not making any arithmetical errors and scaling it to time. Now, the objection that could be made to this, or easily could be made to it, and that I at one time felt the force of this objection. I've talked myself out of it now, but it's how I would have attacked it myself at a certain point. And it went something like this. Now let's see. You are advocating a revision in physics based on a Chinese oracle that you have deciphered a secret message from? Is that it? And how long have you had this particular delusion? So I've built a metaphor, which I hope makes it a little clearer why I believe it is reasonable to use a Chinese oracle as a stepping stone to a revision of physics. And in order to explain this, I have to have resort to a fairly elaborate metaphor. So here it is. Think of sand dunes. Just picture them in your mind for a moment. Now, notice that this picture in your mind of these dunes, that the dunes look like wind. They look like wind. Now, sand dunes are made by wind. What's going on here? The wind is a pressure, a variation in pressure gradients over time, which moves the sand around. And when the wind stops blowing, what is left is essentially a lower dimensional signature of this higher dimensional phenomenon. Comme ci, comme ça? Now, for grains of sand, substitute genes. For wind, substitute millions of years of evolutionary time. Time flows, and the genes move around, and they assume certain configurations. I maintain that those configurations are lower dimensional slices of the higher dimensional architecture of time itself. In other words, we bear the thumbprint of the medium in which we arose. We bear it in every cell of our bodies. Every atom bears it. Every molecule bears it. And this, if this can be known, this pattern of time that is impressed in all organism and perhaps all matter, then time, an understanding of time unfolds as a fractal, an infinitely self-similar structure that is repeating different patterns on many, many scales in order to create the phenomenology of the universe as we experience it. So, that's basically the theory. And then the theory, I don't think, would amount to much if it weren't for the fact that with the computer, we can now take the theory and ask the question, okay, given all this arm waving and theorizing, does the unfolding wave actually mirror and hence predict the unfolding of the historical continuum? I maintain that at this stage, it's arguable that it does. Now, there's a curious and unsettling aspect to all of this. If you have a theory of wave mechanics of any system, waves have wavelength. Therefore, the wave must be generated from some point. And if what we're talking about is a graphic congruence between theory and nature, then theory must be fitted to nature in the search for a best fit between the curve, the describing curve, and the phenomena it seeks to describe. You understand what I mean? Now, the problem is, with this theory, if it is a problem, is that when we compute our best fit of the curve to the data, we reach a fairly unexpected conclusion, which is that novelty is going to reach infinity within our own lifetimes. That the universal process that has been going on for billions of years across this epigenetic landscape, wandering deeper and deeper into realms of novelty, faster and faster and deeper, is actually going to become mathematically outside of our description within our own lifetime, specifically in 2012 AD. It's not pleasing, this prophecy of the end of the world within one's own lifetime. This is the typical pattern of delusional messianism that is so drearily familiar. Nevertheless, we have more than a Lullian decoding of Scripture here. We have a formal and completely unambiguous algorithm, and we have a body of data. So I just will now demonstrate it to you, and you can reach your own conclusions. There are people who may not even be aware of this theory, who have reached the same conclusion. Some by avenues I respect, and some by avenues I don't respect. And without saying who's who, I'll list some of these approaches. There's a group of people, I believe they're called extopians or singularists. They're engineers. They're total rationalists. They're tech heads. And they say that the rate of energy release, information storage, and technological advance is proceeding so rapidly that sometime between 2010 and 2025, the whole system becomes unrecognizable to itself. Congruence with this prediction. The Maya civilization, which perished a millennia ago, had a 5,600 plus year calendar that culminates on the exact same day that this theory computes to, a fact which I didn't know when I made my choice for the end date. There are Hasidic Jews in Israel who believe that they have Kabbalistic logic to support the conclusion that the Messiah will appear in late July of 2012. And then someone mentioned last night this Vedic.
It's called Jyotish. It's spelled Joy.
A form of astrology, right?
It's Vedic astrology, 3,000 or 4,000 years old.
So, whether you do it whether you calculate toward it mathematically or intuitionally or whatever, and whether you exist now or in the case of the Maya a millennia ago, certain people, by certain techniques, seem to have located a peculiar moment in time. And what exactly this means, we don't know, but this wave scales to it as well. Now, what I want to do here, this is this year, and pointing at today, and as you see, it will culminate here. But what I want to do now is put a lot of time on the screen and show you how this thing works. So let me specify time span, E. Okay, well, now here what we're looking at here is a very large span of time, 6 billion years. And the entire career of life on Earth is 600 million years, which is this downsweep. So you see, at that scale, it's like a done deal. It's almost a smooth curve. On a scale of 600 million years, it's just been an uninterrupted rush toward the omega point ever since we dropped gills and crawled out onto the land. As we magnify and zoom into this, it turns out there was a lot of drama along the way. Let me see if I can get my zoom going here. Now, each time it makes a new graph, we'll see twice as much detail and half as much time. There's 1.5 billion years. There's the last 750 million years. 375 million years. That's all life, getting hold of the planet. There's the last 100 million years. Here, let me stop that one. Okay, that's the last 93 million years. And there is a event that has to be predicted correctly for the theory to work. At 65 million years, there was an asteroid impact that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. And there it is. It's an exact science, folks, but I'm not. Okay, here is this extinction event. You've got 113 million years on the screen, ending at the 0 point in 2012, and this massive extinction event, 65 million years, clearly shows as the most dramatic event on the screen. Yeah.
So what is the opposite of the descent into novelty as you see the increasing point of the scale reaching maximum at a slightly earlier time period? What's the converse?
Equilibrium. Yes, and then homeostasis. Okay. Yeah, I mean, homeostasis is the perfect example because homeostasis is repetition, closed energy cycle.
Absence of chaos.
Absence of chaos. Predictability, in other words. And then it inevitably reaches a place where there's a symmetry break and then a cascade.
And then disintegration.
Okay, so now let's start our zoom forward again. Well, what you do is there's 46 million years. Let's get down here to something palpable. 11 million years.
What did you use to
This is primate territory.
What did you use to hit the asteroid date?
Just published material in Nature. There's the last 2 million years, like that. The question was?
How do you know when to start?
You mean how did I choose the end date?
Or the beginning date of the whole?
Well, the beginning date I'm a little fuzzy on. I simply propagated it back until I had more time than astrophysics requires for the life of the universe. And that was all I needed. I'm not entirely committed to the Big Bang. There's plenty of odd assumptions in all of that stuff. What I did was I thought about at first I tried to scale it to the stuff I knew. So I've been sort of interested in history. So I said, okay, if you have a theory of novelty of history, where are the novel points in history without getting too technical? Well, I think anybody who's studied history 25 minutes would nominate the Greek Golden Age, the Italian Renaissance, and the 20th century. Or at least they would tolerate those candidates. So I said, well, let's see if we can find a place where 3 big troughs do that, and then let's look at the crucifixion, or something else, in other words, to see if it also appears to be correctly described. Well, eventually you get a fit where you can go from the Big Bang down to Nixon's resignation and always have this very satisfying feeling that it's giving it the correct scoring at the correct level of novelty and the correct ratio and proportion to the events in which it is embedded. And when I got it right, the last 67-year cycle begins the day the atom bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. And it's a resonance, you see, with the Big Bang. And then everything else seemed to fall into place at that point. Now, it's tricky. It is tricky because it's a fractal. And so there are possibilities of error, but and that's why periods of time like what we're living through are so interesting, because you see, I've made the small-scale prediction that this period we're living in will be novel based on large-scale correlations. Now, if the prediction comes true, that clinches it. It shows then that the choice was correct, and we gain confidence. And I maintain there's, in principle, no reason why this much information shouldn't be known about the future. The future is not magically guarded from understanding any more than any other part of nature is. And in fact, statistics, probability theory, is a valiant effort to come to terms with the future. I maintain horribly and inevitably flawed by the assumption of linear time. What do I mean by that? Well, here's how probability theory works. Say you want to know, let me think of something, the charge on a certain, how much electricity is running through a wire. You want to know this. Well, here's how you do it in ordinary science these days. You measure the electricity 10,000 times, you add it together, and you divide by 10,000. Now, it's conceivable that the value you come up with will not match a single one of your measurements. Your measurements never agreed with this value. So what we're doing, you see, is because we assume time is uniform, we don't feel any intellectual sin in smearing those values that way.
Filter the novelty.
The law of averages damps the novelty in the system, and you get a kind of averaging. Probability theory cannot be done anymore with impunity if this is true.
Chucking the whole sort of plug of physics to the last 50 years, and I think you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
You mean to attack probability theory?
No, to ignore the excitement and the thrill of totally insanity that comes from quantum mechanics and relativity.
Well, no, I'm not rejecting that. The quanta is far larger than probability theory. I think, there's an interesting revolution going on in quantum physics right now. It amuses me. Arguably, the one concept that seems secure in 20th century physics, and about which there has been more ballyhoo and self-congratulations than about any other single concept, is the much vaunted uncertainty principle of Heisenberg, which is supposed to be a bridge to understanding consciousness, uniting science and art, letting us see the scintillating, elusive, mercurial beauty of It turns out it's BS, to put it as kindly as possible. When the Bohr-Heisenberg theory was formulated, there was another theory of the quanta on the table. But this theory had an assumption built into it which was thought to be so fantastic that it was never seriously considered, and instead this uncertainty principle was taken on board. The notion which was built into the rejected version of the quanta was called non-locality. And it held that somehow all particles that had ever been in interaction with each other in the past were somehow mysteriously and instantaneously linked to each other throughout all space and time instantaneously. And since all particles were once confined in a space less than the diameter of the nucleus of a Joe atom, then presumably all particles in the universe were connected together through this non-locality, if you accepted this B theory of the quanta. So it was rejected out of hand. This was a theory formulated by David Bohm. Well, now it comes back to haunt them because there is non-locality. It's been confirmed. At first, it was only there were thought experiments with it. Yes, and so here, but now experiments are being done where you actually bring two electrons together, separate them in space, flip the spin of one, and see the other one flip its spin, even though they're now separated in time and space. So the physics community, and let me say about the Bohm theory and the Bohr-Heisenberg formulation, the mathematics is identical. The mathematics is identical. One does not give better results than the other, but they have these completely antithetical concepts built into them, and I doubt that the Heisenberg thing will survive. It was actually a mistake. Oh, and that what I want to say then about the Bohm formulation is with Bohm's mathematics, velocity and location can be known simultaneously to any limit of exactitude. There is no uncertainty in the in the Bohm formulation. I don't know how I got off on this. Yeah.
My proposal to you is that those guys are having the same kind of fun and are not into European events, that I think you'd feel very warm and close to them because that is analogous to the one you're looking at.
Yeah, I would assume that if I'm right and if they're right, we'll have to meet somewhere out there. There's this guy Lentz at Stanford who has a very interesting cosmology, which he calls a fractal foam cosmology. And I don't understand his mathematics, but he talks about how in his cosmology, in the first few moments of the universe, these things were generated which he calls scalar waves. And they're waves, but they don't move. They're, as he puts it, frozen in space-time. But the reason you know they're there is because they affect the clustering and the ebb and flow of probability. That's it. That's it. I mean, it's absolutely it. So what Lentz's scalar waves have to do with the time wave, I don't know, but it's very, very interesting that these kinds of theories now are coming forward. I think it's because we are feeling an inadequacy in our science because the fine structure of complex systems won't come into focus using statistical analysis. You get a blurred picture of what's going on, and no matter how you deal with the data, it remains blurred because this temporal variable is in there that you're not aware of, and it's creating this inadequacy in your model. You wanted to say something?
Well, two questions. First, how do you introduce data into the system? In other words, given the I Ching as the construct, right, and a formula derived from that, which is the assumption I'm making here, what do you enter to create the graph?
You enter the valuations of there are 384 points in this thing because it's 6 times 64. So, and at each one of these positions, you generate a number, and then that is fractalized and put through this. And this is all explained exhaustively in The Invisible Landscape, and in the manual for this thing is now 75 pages long. And
the second question is taking a 500-year model or a 250-year model or whatever we would choose in current time. Is there a replication of the pattern currently shown with a decline of that order being demonstrated at any other point in history?
Yes, the question you're asking is, are there resonances inside the system? And of course there are, because it's fractal. So self-similarity occurs at many scales. As you see with a normal fractal, self-similarity is hierarchical. This has hierarchical self-similarity, but it also has a degree of internal self-similarity on every level. So this plunge that we're going through right now, its resonance, its direct historical resonance on the preceding larger scale is the period around the 10th century, 948 AD. Now, what happened in that period is there was an enormous cultural efflorescence in Islam. The Umayyad Caliphate at Cordoba and the other Umayyad Caliphate at Baghdad were producing, and a lot of it was mathematical and technical. It's arguable that that was the birth of modern science. Those kinds of resonances can be used as a basis for prediction is something I haven't had time to look at. There are many resonances to each point. It's not a simple system. We can only discuss it in simple terms, but in the MS-DOS version, it will print a page full of resonances. And let me explain how I imagine time in this thing. Here's, first of all, how the Newtonians imagine time. If you ask a Newtonian, what is the most important moment impinging on this one? In other words, what moment is most important in shaping this moment? He will tell you, or she will tell you, it's the moment immediately before. This is this amazing faith in the momentum of cause and effect. This takes a completely different view and says any given moment in time is a kind of interference pattern caused by the existence of other moments in time. And that time is in fact an extremely complex, data-heavy kind of holographic matrix. And if you can decondition yourself from your large-scale position in things, you can actually feel or sense the continuum. I mean, I got it down to an aphorism. Rome falls 9 times an hour. And if you're paying attention, you'll feel it go by every time. And if you are cleaning your apartment or walking in the woods, if you notice, you think things that there is no rationale for. And as hemlines rise and fall on a slightly different scale, and as art movements come and go on a slightly different scale, what is all this? Well, it's other times, other resonances. It was very interesting. At the website a couple of months ago, I looked at the wave and I said the end of the year would have a medieval flavor, because we were crossing through the late 8th century or something. And then I noticed, the liberals have this thing every Christmas time, this in Hilton Head, North Carolina, called the Renaissance Gathering, and Clinton always goes. So all the right-wingers got together at this thing called the Dark Ages as a satire on the Renaissance, and their Dark Age gathering occurred right in the darkest of the Dark Ages in the Resonance. A lot of this is for the production of humor, I hope you realize. If you're fans of James Joyce and understand how Ulysses is constructed, you know, what's going on in Ulysses is a man is trying to buy some kidneys to take back to his apartment to fry for breakfast. But somehow, in visiting the butcher and the local bar and running into an old friend, the entire Homeric war is fought out in these few blocks of Dublin, and also the entire fall and redemption of mankind. And this is called allegory, and it's nested reference and fractal association, and it's a very powerful way to make art. And I think it's a very powerful way to make art because it's how nature made the world. The world is an allegory, and it's based on analogies. I mean, I look sometimes at people, and I see other people, you know. I see faces from the past, sometimes my past, sometimes further back. Time is an interference pattern. Yeah.
The one thing I'm a little confused about is how you draw the pattern to a given scale. Like, does it make sense to say you could put in Terence McKenna's birthday and see his timeline?
People always ask this question. Yeah, although I'm not entirely comfortable with it. Let me trace the history of this kind of thinking for you. Astrology obviously has certain analogs to this because it's about predicting the fates of dynasties and so forth from the movement of the stars, and it's a peculiar combination of mathematical exactitude and occult fancy. Oh God, I've lost the thread. Ask again. The birthday thing, yes. So originally, astrology was a tool for statecraft. Royal houses and wars and stuff were fought and that kind of thing. Well, the first, I don't know if they were the first, but the first large crop of yuppies was late Roman. And these people had vast wealth, and they dabbled in the occult, and they were interested in these mystery religions, and they were aware of astrology as a tool of statecraft. And people asked the very same question. Said, you know, I'm an important person. Can you do a horoscope for me? And so then the natal horoscope was invented around that time, 1st century A.D., the natal horoscope. I can imagine that we each have our own time wave, in a sense, and that it begins at your birth and it ends at your death, or your death is a very novel point in the wave. The wave has different cycles in it. This has 384 data points. I mentioned that. Notice that 384 is exactly 13 lunations. At first I thought I was discovering a Neolithic Chinese calendar, that it's an extraordinarily accurate lunar count. It precesses 19 days per year against the sun, but that might be a price people would be willing to pay, especially if it had been developed in a tropical climate. But each larger cycle is made by multiplying that number, 384, by 64. And each smaller cycle is made by taking that number and dividing it by 64. And what you get then over about 20 levels, stretching from 72 billion years at the top down to 6.55 times 10 to the minus 23rd at the bottom. In other words, the domain of Planck's constant, the realm of the jiffy. you get this set of nested cycles. Well, the next cycle up from this, from the 384-day cycle, is 67 years, 104.25 days. It's 6 sunspot cycles of the minor type, 2 of the major type, but interestingly close to the average human lifespan, 67 years, almost as though it's a kind of a tone, an octave of existence. I'm very interested in people's 68th year of life, what that feels like. Because in a sense, if you live to be 68 in this theory, you get to start over. You know, you are sort of, your slate is cleaned, and you get to go forward. But this kind of thing I find, I'm not that attracted to it. I'm more interested in the idea that this is some kind of a message from somewhere, and that the message is in 2 parts. The first part is, something extraordinary is going to happen to you and your world in 2012. And the second part is, and the reason you should believe the first part is because this wave which predicts that predicts all things which preceded it, predicted the Italian Renaissance, so forth and so on. Let me start this puppy going again, and I'll show you what I mean. What have we got? 1,000,000.4 on the screen.
What's the locality of it? Does this apply to our galaxy, the whole universe, or this planet?
Well, that's another good question. I've thought about it on all different ways, and I think it's local. I'm not sure how local.
So there has to be a king when and another planet to come up with the pattern that you used.
Well, if it's a universal fractal pattern, then it must be available in many places. A thing that would be very satisfying to me would be if somebody could find this same set of numbers somewhere else in nature.
Like
Bernoulli, anywhere. I can't. The Fibonacci series.
Yeah. The Fibonacci can be brought out from simple rules into a complex set of data.
It sounds like that any moment in time can be decomposed into a number of hexagrams, and that the hexagrams have divinatory components to them, and that a hexagram has a meaning.
A little louder, Dave.
You can draw from it. Is there a sense in which you can figure out what hexagrams correspond with what moment, and figure out the characteristics of that moment that way?
Yes, you can, and you could build a vast interpretive industry on that. In other words, there would be a way to extract meaning rather than mathematics from this. What you would do is you would look at a given point in the wave and not only look at its wave structure, but say what hexagrams are building this and what are the ratios of the influences that they're contributing. And that is basically, that's another lifetime of work for me, but that would be very, very rich stuff. Okay, let's go. Let it run for a minute. That's 1.4 billion years, 730,000 years, 366,000 years, 183,000 years. Now, those are glaciations in there. That's the last 100,000, 45,000. Now, let's look at this. This is the last. This is basically 5,000 BC. Now the stakes rise, because we know with fairly high detail what has gone on in the last 5,000 years in terms of inventions, cultural migrations, dynasties, so forth and so on. So this is from 5,000 BC to the present. Well, along this descent into novelty here are the great ancient civilizations. Ur, Chaldea, Babylon, and down here in the bottom of the novelty trough, pre-dynastic Egypt, Old Kingdom Egypt. In other words, the great pyramids are built precisely at the most novel point of that trough, which sort of supports the theosophical faith that Egypt did learn something, that it took a long time to go past them, not necessarily 1950. According to the time wave, they were the most novel thing that had ever come down the pike until roughly the foundation of the Roman Republic. And that's about right. That feels about right. On this upslope, this is all pretty ugly stuff here. The Hittites, the Mitanni, Assyria. We're really getting into male dominance, warfare as a way of life, empire building, slavery, huge building projects based on human agony. Ugly business, but it's punctuated by some real moments of progress, like the Phoenician alphabet and so forth and so on. And up here at the top of this thing, Homer sings his song. The Trojan Wars occur actually just slightly before that. What's happening there is that Mycenaean piracy is overwhelming the old Minoan Empire. This is just in a small part of the world, but it happens to have a lot of consequences. Let me say about that, some people say your theory is so Eurocentric. Have you noticed what kind of world you're living in? That's right. That's why the theory is Eurocentric. In other words, the Maya may have been wonderful, but what counts in the historical game is how much influence you have on the present. And the Maya have no influence on the present. I mean, other than some interesting shards in the museums and a respect for their architecture, they didn't pass it on. So, there isn't a man, woman, and child on this earth who wasn't deeply affected by what went on in Greece in the 5th century BC. Not a man, woman, or child on this planet. Now, what was going on in 5th century BC somewhere else, that river of influence may not have reached the present. Some did, some didn't. But something got loose at the eastern end of the Mediterranean, right in this time span. I think it's the phonetic alphabet. I think the phonetic alphabet empowers a distancing from the object of your concern that allows this eerie Faustian thing that is so typical of the Western mind. And I didn't originate that idea. Many people have commented that the Greek alphabet, it just carries you so far into abstraction that then that thought style becomes inevitable. Yeah.
Now, obviously, you've been describing events in Western culture. What are the correlatives to Indo-Asia?
Yes, good question. In spite of the objection that the thing is culturally skewed toward European history, if you actually study world history, it's interesting. Great advances seem to occur simultaneously in different places. In and of itself, an argument for something like the time wave. So, while the Roman Empire is rising and establishing law and order and so forth and so on, the Han Dynasty is doing the same thing in China. As the Maya are reaching their cultural apex with their astronomy and their mathematics and so city building and so forth and so on, the Cordovan caliphates are doing the same thing. There's quite a bit of that sort of thing.
Is there any antithesis here at all measurable? I mean, a contradiction?
I don't understand.
Well, in other words, where one series of events would describe homostasis, another series of events would describe a descent into novelty. In other words, have you located any contradiction within the prescribed system?
No, because a descent into novelty, as it were, takes precedence. Equilibrium only counts if it completely pervades the system. You see what I mean? All right, let's go forward into this because I want you to see these later epochs. Oh, I guess I didn't enter the thing. I want you to see these later epochs because this is where we can really judge it more accurately. This is basically from 300 AD. AD, yes. This is from the fall of Rome to the present, not precisely. The fall of Rome it took a long time, and there were humiliation after humiliation. But generally, the kidnapping of Augustus Romulus in 375 is considered to be the final straw. So notice that what this says is that after the fall of Rome, here, history had a different character. It was not a steep and fairly uninterrupted descent into novelty, but it began to oscillate between periods of novelty and periods of intense recidivism. And notice also that this theory is not shy about making predictions. Now we're down on it. And this extraordinarily steep descent into novelty right here, that's the resonance to what's happening right now. That's 10th century Islam. This one which precedes it over here is the foundation moment of Islam. Muhammad is born in 570 and died in 630. That whole thing occurs along this descent. Islam is very important. I have to stress this because we all live in a culture that is totally anti-Islamic. And, it's perfectly legitimate to talk about ragheads and this and that. But I've got news for you. The science, the mathematics, the architecture, the poetry, the administrative skills, the knowledge of hydrology, so forth and so on. And for any people or person who is truly alarmed by modernity, we were talking about this evening, Islam is an answer. And I imagine it's going to experience great growth over the next few years. These portions of Central Asia that were held by the old Soviet Union, Kyrgyzia, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh, and all of these places, if they were ruled by the people who live there, they would be radical Islamic republics. It's conceivable that in this period over the next few months, there could be a worldwide uprising of Islam that would end with it making the greatest territorial gains since it's made in the 10th century. If all Muslims were ruled by Muslim governments, an enormous reconstruction of the boundaries of the world would take place. So these two descents both seem related to Islam. I mean, Europe is just a mess at this time. I mean, Macrobius, writing in the 5th century, thought that the circumference of a circle was twice its diameter. What? They didn't have string? I don't know. Imagine that. That's how low things sunk in Europe while these people were gazing at the stars and inventing the quadratic equation and so forth and so on. Okay, this one, hard for you to see, occurs in 1122. That's the crusade which breaks apart the stasis of medieval Europe and lets in all kinds of novelty, right? Now, the next one is this one, and this is an interesting one and illustrates how the character of descents, the different characters of kinds of descent into novelty. Let me get it on the screen a little bigger here. Here it is, this one. Now, it's a dramatic descent into novelty, but unlike most descents into novelty, it's also a dramatic return to normalcy. Now, what kind of event would give a signature like that? A dramatic descent into novelty, a dramatic ascent back to the previous
The fall of empire and the growth of another empire equals power.
Well, how about this? An epidemic disease. Yes, 1356. 1/3 of the population of Europe dies in 18 months. But now think about that. It's catastrophic. It's traumatic. But no new technology is introduced. No boundaries are shifted. No new religion enters the area. And no genes cross frontiers. There is simply a demographic collapse. Everything comes to a halt. And then everybody who was in number 2, 3, and 4 position moves up. The wheels start turning again. And there's no thirst for innovation. The entire effort is just to get back where you were before the bad news hit. And so, within a generation or two, you're back where you were. Very interesting that the correlation between what actually happened and the shape of the graph seems to support that conclusion. In contrast to that signature, notice what came next. An entirely different kind of descent into novelty. First of all, starting from greater recidivism and ending in greater novelty, such novelty that there is no recovery. There's a slight recovery, but this entire trough represents a lower level of novelty than had really ever been probed before. So what is this? Well, right up here at the top, it's 1440. No, that's in 1455, 15 years later, but that plays a role in it. No, 1440 in Mainz near Frankfurt, Johannes Gutenberg prints the first book. And if you think the internet was something, this was a biggie for information technology, for sure. And as you mentioned, very shortly thereafter, the Ottoman Turks seize Constantinople, and Europe's access to the East is strangled. And it's a total crisis for European civilization. So what is done is these incipient capitalists pool their money, and they finance new techniques in shipbuilding and navigation. So this is all technical innovation and novelty. And they build ships and they sail around Africa. And they reconnect to the East. Meanwhile, what's going on, and they get rich. That's what I meant to say. They get rich beyond their wildest dreams. These agricultural hill towns in northern Italy that had been dealing each other wine for centuries suddenly find themselves the center of the largest aggregation of capital ever gathered on the planet to that point. And they just pour money back toward their benefactors. Not only the scientists that had created the technological revolution that allowed this, but into the arts and into their palaces and into the planning of their cities. And they create the Italian Renaissance. And everybody who is anybody is positioned along this descent, beginning with the proto-Renaissance, the Fra Angelico and all of that, and then coming down through Donatello, Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Titian, Raphael, the whole bit, and the whole thing reaches culmination right down here at the bottom of the trough. They actually experience a kind of eschatonic event at the bottom of this novelty trough, which is they discovered the other half of the planet. That's what they do 500 years ago, 1492, right down here. Well, that blew the door off its hinges. There has never been a return to normality in a certain sense. That did it. This trough, what this trough pictures, is a period that ends in 1619. 1619 is the beginning of the 30 Years' War. This period across the bottom of this trough has been called by art historians who have no knowledge of this theory the age of the marvelous. This is the age of the great hermetic flowering, This is the age of Shakespeare and the Rudolphine court in Prague. This is the age of Arcamboldo and John Dee and Robert Flood and that incredibly complex psychedelic manneristic mishmash that those late Renaissance people put together. But there's a certain ugliness in it. It's not an entirely flat trough of novelty. There is a recursion to old patterns, and I maintain what that is the beginning of the rape subjugation of the New World, and then the rise of gangster capitalism in that environment. Because, interestingly, Europe was somewhat strangled before the discovery of the New World. I mean, it required resource management and all that. I mean, if you've been to places like Portugal, and you say, these people ruled half the planet, this rocky, scrubby, storm-battered little country, how did they do it? Well, obviously by expropriating other people's resources. That's how they did it.
So there was a period of normalcy where everybody was shipping, and it didn't change that much. There were just years of ship, go out, empty, come back full, go out, empty, come back full.
Well, except that all this information was pouring into Europe. It was like as though they had landed on alien planets. Albrecht Dürer went to an exhibition of Toltec carving in Leiden, and his diary entries on this, I mean, for those people to gaze upon these artifacts, it was literally like science fiction to them, and plants and animals.
And they were the center of the world, and all they knew was that, so it was like adding another Earth to the equation for them.
Exactly. An incredibly exotic Earth. I mean, animals, plants, human beings, the largest river in the world, the highest waterfall in the world, and on and on and on. It just swam into their kin, literally like an alien planet. 1619, the party's over. In America, this is called the Protestant Reformation out of some delicacy. It's not the Protestant Reformation, for God's sake. It's the 30 Years' War. It's when everybody in Europe just went nuts and slaughtered each other for 30 years until 1648. And, the Cromwellian thing happened in England, and it was a drag. It was wars of religion. That little clip that indicates a descent into novelty, I call Newton's notch. Newton was important enough that I'm teasing a little bit. There was other stuff going on, the foundation of the Royal Society and so forth and so on. But generally, this was a period of recovery from the age of the marvelous. And it's an era of powdered wigs and social mores, increasing class stratification, increasing assertion of the power of the Protestant churches in Northern Europe, and so forth and so on. And then up here, 1740, this is what's called the European Enlightenment. And a bunch of French people, Voltaire, Rousseau, philosophers, theoreticians of how human society should be run, produce these screeds, these theoretical texts, but wild men in the Americas take this up, and the conclusion of all the philosophizing that goes on up here is the American Revolution, which occurs on a downsweep into novelty, and I would argue was reasonably successful, followed by the French Revolution, precisely on an upswing. In other words, a movement back into habit. And for my money, the French Revolution ended catastrophically. I mean, it's every liberal's nightmare, I mean, it was horrible. The good people turned to monsters, and then they couldn't keep hold of it in spite of that. So the French Revolution ends with the enthronement of the Emperor Louis Napoleon. Go figure. And then so forth. And as you see, the 20th century is down here at a much higher level of novelty, lower toward the 0 point. And the entirety of the since the middle 19th century, which is just about right, I maintain, since the middle 19th century, we've just been exploring totally new territory. You know, once you get Michael Faraday and Konrad Lorenz and Baron Lobachevsky and Fitzhugh Ludlow and all this, you know, in other words, non-Euclidean geometry, electromagnetic field theory, psychedelic drug use, it all begins to come together. And of course then the most important, arguably the most important moment in the 19th century, completely unrecognized at the time, now predicted by the wave, was 1837, when Charles Babbage assembled the difference engine and laid the basis for the cybernetic revolution. Let's look at modern times in a little more. He built this thing called difference, the difference engine, the Babbage machine. It was a computer, and he knew what it was. He understood what was possible with it. He went to the British government. He offered it to them. He begged them to develop this, and it was just so beyond their imagining. But it had all the elements of a modern computer. It was not electric, of course. It was a mechanical computer. But all the principles were there, and in Babbage's writing, it's very clear he understood exactly what he had on his hands. Incredible. If you ever see a picture of Babbage, I mean, think about this. This guy lived in 1837. He looks like Flash Gordon. I mean, he has a haircut so in advance of his time. It's incredible. Now let's look at this. This is from 1888 over here. And what's interesting is, we mentioned, or it came up this afternoon, how you can use the calendar as a political flog when you have nothing else going. Well, that not only happened that not only will for sure happen in 2000, but it very definitely happened in 1900. There's something about it. They had the same feeling, actually, that we do now. The telephone had been invented in 1895, or, popularized. They began installing them. That was the internet of that time. It's still pretty amazing stuff. I mean, how you deliver sex over copper wire, I don't know, but they managed to do that. And powered flight was happening all over the world. People were working on it. And so this point up here is, I believe, January 3rd, 1900 or something like that. It's so on the money. And then this cascade into novelty. They were full of hope. They felt it within their grasp. The old world, the Edwardian world, was falling away. It's 1900. Radio is ahead. Relativity is 5 years in the future. Planck's constant is filling the physics journals, and in art, the pataphysics is happening, and there's this in Italy. Futurism is beginning. The first futurist tracts are being published. Well, then. The First World War, quantum physics, all of these things, it gets weirder. It begins to get weirder. It becomes more than simply an object of optimism. It becomes hideously complex and novel and strange and bizarre. And it reaches an apex in 1933. And I don't have to tell you. So then, across the bottom of this thing, World War II is fought. And World War II was like a rehearse for the apocalypse. I mean, wars now are not particularly about anything. That was a war which was about something. And it was utterly surreal for the people who experienced it to live through. I mean, it was about eugenics. It was about rocket bombs. It was about the power of radio to move millions of people. It was about propaganda. It was all kinds of things. And of course, it ended with kicking open the nuclear doorway. Anybody who doesn't think World War II was a surreal extravaganza, I recommend Thomas Pynchon's novel Gravity's Rainbow, which is an incredible thing to read, an incredible work of literature, and you'll never see life again the same way. Okay, so then once that's all over and it reaches its apex in the destruction of the Axis powers and the use of the atom bomb on Japan and so forth, everybody has but one thought. Let's knock this off. Let's have some kids, crack a beer, have a barbecue. They even called it the return to normalcy. And there was all this uniform conformity culture, Norman Rockwell, American white culture, all racial, sexual, intellectual, and social aberrant phenomena was incredibly repressed. And there were some spills along the way, the JFK assassination, so forth and so on. And then it approaches the cusp, the symmetry break. And if you have an incredible memory, you may remember that a few minutes ago I said Homer sang his song here, one cycle back, one fractal scale up. So the analogy is, or the analogy to Homer singing his song and to the fall of Mycenae and all of that, the fall of Minoan culture to Mycenae, is the 1960s. The freak revolution, the Vietnam War, the age of LSD, the landing on the moon at this scale cannot be discerned from the top of that thing. That all comes together right there. 1968-69, that's where the cultural symmetry break occurs, and then the final descent into novelty at that scale begins. And I submit to you that's a pretty good rendition of the myth of the culture that the media reinforces and that many of us carry. I mean, we do believe that was the turning point, that once rock and roll, LSD, sexual permissiveness and all this stuff was unleashed, we've then just been refining and experimenting with those themes ever since. The 70s were a descent into novelty. The 80s, these were fairly steady descents into novelty, but they didn't surpass the madness of the middle 40s until the early 80s, I guess. It's not at scale here. But, and then, with the Reagan era, we enter into a kind of different kind of time. This bizarre oscillation business where there are surges of habit and then collapses into novelty, and then reassertions of orthodoxy, and then collapses into novelty. And this is what we're experiencing now. Here, I'll go in on this.
But faster than we've seen previously. Like oscillations happen over 5 or 10 years, instead of oscillations happen.
Or oscillations over months, yeah. There's now 89 years on the screen. Here are the 1960s. And now we're back to today. We're descending this thing. So basically what you're looking at is the 90s with the present year in the middle. And it shows that this is, by the way, predicted to be the most dramatic year in the decade. And that dramatic, whatever that drama is, it'll be in full play by June. Wise grab at Taiwan by the Chinese. Or it could be an AIDS cure. Or it could be an Ebola outbreak. I wouldn't look to the American presidential election for much excitement unless there's gunplay, which never rule it out in this country. We play rough. There could be a scientific breakthrough. of some sort. This planet detection thing is obviously edging toward explosion, because there is a water-heavy, oxygen-rich world out there within 50 light years, and the technology to detect it is now 99% in place. And it's just a matter of, teasing it out of this hellaciously difficult data. But we're going to know. Recently the Hubble Space Telescope discovered the other 80% of the galaxies in the universe. So we now have, instead of 10 billion galaxies, in one press release we go to 50 billion galaxies. That means 5 times as much intelligence, 5 times as many civilizations, and that's page 42 news in the New York Times.
Projection just takes...
No, it's funny. People say, well, what will happen after 2012? Well, you haven't been listening. This theory doesn't say anything about what happens after 2012. This is a theory about what happens before 2012. That's why waiting till 2012 to use it will be rather self-defeating, because it won't work after 2012. Of course, if there is an after 2012, it will be wrong, in which case we will have the curious task on our hands, some of us, of figuring out why it seemed right for so long. Yes.
It became 67 years old.
Yes. I've never heard of anybody having an experience quite like this. It's hard for you probably to appreciate who I am, because I appear fully in command of this. But I am not interested particularly in the I Ching. I'm not a mathematician. Don't like predestiny it's just not my style, this whole thing. I'm a rationalist and somewhat cynical, left to my own devices, perhaps a little dark. This is an incredible argument for some kind of hope. It says there is an architecture to time. It says the wars, the rapes, the horrible revisions that go on are part of the pattern, and all will eventually find resolution in the final culmination. And then, the question which I would put to the mushroom or the logos or whoever it is if this is not true, then what possible purpose could all this have served? What's it for? I don't mind the public disgrace of being wrong, but it'll humble me. But we didn't probably need to mobilize a mass movement to humble me. So what was it all for? And I confess, I don't know. I have ideas. Any question like that, as long as I've been thinking on it, there will be answers. How about this? Suppose the unconscious is has a kind of regulatory function, and of hysteria, of mass hysteria. And that what this prophecy made by me, made by the Maya, made by these Vedic people, what it's for is to smear expectations about the millennium. So that instead of having it all focus on January 1, 2000, there'll be dissenters. There'll be people who say, well, it isn't January 1, 2000. Haven't you heard? It's 2012. And so then a huge number of people will put their faith on 2000. They'll be disappointed and they'll go away and get lives. And then the people who didn't contribute to that hysteria will delay their hysteria till 2012. And then it will fail and then they'll get lives. And then by this ruse, the unconscious mind will have helped the species cross over this calendrical speed bump without, mass hysteria, nuclear war, or religious pogrom, which might otherwise be a factor. I don't feel the power particularly of this idea, but it's the only one I've come up which answers the question, if this isn't true, what the hell is the point?
In Jung's work on the I Ching, does he touch on any cyclical historical reference?
No, this is surprisingly absent, although in the Wilhelm Baines translation there is something called the sequence. And it's old, it's Joe, and it's a kind of a poem which attempts to make a logical transition from each hexagram to the next in the King-Wen sequence. There are curious statements in the I Ching which definitely support the idea that there must be big chunks missing. For example, hexagram 49 in the Wilhelm Baines translation is called revolution. So you turn to this expecting a dissertation on political reform of society, and and what it says is the shaman is a calendar maker. He orders the seasons and he sets things right, and it's a whole discussion about calendar making and as a way of creating political reform. Well, that's bizarre. Another interesting thing is hexagram 63 is after completion. Hexagram 64 is before completion. The logic of their order is reversed. Again, suggesting that reversing the order of things is somehow allowed. The middle hexagram, meaning the hexagram at the halfway point, if you believe that the sequence was designed as a structure, is number 32, is called duration. And the image is of a ridgepole. Well, obviously the ridgepole is at the center and the rafters move off of it. I can't remember which hexagram it is that says, he who correctly understands the import of this sacrifice can hold the universe in the palm of his hand like a spinning marble. That's a very alchemical redaction. And so forth and so on. I mean, there are all kinds of textual clues to the fact, and of course this is coming through translation. It's very important to read many translations of the I Ching. The Wilhelm Baines is incredibly deep and poetic and wonderful and preferred by me because I grew up with it. But did you ever notice? It's not a translation of a Chinese book. It's a translation of a German book. It's the Carrie F. Baines translation of the German edition of the I Ching by Richard Wilhelm. There's recently been other translations of the I Ching, and they are, some bring one thing to it and some another. But I think we have been, for culturally biased reasons, as I said, incredibly naive about time. And this is the final thought that I'll leave you with this evening. Say this is true. How can it be true and not involve God's entry into history or the explosion of the sun or the coming of the Space Brothers or some other highly improbable and somewhat cheesy event? How can it fulfill itself and yet, not require willful suspension of disbelief? Well, one thought that's occurred to me, you touched on it, the wave doesn't seem to work after 2012, but I've noticed in analyzing all this history and stuff that what the wave, like people will always ask me, does it do the stock market? Only if the stock market moves hundreds of points. Otherwise, it's lost in the noise of everything else going on in the world. When I ask myself, what does this wave predict best? In other words, is it politics? Is it biological evolution? What is it that it really predicts well? The answer is technology. It seems to argue that technology and novelty are almost the same thing. And interesting that the DMT creatures are builders in light. And now we're on the verge through VRML of becoming builders in light. Well, if the wave describes technologies unfolding through time, and if the wave can't be propagated past 2012, then it must be because in 2012 a technology is invented which makes linear time and ends it. In other words, time travel. Time travel. Now, 10 years ago, only mad people talked about time travel. It was not a respectable subject. Recently, there have been articles in Physical Review letters, in Scientific American, in Nature. It's a very hot topic. There are many schemes for time travel. There are many notions about how time travel could be done. And actually, we should have been paying attention because Kurt Gödel in 1948 wrote a paper that advanced a scheme for time travel that was within the realm of possibility. Possibility. I'm not saying we're going to cobble one together tomorrow. I mean, in some of these schemes, you have to spin cylinders the size of the solar system and stuff like that. But any technology that can be imagined can be realized by somebody. Well, if time travel were invented in 2012, that would explain why there was no longer possible a Cartesian graphical linear description of time's unfolding, because at that point time becomes multivectored and can no longer be portrayed in this kind of a matrix. Now, and this is the last on this, but an objection to time travel is always the grandfather paradox, which seems to imply that if time travel is possible, it's only possible forward in time. Because if it were possible backward in time, you could come back and kill your own grandfather, and then you wouldn't exist. And so therefore nobody could kill him, and you get a logical paradox that is always trotted out to defeat time travel schemes. I have a different notion of how this works. Time travel is not what we think it is. If what we call time travel is an invention, which if ever invented, the moment the time machine was turned on, the rest of the history of the universe will happen instantly, because in order to avoid these temporal paradoxes, the entire system would have to undergo a kind of collapse. Here's an analogy which might make this clearer. If you release gas into a cylinder, the pressure equalizes on the walls of the cylinder. This is called Bernoulli's law. Well, so imagine that we suddenly become able to travel into the future. At first I imagined that what would happen is thousands and thousands of time machines would appear instantly, having traveled backward in time to witness the first flight forward into time. It would be as though you could fly your Piper Cub to Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, to that windy morning in 1905 when the brothers W pushed out the flyer and took off. But then I realized, this bears with it the implication of the grandfather paradox. So instead, I think what happens is the moment the first time machine is turned on, the most advanced state of evolution arrives instantly at the other side of the boundary. I call it the God whistle. a time machine is not really a time machine. It's a way of destroying the rest of the history of the universe. And so, in a sense, we're back to the big picture again. The invention of the time machine is a self-initiated annihilation of space and time.
This technological device explains why technology is critical in the history of the way.
Yes, absolutely. And interestingly enough, if you think they wouldn't risk this, I told you yesterday, nothing comes unannounced. There's a very interesting story about the first atom test at Trinity in 1945. Yes, they had equations in front of them which led some people on the advanced team to believe that when the device was detonated, the nitrogen in the atmosphere would ignite, and that the entire atmosphere of the planet would burn. And they figured it was a 1 in 10. And so they said, reasonable odds. Hitler's out there. I guess Hitler wasn't out there at that point, but those wily Japs were out there. So they said a 1 in 10 chance, and they threw the switch, and it turned out the chamber was empty. So we're here to tell the tale.
It's much closer to where you want to be than...
Well, this reminds me of a wrinkle. Here's a possible scenario which makes use of this concept. There is a cosmological theory out there. It's not the top contender. It's mostly been developed by this guy Hans Alfvén, and it's called a vacuum fluctuation cosmology. Quantum physics allows these things called vacuum fluctuations. And what they are is particles literally appear out of nowhere. And this is allowed by quantum physics as long as parity is conserved. And what that means is that these particles must contact their antiparticle and annihilate themselves and restore the system to a net energy of 0. But there is this brief moment during the vacuum fluctuation when matter comes into being ex nihilo. Now, the interesting thing about the quantum description of the vacuum fluctuation is that the mathematics set no theoretical upper limit for the size of the fluctuation. It simply says the larger the fluctuation, the rarer it is. So Hans Alfvén suggests we are in a vacuum fluctuation of 10 high 22 particles. And what that means is that somewhere in the larger metaverse, our antimatter twin exists. And for the laws of physics to keep the accounts balanced, parity will have to be conserved. And what that might mean is a higher dimensional collision with our lost twin. And this would not be a collision in three-dimensional space. You wouldn't see it coming. It would occur instantaneously throughout the entire space-time continuum. All particles would annihilate their antiparticles, and there is only one particle that has no antiparticle. The photon there is no antiphoton. So if the universe were a vacuum fluctuation of this type, at the moment of the reconservation of parity, all matter in this universe would disappear. 100% it would disappear. And what would be left is all the light in the universe. And a universe filled entirely with photons, we have no idea what that is. That might be the mind of God. That might be the omega of the eschaton. Consciousness, there was an article in Scientific American, of all places, 3 issues ago, suggesting that consciousness is a general quality of the universe like gravity, and light is implicated. So it's possible that now that's a large scale. You talk about abandoning the body. This is a cosmology where at a certain point in the life of the universe, all matter disappears. And that would certainly, for my money, fulfill the novelty theory.
In a way, all the fiber optic being laid leaves for a lot more light being pushed around than previously in a way, or at least light in a much more complex pattern than just the sunshine on Earth.
Well, and the fact that we're beginning to build with light, that virtual realities are made of light. People don't understand, in virtual reality, the difference between a 10-story building and a 100-story building, 1-0. You enter the code where it says make it 10 stories high, you add 1-0, it now makes it 100 stories high. Cost, it's free, light is free. I mean, virtually free. The technologies it moves through aren't free. But, we have hidden helpers in the quantum realm. Those little electrons, they are numerous. They want to help. Horton hears a who, that sort of thing. Well, that's the basic lay of the land on this. One last thing I should say, in the interest of intellectual honesty, is not everybody loves the time wave, and some of the people who hate it are very bright. And if you're interested in, Bear Duke's discussions about this, check my website. There's a young British mathematician who thinks he can take it apart, and we've been going at it hammer and tongs, and we're going to lift the curtain on our discussion pretty soon. I would like inspection. I mean, I invite, and those of you who are professional or amateur mathematicians, people should check my work. I told you the first night, my method is shamanic, but my techniques are shamanic, but my method is scientific and rational. The truth can defend itself. If this can be broken on the wheel of logical analysis, then so be it. It does empower hope, but there's no percentage in false hope. I mean, the only true hope is in the maintenance of an open mind. So thank you very much.